Chapter 771. Swordcasting Villa. In the room, Ningzheng sat at the desk and opened his eyes, revealing a bit of complexity in his eyes. Time on the other side passed so quickly. So many things happened in the blink of an eye. Spaceships traveled, hibernated, experimented, explored, laid out, rose, and reached the top. It was only 2,000 years. Even after confirming it several times, it still felt very strange. A smile appeared on Ningzheng's face. This guy is not easy to deceive now. He is more than 10 times older than me. Now he is very smart and has planned a world. This transaction, I should be able to earn a lot of luck from there. In the final analysis, Ningzheng is too young and bears a burden that does not belong to his age. However, I, Ningzheng, have achieved this level at more than 100 years old, and he can achieve that level at more than 2,000 years old. It seems that there is nothing surprising. Ningzheng does not think that there is anything special about him. He is hiding in the villa and is ordinary. There is only a luck gambling table. And Yi Guangxiu also has the 9 provinces artifact, so he will not be slow. Ningzheng was looking forward to it. Sure enough, we can't underestimate these so-called fourth disasters. They look weak in Jujin Villa, but they just don't have room to play. The game has only been open for more than half a year. How can they become stronger? Now they have developed a little bit, and their realm is higher than mine. Ningzheng looked at her cultivation that had been stuck for a while, the 1 heart and 6 apertures realm. She couldn't help but feel a little distressed, and had to speed up the breakthrough. Otherwise, it really looks a little weak. Of course, Ningzheng believed that she was only weak now. When the luck value rises, she will continue to break through at the speed of 1 realm per week, and she will not be slower than the Night Emperor next door. And that Night Emperor was so anxious to contact me because he was afraid of death. He wanted to find the mysterious sword-making manor owner to help him, and even wanted to recruit blacksmiths. He wanted me to invest in him. Even help him to fight against the mysterious immortal. After all, the world is like this, basically divided into 2 levels. Shallow world, the overlord of an era, a wave of the era, they are just short-lived fireworks, born with the times and destroyed with the times. Deep world, the black hand across the long river of time, jumped out of the times, they covered up history, the traces of their own existence, such as Xiao Zai and others. They don't even bother to pay attention to the emperors of each era, but if their interests are touched, they will kill. Obviously. The Night Emperor looked up the historical materials of the previous dynasty, and roughly knew the other party's character. The winner of the decisive battle behind the scenes, the Zongwu Emperor, is such a person. This Night Emperor, who has become a native, may not be able to escape his murderous intentions. But it's a pity. Ningzheng's realm is lower than his. How can she help him? He hinted at Ningzheng again, but she could only pretend not to hear it, just with a cold and mysterious higher-dimensional identity, to conduct fair transactions, and always looked like you are dispensable. Mystery? It is Ningzheng's greatest weapon. This is the truth he got after a series of events in Jiuzhou. It is precisely because the mysterious Shirong God artisan force is so elusive that the various forces in Jiuzhou are afraid. So, Ningzheng maintains the mystery and gold content that the owner of Shirong Manor should have. Of course, it is true that he can help him across the border once, as long as he really starts to work frantically now and provides himself with a lot of luck points. As long as he has money, it is not impossible to help him cross the border, create miracles, descend to another world, and punish that immortal. Therefore, Ningzheng was not pretending to be strong, but just pretending to be his future self. This is bound to happen. How can it be said to be a lie? As long as this new customer with great potential pays for the order, he will soon become stronger and help. In the next 3 days, time passed quietly. After the second warehouse was built, Ningzheng had a stable income of 22 million per day. Moreover, he did not stop and quickly started to build the third warehouse to continue to fleece the wool next door. After all, if the Night Emperor next door is dead, he can't fleece it. Take the opportunity to fleece more. I hope the other party will be more motivated and hold on. Try to make money, strive to be self-reliant, and defeat the boss behind that world. And by the way, I can also collect information to see what kind of creatures immortals are. Ningzheng is already looking forward to the first immortal battle that may happen in more than 10 days, at this time. Because the process of building warehouses has become more and more proficient, the third warehouse only took 3 days to be ready for deployment. Meanwhile, the blacksmiths were busy and exhausted. Fuck, the owner is too crazy, he's going to tire us to death. The warehouse construction is non-stop. There are 8 of me staying up late, working 24 hours a day. Can you believe it? It's really outrageous compared to cyberpunk. Even the future technology capitalists in the movie don't dare to do that. Ha ha ha, that proves that your baby is really talented. He can actually stay up late and work 24 hours a day. You must have trained your skills to stay up late before you died? Not bad. Ah! The owner is so inhuman, my liver is going to explode. Cry cry cry? Stop it, playing games is like this. It's easy to die suddenly. I die suddenly once every day now. The main reason is that the missions pay a lot of money. Thousands of magic money at any time. I can't bear to spend it. But the more you spend, the bottomless pit it is for cultivation and upgrading now. For a 3-element realm cultivator, thousands of magic money is just a small splash. They complained. This is based on the fact that each of them has at least 2 or 3 ember babies hanging up. As a brick-moving coolie, Chong has been basking in the sun in the square these days, rushing to build a huge bronze statue warehouse, and his skin has been tanned. I didn't expect that we would have to start working on the construction site in the other world, and as for the bronze skin, it was the private sun above the villa, madly shining on their square, saying that it would give them a dark skin color. It's simply crazy. And the workers who built the bronze statue warehouse were all unskilled workers. The real skilled workers were already in the blacksmith shop and the spiritual farming area, doing crazy research and taking orders for immortal weapons from 2 emperors. Anyway, the whole forum was in an uproar, and the density of such orders was unprecedented. The big guys in both worlds were customizing their own immortal weapons. The forum was full of excitement, the blacksmith shop was crowded, and a group of people started to work. Of course, brand new mining tasks also began to appear again. They studied the reproduction method of gold mud, which can assimilate certain metals for reproduction, so they threw a large amount of gold mud into the vacant copper mine to form a new vein. From then on, every day the blacksmiths had the previous daily tasks. Go to the mine. This made the blacksmiths very happy, and all the gameplay that was eliminated at the start of the server came back. Chapter 772. However, the forum of the villa has been very hot these days. Although Ningzheng didn't pay much attention to it, she just looked at it occasionally. But they had a lot of fun, and divided various new functions for the villa. A new bulletin board was inserted in the square of the villa. The new functions are as follows. Official announcement. This sword forging competition will usher in a major update without going offline. The update log of version 1.5 is as follows. The spaceship named the Book of History is traveling, and the map of the other world appears. The baby who is in the other world will become a king. After being left idle, they will return in the near future and break through the world. Maybe they will come to participate in the final sacrifice battle of Kyushu, and fight against the terrible Black Hands in history. Who will win? This major update also optimizes the following matters. 1. Add a new public area map, the Metal Tomb World, and add other world materials including but not limited to metal magic stones. 2. Fixed a small number of bugs. 3. Optimize some known issues. 4. This expansion pack will open the nostalgic version, update the new placement adventure team, and go to the unknown mysterious map of the other world. What are you waiting for? 5. Couple nostalgic mailbox system, relaunched. Since the disappearance of the female prisoner prison at the foot of the mountain, we can no longer communicate with letters, and we have lost our love. But now, in order to make up for everyone, the planner has opened a new letter mode. Another self. Is the real pure love. Please be a pen pal with yourself in the other world and communicate and exchange experiences. 6. Nostalgic mining system, relaunched. We have optimized the version. We have made a new gold mud vein in the original mountain mine cave. As long as the corresponding metal is thrown in, you can mine, and let the mining coolies return. 7. Battle and monster map, has been launched. We will regularly open the entrance of the villa, let the ember tide of the outside ocean rush in, realize the monster siege mode, and practice your combat skills. In the endless deep sea, it is dark and there is no light. The Wanhong Sea abyss is a huge crack that is bottomless. The deeper you go, the greater the water pressure. A gap appeared at the corner of the sword forging villa, and a special fragrant flesh and blood were placed there, tempting a group of ember fish to come. Crash! These fish rushed into the ghost villages at the foot of the sword forging villa and came to Ningjing's yard and kept wandering. Even with the dense influx of embers, tens of thousands of embers gradually climbed from the village at the foot of the mountain to the villa on the top of the mountain. Monsters are attacking the city, coming. Kill! Fuck, there is a big boss in the 3 Yuan realm. There are 2. A group of blacksmiths fully armed began to fight monsters and upgrade. In their eyes, this is the opening of the battle map. Of course, this way of playing is quite interesting. It is a bit unfriendly to Ningzheng. He looked at the fish wandering with the elders and villagers in the alley outside the yard. It was so dense that it felt a bit affected. Why did you put them all in? But Ning Jiaoju was quite happy, guarding the yard for defense and constantly killing Eugene. So Ning Zheng didn't bother to care. Whether it was Ning Jiaoju or the blacksmiths on the mountain, it was always good to practice combat skills. And the blacksmiths have been upgrading crazily recently and have some strength. As long as it doesn't affect their normal work, entertainment is completely acceptable. Noon. The third warehouse, put in. So far, Ning Zheng's daily luck value has reached an exaggerated 33 million. Current luck value, 152 million originally. In this situation, Ning Zheng could start trying to update the 5 elements of spiritual roots. But with the previous experience of the painter's sneak attack, he didn't dare to spend all his savings. Keep waiting. Ning Zheng hid in the dark for another week. The outside world was still very lively. Most areas of the chaotic tomb were completed and directly closed. And it was announced to the outside world, next month, the imperial tomb of the Jin dynasty will be opened. The world was in turmoil again, and people were talking about it, which was spectacular. But Ning Zheng only went to Shiman City and Bone Demon King City to shout a few slogans, and then let the blacksmiths continue to manage the city. The blacksmiths were also busy these days, and they were rolling up. The new magic money made a lot of money, but now Shiman City, after researching several new cultivation auxiliary magic tools with Dukuhong and others, has once again ushered in huge profit growth. In just this week, the revenue of Shirong Villa has increased by 2.4 times, which is very exaggerated, and the neighboring Bone Demon King City is not to be outdone. The arms race started, and continued to promote the outbreak of the era of immortal civilization. Hongmeng, the Eye of Identification, continued to be updated and popularized throughout the world. The world of Jiuzhou was being quantified by data, and various standard weapon factories were being built at an accelerated pace. In response to this, the technological war between the human race and the sea race was of course inevitable. Shiman City joined forces with Dukuhong and others, and the person in charge of the eye-dazzling shouted, "You sea race, you are not as good as the auxiliary cultivation fairy tools opened by us and Dukuhong." And Yin Shuangying, the general manager of the Bone Demon Palace, responded, "Your auxiliary cultivation tools will soon be ours. We want to produce factories and sneak attack you." The medical fairy also stood up and called, "With the emergence of the era of standard factories, I suggest that a copyright system must be established to prevent some shameless thieves from stealing the creator's hard work, which will hit the monks, who are keen on creating and opening up new systems." With the outbreak of various technologies, both sides began to quarrel, and because of the popularization of standard magic weapon factories, a huge copyright movement was launched. Ning Zheng was still eating melons. They were fighting quite lively. On the other side, Yi Di completed his third sermon in this week, that is, in 700 years, and began to build a divine weapon. But this divine weapon is not an ordinary national divine weapon that can be built overnight. This is the heavenly vein. It will be connected to every living thing in the future. In the past, Jiuzhou, in order to popularize the earth veins and cover the large-scale main lines of the entire Jiuzhou, paved the road crazily. The entire country was in infrastructure, and it took thousands of years. The difficulty of making this heavenly vein will only be greater. This side is also talking nonsense. Dao Jiuzhou, the last batch of gold mud, this batch will increase again? No, we are already too busy. We can't squeeze it out anymore. Dao Jiuzhou on the opposite side, I add money. Dao Jiuzhou, that's fine. Both sides are writing letters, trading, and communicating every day about how to forge my magic weapon, and how to forge your magic weapon. Ning Zheng is still eating melons. They are really busy. Moreover, the pseudo-human disaster and the ember disaster in the outside world are erupting again, and there are large and small casualties all over the world. Ning Zheng is still eating melons. The virus that does not respect the old, and the virus that does not love the young have also come out to join in the fun. Ning Zheng has spent almost every day eating melons recently. Silently watching the more intense changes in the whole world, every blacksmith is also silently working at his post, posting on the forum, fighting monsters and upgrading, mining and forging iron. The entire online game seems to be completely on the right track. Fully automatic operation. Of course, this is inseparable from the help of the game's built-in server. Jiuzhong. Now this AI Jiuzhai Rong can assign daily tasks by himself and provide daily strategic guidelines to Shiman City and Bone Demon King City. And it is worth mentioning that they are busy stealing Hongming's AI training data recently. Even Ning Zheng lamented the horror of this group of crazy guys. They kept saying that they don't want to roll inward, but in fact they roll more than anyone else. Are they really going to die? They will definitely die suddenly, right? They actually manage to operate multiple lines, and they are still busy every day. They even have the energy to fight monsters and upgrade. The whole world is busy, and I am the only one who is leisurely. This feeling is pretty good. Ning Zheng is enjoying his life these days very much, counting his money bag every day. Adding 33 million every day, and still growing wildly, he can continue to live like this for the rest of his life. As it turns out, after Ning Zheng's luck reached 5 million per day, as long as he didn't do anything stupid and continued to provoke the painter, no one would bother him. No matter how fierce the fight was outside, he would be at peace. The feeling of secretly developing and finally surprising everyone was so cool, and another amazing news came again. 3 days later, Xian Shichen began to preach in the capital and announced a new practice method, 5-element cycle method. As soon as this news came out, Ning Zheng, who had been secretly eating melons and saving money, couldn't sit still in the face of this big melon. Finally, there is an orthodox 5-element cycle practice method. After waiting for so long, he finally released it. Chapter 773. Finally here? Ning Zheng was surprised and moved. This was the victory of the party that wanted to watch the show. Soon, Ning Zheng received a personal invitation. The Emperor Xian Shichen wrote a letter to invite Ning Zheng to attend the ceremony. Ning Zheng planned to take a day to witness this historic moment and watch the show in person. After all, as the strongest academic emperor, he also had to save face. Recently, Bone Demon King City, Shirong Academy and Dukuhong were working on all kinds of new technologies. Both sides were constantly competing in science and technology, setting off an era. He, the strongest academic emperor, had been banished to the Cold Palace, and no one in the world knew his name. Can he be convinced by this? Of course. He was studying the most difficult subject in the entire Jiuzhou. The spiritual root circulation method, the gold content of which can be imagined, cannot be criticized. I admit that he has strong skills, but he went to the Imperial Mausoleum to rob and sneak in again a few days ago, and he still lost in the competition with the painter. I guess he is completely angry, and now he wants to regain the face of the first academic leader from this aspect. Ning Zheng smelled a tense atmosphere from the recent events. After all, the outside world has been turbulent recently. The villa, the outside world, and the other world are all in a state of internal rebellion, and it even feels like the ultimate world war is about to begin. It is said that a few days ago, there was a new era centenarian immortal root cultivator who successfully broke through to the state of one mind. This is cross era. The centenarian master level has never existed in ancient times. Of course, it is said that it is also related to the cultivator's extremely special immortal root, which can quickly improve the realm. After all kinds of bizarre magical powers of immortal roots can be understood. In short, Ning Zheng lay like a salted fish, eating all kinds of new melons at home every day. Ever since his battle Vespron's emperor was killed, he was like a melon-eating crowd without dreams, as if the whole world had nothing to do with him. He didn't really want to participate in the final battle. The Ember's disaster finally broke out, and the sacrifice year came? Everyone came to grab the sacrifice. Ning Zheng didn't really want to grab the sacrifice, just eating melons was fine. However, it's time to go out for a walk now. After all, he dared not give the face of the human emperor. It's just right to isolate the noise outside these days. Recently, all kinds of wild monsters have been released in the mountain village. Ning Zheng sighed and came to Shimen City. Crash, the Dharma flew up, crossed the ocean, and came to Xinyazu. Soon came to the principal's management office of Shirong College, saw the dazzling sword fairy, and a few blacksmiths who came here to help, sitting on the chair to review the documents. Ning Zheng took a quick look. Probably dealing with the recent annual enrollment season and preparing for the entrance examination. He glanced at their confidential test paper casually, and was suddenly a little surprised. The questions were tricky, testing some inexplicable application scenarios. Ning Zheng felt that he might not be able to get into the school he founded. Come with me to the capital to see His Majesty's press conference. After he said that, he walked directly into the room and started to change into formal clothes. Okay. Several blacksmiths put down their work and were so happy to watch the CG plot animation. He stood up and stretched his waist with dizziness. This kind of day is the best. Yi Guangxiu next door is said to have become Long Altian, but when in the limelight, he dies the fastest. I am still happy, with a wife and salary, and I can grow up quietly. I can also go out to watch a play, and see heroes from all over the world occasionally. Beijing. the square at the east gate of the palace. Ning Zheng sat directly in the first seat in the front row, with a few blacksmiths sitting beside him. All the big men from the surrounding Jiuzhou have come, and these faces are basically familiar to Ning Zheng. After being greeted, he sat down quietly to watch the ceremony. Yin Hua was full of emotion, twisting his buttocks in his chair. Since we brought the press conference to this world, we and the owner have been at the press conferences before. This time it is finally our turn to sit in the audience seats below. The sword fairy shook her head. Don't be complacent. The famous detective Yan Shuangying from the neighboring Xi tribe is resourceful and manages the country in an orderly manner. He is our rival. Recently, he has learned from our Shirong lineage to hold press conferences and shared half of the country with us. Yin Hua said with disdain, the evildoers in the world share one stone, and our Shirong Academy occupies 4 do, the Bone Demon King City occupies 4 do, your majesty alone occupies 10 do, and the world owes 8 do. The sword fairy's expression was indifferent. That's right, our majesty has accumulated a lot of experience and opened this method at this moment, laying the second foundation for the world's practice. Yin Hua gradually looked admiring. 100 years ago, your majesty announced the yin-yang cycle and opened the immortal way. Now, only 100 years have passed, and he has overcome new problems and opened up the method of the 5-element cycle. He is really the first person in the ages. Sini Baishan and Dukuhong, who were sitting next to him, were silent after hearing this. They are so good at being human. No wonder they can become the first god-level professional in Jiuzhou, while we can only stay in the top 10. And in the dark, several maids who were serving tea and water were silently recording the words and expressions of the guests from various forces. At this time, she was stunned when she heard the conversation between the two people. She hurriedly recorded it silently and prepared to report it to His Majesty. Ning Zheng was still a ruthless melon eater, nothing else. Because in this week of seclusion and secretly eating melons, there is a gold mud warehouse for 3 days. Now he has 4. Every day, the luck value has skyrocketed to 44 million. These few days can be called the fastest period of explosive growth in his life. No one else. He completely fell in love with the fun of eating melons and growing secretly. I hope others will completely ignore him and fight as they please. At this time, the performance before the press conference began in the distance, with various dances, dragons and phoenixes flying, and the music was very beautiful. After the dance, Xi and Shichen came on stage and began to talk about his spiritual root method. The immortal energy between heaven and earth swirled, forming an extremely detailed picture of the body structure of 1,000 feet, the meridians, the direction of the method, the construction of the circulation structure, and the explanation was extremely detailed. All the cultivators listened attentively. Even Ning Zheng, who was in a state of mind, was fascinated and benefited greatly. Ning Zheng looked at the luck value and operated the method again, and was surprised in her heart. He didn't hide anything, left a secret door, and announced all the tricks. Ning Zheng was a little surprised at Xi and Shichen's generosity. Of course, he was so generous 100 years ago, and personally announced the method of yin and yang circulation. But Ning Zheng soon guessed why he did that. Xi and Shichen loves fame. As long as he leaves a secret door, countless strong people in the world will find out one day, and his reputation will be ruined. He will not do such a thing. On the foundation of cultivation, there will be no hidden dangers for the human race. This is a sin for all ages. He chose to announce it, fearing that there are more advanced high-end methods. This may be the method he eliminated. He may have studied how to make the 7-color cycle method of yin-yang and 5 elements circulate, and then took out this 5-element cycle method. Wouldn't it be better to suppress you by 1 level in the version? However, this doesn't matter to Ning Zheng. He is slightly surprised in his heart and said lightly, with the 5 elements and yin-yang cycle, I will use the luck value to deduce the last step, the 7-color cycle, which can save a lot of costs. This wave of coming here is still not a loss. Chapter 774. Soon, the sermon ended. The above is the method of establishing the 5-element cycle. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The 5 elements are born in the human body, which can be used to outline and activate the meridians and organs in the body, and use clever strength to reduce the pressure of establishing the 5-element cycle when mortals open the 3 flowers. His voice was full of majesty, rolling and spreading around, as if it was eternal and sacred, creating the method for the world, and sitting and talking about it. Such a method still has flaws. Mortals have 3 flowers, and it is already the limit for a mortal body to plant 1 or 2 spiritual roots, let alone 5 spiritual roots at a time. Only the cubs of divine beasts such as dragons, who are born strong when they are young, had the probability of being able to survive the planting of 5 spiritual roots at a time. The success rate of the method I opened up is only from 100% dead to 5 levels of survival rate. If it is equipped with the 5 elements life-saving pills I personally configured, it can be improved by 2 levels to the level of 7. This method can be further improved. Shiron God craftsmen and even various masters can build auxiliary magic tools, talismans, formations, and the like to improve the success rate. Xi and Shichen look serious. Next, it is time to ask questions. If you have any questions, I will try my best to answer them. All the cultivators began to ask questions. Ningzheng just quietly watched Xi and Shichen's in-depth and simple answers. After the end, after Xi and Shichen announced the method, it became the biggest topic in Jiuzhou. The projection stones of the whole preaching process were sold by the government for only 10 new law coins, which can be said to be an official benefit. Everyone saw this grand event and saw the holy face. In restaurants, tea houses, and every family, there was a projection stone playing, and almost the whole world was watching. Moreover, there are scholars who are famous in the 9 states, who sighed, "You should know that in the first 100 years of our immortal path, the cultivation system was deformed, imperfect, primitive, and crude. Because there are methods for yin-yang spiritual roots, but there are no methods for 5 elements spiritual roots. This has led to almost all cultivators in this 100 years choosing to cultivate yin-yang spiritual roots. After all, even the poorest cultivators will choose to cycle 2 low-grade spiritual roots to establish low-grade immortal spiritual roots. After the immortal path was opened, immortal spiritual roots have become the mainstream, and no one practices the ancient single spiritual root method anymore. However, the 5 elements spiritual roots, cultivators, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, are now unprecedentedly rare. The 5 elements have always been the mainstream of Jiuzhou, but they have ushered in an unprecedented dark period. This has led to the fact that spiritual farmers are unwilling to plant 5-element spiritual roots because no one buys them, and the corresponding 5-element auxiliary elixirs, magic tools, and talismans have also begun to lack a market. But after today, in the second 100 years of the opening of the future immortal path, Your Majesty has perfected the 5-element cycle, making our 5-element spiritual roots once again one of the choices for all living beings. The historical significance of this is so great that countless scholars are discussing it enthusiastically. How can this not be shocking? And it is almost foreseeable that the attribute distribution of the lower-level cultivators in the entire Jiuzhou will once again usher in huge changes. The immortal path is opening, and we are witnessing a great history. Someone shouted in the tea house. Some people even see the essence through the phenomenon. It seems that the academic masters before Jiuzhou are all in Shiron College. The Bone Demon Dynasty has started an arms race, constantly holding press conferences and announcing new products of various eras. In fact, they are all application systems developed based on the cornerstone, and the one who developed the cornerstone is Our Majesty Xinqiao. This is just like Newton's discovery of the law of universal gravitation. Others use this law to develop application methods, such as using this law to calculate how many seconds it takes for a stone to fall to the ground. This is not difficult at all. Someone shouted, "In ancient times, every emperor was an invincible figure who could suppress an era, but the real strong ones have to look at today." His Majesty Josue opened up the era of acquired spiritual roots, and His Majesty Xinhua held high the torch of civilization and moved forward. No! Now the contribution of the Xinhua saint to the era, everyone has cultivated immortality, which has surpassed His Majesty Josue. Yes, such a record has never been achieved in ancient times. In the future, perhaps no one will have it. The world is boiling. The 5 elements spiritual roots, and the yin and yang spiritual roots have completely laid the 2 new cornerstones of the era. This is not the fault of the world's praise, because it is well deserved. Everyone can enjoy this benefit, including Ningzheng, the wait-and-see party. Although some people have begun to speculate. The reason why it was opened up so quickly may be that it was the Eye of Identification plan that was jointly launched with the Sea clan. The analysis burned the entire world and put Jiuzhou on the fire, which broke through the bottleneck so quickly. In any case, Xi and Shichen will definitely go down in history. His achievements in history have surpassed Josue, and he has become the first person in history who deserves the title. This sermon also made Ningzheng, who came back, feel very emotional. I watched 2 sermons that affected the progress of the world in a row. The Night Emperor next door was preaching, and Xi and Shichen here was also preaching. It was very lively. It must be said. From this point of view, Ningzheng still admired Xi and Shichen very much. Although his luck was always not very good, His personal research ability was rare in history. If it weren't for him, the whole world would not have opened up the immortal way. It is precisely because Xian Shichen killed all the Xinhua emperors during the Xian dynasty, burned their knowledge, and used his amazing personal talent and wisdom to create the prototype of the immortal spirit root, that this future is possible. Painters all have to kowtow to Xian Shichen on the other side. In the capital, Xian Shichen was very satisfied with this sermon. I don't bother to do anything about the foundation of the Great Way and the basic practice method. Xian Shichen is a proud scholar in his bones and looks down on people and gods. Your Majesty has been depressed for so long, and finally he is happy and can be proud. Miss Dao smiled. This is the first time I have seen you in such a good mood in 100 years. By the way, this is the surveillance report on the seat below. Xian Shichen used Xinhua to burn the report directly, and instantly understood it. He suddenly laughed and said, interesting, the two people from Shirong Academy are really interesting. Obviously, these two are too good at dealing with things, making the originally happy Xian Shichen even happier. However, we cannot lower the requirements for their orders just because of their flattery. Xian Shichen did not intend to test the mysterious sword forging villa this time, because he is very smart. Even if he did not reveal any clues, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong with the other party. He always felt that there was something wrong with the other party's skills and hard power. Now, it's just right to see the other party's hard power. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. By the way, at this time, Dao Yu suddenly said, just after the speech, Yinhua came to me and handed in the first draft of the weapon. So fast? Xian Shichen frowned. It's only been a few days. How can the drawings be designed so easily? Crash, the fire burned. He burned the other party's copy directly. After carefully pondering the details, he couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. This is a completely different forging routine. They have walked their own way. Just at the first glance, he saw some strangeness. The details and techniques are unprecedented in the whole Kyushu. After all, in the past 2,000 years, Dao Jiujio and others next door have completely completed the foundation and absorbed the relevant technology of forging in the other world. How can a different world as the foundation not surprise the native Xian Shichen? The more Xian Shichen looked at the drawings, the more he admired, happy and excited he was. This is the excitement of scholars seeing the treasure. Good. Good. They are really amazing. One person opened up a branch of the world forging system, and even became a tributary in the vast history. I misunderstood them. This is the world's #1 craftsman who created me. I knew they have real strength. Beside him, Miss Dao Yu smiled gently and said, Your Majesty, they said that this is a celebratory gift they brought to you. They are indeed my loyal ministers, and capable people of the times. Xian Shichen Long was very happy. Miss Dao Yu thought to herself that they really know how to deal with things. They praised him at the table, and gave him the gift that suited His Majesty's heart the most. Chapter 775. When Ningzheng returned to the villa, she saw the 5th statue warehouse being built by a group of people. Ding, ding ding, the clear and pleasant sound of bronze knocking resounded throughout the villa. A group of embers, like little ants, surrounded this statue that looked like a tall building, knocking and hammering, testing the internal capacity in various ways, and making the final corrections. Obviously, this place is really working 24 hours a day. Jiao Cairong introduced, tomorrow. After the 3rd inspection tonight, it will be put into use early tomorrow morning. Well done. Ningzheng praised as the old steward. That's it. Jiao Cairong said, our productivity is increasing rapidly. We have formed a factory assembly line with the gold mud mine, smelting area, blacksmith shop forging parts, and square assembly. Of course, this is optimized by Jiozhong. We are still optimizing recently. Now, through the establishment of the assembly line factory, the output has been greatly increased. Ningzheng asked curiously, is it one warehouse every 2 days? No. Jiao Cairong looked proud. Starting tomorrow, our production line will be completely completed, and the theoretical production capacity is to build a warehouse a day. Ningzheng was stunned. One a day? Are these people cheating? He turned his head and looked at the construction of the huge bronze statue warehouse, which was crowded with people, and quickly reacted. Now, with the crazy death and sudden death of increasing production capacity for more than a week, there are already more than 10,000 dead and alive people in the villa. And each of them is an old player, a skilled worker, and a super worker who doesn't slack off. The cooperation is also perfect. More than 10,000 people working together on the assembly line can indeed create an industrial miracle. Jukarong said, in fact, It can be done in 20 hours. The only difficulty is that there is not enough metal raw materials, and we need to purchase them from the outside. After all, this consumable material is huge. We have harvested a large number of metal or resources from tomb robbing before, and they are almost exhausted. Ningzheng nodded. We are short of ore. What a happy trouble. A Changsheng Emperor's mausoleum is very large. At the beginning, Ningzheng had piled up more than a dozen storage rings with super large spaces just for the metal or reserves. But now most of the reserves of the Imperial Mausoleum have been consumed, and we have to prepare stocks. However, how to quietly get ore from outside without being discovered by the world is also a problem. Ningzheng thought about it, and felt that he consumed 5 million luck points every day, which should not be in vain. As long as he is careful, he can transport it in. It seems that I can't just eat melons recently. I have to go out and transport a wave of materials for my super factory. Well done, I will ask the owner to find a way to transport the ore. Ningzheng said, you just need to use the two forces of the human race and the sea race in the outside world to purchase, hide in the ring, and I will transport it. Jiao Cairong nodded, we are the strongest and most diligent workers, and we are very good at screwing in. Every day we put into production one more warehouse, and every day we can get more luck coins. And the Night Emperor next door is facing a death crisis. He may not have much time left. We must make a lot of money before he dies, and speed up production. Jiao Cairong and others unanimously believe that the Night Emperor is going to die. The real boss of the world next door has appeared, and an immortal has been born. It is not something that the current Night Emperor can fight. They work 24 hours a day to speed up production and development. As a supplier, they supplied more gold mud to the neighbors to build their national treasures and kill the immortals with the whole country's strength. After all, if they delayed the gold mud for one day, 100 years would have passed. It took too long. According to the nature and difficulty of this game, if the national treasures were delayed by just one day, the Night Emperor next door would be dead and defeated. How could they tolerate it? The owner of the manor had been defeated and died twice, and his own adventure team was going to die suddenly. As a logistics team, they were diligent enough. This was obviously a tense and exciting time period for a limited time dungeon. It was normal to be a little tired in the dungeon these days. Ningzheng nodded, good job, keep working hard. We understand. At this time, Yi Guangxiu also came over, holding a title and pasting it on the wall. I am Yi Di. I am fighting a war between gods and demons. I am preparing for it with the whole country. Please send me money. After I return victorious, I will definitely make you the Grand Marshal of the army. The title of the factory production line is hung on the wall, which looks very inspiring. 3 more days have passed. 1 warehouse a day. Ningzheng already has 8 warehouses. The daily luck value is as high as 88 million, nearly 100 million per day. Yes, it will reach 100 million luck value per day tomorrow, which is exaggerated to the extreme. Looking back to the past, Ningzheng used the threat of death to fool the people of Jiuzhou, who turned into monkeys, when he was fighting the human god, and only then did he get a few 100 million. But that is a few hundredths of 1-2 efficiency. Now the giant shrimp civilization laboratory next door is directly brainwashing, which is already half -2 efficiency. Plus, it happens once every 100 years, so the benefits are huge. The only drawback is that Ningzheng's mineral resources are running out. He is an extremely cautious person. In the past few days, he asked Bone Demon King City and Shiman City to secretly purchase a large amount of metal materials and put them into the storage ring. Then he checked the luck value for several days in a row, and only brought the materials back to the villa after confirming that there was no problem. After several round trips, it was barely enough for the reserve. But I have to transport it myself regularly in the future. After all, the demand for gold mud next door is very high. I always feel that I have become a traitor, smuggling our Jiuzhou's materials. Ningzheng had an inexplicable strange thought in his mind. Forget it, how can it be called a traitor? This is called foreign investment. When I have enough money, I will go abroad to bring back all kinds of materials. He comforted himself in this way. And in the 10 days when Ningzheng was making trouble and listening to the speech, 1,000 years had passed next door. In this 1,000 years, a brand new dynasty era broke out. The traditional martial arts and soul systems were eliminated by them, and the entire new generation of people began to practice the third new system. Luck. 300 years of the Yuan dynasty. Since the saint preached again, everyone has practiced a new method. At first, the times were chaotic, and countless cultivators and geniuses were groping forward. Representatives of cities and tribes across the land were able to take back the saint's method and have their own understanding and perception. The focus was also different. 500 years later, the system broke out completely. In some places, those who are good at divination are called fable masters and prophet masters. In some places, those who practice curses are called curse masters, who curse others secretly, and make them suffer 3 disasters and 9 calamities, but they will also die a miserable death. In some places, blessing masters appeared, practicing blessing and selflessness. In some places, they are called feng shui masters, who condense the luck and suppress a place, similar to the suppression of the dynasty's national destiny in the history books, forming a treasure land with excellent luck. In some places, magicians who are good at frontal combat appeared. They have weak souls and weak bodies, and can be called fragile, but they use the luck in the dark to attack and directly impact your luck bar. It is like a blood bar, a third blood bar like a soul bar, which can also cause serious damage or even sudden death after being attacked. In some places, another kind of combat magician appeared, called the word spirit master, who speaks with golden words and is almost true. What they practice is the idealist school of heart is reason, my heart is the heart of heaven, my way is the way of heaven. In some places, a creature called Taoist appeared, who condensed the luck on the talisman, forming various functional spells to exorcise evil and suppress the luck, which can be used for attack. They also condensed their luck on skeletons and corpses, and controlled these corpses to fight for themselves. Of course, the 2 traditional systems of ancient times were not weak either. Soul Tao monks and martial arts monks were still practicing, and slowly adapted to the luck of the new era. They wore magic tools to protect their luck, just like wearing magic tools to protect flesh and blood, and magic tools to protect souls, which made up for their weaknesses and allowed them to rise again and run parallel with luck. Since then, the entire era was a system dominated by the cultivation of luck, which broke out completely. The Emperor of Heaven and Night personally planned 9 states for the world, namely fables, curses, blessings, sorcerers, feng shui, words, Taoist priests, and the traditional 2 ways, soul and martial arts. The 9 states of the world were completely formed, and a saying began to spread: 1 luck, 2 fate, 3 feng shui, for accumulation of yin virtue, and 5 reading. Almost all of them were about the various systems of the 9 continents of the Luck dynasty. The whole world has entered a fast-developing civilization of luck, mysterious, powerful, and extremely comprehensive. Chapter 776. The 600th year of the Yuan dynasty. There are 9 states in the world, and 7 of them are called the 7 schools of luck. As they continue to develop and take shape, people find that most systems are not frontal combat, but only auxiliary. For example, feng shui masters choose the location of tombs, find dragon points, gather the flow of luck, and benefit a sect. For example, blessing masters and fortune tellers, both of which are purely auxiliary. There are only 4 who can really fight. The Ling master, with golden words and jade words, can slightly interfere with some realities. But most of them are balanced and comprehensive, but not strong. One of the schools gradually grew into the mainstream, known as Confucianism, cultivating literary spirit, bookish, speaking eloquently, changing the world, and gradually becoming ministers, starting with the path of scholars. The curse master is good at killing people from behind, and is extremely weak in front. The magician, who specializes in pure luck bars, directly uses the luck bars to attack the enemy, purely comparing size. The strongest school in combat belongs to the Taoist priests. Luck engraving talismans, curses, bad luck can be practiced in other schools, and luck can be transferred to some corpses and skeleton soldiers. The zombies that gather luck have become extremely terrifying. After hundreds of years of development, they have gradually developed a unique method of refining corpses. Refining corpses with ancestors. The metal magic stones all over the ground are metal tombs, the remains of various ancient monks. They use metal stones to refine corpses, forming copper corpses, silver corpses, gold corpses, and other levels. This zombie gathers luck in the body, is immortal, old and dead, and can jump out of luck, and is not within divination. It can be said to be a big killer in battle, very restraining the strong with the same luck system. Gradually, they also combined with feng shui masters to find dragon points, and find a feng shui treasure land to bury corpses and refine corpses. Then, in conjunction with the blessing master, they continue to bless with all kinds of strange blessings, and nurtured in this way. When the corpse rose, it was as if the great terror in the world was born. The neighbor has also started playing with corpses? Shi Yunjin corpse? What the hell is this? Ning Zheng witnessed the rise of an era with his own eyes. It really felt weird to develop to this extent. Ghosts are not allowed to appear over there, So they play zombies? After all, they are still tainted by us. However, this new world of focusing on luck made Ning Zheng amazed. To be honest, Jiuzhou is very unique. Because the cultivators in Jiuzhou practice 2 ways at the same time, their progress is very slow. The 5 bodies and 4 organs, the 9 realms of the physical body are flesh and blood. The 3 elements and 2 phases, the spirit, energy and spirit, and the 2 phases of yin and yang are the soul. After that, they collected them with 1 heart, and the 2 paths of soul and body merged into one, and the soul, the third mysterious system outside of flesh and blood, is almost not even explored in Jiuzhou. But now it has become the mainstream here. I modified this history. It is precisely because of the golden mud that was accidentally synthesized by our sword forging villa that the system of this world was shaped. 10 days later, after slacking off and attending the Xian Shichen press conference, Ning Zheng looked at the situation on the other side again and sighed softly. Ning Zheng felt complicated about influencing the direction of civilization in a world. But it's okay this way. Jiuzhou has been trying to dabble in this luck method recently, trying to practice 3 ways at the same time. Feng Wangyi is an example of attracting disasters, and they all want to become lucky beasts. Now there is a method here, and it is constantly deduced. When the time comes, Ning Zheng only needs to pick the fruits of victory. On the other side, in the EC of Kyushu, in a mural space of the fake history of time, several blacksmiths were laughing and continuing to operate the Imperial Mausoleum adventure town of the history of time, and they were very happy to make various suggestions. And Bai Xingling was sitting cross-legged, studying the new method announced by Xian Shichen. My attribute is gold. I couldn't cultivate the yin-yang cycle before, which made me very weak. Now, the 5-element cycle is finally here. It just so happens that the mysterious treasure that Master gave me a while ago helped me reshape my foundation and accommodate the 5-element cycle. What should I choose for the other 4 heavenly spiritual roots? As the son of destiny, he has a lot of heavenly spiritual roots in his pocket, and he suffered from choice difficulties for a while. Ha ha ha. The chattering blacksmiths nearby were arguing, which annoyed Bai Xingling. He could not help but turn around and shout, "Let me be quiet for a while. Fake Guangxiu, I'm thinking. Fake Jukarong, I'm studying how to run our adventure town well. Bai Xingling, I really can't stand it. Their brains may be a little abnormal due to the synthesis of embers. Managing them is really not a job for humans." In a studio not far away, the painter stopped painting and took out a scroll. The painting turned out to be a slight space vortex wave, projecting a scene from another alien world. Obviously, the metal world next door also had a picture frame he secretly threw for peeping. Speaking of which, he often did this kind of thing in history, giving paintings to other people, such as the painting of Shirong Academy, which is still under surveillance in the warehouse. Of course, only those blacksmiths dared to pee directly on his paintings. Flipping through the pictures, he saw some pictures from another world. It's like this. The painter showed a surprised expression. He couldn't imagine that the world over there would develop into this, with the prosperity of luck. In just 2,000 years, all kinds of unusually brilliant civilization flowers have erupted. Sure enough, some of the seeds thrown out have bloomed into different flowers. He pondered. Of course, he couldn't kill everyone in the history book of time in an instant, so he chose to exile. The second reason was that he hoped that the other party would discuss the world next door. The third reason, of course, was the extreme scarcity of the ancient bronze luck ability, so that the other party could go to the next door to spread out and develop some excellent civilization systems, skills, and magical seeds. The system of luck was also scarce for him. He smiled a little. Yes, that Knight Emperor? He has some tricks. He used this method to transform himself into a barbarian native and avoid the identity of an invader. He suddenly looked at the chattering Night Madness outside, showing a little surprise. I didn't expect this guy to grow up to such a level. Sure enough, they are all very qualified. How could they not have strong minds and plans when they were thrown here by the ancestral demon gods to manage a core industry? It just takes a period of growth before they can show. I suddenly felt that he didn't lose much by drawing them before. At least they were still valuable. He took a look at the Night Madness he drew, and then his eyes fell on the Night Emperor in the other world. There will be a new painting again, the Night Emperor's rule of the world. He thought about it, called the fake Night Madness, who was chatting outside, pointed to the majestic and supreme emperor in the album and said, "Do you want to be him?" The fake Night Madness was stunned and looked at it. It was a majestic and powerful emperor, whose broad shoulders seemed to carry the whole world. He sat on the throne of the world, with a golden scepter leaning on the throne, and his 10 fingers separated transparent strands of destiny, pouring into the common people, under the 9-day cloud. If the human god is a puppeteer of the flesh, then this emperor is the puppeteer of fate, and he seems to control the fate of everyone in the endless sky. I want to be him. Fake Knight Guangxiu felt an incredible sense of familiarity, and couldn't help saying, "Then be more obedient recently and manage this town well." The painter said in a cold and meaningful voice, "You will soon become him and replace him." Chapter 777. 900 Years of the Yuan Dynasty. Because they majored in the luck value, their luck bar was very long. They were like ordinary mortals, with extremely weak souls and bodies, but they possessed mysterious great powers, seized the creation of heaven and earth, and mastered the vision of the past and the future. Luck is added to me. I am the man of destiny. Their civilization is extremely special and abnormally powerful. Each of them is like an alternative trumpet protagonist, with sudden enlightenment, deduction, divination. Running around the world, calculating the mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and divination of all kinds of people. The great evolution of people allows them to rapidly improve themselves and explore their deep system applications. In just 1,000 years, it is comparable to the way of flesh and blood, the soul, and the time process of honest development of hundreds of millions of years. But this is just the beginning. It can be foreseen that when their supreme and great emperor of destiny, consuming the power of the whole country, cast the cornerstone of their civilization's suppression of luck, life, and death testament, the cultivation system of this world will explode at a terrifying exponential rate. It is even so strong that it will move some immortals. This is a dazzling and terrifying civilization, with a potential that is rare in the worlds of Ganges sand, and its power in all aspects is not weaker than the Kyushu civilization next door. It can even be done. Just at the level of transformation, there is a chance to threaten the legendary immortal. Of course, this is the path planned by the Night Emperor. Only in this way can there be a chance to grow quickly and fight against the immortal who is about to break through. Generally speaking, immortals spend thousands of years breaking through, nurturing, and finally coming to the world. Then, the immortals who are born will preach again to this world that has just been opened by the big explosion, leave the Taoism, return to the original body, and then leave this world. But, once this immortal is born, he may see an extremely terrifying scene. Yi Di and others may be leading people to surround and kill him. This terrible situation has never appeared in the past. Of course, the immortal may know what is happening in the outside world now, but what can he do? There are only two choices in front of him. 1. Don't break through and go out directly, but in the transformation of my realm, can he beat the other party and a group of subordinates? 2. Continue to become an immortal, and then go out. A dilemma. The most impeccable calculation in the world is an open conspiracy. So, before I, the Night Emperor, was born, I had calculated step by step until today, trying to take the path of luck to transform my realm, gather the luck of all living beings, and use my mortal body to go against the sky. But, I still have to grow faster. On the throne, the Night Emperor said with cold eyes, I calculated him with an open conspiracy, and he also saw that the crisis was coming, and would not give me time to accelerate my birth. What we are fighting for is just who is faster. His eyes were calm, and the depth in them seemed to contain the vast stars, evolving all kinds of calculations, and foreseeing many futures. The Night Emperor was good at calculations when he was immortal before he crossed over, not to mention that he now mastered the way of luck, and could peek into a corner of the world. After hundreds of years of development, he is no longer the same as before. Not long ago, he personally released 37 emperors of the masked era in the history book of the years and controlled them. All 37 of them began to copy the magical power of golden mud, follow the path of destiny, integrated into this world, and began to deduce the path of destiny. Even the strongest person, who had opened up a great era of more than 5 million years, the face-covering emperor, became his deputy. With the concerted efforts of these big guys, there was finally another major breakthrough. A majestic voice passed through the 9 clouds, and went straight into the 9 states of the earth. Pass on my will. At the beginning of the creation of the world, I will start the 3rd sermon. And this 3rd sermon is the last sermon of the Kaiyuan Hongming period. 3,000 cushions will be set up again. I hope that the ancestors of the innate race, who were born when the world was first opened and all things were first evolved, will cherish it. The world is boiling again. The Night Emperor opened the destiny of heaven and created the prosperity of humanity. The fortune of the people is like a dragon, and the fate is seen. The spirit of the Night Emperor has never been seen since ancient times. The Yuan dynasty has been 1,100 years. Since the Night Emperor preached, the world has once again ushered in a short outbreak and ushered in the next era. The world has already turned upside down, under the current sound training system. Some babies are born sacred. At this time, thousands of years after the beginning of the world, some powerful races began to establish clans and invite blessing masters to their descendants, and bless them one after another, so that they would have continuous good fortune. In Ning Jing's words, these babies have hundreds or even thousands of luck points when they are born. Don't underestimate these hundreds of points. A normal person's luck value is only about 10 points, which can be said to win at the starting line when they are born. It is conceivable. Their future experience and growth are just like the protagonists. In the past 100 years, almost all the sons of various countries and sects have been blessed with auspicious signs after they were born. Immortals and gods have come to the sea, purple air and golden lotus, and all kinds of incredible weather frequently cover the sky above the 9 states. However, accidents occasionally happen. For example, in Fuzhou, one of the blessing system continents in the 9 states, a princess of a small country was born. The king was very happy, and personally invited the 12 strongest witches in the world in Fuzhou to come and bless. Each witch gave the princess youth and beauty, freedom from disease, amazing luck and other incredible blessings. But at this moment, the 13th witch came in. She was angry that she was not invited. She thought that only 12 of the 13 strongest blessing masters in the world were invited, and she was the only one left out. This made her lose her dignity. She wanted to retaliate against it. She offered the most vicious spell in front of the baby's cradle. She cursed. The princess would have a comfortable and happy childhood, enjoy the blessings and favor of everyone, and be loved by heaven and earth. But on her 18th birthday, she fell into a deep sleep amid the celebration of countless people. On the day she came of age, her luck value was infinitely reduced, like a bottomless pit, absorbing the luck value of people around her, and she could die at any time. Time flew by, and the 18-year-old princess fell into a deep sleep amid the celebration of the entire imperial city. The king invited each witch to help again and again, but they had no way to do it. They said that only a hero with amazing luck could wash away this bad luck curse and wake the princess up with a kiss. The legend of Sleeping Beauty began to resound throughout the world. From then on, all the major forces no longer dared to neglect these seemingly powerless blessing masters, and dared not invite only 1 or 2. Every time a newborn was born, they had to spend a lot of money and invite all of them at once. This was also the tacit understanding of the blessing masters. They practiced this way and could only make a living from it. They tacitly formed an alliance and asked you to invite them all at once to avoid uneven benefits. The world gradually began to have rules. Although most of the professional factions were not good at fighting, they also had their own way of survival. Even professions such as divination and feng shui were not dared to offend them. They could only invite us at the same time to share the pressure and prevent people from favoring one over the other. In today's era, they still cannot practice the unique cycle method of Jojo. They only practice one magical power, and the speed of practice is fast. In addition to blessings, various ways of destiny, enlightenment, understanding, and breakthroughs, as if with divine help. Originally, one statue reached the transformation realm every 3 or 4,000 years. Nowadays, if you bless it with all your strength regardless of the cost, and bless it with a variety of massive resources, it only takes 1,000 years to break through to the transformation realm. This is an unprecedented mythical destiny era. Even the old people from the old era burst into tears and said, "I came from the old golden martial arts era. I am fortunate to witness this incredible future, witnessing that even the high-ranking immortals and gods will envy our era." Some people even put down their bold words. Why follow the traditional immortal god path? In the future, we will become immortal gods. Some people frankly said, our civilization is rare in the world. Even immortals are afraid of us, a group of great mortals who control destiny. Civilization often does not progress step by step over the years, but leaps in the node mode of civilization explosion. A weak civilization may, due to some opportunities and uniqueness, directly become an unknown system that even immortals have to respect in 1 or 2 steps. This era is a mythological era full of confidence. When the world was first created, they firmly believed that everything would come true. They firmly believed that they were the most perfect system and the most perfect civilized race. They called themselves people of destiny. They did not worship immortals and gods, but wanted to break the shackles themselves and become immortals and gods who were high above and span many worlds. Chapter 778. Yuan Dynasty 1103. The times have changed dramatically and exploded again and again. Under the blessing of many foreign emperors of the 9 provinces of the overlay era civilization, and under the pressure of the imminent death of the immortals, madness was pushed, exponential growth occurred, and a new node was ushered in. The son of the Night Emperor, the legendary Son of God, was born. Both parents are emperors. This gift from heaven and earth, I am afraid that all the gods in the world will be invited to bless. The next generation of the Holy Emperor, the Prince, was born. On this day, the child of the Night Emperor, and Yitianai was born. In theory, the stronger the person, the more difficult it is to give birth to a new life. But obviously, the couple received enough blessings. It cost a huge price to let the fortune of countless strong people with good fortune wither and drain, and finally pry the fortune, and finally gave birth to a child quickly. This is something that only this great and unique civilization can do, interfering with the probability of the birth of offspring. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on giving birth to the Son of God. Congratulations, Your Majesty. An extremely terrifying scene appeared before the eyes of the world. All races came to congratulate, and various rare treasures were continuously offered. In the nursery capital, all the gods offered the strongest blessings, and the prestige was at its peak, unparalleled at the time. This kind of grand occasion of a dynasty winning the hearts of the people has never been seen in ancient times. The strong men in the world, even the overlords of the old martial arts era, respected this Night Emperor very much. Because he had a miserable origin, but he was grateful and returned the favor, opened up a new era, benefited the people, and overthrew the invaders from outside the domain and won back their territory. Each of these is enough to make people die for it. This child is destined to have an extremely bright future as soon as he is born. Alas, with the progress of the times, even destiny can be cultivated, and the theory of luck has been understood by the world. Originally, wild geniuses could rise, and the legends of the protagonists of the storybooks were circulated, and they were recruited into the sect. But now, this luck has been taken away and artificially created, and no wild protagonists are born from the grassroots in the outside world. From now on, there will be no noble sons in the poor families. Of course, with the understanding of the world and the glimpse of the rules of heaven and earth, all obscure truths have been discovered and mastered by us. Be careful, now life and death testament has not been established, so there is such chaos. When the artifact is established, Your Majesty controls the destiny of the world, so naturally some geniuses with strong destiny will be born quietly in the poor family. But this is man-made after all, just a grassroots genius randomly created by man. This is ridiculous. Wasn't it originally a genius randomly created by heaven and earth? It's just that it was randomly created by heaven and earth, and then by Your Majesty himself. As Your Majesty said, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by heaven, and this fate and this heaven are all in my body. All races came to congratulate, and many knowledgeable old prehistoric gods and demons, as well as the ancestors of various races of the mythical beasts of this era, looked at the high and mighty god of destiny and whispered constantly, "TSK, TSK, the times are going on, the trend is so great, we can't stop it." The Night Emperor is only more than 2,000 years old now, and he is still a young junior in the old civilization. I didn't expect him to become the #1 in the world. He is still so young, I am afraid that he will really be immortal in the future, become destiny itself, and suppress the world for thousands of years. This world is mysterious. I don't know where the future will go. While everyone was discussing, the gods had already completed various powerful blessings. Voila! The world erupted with mysterious and powerful visions, as if celebrating the birth of some gods. The Night Emperor stood up on the throne, held up the screaming baby, and said with a smile, "Child, from the moment you were born, the gods of the whole world have blessed your birth. Your name is Yishan Yen. You must remember that our dynasty and the world hold the most powerful wisdom and destiny in the world, and we are destined to rule everything. I also believe that you will use this destiny with caution. One day, my life will reach the end, and you, my child, you will be the new emperor of destiny." Click. The shocking picture of the gods disappeared, and Ningzheng lowered her head in the quiet room at the foot of the mountain in Zhujian Villa. Current stored luck value, 431 million. Current daily consumption luck value, 5 million. Current daily harvest luck value, 99 million. The 9th bronze statue warehouse was put into use on the day when Yi gave birth to his son. Ningzheng's income has reached a very amazing and exaggerated number. 431 million is the result of the hard work in the previous half month, but Ningzheng can get 990 million in the next 10 days. This is still Ningzheng's premise that the growth of one warehouse per day is not taken as the premise. Moreover, even if the 5 laboratories of the history of the years are full of the 12 golden men, Yi is very sensible and has already laid out other areas outside. Guaranteed that you will be satisfied with the suction. Ningzheng likes such sensible and cooperative customers. Wait a little longer. I will study my 5-element spiritual roots. Looking at the luck value of more than 400 million, Ningzheng felt a little itchy. But he learned his lesson this time. If his luck is not strong, he will be easily attacked by some old men. However, in the next 10 days, the immortals will probably come out of the mountain, right? Ningzheng showed a thoughtful look. They have been building artifacts recently, and their movements are getting faster and faster. Theoretically, they should be able to catch up. Early in the morning of the next day, Ningzheng walked into the sword-casting villa. It was no longer so chaotic here. The assembly line was completely mature and well organized. Even because of too many sudden deaths, the blacksmiths had a large number of ember workers to help them build the gold mud warehouse. The blacksmiths, were bored again. It really fits the legendary law. The busier you are, the more sudden death you will have. The more idle you are, the more you will live a healthy life. After many sudden deaths, a large number of AFK babies appeared to help with the work. The blacksmiths did start to take care of their health. Now, they get 1% of the 99 million luck points, which is 990,000 a day. This is a very exaggerated number. You know, before the establishment of the 2 major bases of Shirong and Bone Demon, Ningzheng did not dare to imagine that he could have 2 million luck points a day. Now, the blacksmith himself gets half of it every day. Even if it is divided among a group of blacksmiths, it is still a very considerable income. After getting the new currency in the game, the luck coin, they started to have fun and draw cards crazily. There is no way. The ancient bronze warehouse assembly line can no longer keep them busy. Alchemy room. Guaranteed luck, charge for me. A group of people started to synthesize, and this is a great pleasure of drawing cards. How can you not draw cards when you make money? Blacksmith shop. Ding ding ding. Frantic ironwork. The luck is guaranteed. God bless me. I will become the Emperor of Europe and research a new magic weapon blueprint. Spiritual farming area. Face covering, change it for me. Change it. Change it. Oucher and his assistant, Dai Xiaohu, are constantly praying and worshipping around a mutant spiritual root, and they are almost bowing their heads. It's not that they are superstitious, but that this world is so superstitious. Even now, with 990,000 luck currency every day, he also applied to Jiosai Rome to concentrate all the remaining luck value of the villa for 5 million to make a big wave. First use the savings to update the version of the face covering spiritual root. After all, face covering is the foundation of all blacksmiths. Jiosai Rome also agreed with this view, so he started the update, and faced a wave of mutations of this face covering spiritual root. Clatter. With the blessing of luck, everything is moving in a good direction. Finally, a brand new covering spiritual root appeared. 10-sided spiritual root, can copy and store 10 kinds of spiritual roots for quick switching. A brand new spiritual root appeared. Ningzheng was also curious. Sure enough, after they make money, they will still spend it on me. The villa makes money, and the villa spends it. A number suddenly appeared in Ningzheng's mind. All Saints. 2.9 billion, originally 3 billion, now cheaper? Ningzheng thought for a while. It seems that they updated the version of the covering spiritual root in advance, which can reduce the cost of Ningzheng's update. And 5 million will reduce 100 million? Ningzheng's mouth twitched. It is obvious that letting the blacksmiths cultivate it personally will make more money. After all, think about it. Use the luck value in one breath to exchange for a fairy weapon that fell from the sky, or use the luck value in sections, so that the blacksmiths can develop and create this fairy weapon again and again. Which one costs more? It is obvious. It seems that the blacksmiths can continue to study and reduce my expenses. Ningzheng took a deep breath. Chapter 779. It can be done. Ningzheng's heart was burning, confirming the possibility of this idea. Using the blacksmiths who have begun to rise and are barely usable, maybe they can get a 50% discount, or even more. It's too bad to buy directly. Perhaps, the wait-and-see party will be online again. As we all know, many auxiliary professions rely more on luck. A good blacksmith, when the state and inspiration come, can perform beyond the ordinary and create peerless magic weapons. The spiritual farmer cultivates mutant spiritual roots, which depends on luck. In this case, everyone in the next-door world of destiny is the protagonist, which is probably a paradise for secondary professions. This luck is not as good as the soul and flesh in frontal combat, but it is an all-purpose auxiliary route. You can let the opposite side of the Night Emperor study the luck flow blacksmith skills and the luck flow spiritual farmer skills, and use them for the blacksmiths in our villa. Obviously, It's not that the opposite side can't think of this, but they are too busy and don't have time. The several major systems in Jiuzhou, Taoist priests, divination, blessing. The main professions are not yet busy. How can there be time to study the secondary professions of the new era? And they are also busy building national artifacts. How can they have time to deal with such things? The whole world over there is very tense, like an unstoppable civilization chariot, moving forward at a fast speed, preparing for war. They can no longer stop, and there are only two ways waiting for them. 1. The high-speed civilization chariot hits the immortals hard. 2. The car is destroyed, and the people are killed by the immortals. However, they are busy. If Ningzheng speaks up, I believe that the Night Emperor will also order some departments of the court of that world to help divert their attention to study the entry-level skills in this area. This is a bargain, don't miss it. If your villa becomes stronger, can't you help the other party faster? The other party will only delay the entire dynasty for 10 years at most, which is only a few hours. But Ningzheng got the luck method of iron forging and spiritual farmers, which can be improved a lot, and can better transport golden mud for them, and even update the version of golden mud. Golden mud is the cornerstone of cultivation in that world. A few hours of effort, I believe he won't refuse. Ningzheng looked at the Night Emperor, who entered the Blessing Destiny era, and got married, and had children 1,000 years later, and couldn't help but stare at him silently. Ningzheng entered the housekeeping room, called Jiuzhai Rong, and immediately said, "Write a letter to the next door, and ask Yi to study the blessing and application of the professions such as luck blacksmith, luck spiritual farmer, and luck embroiderer, and use them for the blacksmiths in our villa." Okay. Jiuzhai Rong's eyes lit up, and he stood up from his desk and said enthusiastically, "That's what I mean. We have long wanted to become stronger." The luck coins they had obtained before were very few, and they could only be used as a bonus. Now a surge has allowed them to enjoy the treatment of lucky protagonists. According to common sense, if you make money, you have to spend it. But you have to study how to spend it, using unique luck methods to achieve higher benefits, and be thrifty is the kingly way. Jiuzhai Rong was a little excited and explained, "I take care of this. It's not bad to learn the skills of a lucky blacksmith. After all, we are free again now." It's interesting to say that after a large number of our blacksmiths died suddenly from being busy, they immediately became free and left behind a group of clones, who maintained the logic before our sudden death, and worked overtime crazily on the factory assembly line. We were so bored that we even started to learn the 7 major cultivation professions next door. "Oh?" Ningzheng asked curiously. "Don't we communicate with the neighbors every day and get their cultivation methods? The mask can be changed into any system. If we copy the spiritual root of the golden mud, we can follow the cultivation route of the neighbors, feng shui, Taoist priests, blessing. Although, after copying, it is only half of the original magical power, but we don't mind." Jiuzhai Rong said, "We are currently mainly learning these 3 things. The Taoist priests are learning fighting corpse training, drawing talismans. It requires a certain amount of accumulation, and also needs to play with corpses. Our corpses were thrown into the forging furnace to fry weapons before, which has changed our ancestral tomb model to a certain extent. In the future, we will not only commit suicide to forge our embers and corpse weapons, but also use our own corpses to refine, focusing on self-production and self-sale." Ningzheng glanced at him. "What a self-production and self-sale! Why should we learn from the natives of Kyushu to rely on our ancestors? We rely on ourselves. We don't rely on our ancestors, but on ourselves, refine our own embers, refine our own corpses, and focus on self-reliance." Ningzheng nodded. "I have already felt in you the so-called epic and self-reliant golden dream." Jiuzhai Rong scratched his head shyly. "Your Excellency is too kind. We are just self-reliant. Let's not talk about Taoist corpse refining, and another profession, the Blessing Master, is also a future hot profession we are discussing," he said with a beaming face. "In our hometown, this is called adding buffs, which is very useful. Our blacksmiths are very keen on this. A lot of people are learning it now. The first is Epiphany buff. Although it's expensive, it's very useful." He kept introducing it. With their level, they are not good enough to become real blessing masters, so they can only do temporary buffs. But it's pretty good. The permanent buff next door, which is called birth blessing, is actually not permanent, but it lasts longer and can last until adulthood. When the child reaches adulthood, he will rise on his own and will not need this kind of power. Ningzheng followed Jiuzhai Rong to the blacksmith shop, which was already a high-rise building with countless sections, and opened the eye of appraisal. Duang duang. The hot air rolled, and the blacksmiths were forging iron. Name, Dao Jiuzhou. Gender, male. Cultivation, Sanyuan Realm Chi Realm. Status, Enlightenment buff, Luck Blessing, 21 minutes left, Comprehension increased by 20%. Concentration buff, Soul-specific magic pill, 31 minutes left, improved concentration. This is the updated data on the Eye of Appraisal. Now you can see the changes in luck value. This Eye of Appraisal is only run independently in the Sword Forging Villa, with an independent server, Zhuangling Jiuzhang. There is no such structure in the outside world. Most people do not cultivate luck, so of course, they cannot see the changes in luck. As for the soul concentration buff, this is not from the blessing of luck, but from the blessing of the soul. It is a kind of magic pill that acts on the soul. Blacksmiths have been using it for a long time. The side effect is that the lifespan is reduced, but it doesn't matter at all. Of course. It is worth mentioning that they used boiling blood pills when they moved bricks before. The medical clinic produced it, which also reduced the lifespan. This belongs to the blessing of the flesh and blood. In fact, every profession in the villa has been taking medicine to work and working. Whether it is the traditional soul path or the traditional physical body, they all have their own buff blessing technology. But the luck path is more special, and the blessing is more mysterious. Well done. Ningzheng used the Eye of Appraisal to identify several blacksmiths in succession. Now, under the blessing of the Epiphany buff, our various professions are growing rapidly. Jiosai Rong said, "Sir, we will soon have super geniuses in various professions. We call this state super body. Overclock brain mode." Ningzheng nodded, naturally understanding that they need praise. Very good, very standard. He was slacking off these days, and the blacksmiths gave him some work again, which was not bad. It is probably because I haven't read the forums recently. The forum has long been studying and discussing this kind of buff, the role of various Taoist priests, fortune-telling and other professions. Next door is the world of destiny. Now, isn't our sword-casting villa a small world of destiny? We naturally have to have 7 professions. We are the origin of the golden mud. The blacksmiths are so good at copying, and they are copying like crazy. This time, they are obviously trying to put a hat on the Night Emperor. It's a bit unethical. But Ningzheng likes it. The usefulness of this system for the sword-casting villa is simply, the descendants of the 9 provinces dig up the ancestral graves and dig up the children. Of course, we also have the profession of Feng Shui Master, and we are also studying it. We have created a practice room that gathers Feng Shui and luck, so that those blacksmiths can practice in it faster. Jiosai Rong was very proud. Every time you enter, the low-level practice room will deduct 50 points, the medium level will deduct 500 luck points, and the high-level room has not been built yet. After all, we Feng Shui masters also need commissions for building this kind of gathering luck array. As he said, he took Ningzheng to a new place that had just been built in the villa. Practice room, it is also a building. It must be said that now all the professional areas in the villa have been transformed into high towers, buildings, and ancient palaces. Ningzheng walked in and glanced casually. The so-called low-level practice room is just a hall. There are no private rooms. On the cushions, the blacksmiths sat on the nodes to practice, with mist lingering above their heads, and they also lit incense to clear their minds and concentrate their spirits. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of blacksmiths who come here to practice. Their original covering spirit roots, copying statues, are fast. Coupled with the practice in the blessed land with rich luck and the auxiliary immortal tools made before, the speed has reached a new level. Now, more than 300 people in the whole villa have broken through to the Sanyuan realm, and the rest are all in the Sizang realm. Of course, for the Erxiang realm, there is only one miling fish food god in the villa now. But the number of middle-level strong cultivators in the villa is comparable to some small Holy Land sects, which is very good. Chapter 780. Next, Ningzheng, who had always been lazy, visited the villa again after a long absence, observing the unique and beautiful buildings. The training and upgrading room, the job transfer square hall, and the guaranteed luck card draw are more and more like the game they are talking about. How long have I not been to the villa? But that's right, 24 hours a day. With the construction speed of the monks, a building can be built in a few hours. Ningzheng found that they were really obsessed with games. There is a special obsessive-compulsive disorder that is determined to turn this alien world into the world in their minds. The next afternoon, he walked around the very tall blacksmith shop building, the hairpin tower building, the terrace fields in the spiritual farming area, and the alchemy room building, and the recently built statue career square, the alchemy room, and the bronze statue warehouse casting assembly line. Now, the golden mud warehouse assembly workshop is 5 stories high, It is assembled 24 hours a day by Zhuangling Zhou and a bunch of logically looping Ember workers. In addition, it is also equipped with mechanical carts to carry goods up and down the floors. And the spirits of each mechanical cart are undoubtedly Ember blacksmiths. Even the floor elevators in the workshop building are the Ember spirits of a blacksmith. Of course. Each mechanical device has a slot to insert a soul-calling banner, which is what they call the Human Emperor banner, and the banner contains an Ember blacksmith. Yes! Now their Human Emperor banners can be inserted into any Mountain Villa magic weapon at will, even on the street lights along the way, to give the magic weapon intelligence. There are 1,000 living blacksmiths in the Mountain Villa, a total of more than 10,000 people, and these more than 10,000 embers have been transformed into small colorful flags by them using the latest technology. Along the way, Ningzheng saw many mining carts, transport trucks, and puppets with small flags of various colors flying in the wind, working. He even ran to the bulletin board to accept tasks. And those dolls are also very interesting. For example, the ember passing by Ningzheng had a small flag on his head, and then lit up the eyes of his ember doll. The two eyeballs were written with mysterious golden characters of flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Dai Xiaohu, upper 6, he even gave his own Palude baby a number, for fear that others would not recognize it. Ningzheng really didn't know whether this sword-forging villa was a mechanized villa or a scary villa with ghosts wearing mechanical skin. But he had to admit a fact. The sword-forging villa can automatically produce various low-end weapons, and it is no longer the same as it used to be. In the words of the blacksmith, it is a different era now, and the world of immortal cultivation no longer uses traditional manual iron making. Automation, assembly line, 24-hour operation. These are Ningzheng's 3 impressions of the newly built workshop building after a tour. Apparently, there are Palude babies everywhere, helping them work. Sword Forging Villa is now really on the right track, and has a unique order. Along the way, he also greeted the blacksmiths in various areas. When the blacksmiths saw Ningzheng coming, they also hid in the dark to chat. Wow, am I dazzled? The old steward is here. I'm so moved that I'm crying. By the way, when was the last time the old steward came to inspect Phuket Island? I almost forgot that our sword forging villa has an official NPC old village chief. I thought it was a game where we could farm completely independently. If you're inspecting the various occupational areas, it feels like you haven't been here for several months, right? Ningzheng was a little embarrassed. It was indeed a while since he had inspected the various positions. Usually, he would come to the management office at most, issue a task to Jiutsirong, and then go down the mountain. He silently felt guilty for his laziness for 2 or 3 seconds. But this was all based on the fact that they were having a lot of fun. For example, he had done Taoist, Feng Shui master and other occupations in the past few days. And it's not like they don't contact the outside NPCs. Don't they often go to the Bone Demon King City and Shirong Academy to take on tasks? Ningzheng walked around and was filled with emotion. It was already dusk. He also had a rare conscience and had a bonfire party with them in the square for the first time in a long time, watching them dance, sing, and sit down to eat skewers together. Although the architecture and various painting styles of the villa have been changing, the only thing that remains unchanged is their bonfire activities every night in the square. Lin Daiyu, standing on the stage, was crazy, holding a microphone and shouting the following song, I want to dedicate to my favorite old steward. The vast horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green mountains. The KTV microphone master appeared, and his voice shook the villa. The lively bonfire party was almost 7 o'clock, and everyone was very happy and ready to go offline. Before Ningzheng left, she reminded Jiutsirong, we cannot rush to update the cover. Although the cover is the foundation of our blacksmith practice, it is not very needed in a short time. We can update the spiritual roots of the golden mud first, so that we can better help the other side. Jiutsirong was stunned for a moment. I know, the update of the golden mud can also increase our warehouse reserves. I will discuss it with them. The next morning, after a short period of leisure, the blacksmiths of the villa started to roll inward again and continued to work diligently. Perhaps Ningzheng went to the grassroots for inspection yesterday and gave the blacksmiths a boost, so that they began to work hard to study the gold mud spiritual root of gold attribute. And today's 10th gold mud statue warehouse also began to be put into use. Boom! In the square of the villa, a golden man was involved in the space turbulence and disappeared without a trace. Current storage luck value, 520 million. Current daily harvest luck value, 110 million. Daily luck value, successfully exceeded 100 million. It was another beautiful day. Ningzheng opened the window and looked at the sun in the sky. Wait, it's not even dawn yet, and the sun is secretly sleeping in again today. This day is really cool. Ningzheng has experienced the fun of it, and his heart has gradually become firm. To help Yi get rid of the crisis. During this period of time, he felt the pleasure of this crazy daily increase in income, because the blacksmith civilization of the villa led by the alien adventure team changed dramatically. He can never go back. If the Night Emperor was defeated and lost his country, he would return to the pre-liberation period and return to more than 2 million per day, which Ningzheng could not tolerate. Now there are only two ways to win. First, speed up the construction of the national artifact over there. We can't help with this. The only thing we can do is to optimize the Golden Mud version, so that he can create a better artifact embryo. Second, I will become stronger myself, and then I can personally come to the alien world to help. It's not impossible for a newly broken immortal. To be honest, Ningzheng has been stuck in the One Mind and Six Apertures realm for a month. His first practice was so slow that he didn't break through a realm in a month, just like a turtle's speed. In the final analysis, it was because the 5 elements of spiritual roots were not optimized. Ningzheng now plans to optimize one of the 5 elements of spiritual roots and plant the first one first. He will not think about the 2.9 billion All Saints covered in the short term. After all, he needs to optimize several versions before he has a chance to reach the limit. His eyes are now on the Golden Mud. After all, this thing has been optimized for several versions, and is closer to the limit. Some versions were optimized by the blacksmith himself. Some versions were optimized by a group of native masters in the other world through natural mutation, and then passed back by the Night Emperor on the opposite side, so that the blacksmiths can breed new Golden Mud according to this. Although, the version sent from the other world did not expand the capacity of the Golden Mud, but other functions such as absorption speed, application efficiency, and combat methods were improved. It turned Ningzheng's simple storage warehouse into a magical power with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Ningzheng pondered, this Golden Mud was originally synthesized by using my Golden Turtle, Golden Boy, and some of my flesh and blood, and even some residues from the history book of the years, and is a bronze statue of the head of the 4 great beasts that is returned to its ancestors. It also contains my flesh and blood, which is compatible with me to a certain extent. It can be used as my first 5-element spiritual root and stuffed into my body. Today, Ningzheng has a yin-yang cycle in his body, but cannot establish a second 5-element cycle. Because the cycle cannot be rootless duckweed, there must be an anchor point in the body. Only by forcibly implanting the first 5-element spiritual root can a 5-element cycle be built with this anchor point. Ningzheng's anchor point starts with the gold-type spiritual root of Golden Mud. After all, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth all start with gold. However, Xian Shichen obviously has a trick up his sleeve. He teaches you, a cultivator with 5-element spiritual roots, to establish a 5-element cycle, but he doesn't teach you how to plant the initial anchor point of the second spiritual root cycle. But it doesn't matter. I spend it myself. A number appeared in Ningzheng's mind. Epiphany. The body is possessed by the devil, the 5 bodies are destroyed. The 4 organs are broken. The meridians collide. The 3 flowers are confused. The 2 phases burst. A blessing in disguise, the second cycle anchor point of the spiritual root is opened up. 300 million luck value. 300 million is acceptable to Ningzheng. After this wave, the Dharma image may be seriously injured, and the 3 flowers will be picked once and restored again. After all, this barbaric and primitive pure luck method, abruptly breaking through the bottleneck, naturally has a lot of side effects. Come on! Ningzheng took a deep breath and went into seclusion. The body was in chaos, and the devil began to go crazy. A chaotic and violent aura filled the meridians and circulated throughout the body. 3 days later, Ningzheng opened his eyes again. His body was covered with wounds and bleeding. He smiled. It's done. The entry point of the second cycle of the 5-element spiritual roots has appeared. Chapter 781. He felt that an artificial anchor point of the 5-element cycle could be implanted in his body. But he frowned slightly. This artificial anchor point is like an external organ, which establishes an external artificial cycle, which is not natural. My current situation is a bit like the cycle of those pseudo-people who took over the body, and the spiritual roots grew on the neck, which is great defects. Although I am not as crazy as the ancestor of mankind, I am still an external object, an external spiritual root, and there are flaws. Ningzheng fell into deep thought. For Ningzheng who pursues perfection, this side effect may be a bit big. There are currently 2 ways to make up for this defective foundation. 1. die again, King Gui, and had the opportunity to make up for the foundation again. 2. Sacrifice. The final winner of the sacrifice era can enter the sacrifice, use the sacrifice as the origin of all things, make up for his own foundation, perfect and evolve his own race, make up for various flaws, and then become an immortal. It is normal to make up for the defects of the foundation cycle, if you can even become an immortal. It just so happens that the extremely precious Xian is in Ningjing's hands. It's too troublesome to go the way of resurrecting the Ghost King. Ningjing took a deep breath. Xian is my best choice. Wait until I establish the 5-element cycle, then go to Xian's brain, and completely integrate this external 5-element cycle into the body, and completely integrate it. He calculated the future plan and looked at the outside world. 3 days passed. The blacksmiths followed Ningjing's instructions, and they received 990,000, 1.1 million, and 1.21 million luck points every day for 3 days. Using the luck points obtained, they studied the version of the Golden Mud and updated another version. And fortunately, the immortal civilization next door also exploded, with countless protagonists, and also updated a version of the Golden Mud. With the help of internal and external forces, the version of the Golden Mud has approached the theoretical limit of the heavenly spiritual root, similar to the level of 3 billion in all saints. I want to update the Golden Mud, Ningjing said silently. In the dark, the luck gambling table appeared, and the chips that Ningjing needed to pay emerged. Golden God, one thought of golden prosperity, one thought of annihilation and disaster, control the luck of living things, create disasters and dead things, turn stones into gold, and all things can be turned into golden mud. Luck value consumption, 500 million, only 500 million, not 3 billion. This means that after frequent updates, this golden mud itself has approached the final critical value. It saved Ningjing 2.5 billion. Sure enough, spending money directly is a big mistake, and letting people study and update is the most practical. This golden mud can turn stones into gold, and turn other things into golden mud. Ningjing's eyes were hot. So far, only some special objects can carry luck, such as magic money, golden turtles, and golden mud. If ordinary wood, flowers, and bones can be used as luck warehouses, then Ningjing would not have to frantically create golden mud as a transportation team. But what about now? This magical power can turn stones into gold. It can turn some objects into golden mud properties. For example, if you turn a piece of wood, you can store luck and turn it into a luck container. How powerful is this? It is equivalent to turning out some materials for making luck instruments. Ningjing looked at the current luck value. He just spent 300 million, but 3 days later, it skyrocketed again. Current stored luck value, 616 million. Current daily harvested luck value, 143 million. Don't worry, take it easy. After 2 days, spend another 500 million of this golden mud. At least 300 million should be on hand to be safe. Ningjing continued to wait. 2 days later, the realm was also stabilized. Ningjing brought a new version of golden mud from the mountain. Ningjing directly reduced 500 million and directly broke through the golden god. So far, the ultimate golden mud spiritual root was born. Boom! A brand new golden mud appeared in Ningjing's hand. Without any hesitation, Ningjing directly began to implant the first ring of the 5 elements spiritual roots, the gold spiritual root. Boom! This time the spiritual root implantation was surprisingly simple. Ningjing's luck was extremely strong, and it would come naturally. He felt the surge of power in his body, and felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction. The second spiritual root cycle has begun. And the gold spiritual root has inherited all the magical powers of the golden mud, which means that I can now use the 7 systems opened up in that destiny world. Of course, Ningjing first chose to experiment with turning stones into gold. He stretched out his hand. A colorful vase on the desk in front of him was instantly enlightened. But the material structure was not changed, it just glowed slightly golden, became more resilient, and could store luck. Luck vase container. It seems to be a unique treasure. And it also has a kind of bad luck power that absorbs luck. If this vase is placed in a normal person's home, it will probably bring bad luck to people. And turning stones into gold costs a lot of mana. Ningjing felt silently, even as powerful as I am, it is not made casually. Large-scale luck containers still rely on the golden mud warehouse. But this thing is obviously more suitable for making magic tools than golden mud. The strategic significance is extremely amazing. The luck monks in that destiny world basically have no corresponding weapons, robes, and boots. Because this system has just been opened. But now, once the Midas touch is released, that world has similar basic equipment materials, which can be used after a little refining, which can greatly increase their strength. Send a golden god to the blacksmiths in my villa, and let them update the version. Ningjung said calmly, and you can chat with our Night Emperor. This golden god is a sure kill, and it will be of great help to the neighbor. It can definitely be exchanged for a lot of good things with our Destiny Emperor. Thinking of this, only 4 days later, Ningjung opened the space vortex again. Hua la la, the majestic face of a golden-robed emperor appeared on the opposite side, in a magnificent palace. Ningjung glanced at him, and said straight to the point, recently, the Destiny artifact has been built. More or less. Yi Di nodded, not pretending to be aloof, but very approachable. It is almost entering the final node, injecting the artifact spirit. As for the artifact spirit, we are still discussing with you which 7 kinds of heavenly spiritual roots to use to circulate, and make the 7-color artifact spirit. Ningjung said lightly, this is indeed a big deal. Obviously, the blacksmiths were busy again during the 3 days of retreat. It is estimated that the forum exploded again. You can take a look later. Yi Di said, because this magic weapon is too special, we will also wipe out the consciousness of this artifact spirit, so it does not need a brain. The artifact that controls the line of destiny is too terrible. If it has a brain, it will even become the heavenly way in mythology, and in turn puppet the common people and enslave him, the Emperor of Heaven, so he can't tolerate such a thing happening. Ningjung smiled mysteriously, I have a brand new version of Golden Mud here, which has the power to turn stone into gold. Perhaps it can bring great help to your civilization, and has the power to fight against immortals. Oh, Yi Di's cold eyes suddenly lit up. He had great expectations for this extremely mysterious owner. Chapter 782. Ningjung is certainly not a blacksmith or a riddle teller. She went straight to the point, and briefly described the magical properties and market applications of this golden god. Although Ningjung had never been a salesperson, she had seen blacksmiths selling goods. After hearing this, Yi Di was shocked. Turning stones into gold. This function is enough to raise their civilization level to a higher level. Moreover, if this treasure is used to help the casting of this national treasure, it is likely to be several times stronger than expected. After all, their life and death testament is basically made of pure gold mud, with some other media simply assisted. But it is monotonous after all, and this turning stone into gold can turn various top material treasures in their world, such as the sacred wood, the martial arts bone, the large jade spine. These top manufacturing treasures become special materials that contain luck, and the creation of this artifact is a qualitative change. His breathing became a little faster, and he calmed down and said, I will naturally agree to whatever the owner asks for. When things are stable, there will be a total of 10 continents, including Jojo and Nursery. 12 bronze statues will be built in each continent, and the 12 bronze statues in the history book will still be preserved. This is the biggest bargaining chip he can offer. After all, the cultivators in their Destiny world also need luck to cultivate and develop. Their luck dynasty originally had to extort the luck tax from the people, and it also had to be reduced by something like 2. If Ningjung took more, it would shake the foundation of the country. Ningjung nodded, that's great. They both had their own psychological prices, and the transaction between the two sides was very simple. Ningjung didn't say much and directly sent the golden god over. Crash. The space fluctuated. The Night Emperor looked at the golden god falling in his hand, silently sensed it for 10 minutes, and after confirming that there was no problem, he suddenly laughed and said, Come here. Come here. I suddenly felt that I was loved by the destiny of heaven and earth, and I opened a method to evolve the foundation. Come quickly. Soon, countless ministers and monsters came, and they were shocked to see the birth of the golden god. You are worthy of being your majesty. You really have the talent to know everything, and you are the first person of destiny. You are worthy of being the person of destiny. Sword casting villa. Ningjung laughed dumbly. If he is the person loved by destiny, then am I not the person of destiny? The Night Emperor is quite boastful. But Ningjung certainly understands that this is to consolidate the ruling power and establish majesty. This is why Ningjung doesn't like to be a leader. The various tricks and the balance between the emperor and his subordinates are too troublesome. It's better to be an idle salted fish and relax. The blacksmiths are self-reliant and provide themselves with various resources continuously. No wonder Yi Di envied his blacksmith and wanted to open a branch on his side, because it is really useful. Take it, this is the golden mud that the owner of the manor modified for you. Ningjung walked into the square, threw a golden god to them for rebreeding, and told them that this was the latest version. All future golden statues must be made according to this. In less than 2 hours, the latest version of the Golden Mud inspection report was released. Geotcyrone was extremely surprised. Fuck! The cost has doubled? Various top metals and consumables are required. Dao Jojo didn't care, but the cost effectiveness has increased. If the previous volume of the Golden Mud was 260,000, the current volume of the Golden God is 400,000, which is a huge change. Before, the return was 200,000, 26 minus 20 is equal to 6, and each piece of gold mud only made 60,000. What about now? 40 minus 20 is equal to 20, and each piece of gold mud made 200,000. This profit ratio is amazing. Making a lot of money, damn. Ah! Our daily profit has more than tripled. Exaggerated, someone is cheating. Bullshit! We make money by strength. Wait, then don't we have to renovate the original warehouse of ancient bronze statues and golden men in the future? So annoying. This is called happy troubles. Go back to the furnace one by one to rebuild. As the saying goes, the leader says a word, and the subordinates run their legs off. Ning Zheng went back to fish, but they were miserable. They were all working hard to update. 3 days later, the blacksmith worked 11 hours a day, working around the clock, and finally updated the warehouse. The version of the gold mud was completely updated to the end, and there was no possibility of moving forward. And it only took more than a month, because of the right time, right place, and right people. Not only did the blacksmith's Yin-Yang creation furnace help, but there was also a world-class genius who could grow up 100 years a day, working together to precipitate, optimize, and mutate. Such a coincidence can only be said to be difficult to replicate. It is precisely because of this special situation that the original price of 3 billion spiritual roots can be obtained with only 500 million. You know, the price of hundreds of millions to billions is the range of resources at the level of the transformation realm. 3 billion is an astronomical figure that stands out. Current stored luck value, 646 million. Current daily harvested luck value, 325 million. Ning Zheng looked at the numbers, and couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. The snowball started rolling again, breaking through 300 million a day, and it is still growing exponentially. In the neighboring world's Chiyun rapeseed field, Ning Zheng's income must be increasing rapidly before reaching the harvest limit. Sure enough, improving the golden mud first is the best solution. It can optimize the capacity of the warehouse, and allow me to have my first 5-element spiritual root. Now that one warehouse is added every day, the storage capacity of 50 million is optimized to 25 million in profit, which is exactly half. At this explosive speed, the 3 billion stage of other 5-element spiritual roots is not far away for Ning Zheng. He finally survived the cocooning period, and soon the next 5-element spiritual root will be on the stage. And the next spiritual root will undoubtedly be the spiritual root All Saints covered with a face. 300 million a day is something I could never dream of before. Ning Zheng was secretly happy. After a few days of hard training and breakthroughs, and a wave of transactions with the Night Emperor next door, it's time to relax. He sat on the recliner in the yard and couldn't help but open the game forum for the first time in a long time to see what the leaks are doing now. The forum was extremely lively, with countless posts. One of the posts was quite popular: Open Beta. When will the Open Beta come? Airman Cuckold Painter, I have been having a question recently. Why is there no quota for this 1,000-person internal beta suddenly? It's been a long time since the 1,000 blacksmiths, planner, come out and say something. We want quotas. We want quotas. Also, the internal beta has been going on for more than half a year. When will the public beta be launched? Are you sure it will be launched during the biological explosion? Can you go in and pinch your face, pinch your race, become one of the tribes that created the world, and start farming? I'm so jealous. If this game continues to develop like this, it will probably be an open beta test. When we enter the game, those 1,000 players will become 1,000 creatures of the old era, old players, prehistoric demons, riding on the heads of our face-shaping race. Maybe they will also become the leaders of various forces in the game, guide NPCs, professional mentors, cut our leaks, and treat us as fools. Is this fair? It's not fair. If I had known earlier that there were only 1,000 fixed places for the closed beta test, the benefits would be so great, and I would have been willing to spend tens of thousands of dollars before. Someone is posting complaints. With the public beta being approaching, and the recent major gameplay update, many people are jealous. They also want to play. Now everyone has at least 7 or 8 Palu babies. This is a pet working village. Who doesn't want to go? And the development trend of the blacksmiths is that they will not delete the internal beta. Those internal beta dogs, who are innate gods and demons, Won't have a crushing advantage? Many people are making a fuss under the post. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Delete the file. Strongly request to delete the file. The game must be fair. Arrowman Cuckold Painter. That's right. Delete the data. It's only been more than half a year, and those blacksmiths are almost becoming innate gods and demons. Your game is almost over. For the sake of gameplay, it's best for you to delete the data. Xiaoshan Jijuzi. Restart the timeline. We have to go back to the time when the sword forging villa was opened, the Pyeongchang city version, and then we will all develop together again. A group of people called for deleting the data. Ningjung ignored him. What should I delete? To restart the timeline, I have to be able to do it. The gameplay of the Real Flow game has always been like this. The main feature is unfairness. Chapter 783. He read other posts. On the emergence of the Taoist profession, corpse refining, talismans, may be the secret promotion of a certain Night Emperor. Let the other world also become a corpse party. Tis TSK, the Night Emperor has a son. He really cultivates the sixth body every night. There must be 3,000 beauties in the harem? Play with all the saints and sons? I'm so envious. The strongest profession, blessing master. The horror and comprehensiveness of the buff aura, the future trend of games, the output of water, the iron support. Ningjung clicked on the post discussing professions. After all, there was no combat profession system before, and now it can be upgraded, and various popular professions have begun to discuss strength. In the post, the blessing masters of the world of destiny were also discussed, and it was speculated that they might be neutral professionals in that world in the future. No matter who reaches the top and who rules the world, it has nothing to do with these blessing masters. They are responsible for blessing, just like the blacksmiths and other professions in Jiuzhou, who live very long. Interesting. Ningjung closed the post and clicked on another one. Jiutsirong. Big game update, magic money is eliminated. Luck currency becomes the mainstream. As of today, we get 3.25 million daily luck coins, which seems to be a lot, but it is still not enough, because this is the public property of our villa, and we used it to update the golden mud a while ago. Now that the update is completed, we are starting to update the covering spirit root. Every day, we spend more than 3 million, just to make a sound. When this thing is completed, we will have the strongest player flow copy spirit root. But then again, when we were secretly developing and preparing to surprise everyone, it seemed that there was another fight outside recently, in the West Sea, and the East Sea also felt some shaking of the earth. I don't know who is fighting who. Anyway, it's very strange. Ningjung raised his eyebrows slightly. During the 3 days of his retreat, there was a fight outside again, but it was not in the East China Sea, so he could barely accept it. He had never been to the West Sea, so he had no control over it. Looking at the turmoil, it should be a disaster. Did Feng Huangyai and the others fight? Of course, it could be that the Dragon Clan was reborn, or the White Tiger Clan rose up. After all, the White Tiger Clan is the 5 elements of spiritual roots. After Xi and Shichen announced the method, they are the ones who benefited the most. They are about to become fairy tigers. It is normal for them to be unable to restrain themselves. Also, we sent the weapon drawings to the royal family of Party A few days ago. They expressed high approval and put forward some modification suggestions. We are ready to start the official construction and build the 9-spike divine weapon. Jiutsirong chattered about some recent situations. Ningjung didn't expect that so many things happened in the outside world during his retreat. It was obviously right as he guessed before. The storm was coming, and the chaotic world would not calm down, but would only become more and more terrible. But coming and going, it's just a few people fighting, wanting to be the final winner. Anyway, Ningjung no longer has the Bronze Emperor vest, and has already planned to withdraw from the finals. Wouldn't it be nice to be a non-professional player in the logistics and harvest the foreign exchange of the neighbor? There is no need to fight madly in your own world and fight to the point of bloodshed. Now the outside world has nothing to do with Ningjung. He is just slacking off and recuperating. After all, he made a breakthrough a while ago and is now seriously injured. He needs to recover slowly. Okay, I've finished reading the memorials today. Ningjung closed the forum, stretched his waist, and began to study his golden divine root. His first golden spiritual root can learn the professions of Taoist priests, blessing masters, curse masters, etc. He was still very curious about this. He did not use the quick comprehension ability of Qiyun gambling table, but learned the Qiyun method of the next world, blessed himself with a continuous enlightenment buff, and began to learn by himself. This is more cost-effective. Soon, he was immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He suddenly thought of something and sighed. Speaking of which, why hasn't Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor appeared yet? I still want to get his magical powers. On the other side, in a mysterious sea area, Dragon Palace. Since the Dragon Clan's ancestral tomb was secretly dug by Ning Zheng and Xian Shichen, two wicked human race masters, the Xianji War broke out. The strongest Dragon Clan, which is only below the human race, was immediately hit hard and disappeared for a long time, hiding here. The nine-headed Dragon Emperor opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of light. Finally succeeded, this emperor has completely lived a second life. Xian Shichen, you actually plotted against me, tricked me into committing suicide and becoming a ghost, and now, I have been reborn and come back again. And Shirong Manor Master, you two human beings. The nine-headed Dragon Emperor's eyes were full of murderous intent. The human race is the most cunning. He hated these two bastards, who dug his ancestral graves. As the most arrogant divine beast dragon in the world, it is a great shame to have his ancestral graves dug in public. He is awakened as an ember, but he did not use the traditional way of awakening the Ghost King, because that is too slow. It is the mode of superimposing a large number of embers, increasing obsession, and then forcibly eating the flesh and blood of the offerings to awaken to the demon Ghost King. But this awakening has great side effects. Integrating the obsession of other creatures, the embers overlap, hundreds of souls, will become a huge soul mixture, and it is easy to lose oneself. After all, if a bunch of people's memories are mixed together, are you still you? But the nine-headed Dragon Emperor is special. His 8 heads are responsible for receiving those chaotic embers and memories. If 8 heads go crazy, they go crazy. He has 9 heads, so he is not afraid of the confusion of this memory fusion. In this way, he has now successfully awakened. The Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor was very happy. Your Majesty, you have finally awakened successfully. You are the strongest in the world. Each head is a cycle. 9 heads are 9 cycles. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor shook his head. It's just theoretical combat power. The various immortal roots in the world are extremely strange. By the way, have the White Tiger Clan and the Phoenix Clan fought recently? The Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor nodded. Yes, according to intelligence, the White Tiger Clan is very warlike. If they can't find our old enemy, the Dragon Clan, they will challenge the Phoenix Royal Clan of the so-called Four Seas dynasty. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor showed a hint of sarcasm. They are still so warlike. Not to mention the Xuanwu clan, they are born like this. It is a natural defect. They are not active, and do not fight with the world, but it does not mean that they are stupid. They Xuanwu should also be practicing the 5 elements method in secret, and use various methods to upgrade to the immortal Xuanwu. Now with the outbreak of the times. Although the speed is different, the 4 great beasts have basically begun to enter the fairy beast. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor said, the White Tiger Clan also has research experts, who are constantly researching the advancement of the 5 elements' spiritual roots. Now that Xian Shichen has announced the method, the White Tiger Clan has completely broken through the bottleneck. The human emperor is nothing but a despicable villain. He announced the method at this time to deliberately let the White Tiger Clan rise up and contain the Phoenix Clan. What good can the human emperor be? At the beginning, they also announced the outbreak of the pseudo-human disaster. They also changed the pseudo-human's characteristic of not being able to infect wild animals, allowing the Sea Clan to be possessed by pseudo-humans and forcibly dragged onto the human pirate ship. Now, they announced this 5-element method, which is even more despicable. Your Majesty, should we come out now or continue to hide? Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor couldn't help but say. The 9-headed Dragon Emperor stood up and said indifferently, of course, we will come out. It is meaningless to lie dormant. Lying dormant means that we have no resources, and cannot get the latest immortal technology. Now the era is exploding, changing with each passing day, and all kinds of incredible technologies are breaking out one after another, all of which are impacting the final node. There is only one seat on the highest throne of offering. Hongmeng, the Eye of Identification, these core technologies are not in our hands, and we will fall behind them step by step. So, we have to go to the Four Seas dynasty and challenge the Phoenix like the White Tiger Clan. It seems to be a challenge, but it is actually pressure, and then we will join forces to manage the dynasty again and divide the interests of the Sea Clan's immortal weapon Hongmeng. And there is also the ancient Bronze Emperor. I couldn't take action before, but now we have all improved, and we can have another fight. A fierce fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. The mysterious ancient origin behind the scenes, the Bronze Emperor made him curious. Chapter 784. Bone Demon King City. It is extremely peaceful here. They don't know that the dragons who disappeared for a while are preparing to come back. In the Bone Demon King's palace, the Bone Demon eunuchs and Bone Demon Palace maids are completing their daily tasks. In fact, there are no tasks to complete recently. After all, everything is on track, and the city begins to run in an orderly manner. There is really nothing for them to do. The national spirit Hongmeng is maintaining the operation of the city. So most of the blacksmiths still go to the next door villa to draw cards, and rarely come here recently. But other people can go everywhere, but Yin Shuangyin can only sit in the office. I feel like I'm in prison, and I can't be a free man. Originally, what he thought was cool became boring in life and work. It's not even as easy as the wedding dress town next door. Lin Daiyu is there with a group of hairpin girls, doing all kinds of things, very free, and it has become a private guild for female blacksmiths, and no one is watching. Walala, at this moment, a black cloud came over the sky. Roar! A huge nine-headed black dragon hovered in the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure, making the people in the city a little breathless. Yin Shuangyin raised his head and widened his eyes. Nine-headed dragon emperor, awakened, turned black. The nine-headed dragon emperor slightly looked down at Yin Shuangyin in the palace, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Although he knew that the other party was just a manager and a pawn pushed to the front, but the Bone Demon clan stepped on the dragon rope, stepped on the dragon ladder, and sat on the dragon throne in the past was unforgivable. Start with you. The nine-headed dragon emperor said coldly. I am innocent. Yin Shuangyin was startled and groaned in his heart. Why didn't the old steward come to work as the emperor today? Otherwise, he would be killed today. Why would it be my turn? Speaking of which, the old steward seems to have not been killed once so far. If he doesn't become a ghost king, he is a bit behind the version. Your Majesty the Bone King, why don't you come to work today? He quickly hid under the table, pressed the red emergency button under the table, and shouted, Hongmeng, go to the South China Sea to ask Guanyin. Ask Feng Wangyi to save me. Boom. The next second, Feng Wangyi's Dharma image arrived instantly, and suddenly soared into the air. On the other side, the emperor of the White Tiger clan also appeared in front of him. Obviously, the battle not long ago had formed some kind of agreement with Feng Wangyi. The two Divine Beast clan leaders looked at the nine-headed dragon emperor and snorted. What are you doing here? Let's fight. The nine-headed dragon emperor glanced at Yin Shuangyin hiding under the table, snorted coldly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The two people followed closely. On this day, the world turned upside down, and a certain sea area collapsed directly. Ningzheng also felt that there seemed to be a fight outside. But he didn't have the vest of the Bronze Emperor, so it was difficult to peek, and he couldn't tell who was the winner, which was a bit regretful. He even came to the Bone Demon King city to dress up and sit on the dragon throne as the Bone King. It's better to take it easy, after all, I'm still injured. Half a day later, Feng Wangyi came back. The matter has been resolved. The Dragon Clan, join our Four Seas dynasty, and share the benefits. As for your previous provocation of the Dragon Clan, I have settled it for you. Feng Wangyi's eyes fell on Ningzheng's dragon robe and dragon throne, and said with a strange look, but this outfit needs to be changed. Don't anger the Dragon Clan again. Okay, sir. Ningzheng nodded. Feng Wangyi was also a good boss. He would not be ignorant. Obviously, the Phoenix and White Tiger clan spent a lot of effort to prevent the arrogant Dragon Clan from causing trouble for them. Then, they started a meeting of the Four Sea Beasts to rule the ocean again and divide the benefits. Ningzheng just listened from the side, participated in the Dharma image as the Bone King, and then continued to fish. In this way, they discussed for 3 days, and discussed endlessly. Finally, they confirmed their respective interests, and called the Ghost King to invite disasters, and the human Emperor Xian Shichen to prepare for a big event. Although the matter was confidential, Ningzheng was also qualified to watch. They were ready to attack the ancient Bronze Emperor again. Nine-headed Dragon Emperor. After all, that guy controls the Imperial Mausoleum and collects a lot of resources. We can't let the ancestral demon gods grow like this. Feng Wangyi, that's right. First clear out the strongest faction, and then we can fight. Xian Shichen, indeed, they are mysterious and unpredictable. I always feel that something terrible is brewing in the dark. This time, I have developed a new ceiling formation. He must not escape by flashing again. Ningzheng was amused. Not to mention, as the first person in Jiuzhou, Xian Shichen's last 7-color sky spirit root cycle ceiling formation was exaggerated to the extreme. Ningzheng forced to spend hundreds of millions of luck points to break through. This time Xian Shichen is so confident that I am afraid he will have to take out the ultimate ceiling formation. If Ningzheng is sealed again, It may cost more than 1 billion to break his formation. It's very interesting. Fortunately, my vest was lost and replaced by someone else. It was someone else who was beaten. Ning Zheng continued to eat melons, practice, and watch them discuss. He came to work every day, slacked off in meetings, and secretly practiced the luck system next door. Not to mention, he was at a high level, and had the buff of enlightenment, so he practiced the entry-level spells very quickly. Only when he encountered some difficulties, did he choose to spend his luck points for enlightenment. With such crazy learning, each system has reached the entry level of the next-door Sanyuan realm. According to Ning Zheng's estimation, he saved at least 10 million luck points in 3 days. It's so cool. He has completely found a way to save money. Every time he saves money and practices, Ning Zheng feels that he has earned money. While these 3 big guys were preparing for war and frantically preparing to sneak attack the Bronze Emperor, Ning Zheng also got a little over 1 billion luck points in 3 days. It's a bloody profit. Over at the sword casting villa, 1 billion was spent, and the covering spirit root should be able to be updated. The second spirit root can be obtained at any time, but Ning Zheng is still a wait-and-see party, ready to continue waiting. At this time, the next timeline has also come to 3,000 years. Destiny World. After 3,000 years of training and growth, the Night Emperor's majesty has become more and more intense, even making mortals dare not look directly at him. 3,000 years is a period of change of an era. In the past era, 3,000 years was enough for a person to grow in the transformation realm. What's more, now it takes almost 1 or 2,000 years to get out of the transformation realm, which makes the young race ancestors of the new era biological explosion enter the peak of the world. At this time, it has returned to the first peak period of the Destiny era. And the son of the Night Emperor, like the legendary protagonist of Destiny, went to the lower world to train at the age of 12, and had various adventures and legends one after another, which resounded in various regions, and all kinds of experiences became good stories. Even the son of the Night Emperor personally came to that palace, and kissed the cursed sleeping beauty awake in the crystal coffin. The couple became a good story. The young couple traveled everywhere, and broke through the transformation realm in succession in just 1,000 years, reaching the peak of the world. Moreover, Yi Shenyan hated evil as much as he hated evil. He wanted to create a new world belonging to God, calling himself God, and with the help of the life and death testament that had not yet been completely perfected, he cancelled the fortunes and lifespans of some people and changed their fate. The evil ones were punished, and the good ones were rewarded. He kept writing about the fate of the people in his notes. The first son of the Night Emperor, who held the power of the god of death between heaven and earth, gradually spread to the world and made the world fear him. It was like the most severe judge of life and death in the world. However, at this time, the son of the Night Emperor went out to travel one day, and was camping in a valley at night, when a terrible giant hand attacked. This power seemed to break through the limit of life and reach another level. It's an immortal. Yi Shenyan showed an extremely horrified look. Emperor Zongwu, you actually came out. You became an immortal, and you attacked a junior like me, which is simply shameless. And soon the news came that Emperor Zongwu invited Emperor Yi to a decisive battle on the West Sea. What? Emperor Zongwu just came out quietly like this? Isn't that Emperor Zongwu upright, arrogant and domineering, and never uses dirty tricks? Hee hee. It's just that other people were not worthy of using it before, and now the threat of Emperor Yi is too great, so he can only use such despicable means. It's ridiculous. Immortals are afraid of a mortal. Everyone in the world is talking about it. It's too sudden. But think about it carefully. An immortal quietly breaks through the barrier and comes out, and then attacks a junior. Who can stop it? The world of destiny is turbulent in an instant, and it has come to the moment of life and death. Chapter 785. Jiuzhou, East China Sea. The sea water is floating, and outside the city wall the evil gathers. Kill! Kill! In the huge bone demon king city, the endless transparent embers from the outside world are surging like a tide, and a large number of monks are defending the city. As this period of time goes by, not to mention the complete collapse of the food chain in the outside world, there are always talented people among the billions of embers, and they are initially transformed into the birth of the Ghost King. Moreover, now they are already trying to attack this bone demon king city. A small wave every 3 days. A big wave every 10 days. Very frequently. Of course, the current ember disaster is not very powerful. Even some monks took the initiative to hunt at the gates of various areas of the city wall, resist, and obtain ember resources. It can be said to be a feast for monks. I don't know how many young generations have made money from this, bought standard weapons, and embarked on the journey of cultivation. Some people say, now is the last carnival of the destruction of the world, the will before the death of the old world, the last gift to them, the natives of the old world. Some people also say, this is the will of the old world, hunting down the stowaways who try to escape to the next world. Endless people have turned into wrong souls, and come to claim their lives. It is hunting down all creatures who try to escape this world-destroying catastrophe, and sneak into the next Big Bang era. There are many different opinions about the destruction of the world, and each has its own reason. At this time, in a palace on the city wall, several top bosses in Kyushu are overlooking the tide below and discussing the plan to attack the Bronze Emperor. This ember tide is getting stronger and stronger. Feng Huangyi looked at the city below. The embers were surging like a tide, but she was not surprised at all, and said lightly, the birth of the Ghost King in this era has become more frequent. This ember attack and military formation method, although raw, are flexible and changeable. There may be a newly born Ghost King behind it. The White Tiger Emperor took a look at the battle below and laughed. Humph, as the disaster of the Ghost King breaks out, the Ghost King leader will naturally be born. The disaster of the False Man will also give birth to the False Man leader? He attacked us a while ago, and sneaked into our cities, and can no longer be found. The two disasters are naturally equally terrible. However, the False Man just hides his presence. Maybe some high-level and middle-level people are now mixed with false people, who like to infiltrate silently. Maybe there are a lot of false people in the young generation who are fighting against the Ember Tide. After all, it is a disaster that will exterminate their descendants. Xian Shichen raised his eyebrows. To be honest, aren't the leaders of the Ghost Kings of the Embers of Calamity those ancestral demon gods? We should deal with these ancient ancestral Ghost Kings, and then we can carry out the follow-up cleanup of the current Embers of Calamity. I was not there last time. This time they will definitely be doomed. The nine-headed dragon emperor smiled. A person's magical power will not change. The few switching forms of their bronze emperors have basically understood their magical powers, and calculated and targeted them one by one. How can they be our opponents in a fight? Ning Zheng continued to eat melons as a junior on the side, and like the giant shell elders and others, he sat at the bottom seat and shivered. Just as Ning Zheng was preparing to watch a big battle and develop silently, he was moved and said in surprise, the fairy next door was born? This made Ning Zheng have to focus on the next world. Why is the world always so chaotic? I really don't even have a few days to rest. The Imperial Tomb Adventure Town. The painter was sitting cross-legged and practicing, showing a satisfied look. This luck method next door is much stronger than the Bronze Statue King back then. During this period of time, he continued to practice and benefited greatly. After all, the King of Bronze Statue mastered the way of luck and defeated Xian, which was indeed unparalleled in the world at that time. But that era was too primitive, so the method was very crude. And now, he exiled the revived Bronze Statue King, whose authenticity he didn't know, to the next world, and really reintroduced a suitable new method of luck. Now he practices, and suddenly feels amazing. Taoism, divination, blessing, curse. All kinds of methods have enriched his various tactics and systems, and can even modify his luck in the dark, making himself lucky during this period. If I had this trick before, I wouldn't have to teleport away to deal with these ancestral demons. It would be easy to kill them silently. His combat power is amazing, but it is inconvenient for him to do it himself, and it is easy to be exposed. And the way of luck just meets his requirements. If it is not convenient to attack head-on, then the luck attack is also perfect. Moreover, he now has mastered countless backgrounds, the clones of the common people. The luck of these people was harvested on him, making him as lucky as a dragon, and he could cast stronger spells. It made him much stronger. At this moment, he suddenly found that there was something unusual in the Bone Demon King city. Xian Shichen and others were discussing countermeasures, and they frowned. They actually came to me. This is really a troublesome matter. If he comes back, the Bronze Emperor may really be defeated. But he couldn't do it himself, otherwise it would be easy to expose his identity. He was in a dilemma, but at this moment, he also found the invitation to fight in the neighboring world of destiny. Zongmu Emperor, want to fight the Night Emperor? We are so busy here, and the people next door are also going to be busy. He suddenly felt helpless and chewed the meaning carefully. I have cultivated my luck and just learned to bless my luck. I am in the prime of my life. Why do I suffer from misfortunes? No. If you think about it from another perspective. This is not misfortune, but fate favors me, making me as lucky as Bai Xingling. He suddenly realized something. Both sides are fighting at the same time, seemingly unrelated, but in fact, they are all attacking the Bronze Emperor. That Night Emperor is carrying the Bronze Emperor, so how can he not? Zongwu Emperor is fighting the Bronze Emperor. And here, everyone in Jiuzhou is also fighting the Bronze Emperor. Both worlds are fighting the Bronze Emperor. There is a move. When the Destiny world takes action, it is the time for the Night Emperor to reveal his trump card. The painter smiled and picked up the brush. The Night Emperor fights me while I draw him. It just happens that I draw a Night Emperor of the 9 provinces, who crosses the world and comes to deal with Xian Shichen and others. He looked at the fake Knight Guangxiu, who was laughing, and suddenly showed a hint of understanding. This guy is the original, just updated and transformed into the Night Emperor. And when the Night Emperor is fighting fiercely, he will drive the Bronze Emperor to fight the Zongwu Emperor. I can update another Bronze Emperor, and let the Night Emperor drive the Bronze Emperor to fight Xian Shichen here. His painting skills are not just simple painting, but also have various derived painting skills. He has a shadow play skill. Generally speaking, his paintings are not like the original, very stiff, logically flawed, more embers than embers, and need constant repair. But now, he can use the projection painting mode to watch the battle of the Night Emperor in the Destiny world, replicate his fighting spirit, and bring it into the Night Emperor here. The projected painter, Yi Di, has some of the fighting charm of the original body to fight against Xian Shichen. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Fighting in the air, painting in the air, it's simply an art. He smiled gently. Interesting. This is a shadow play, shadow projection. There are 2 ED fighting. This method not only helps me out, but also adds some fun, showing my unprecedented painting skills. Fate is really on me. He smiled indifferently. The cultivators in this Jiuzhou world, such as Feng Wangyi and others, also began to try to cultivate some rough fate, but their luck was always far inferior to his. Now, all kinds of destiny, opportunities, and coincidences in the dark are biased towards themselves. How can they beat themselves? How can they see through themselves, just like in front of them? With the initial luck gathered together, he cleverly avoided their attacks on himself and explored his true self. You can stare at the battle of immortals next door and paint. He suddenly laughed heartily, carefully opened the most precious box of colored ink, took out the drawing paper, and prepared to paint a stunning painting. He named the painting he was about to paint Immortal Battle Night Emperor picture, depicting an ancient battle destined to be written in the history of the world of Destiny. The battle between mortals and immortals has never happened in ancient times, and it must be an eternal painting masterpiece. At this moment, the fake Jukarong, fake Yi Guangxiu and others beside him also pulled by Xingling and hurried over to sing a battle song for the painter. Who can tell me if there is such a pen that can draw a pair of eyes without tears? It can keep the fleeting time in the world, and make all the beauty never fade away again. If so, I can comfort myself that I can draw some light in the night without you. Their voices were gentle, as if they were telling a sad and tearful myth. They lined up to hum. This was a song written for the painter, which touched his heart, and even made the painter recall the most distant past. Bai Xingling was even more moved. These ancient demons are very talented. Master's painting seems to be really to keep some eternal figures around him, so that all the beauty will never fade away. Chapter 786. The World of Destiny. The Night Emperor didn't know that the 6th brother next door, Xian Shichen, was preparing to team up and start fighting the Bronze Emperor. He didn't know that another painter, 6th brother, was preparing to hide and secretly paint him again. The painter was also a strange man. He liked to paint battle scenes the most. He would check in at every note of the era, and now he was at his century-long battle. He even played tricks to let him travel back and fight Xian Shichen and others as the Night Emperor. Now, the Night Emperor was busy and exhausted. He comforted his wife Yitianai, then sat on the throne and looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, what do you think? He actually gave us enough time to prepare, and we will have a peak battle in 3 years." But his action of inviting a battle seemed to be high-sounding, but he did that despicable thing and took my son hostage. The ministers looked at each other, and they couldn't understand what the Zongwu Emperor was thinking. Wait 3 years to give them time to prepare? The Night Emperor saw that everyone dared not say anything, and he became more and more angry. His eyes became sharp, as if he was going to pierce a sharp divine light, and said, "Didn't you say that it would take at least 5,000 years for him to break through the barrier and come out? Now he has come out and captured my son in 3,000 years. This is also what made him angry. He was tricked, after all. You can't let your son go out to experience, right? In the future war, if he grows up, he will be a new powerful confidant. Besides, he is also planning to use his son to fish. Now let the real son go out to experience, and when about 5,000 years have passed, secretly use the masking spirit route to replace a fake son to go out for experience, seamlessly connect, and continue to fish for the immortals that may appear, The good news is, the bait is very useful. The bad news is, the bait is real now. Emperor Ye's expression changed several times. I underestimated those immortals after all. How did he do it? Tell me. This is really unexpected. In the magnificent court, the immortal aura lingered, and the immortal luck gathered in strands. A strong man from the old times walked out and said, "The sacrificial era has been restarted more than once or twice." According to ancient records, after each fight for the throne, the fastest breakthrough of an immortal is 5,000 years, and the slowest is said to be 30,000 years. At that time, they were born to preach to the first people after the creation of the world, leaving behind the Taoism, which was considered to be a good fate, and then left the world. At this time, the Empress Hetianai next to him said, "Then how did he? How come he came out in just 3,000 years, almost half the time? Is it because he has a good talent and became an immortal in advance?" Absolutely impossible. The powerful man said, "Xian is the origin of all things, guiding the great evolution of the common people, and Xian itself is the origin center of evolution. Burying my emperor in Xian, guiding the evolution of his own body race, optimizing his own cells, bones, flesh and blood, magical powers, and making up for all the previous defects. This is equivalent to a huge opportunity to reshape the face and remake it. Don't be impatient. Which of those powerful people didn't study evolution thousands of times, optimize every detail, nails, hair, hands and feet, to make their own race perfect? Otherwise it will affect their own future. I hope it will take as long as possible, and some people will come out after 30,000 years, that's the reason. This is a slow and steady process that affects a lifetime." The strongman said, "It only took 3,000 years for the Zhongwu Emperor in front of us. It is likely that he has not yet become an immortal, or he is still a few steps away." Emperor Yi frowned. "Does it mean that he dared to come out before he became an immortal?" "Your Majesty, I have a guess." A minister came out. It was the Fumian Emperor himself. He was the prime minister of the Tianming dynasty at this time, second only to the emperor. "Speak." Emperor Yi said. Prime Minister Fumian Emperor said, "This may be the only way for him to break the situation. He can't wait for us to set up a lot of killing situations before he comes out, right?" Everyone suddenly realized. Coming out now can disrupt the rhythm and kill people by surprise. The face-covered emperor continued to analyze, but his shortcomings are also very obvious. He has not completely become an immortal. At most, he is a half-immortal with one leg missing. He broke free from our plan, but it was also his weak period. And he is very ambitious. This time he took action not only to disrupt our rhythm, but also to switch to our luck to complete the last puzzle of his race, and then become an immortal. So he kidnapped the prince, because he has not yet completely become an immortal, and needs a bargaining chip. At the same time, delaying for 3 years, I am afraid he wants to take the opportunity to learn various methods of this era of luck, and then update it on himself. Learn secretly, the Night Emperor thought. This is all a good calculation. The other party is indeed a smart man. And the other party held his son hostage, and he really didn't dare to do it. Emotion is one, and the second is personality. He is so ruthless to his children and grandchildren, his personality collapses, and it is not easy to govern the country. But fortune and misfortune are interdependent, and there are advantages and disadvantages. Yi Di suddenly realized something keenly. In other words, his chance to become an immortal has not been consumed? The ministers beside him looked at each other, thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Maybe so. Immortal fate should still be there. Every time Xian is born, it takes a long time to accumulate the essence, so that a person can become an immortal and burst into a period of great evolution. Therefore, the opportunity to become an immortal is cyclical, but now it has not been consumed, which means that he, the Night Emperor, also has a chance to get it. Otherwise, he will have to wait for a long time, millions of years of dynasty cycle. And then? It will be difficult to fight. Now he seems to be the number one in the world. What about 100,000 years later? What about millions of years later? Times are developing, and it is normal for him, the first emperor, to be overthrown by his descendants. He may not be able to keep his position. Even if he does, he will have to compete with several monsters, who come later, if the origin of the immortal has not been consumed yet. He looked calmer. Buxianzuo, can you gather the luck and calculate where he is hiding now? The person in charge of Buxianzuo took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, I am afraid that even if all the divination masters in the world gather together, it will not be easy to calculate immediately. There will be a delay. The delay is a full incense stick. I am afraid that after an incense stick, the place where he is will be empty. An incense stick seems very short. But if the other party is on guard, it is impossible for him to stay in the same place all the time. Even if the other party does not practice luck, the luck that is passively improved is also at the semi-immortal level. Just like a cultivator who practices the soul way, without training the body, everyone says he is fragile. But fragile is only for the same level. The realm of the soul cultivator will also lead to the strengthening of the body, but it is relatively weak. Now this luck is also the same. The realm was upgraded again and again, which led to the strengthening of his luck. Although it was very mediocre, it was still the luck of a half-immortal. Moreover, he was able to defeat the overlords of other historical destiny protagonists and reach the top by absorbing part of the luck of the losers one by one, climbing up step by step, and becoming the ultimate protagonist of the previous era. Yi Di frowned, and his expression changed several times. Forget it, wait for him for 3 years. We will also start the final preparations for the battle. Chapter 787. Sword Casting Villa. Ningzheng peeked at the situation, curious. Now both sides are preparing to fight with limps. 2 disabled people fighting? The death and life testament on this side has not been completed yet, and the immortal on the other side has not made a breakthrough. It's quite interesting, however. Don't think that without the death and life testament, the Night Emperor is weak. Even if he can't use this national artifact to connect the luck of the entire Jiuzhou, he can only fight alone with his individual strength. The individual strength of the Night Emperor himself is also very strong. Because Ningzheng secretly gave him the Golden God, how could she not know his background? He must have also made a batch of various luck artifacts that were enlightened and blessed on his body. He is the strongest luck cultivator at the individual level. Armed to the teeth, and the Zongwu Emperor also has 6 divine equipment. This is also fair in a sense. 6 divine equipment martial arts cultivator vs 6 divine equipment luck cultivator. In the 3192nd year of the heavenly mandate Night Emperor, the immortals of the old world challenged the Night Emperor to a battle, and all races were terrified. In ancient history, the new generation and the old era were perfectly connected, and even the immortals had to give a sermon at the beginning of the world, bestowing favors on the great emperors of the wild tribe period and accepting them as their first disciples. But now, the 2 sides are fighting? Ha ha ha. This battle simply subverted history. The mortal emperor wanted to kill the prehistoric immortals. This Zongwu Emperor is also shameless. He wanted to kill a mortal emperor and even kidnapped his children. This battle was discussed by the world and felt that it was very strange. In a blink of an eye, 3 years passed quietly. Even for Ningzheng, a day is 100 years, and 3 years is just a cup of tea. During these 3 years, Zongwu Emperor, who traveled around the world with Yi Xinyan and secretly studied in various sects, finally laughed out loud. The son of the Night Emperor, indeed, has the strongest foundation of the times. By observing him, one can get the essence of this era. He has traveled through the heavens, checking for omissions and deficiencies. I also know the way of destiny. The Emperor Zongwu sat cross-legged in a valley. Suddenly, he lost the strongest martial arts golden body that he had used to conquer the world and defeat countless strong men to obtain the final immortal position in his previous life. As one golden body faded, he rebuilt his luck. In a trance he stood up, surrounded by luck, like a fairyland, with the dawn shining and thousands of rays of light. He has actually cultivated the latest luck method in the world. Bury me, bury me, bury my body. As the final winner of a lifetime, how could it be simple? Although he could not learn the next door cycle immortal system with higher potential, he had already reached the limit of his own world system. Live out a body for each life. Practice martial arts, practice soul, overlap bodies, and gather my body for each life. In every life, it will fade into a golden body armor. The holy martial battle suit. Therefore, the Wu Dao dynasty also originated from this. And now, he has worn the holy martial battle suit for several generations, cultivating the soul, martial arts, and luck, making up for the defects and approaching perfection. I was halfway to becoming an immortal, and died halfway. This is not a disaster, but a gift. As soon as the Emperor Zongwu took a step forward, an extremely majestic momentum came out, sweeping across the world. In the dark, the heaven and earth knew that my immortal body was not complete, so they specially let me complete the 3rd path and refine the 3rd type of holy martial battle suit, so that I can become an immortal again. One step, it has reached the West Sea. The Night Emperor sat in the clouds and had been waiting here for a long time. I came here at the invitation, and I will return the prince. What if I return it to you? My heart of martial arts is sincere, and I disdain to threaten others. He casually threw Yi Xinyan over. I kidnapped him just to practice the new method in this world, but I know you don't want to teach me. Capturing him is the best way to practice this method, and it won't kill him. Instead, he has become my mentor for 3 years. Yi Shenyan returned to Yi Di and said guiltily, "Father, this Song Wudi is a strange man in the world." "Shut up." Yi Di frowned. He saw at a glance that his son Yi Shenyan seemed to have lived a very good life in the past 3 years, and even became a famous teacher and taught a great student. In addition, he was impressed by the personality charm of Zhang Wudi, and wanted to speak for him. Zhang Wudi put his hands behind his back, with unparalleled spirit. "Back then, I wore a battle suit, defeated all the enemies in the world, stood at the top of the world, felt invincible in the world, so I quietly retired from the world, shed my body, transformed into a holy martial battle suit, let a lucky person wear it, and opened up an era, named Wu Huangdi." Everyone's face changed drastically. No one would have thought that there was such a hidden part in history. The famous Emperor Wu Huang actually rose to the top because of his shed body. "I shed my martial arts body, and became immortal again. I didn't want to rebuild my physical martial arts. I lived in the valley for a long time. My body gradually weakened. I cultivated the soul and felt the flowers, birds, insects and fish. Finally, I walked out of the second soul, shed my second golden body, and transformed into the second holy martial arts robe, watching the 2 emperors fight." Everyone's expression changed. They had already guessed that it was the next emperor, Emperor Wei Ling, who overthrew Emperor Wu Huang. Over the years, more than 1,000,000 years, I buried my body, and gradually became immortal in the world. Emperor Zongwu showed a look of nostalgia. "And now, this immortal position is too easy, and finally there is a strong enemy to fight for it. Naturally, I will give up the immortal position again, and fight with you, the Night Emperor, fairly." Obviously, the meaning of his words was very clear. He did not want to suppress others with realms, immortals fighting mortals, so he interrupted the path to becoming an immortal, and came out to compete with the same realm, to see who was superior. He also did not want the other party to use the national immortal weapon, and the luck of the common people to fight him. Then the meaning of the fight would be lost. Now, both sides are fighting fairly in the individual sense, without the help of external forces. He deliberately interrupted the inheritance of the immortal position, and came out to fight heartily. "If you win, the immortal position will be yours." Yi Di looked at this ancient emperor and couldn't help but admire him. Just because he didn't threaten the child, his martial arts heart is indeed unstoppable, and he is a character. "Then, today is a battle." Yi Di looked cold, holding the scepter of fate, indifferent but with an invisible majesty, as if he controlled the fate of all people and was high above. At this time, Emperor Zongwu was wearing layers of holy martial arts uniforms, but his body had also cultivated a destiny. He said lightly, "The winner will hold the immortal throne high, and the loser will be buried in the long river of history, and will never be able to enter the fairyland again." In an instant, they started the most tragic decisive battle. Boom! The war between the 2 sides broke out, and the sea water of the entire West Sea instantly evaporated, and 2 terrifying figures flashed in the sky. On the other side, in Jiuzhou, their system has an upper limit. Without practicing multiple cycles, Emperor Zongwu can actually practice to this level. The painter picked up the pen to paint, showing a little surprise, and quickly painted one of the powerful figures in the battle. Painted the skin, bones, soul, and even the weapon in the hands of the Night Emperor. Outlined layer by layer, and caught the fake Night Mad Cultivator outside, and recorrected his body for him. And the outside world. Jiuzhou, in the valley of the East Sea. A number of powerful figures also appeared here. It was the 9-headed Dragon Emperor, and others, who came to the outside of the adventure town. "Start the attack." The 9-headed Dragon Emperor snorted coldly, and suddenly all 9 heads opened fire, launching a terrifying bombing as a greeting gift. Wind, thunder, water, fire, and various elements merged to produce explosions, and the valley was instantly reduced to ruins, and countless substances were forcibly destroyed. In the ruins, a figure slowly walked out, frowning slightly. "I am the Night Emperor of Heaven's Destiny, the person in charge of Heaven's Destiny, and I am competing with the buried Emperor for immortality. Could it be that I have created a space turbulence and came to another world? Where is this world?" He looked up and suddenly saw the 9-headed Dragon Emperor and others, and his whole body suddenly showed a strange color. Chapter 788. It is not easy to draw the complete outline of a strong man. The painter often has to wait for the opponent to fight, display all kinds of trump cards, observe his moves, magical powers, and the operation of various energies in his body, before he can draw the charm completely. Moreover, this painting is even more time-consuming. Logically speaking, the structure of the Night Emperor is extremely complex, and there are magic weapons all over his body. It is impossible to draw it quickly, but who let the painter, after practicing the method of luck, promote the luck like smoke and see, and have great luck? There are two other reasons. First, because the time flow rate of both sides is different. The neighbor has actually fought for 3 days and 2 nights. Through the accelerated observation in these few days, he was able to draw the charm of the Knight Emperor in a few minutes. Second, his luck and various enlightenment buffs made him draw smoothly without any sense of awkwardness. With luck, the painter's painting skills have become stronger in actual combat, and a qualitative change has occurred. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the outside world. This ancestor demon god, Knight Emperor, has become very interesting. I hope you have fun this time. Let's talk about this time. Tianming Knight Emperor had just been painted out, inheriting the memory of the battle with Zhongwu Emperor just now. He looked at Xian Shichen and others in shock. The word crossing kept echoing in his mind. He paused for several seconds before reluctantly accepting the fact. He encountered the siege of the Jiuzhou bosses as soon as he came back. Before crossing, he was still a timid little cultivator. And now, after crossing into another world for a month, he has gained a great cultivation and can compete with them. He is like the protagonist of that storybook novel. 100 years in the other world, a day in Jiuzhou. Disappeared for a month, the Dragon King returns. I was timid a month ago. A month later I stand at the top of the world. Who are you? Nine-headed Dragon Emperor frowned and said, Where did you come from? Familiar yet strange. Knight Emperor's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, You are the Ember, a dead dragon. I am the Heavenly Knight Emperor, the king in charge of the heavenly world. Obviously, as a drawn ember, it is also an ember, with flawed logic, and will not think that it is dead. The most vicious way to curse in Jiuzhou is to call someone an ember, and Knight Emperor will certainly not sit and watch him humiliate him like this. Knight Emperor? Everyone looked strange and wide-eyed. And the various cultivators, who secretly observed this battle from a distance, were even so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. God Emperor of the other world? Heavenly world, this Jiuzhou history does not seem to have this dynasty. This person's skills and abilities always have a sense of uniqueness, unlike our Jiuzhou system. And the majesty was accumulated, and every move was as if there was the power of heaven, as if practicing a magic they had never seen before, stirring up the fortune of heaven and earth, secretly in line with the way of heaven. This person must be the emperor of the world, who has been in power for a long time. Is there another world outside Jiuzhou? Is there another mythical emperor from outside the world who has descended on our Jiuzhou? Some cultivators in the dark looked at the scene in front of them, and couldn't believe it. Ning Zheng, as one of the spectators, was also watching this battle. When he saw the appearance of the Knight Emperor, he was stunned. Others were just shocked, but Ning Zheng knew the true face of the Knight Emperor. On an arc in the distance, a group of Bone Demon eunuchs and Bone Demon Palace maids, who were preparing to eat melons, were also in an uproar. Fuck. He traveled back through time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Isn't Knight Emperor still fighting fiercely next door? Could it be that old bastard drew another Knight Emperor and fought here? Someone immediately reacted, fighting on 2 fronts? Knight Emperor is fighting over there, and he secretly draws it next to him, and then throws it to Jiuzhou after the drawing is finished. He really knows how to play. Playing so fancy? Knight Emperor, he was cheated again. I, Green Hat Villa, feel that I have met my match for the first time since my debut. This behind-the-scenes boss is so coquettish, and he also uses this new trick. I, Green Hat Villa, would like to call you the strongest. The blacksmiths were stunned, shocked, and angry. Suddenly, a Knight Emperor came through to join the battle. This was beyond their imagination. This coquettish operation was too amazing. Feng Wangyi looked stern. This demon has a monstrous power, and has the ancient bronze way of the ancient bronze emperor. It absorbs the surrounding luck and brings bad luck. I am afraid it is inseparable from the ancient bronze emperor, and it is even a new form of it. Xian Shichen agreed readily after hearing this. He also thought that this was one of the new forms of the ancient bronze emperor, and there must be a connection anyway. And according to his burning fire, there is also the taste of human gods. His yin and yang spiritual roots come from human gods and the ancient bronze emperor respectively. How can this be an alien? It is clearly a native cultivator of Jiuzhou. Why are you talking so much, nagging? Just wait, I will beat him up and beat him out of his final form. The 9-headed dragon emperor sneered, and without saying much, he directly killed people. It's just a yin and yang cycle. Although I don't understand it very well, I don't need to understand it to kill him with a few moves. Boom, the 9-headed dragon emperor was ruthless and didn't say much. He started bombing directly. Yi Di frowned and dodged the energy attacks again and again. He was puzzled. Not only am I empty of luck and magic power, but the luck stored in all the magic tools I carry with me is all gone. He didn't know that the painter could draw an empty shell magic tool for him, which was already a different kind of terrifying special forging technology. The forging technology surpassed the master craftsman of the whole Jojo. It was a painting forging other than fire forging and electric forging. It was amazing, but it couldn't draw the amazing luck value stored in the magic tool. Boom boom boom. The nine-headed dragon emperor kept attacking. Yi Di looked around and fell on the fake history book. Among them, there were 37 fake emperors of the masked era. Suddenly, the fate line was inserted and entered their heads in the dark. Swish swish swish, one by one, they were rooted and sucked in luck. Feeling the endless flow of luck returning to him, he felt a little more confident, and suddenly smiled. Very good, the 37 masked eras in the history book can still be used by me, otherwise it would be really troublesome. Just one nine-headed dragon emperor can beat me to death. It may be a chance for me to travel back to this world at this time. People in this world do not cultivate fate, and they are really killed for the first time. There is no corresponding luck magic weapon to defend against. The injuries they hit are real, but they can't stop my luck absorption. In that case, then, I will be the second human god, puppet all living beings, and control the fate of fate. The Night Emperor's eyes were cold. In the shocked eyes of everyone, his figure suddenly expanded, jumped up, walked on the sky, and a series of auspicious clouds of luck surrounded his body, and golden light shone, and various amazing auspicious visions bloomed. Rumble, he jumped into the sky above Jojo, transformed into a huge majestic and sacred face, and shot his 10 fingers into the endless embers of the East China Sea below, as if the former human god ruled Jojo again, and a new Rongtian era was about to come. I am the god of destiny of the destiny world. Since I have come to this world, I should control the fate of the people. The voice was rolling and resounding throughout the East China Sea. His eyes shot out golden light, and his pupils were indifferent, like a god hanging high for eternity, intervening in the fate of the world. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. This fate and this heaven are all in my body. Hua la la, the densely packed fate lines, like fine rainwater like cow hair, connected to the embers' heads, absorbing their luck value. Embers also have luck value. Ning Zheng had previously deducted the luck value of Ningjiaju, and the ghost village in the mountain villa. Moreover, he himself is the golden god known as the god of plague. He sucks the life and fortune of the common people, and creates a catastrophic plague at any time. Wherever he goes, the common people wither. Clang. His luck line is inserted into the heads of the wild embers all over the ground. But he does not suck the embers all at once, which would be exhausting the resources. Instead, he controls them to take root one by one and become earth spirits, and then sucks them to death. After all, after taking root, they can be resurrected and harvested repeatedly, rather than a one-time transaction. Puff, puff. The ember tides in the sea area around the East China Sea adventure town were sucked alive and drained by him. Bang bang bang. Even some two-phase monks, who were secretly watching around, felt that something was wrong. There was some unknown mysterious power hurting them, which could attack their bodies by absorbing some mysterious vitality from their Dharma images. The monks in the urban areas of Kyushu felt that they were rapidly weakening and being drained through the Dharma images. What is this? An invisible mysterious attack? Is this the immortal god emperor from another world? Devil. It's simply a devil. Someone shouted in fear. Countless second phase realm monks quickly exploded their Dharma images and cut off the connection. Only then did they stop being sucked by the invisible fate line inserted on their heads. The shadow-devouring dragon emperor hid in the dark, ready to help his majesty, but was also swallowed by the invisible fear. He was horrified and couldn't imagine how there could be such a strange power in the world. The unknown that cannot be understood is the most terrifying. Because now, his 9,000 Dharma images are rooted in more than 9,000 fate lines, and he is the one who is sucked the fastest, and will soon be squeezed dry. Devil? No! I am the god who controls the cause and effect of fate. The Night Emperor stepped forward, his eyes shining with golden and majestic light, and his pupils seemed to control the cause and effect of the world. He was fully armed with the magic weapons of fortune, but he didn't expect to use them all in the world of Jojo. Chapter 789. It's so cool. Yi Di felt that his strength would enter a stage of explosive growth. In the world of destiny, he didn't dare to suck so much. He would be a plague god, a demon cultivator, and a big demon who would destroy all living things. But now, he can suck as much as he wants. The embers can be resurrected, They are not afraid of death, they have no human rights, and no one will protest if they die. And no one has practiced the way of luck here, it is simply a super fertile land without harvest. There are luck treasures everywhere. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but burst out his ambitions, and his face was full of excitement. He could feel that as long as he had endless luck, he would immediately turn into a super monster, and he could still compete for the position of offering in this world. The offering next door has been repeated for several reincarnations. The offerings here have been stored for more than 15 million years, and the first offering cycle has not yet been completed. The world of Jojo has never produced an immortal. The offerings that have been accumulated for so long, how much is the storage source from the beginning of the world to now? It can make me the strongest immortal. He looked down at the people below who were shocked and angry, and he was at a loss, and even wanted to laugh. They don't understand me, and killing is so terrible when they first see it. Look, the ancestor uses it like that. This is the blessing of the ancestors. This is the smoke in the ancestral tomb. This time, the fortune of countless ancestors from all generations has gathered on me. What tomb robbing, attacking, digging graves? It's just too stupid. The best way to use the ancestral tomb is right now. Kill! In addition to the 9-headed dragon emperor, Zhao Zai, white tiger emperor, Feng Wangyi, and others couldn't help but take action. Stop him! The night emperor suddenly controlled the bronze emperor, and stood in front of him to delay time. And he stretched out his hand again, and the 37 masked emperors began to copy their structures, and tried to become another one of them. In the era of the masked emperor, it seemed easy to defeat them before, but in fact, it was all by restraining their 9-headed babies, and letting them fight internally that they could win. Now it's a real head-on collision. Each one is a copy of Zhao Zai and others with 50% combat power, which is very tricky. Boom! The bronze emperor and even the masked emperor stood in front, and the night emperor continued to rise into the air. Gathering the world's luck, the fate line will become the rule of this world. He looked cold and stern, stretched out his hand, and clenched it hard towards the people below. Destiny is in my hands. He was an extremely smart person. Since he came, he would make the best of it, and soon made the theoretical optimization layout. He wanted to delay time, madly draw the ember luck of the entire land, spread, rule, and then become a monster with super luck. What is he doing? The 9-headed dragon emperor's attack hit the bronze emperor hard, and he couldn't understand what the mysterious night emperor was going to do. If you don't cultivate your soul, you can't see the soul leaving your body. The same is true for luck. People who don't cultivate luck can't see those luck lines. But Xi and Shichen, Zhao Zai, Feng Wangyi and others have also cultivated similar luck magic, but they saw terrifying lines inserted into everyone's head. It's as if the human god of the year was reborn, and Rong Tianji came to the world. This luck has such exaggerated potential. Xi and Shichen's face was as gloomy as water, and he didn't choose to take action. It's worthy of being the first ancient bronze emperor who controls luck in ancient times. He has achieved such a deep level of attainment. To this day, he still thinks that it is a mysterious backup plan of the bronze emperor. After all, they are all derivative types of golden mud, with the same aura, so it is not wrong to say that it is a backup plan. He thinks that the biggest possibility now is that the other party has been resurrected for a period of time, and has practiced in seclusion in the adventure town, pushing the rough prototype of luck to such an exaggerated degree. It is shocking to reach this point in such a short time. His luck. Zhao Zai looked gloomy. It is not the type of auspiciousness, but the type of plague, which tends to kill, which is very troublesome. Feng Huangyi nodded. Xi and Shichen, can you handle it? Can your information database match something that can restrain this thing? Xi and Shichen said, there are only a few luck-type spiritual roots in the information database, such as the Golden Tortoise and the Golden Boy, and there is no luck spiritual root that can restrain his luck. Too few samples. The only type that can restrain the luck value is the luck spiritual root. He can't match his colorful spiritual roots, no matter how he matches them. He controls the fire of civilization, and has most of the spiritual root databases in human history, but the other party has very little data in history. It is obviously beyond his control. He raised his head, his eyes were burning with warm golden flames, looking at the Rong Tianji in the sky. However, I put the entire Jojo on the fire all the time. It is not without a way to restrain it. It's just that the speed of solving the problem may be a little slower. He took out an eye of identification from his hand, slowly inserted it into his forehead, and became the third eye. He is obviously on the path of a human god, and he is a puppet of the common people. If you can't see his line, it will be easy to be attacked. Let the common people see it first. Before solving the problem, try to stop him from inserting those lines into the brains of the common people. Xian Shichen looked at the confused and stupid nine-headed dragon emperor and said, I will make some small updates on the Eye of Appraisal. With the Eye of Appraisal, you can see the attack route of that guy. It is normal for people in Jiuzhou to watch. Especially after having the Dharma image, watching the battle is basically not afraid. At this time, the monks who were watching this Jiuzhou myth war were afraid. Because unknown things were attacking them, but they could not feel it at all. What happened? Is it the emperor from the mysterious world? Controlling fate? Such a mysterious thing? How is it possible? In almost a very short time, this terrible scene began to spread rapidly in newspapers, sects, and cities at a very fast speed. It concerns the fate of the whole world, and the number of monks paying attention is increasing. Millions, tens of millions of monks, and even the embers are hotly discussing, and worried. The lineage of the ancestral demon god is facing the second encirclement war of our leaders. Take back the history book of time. The god emperor from another world, is this the true face of the ancestral demon god? Are there really gods who control destiny in the world? Sensational topics were discussed one after another. Until they discovered the sudden update on the Eye of Appraisal, they could use the Eye of Appraisal to discover the mysterious attack that was previously invisible. It was a strand of silk thread. One by one, it was inserted into the head of the East China Sea embers, like a straw, sucking the beverage bottle called embers dry, squeezing it dry, and finally turning it into ashes. I saw that kind of attack. This terrifying and evil scene directly made the whole world boil. Chapter 790. Boom! The Night Emperor looked down at the earth, and the clouds around him rolled. Countless white gold auspicious clouds condensed into silk threads, rushing up layer by layer, as if condensed into a river in the sky. It was more like the legendary long river of destiny. He seemed to be pushing for some amazing move, and becoming the master of destiny in this world. Although the 37 masked emperors and others were difficult to deal with, they were actually weaker than Xian Shichen and others in a fight. Xian Shichen, a master of problem-solving, quickly deciphered their crude and primitive copying skills and beat them back step by step. But in the end, it bought a lot of time for the Night Emperor. This battle really brought out a great terror in the dark, but it was better to detonate it in advance than for him to grow up quietly in the dark. The shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor said in a hoarse voice. His army was actually restrained, and he was not careful for a while. When he saw the first killing, a large amount of luck was drawn in a wave, causing him to be exhausted and injured, and he could only worry on the side. In secret, the painter was still painting silently. He shook his head while painting. Just a casual painting made Xian Shichen and others busy. He was eager to see the prey, and began to paint the Zongwudi next door, and even painted Xian Shichen and others. On the other side, the blacksmiths were also observing secretly. What a cool plot, Yi is so cool. Lin Mimi, who was observing secretly, couldn't help but stare with envy. I'm afraid this is an alternative CG plot to show us the main line. Jiao Tsirong analyzed, full of envy. After all, Yi is the placement adventure team next door, and can't come over here, so let's throw a fake one over to show us his combat power. Jukarong has his own imagination. He thinks the planner is very considerate. He knows that they are bored recently, so he gives them something they like to watch. The favorite scene is here. The Night Emperor next door suppresses the world alone, and travels over to fight against Xian Shichen and others. Kill, kill, kill. At this time, he used the Bronze Emperor and 37 statues of the Transformation Realm to block the siege of those people, and then absorb the luck value between heaven and earth, just like a big boss who destroys the world. This is too cool. Looking at the shocking battle scene that seems like a myth, other blacksmiths are also jealous. It is well known that a planner likes to use CG animation to seduce people and paint a big cake for them. A planner who can't paint a cake is not a good planner. Some planners even pretend to be passers-by, and they often release some mutant babies with god-level skills, stickers of levelless weapons, and how cool and handsome the first place is, and how beautiful the name and title are. There are even some dirty games that directly find an insider to be the first place, beat the Krypton Gold boss to the second place, and trick them into spending more money and Krypton Gold. Now the planner is also using similar tactics. The CG animation shows the plot, and this idiot planner is obviously releasing the current situation of the blacksmith's number one. Copying the number one big brother next door here means that his current combat power is enough to control a bunch of subordinates by himself and beat up Xian Shichen. Bring disaster, Phoenix E, suggesting that we should recharge money quickly and grind quickly, so that we can also achieve the combat power of the number one big brother? Jiao Tsirong secretly complained. He has always been insidious, and he thinks that others are wretched and dirty. He judges the planner's mind with a mean heart, and thinks that the planner has some operational level. This trick of cheating Krypton is simply amazing. So we are so strong? The players were really excited. This is a real online Xianxia game. This kind of vast epic feeling, one person dominates the world, not those paper people in online games controlled by the mouse. They also had to admit that they were really hooked by this big pie of planning. The Night Emperor's AFK adventure team is real and can be copied in the future. They, the blacksmiths, continued to use the AFK function, placed adventure teams, explored various world dungeons again and again, dug treasures, upgraded, and reached the top, and new Night Emperors would appear. Jiao Tsiron widened his eyes. Almost the person who suppressed Jojo was me. After all, I heard that when Night Emperor and Rong Emperor competed for the position before, I was slightly inferior. Yi Guangxiu didn't say anything, just laughed. Although he also knew that it was a fake Night Emperor, drawn by the painter. But seeing the other self so handsome, he was also excited. Ning Jing's eyes were like water, flickering. The painter really released a big father. The Night Emperor is indeed strong. Fully armed, especially when you first kill, without the corresponding luck defense weapon, it will really hurt you. This is the bonus of this system that has just been born, and the restraint method has not been studied yet. The embers all over the ground, being squeezed dry by him like this, will become another human god, scourge the world, and bring destruction to the world. No, the human god is a puppet of sentient beings, and this Night Emperor wants to control the fate of sentient beings. Now it is obvious that he wants to take advantage of the bonus to launch a sneak attack, harvest the luck value of Jojo, and quickly reach the top. Ningzheng thought about it, and was a little speechless. Forget it. It's still none of my business. The Night Emperor's ascension to the top is just one more strongman, and he can't reveal any information about me. Since they were attacked by the painter, they have been on guard. The Night Emperor was even more vigilant, fearing that the painter would secretly draw the Night Emperor of his destiny world again, so he sealed up all his deep memories. Even if he drew his clone, there would be no core memory. For example, the Night Emperor in front of him, he does have most of the wisdom and talent logic of the Night Emperor, but he doesn't know about the owner of the manor, and doesn't know the deeper memories. Fight. Ningzheng continued to slack off. He didn't want to pay attention to the battle situation here. Who wins and who loses? Can he control it? No. The painter and Xi and Shichen can fight however they want. Anyway, they don't make money for themselves. His eyes were mainly on another battle. The battle in the next door Destiny world is related to my interests. Yi, charge. He looked at the space vortex in the Destiny world over there, and in the picture, Yi was suddenly knocked out. The Yi of Jojo was in power, and did not show mercy, but the Yi of the Destiny world here was miserable. The chances of winning in Jojo were obvious, from the first kill. But Yi was not very friendly in the Destiny world. Zhang Wudi secretly squatted on him for 3 years, deliberately calculating and unintentionally, studying your Destiny-based fighting methods. He even shed his previous life, and turned into a holy artifact battle suit. In this life, he turned to your Destiny-based fighting methods. Learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians. In terms of system, Yi could not get an advantage, and the opponent even knew himself and the enemy. Secondly, the Night Emperor is a super immortal level magical power forged by the two magical powers of Yin and Yang circulation, and it seems that the basic value is higher than the opponent, but in fact, it comes from the Jojo system, and his Dharma soul power cannot be released at will, and is restrained by the metal system next door. The Jojo system is completely difficult to play. These factors, coupled with the intention of the Zhongwu Emperor to target, the enemy is hidden and we are bright, and it is normal that we cannot win. The Night Emperor also knew that dragging it on was not a solution. It seemed that the strength was balanced, and he might fall into a disadvantage if he continued to fight. He decisively sent a secret message, "Master, save me." Ningzheng, who was eating melons here, He looked up at the arrogant Tianming Night Emperor in the sky, with high spirits and mastering the line of fate. He looked at the Night Emperor, who was retreating step by step in the Tianming world, and secretly crying for help. Is this the same person? Ningzheng put down the melon in his hand, hesitated for 3 seconds, and fell into silence again. You are so arrogant here, acting like a domineering emperor whose destiny is in your hands. You are over there, fighting against the Emperor Zhongwu, and you got beaten to death. It doesn't matter whether Jojo wins or not, but the battlefield in the world of Destiny is unbeatable, which is too much. Chapter 791. Seeking Help. Ningzheng picked up a cup of tea again, looking thoughtful. He was not in a hurry to help anyway. After all, How he would help was still under discussion. E.D., playing the victim, does not mean he is going to die soon. This guy is smart. He has many tricks, he may have some background and backup, but he just doesn't want to show it, so he came to help. This possibility is also possible. Although Ning Zheng had a rough response plan in his mind, he still looked at Jiao Cairong and others beside him to check for omissions. What do you think the owner of the manor should do? Ah, Jiao Cairong heard the news that Yi Di was asking for help next door. He looked at Yi Di here again, showing his divine power and sweeping across the 9 states, and he was speechless. He hated him for not fighting, but still said, "Our base is in the world of destiny, and the Night Emperor must not lose. We must go to help." Yi Guangxiu was beside him, defending himself. The Night Emperor has obviously reached his limit. No matter how strong and talented he is, he must abide by the basic law. A little guy who has only practiced for 3,000 years, and his background is known, how can he fight against the mastermind behind 1,000,000 years? The foundation of time is difficult to make up in a short period of time. Ning Zheng nodded. That's indeed the truth. It's very scary to see the battle next door. The fighting power of the Zhongwu Emperor is not inferior to that of the disaster. Feng Wangyi. It's really a monster. If he was born in Jiuzhou, it would be terrible. This person, with several layers of holy martial arts armor superimposed, the basic value is comparable to the power of the immortal root of the 5-element cycle. It's just that he is equivalent to 5 scattered magical armors, and there is no cycle. He only has the corresponding energy level, but he does not have the recovery and immortality brought by the immortal cycle. Jiao Cairong analyzed. His weaknesses are also obvious. In the initial fight, he was on par with Xiao Zai and others, and even had a strong force, which gave him an advantage to a certain extent, but he began to run out of energy after a while, because his power did not circulate. His recovery speed was too slow. Ning Zheng nodded and praised. Good analysis. The fundamental reason for Jiuzhou's strength is the word cycle. Jiuzhou's strength lies in their difficulty to kill. Each of them regenerates flesh and blood, and their Dharma images regenerate. They are really super meat shield monsters. But obviously, our Night Emperor is the shame of Jiuzhou. He majored in the path of luck, and his fragile skin had low defense, and he was even killed by Emperor Zhongwu. Yi Guangxiu seemed to be into the play, and started to argue with a red face. I have been very strong for 3,000 years. How can I have so much time to practice this and that? Opening up the path of luck as the main practice must be the best. Ning Zheng waved his hand, ignoring this drama queen's argument for herself, and said, "How do you think our manor master can help?" Jiao Cairong's face gradually became serious, and said, "Our manor master can cross the border and control the Bronze Emperor. Let the other party see the horror of our Jiuzhou immortality. Yi Di can't control this Bronze Emperor, and his power is less than 1/10. He has been practicing the path of luck for these years. If the manor master goes..." Ning Zheng shook his head. It's not that simple. Because of the special means of connecting the heart, under the same heart, the Bronze Emperor has 5 forms, countless magical combinations, and ever-changing. The upper limit is too high, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to control. Even Ning Zheng himself can't control it perfectly. Because no matter how strong he is, he can beat the ordinary old-time Hua realm, but his essence is still a one-mind state. Admittedly, he is indeed better at controlling the Bronze Emperor than this fragile Night Emperor, who is currently only cultivating luck, but he is not much better. It seems that I still have to add a wave. To control the Bronze Emperor, Ning Zheng currently has only one way to change it in a short period of time. All Saints, 1.5 billion. Only this legendary ultimate dream magic, which changes in 1,000 ways, and records the appearance of all living beings, like instinct, can perfectly control the Bronze Emperor. The switching of the Bronze Emperor's substitute is originally in line with the way of the Saints. And this may not be without the Night Emperor's intention to test me. He is now powerful and confident. Naturally, he wants to see whether I am a dragon or a worm, and whether I really cross the border to master the mysterious power of the owner. Ning Zheng's technique of controlling the Bronze Emperor is very rough, and the flaw is too big. He must control it perfectly, and show his fist to occupy a dominant position. Current luck value, 1.94 billion. Now it has risen to about 400 million per day. Ning Zheng wanted to wait and see, but he had to spend money. Boom, the next second. Luck value minus 1.5 billion. Time was running out, so he decisively summoned Sun Moon Suyunyang to the villa. As the owner of the villa, he asked her to use her strongest auxiliary magical power, creating stars, and use her unique magical power to forcibly change the attributes of this spiritual root. All Saints, Water spiritual root. Water is the most suitable. water has no form, and gold produces water, which happens to be my second spiritual root of the 5 elements. With a splash, the water spiritual root entered the body, and filled the second spiritual root position of Ning Zheng's 5 elements. Planting this spiritual root was easy for him with a solid foundation, as simple as eating and drinking. A kind of body instinct surrounded him, and he felt that he had the super ability to copy and change. And it was very easy to master the magical power of various switching types and changing forms, as if he had turned into a unique beast that was good at changing faces. That ability was engraved in his bones. It's done, the second spiritual root can be saved by waiting, but after all, I can't wait. 1.5 billion has been spent, and I have to go out for a walk. Ning Zheng sighed. By the way, see what kind of mythical scene the world of destiny is. Wow, Destiny World. In the history book of the spaceship years, in the tomb, there were dazzling golden statues. And at this moment, in front of the tall bronze emperor headed by one of them, the space suddenly twisted. It was Ning Jing's Dharma image that came across the boundary. Minus 100 million the Dharma image crosses the boundary, and the energy consumption is not small. Master! Emperor Rong and others shouted, extremely excited. Ning Jing's Dharma image nodded, and after a long absence, he entered the Bronze Emperor, controlled his body, and asked him, why didn't you control one of the forms to practice in these years? Any form is a powerful immortal in the realm of transformation. Such as Dao Jiujiu, Dai Xiaohu, and O Nijiang, these people are originally one of the forms of the ancestor demon god, and can be controlled. Dao Jiujiu is now very mature, and even married and had children. He was busy in front of the forge with a big iron hammer. At this time, he scratched his head awkwardly. My lord, we were all ignorant when we were young. We are blacksmiths in non-combat professions. How can we have the energy to practice these bronze statues? We can't walk the combat flow. Dai Xiaohu bowed and smiled. We are busy with our own farming duties. Who in this world has the energy to practice fighting and farming at the same time? It's not that guy Xi and Shichen. Ning Zheng was speechless. These blacksmiths have all become talents, steady and experienced. Ning Zheng inexplicably feels relieved. Thinking back to the scene in the villa square before, he suddenly felt like a naughty child has grown up. 3,000 years, older than my 100 years, he cleared the distracting thoughts in his mind, controlled the Bronze Emperor to take a step forward, and quickly came to the battle in the West Sea. Boom! A statue that seemed to collapse the West Sea, and the surrounding air came down with a bang. The Golden Bronze Emperor was huge, and switched to the final form right away. Yet he turned his head, and looked at the opponent, who was constantly attacking. He said calmly, Zhongwu Emperor, you have practiced hard for a long life for 1,000,000 years, but you can beat 1/10 or 2/10 of my 3,000 years of hard practice. You are worthy of being the strongest emperor in history. The game is over. Next, it is my real body that will go out to fight. This is my holy martial arts suit. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a golden ancient god emperor, and flew to the huge bronze emperor. The two golden mud bodies gradually merged together. In an instant, it seemed that the entire bronze emperor burst out with infinite light and heat like stars, bursting with majestic power. Next, I will witness your despair. Chapter 792. Ning Zheng was speechless as she looked at the Night Emperor, who had merged into the Bronze Emperor. They had gone through many changes over the years and had changed, but their arrogant and domineering quotes had not changed at all. It was still the same middle school style. But it was true that when mortals said these arrogant and domineering words, others would only feel awkward. But a supreme god emperor said and did it, which was to declare his great power to the world. This mythical world still likes this, and it is easy to gather people's hearts. It is better to say that the ancient earth also accepted this. In historical records, which founding emperor did not have strange phenomena when he was born? Greetings to the owner of the manor. Yi Ji smiled as he came in. What I said just now was a bit offensive, but it was also to prevent others from knowing the existence of the owner of the manor. I had to ask for help. If Emperor Zhongwu simply competed with me in luck, 10 of him would not be my opponent. He was competing with luck while using his fists. I was a scholar meeting a soldier. Ning Zheng transmitted the voice and smiled softly. Then why don't you practice his? He has two? Emperor Yi shook his head. It's hard to digest. The luck alone is extremely difficult to explore, and the combat power is still weak. My national treasure has not been built yet. It will be built soon, and will have the power to protect itself. The luck alone is enough to kill people with a breath. My luck may not look strong in the front, but it is actually the easiest to gather the power of all living beings. Who can stop it when it launches a vitality bomb? All living beings curse together, and the karma of the world is added to the body. The terrifying curse power is not even dared to be easily provoked by immortals. I am afraid that the hair will wither, the armpits will sweat, and the body will be stinky. My destiny world will surely become similar to the Kyushu world in the future. Even if there are no immortals, those immortals will not dare to come and provoke us. He was quite clear-headed. Just cultivating luck was enough to reach the top. Distractions were easy to be mediocre. Yiti's eyes flickered, and he said again, Master, I will bless you with various luck techniques. You can just do it without worry. Obviously, his voice was respectful and seemed impeccable. He was more or less trying. Ning Zheng was speechless. It was almost the same as his previous guess. Hua la la. Yiti used more than a dozen luck blessings to bless his body. Various lucks were improved, and he could also resist the invasion of curses and various voodoo and conspiracy techniques. Although Ning Zheng felt that his foundation was strong, the blessing ability actually increased his overall strength by 30%, and he also had various powerful resistances. There was also a layer of white luck shield, which served as a barrier to all things to prevent someone from calculating your luck. But Ning Zheng still frowned slightly. Not enough. Yi, your current luck ability is totally insufficient. My own personal talent and the horror of my innate luck are beyond your imagination. Minus 100 million? Ning Zheng also secretly blessed himself with a super epiphany buff, and the epiphany of 100 million luck points was divided into 10 seconds. With a burning period of 10 million per second, he entered a higher level of epiphany that Yi could not know. One move determines the outcome. There are too many cross-border interferences. It is inconvenient to stay for a long time. Ning Zheng took a step forward. The terrible power of overwhelming mountains and seas exploded on his body. The instinctive characteristics of the saints were perfectly exerted. In an instant, he switched to a water deer. The blue water light filled the sky, and the earth was covered with a vast ocean of thick water mist, which was mighty, as if the world-destroying frenzy was invading. Ding! The next moment, he turned into Thunder God, struck the electric hammer, the clouds in the sky parted, and red thunder gathered above his head. The sky thundered, the earth was vast. In an instant, the world seemed to return to the primordial world with the roar of the thunder hammer. After that, the giant shell, the thunderstone puppet, and various forms quickly switched, each of which made a move and gathered in front of the body, and quickly overlapped. The tree man kept jumping, and a physical clone appeared. The form kept switching, gathering a terrible artistic conception, the 5 elements, yin and yang, 7 colors. 7 attributes turned into heaven and earth, and the 3 categories of flesh, blood, soul, and luck gathered into one point and exploded. It seemed that all things in the world would eventually usher in destruction, and the ultimate tranquility. Destroy? The flashing and falling incarnations all moved forward and landed on the terrified Zhongwu Emperor. The world of destiny. On the nursery, the gods were watching the battle. The atmosphere of the entire Kyushu is changing dramatically, the temperature is rising rapidly, and the composition of the atmosphere is probably going to be reorganized. A super-large seawater cyclone has formed in the West Sea, and it is rapidly splitting and spreading. All the fish are being reorganized and crushed. Looking at the data one by one, everyone was stunned. That is the power of circulation. The origin of all things in the world is balance. Your Majesty has ordered countless magical powers to be integrated, circulated, and balanced without rejection. An ancient martial arts master stared at the center of the battle and said in disbelief, "Several attributes have expanded together, and the power has increased exponentially." What a joke. On the other side, the Prime Minister Fumian Emperor was looking at this parameter, looking up at the sky. The full power and perfect performance of this Bronze Emperor was comparable to that of an immortal, but it is true. According to his investigation of the history of immortals in this world, the strongest group of people in the transformation realm of Gyoujo, relying on immortality, difficulty to kill, and energy level, are qualified to threaten some weak immortals with incomplete foundations. But being able to fight the weakest immortals cannot protect Gyoujo. Gyoujo has never had immortals come to travel and visit. I am afraid that there are deeper and more powerful dark hands protecting this world with amazing fighting power. At this time, the Bronze Emperor even alternated the forms of 5 immortal spirit roots, fully exerting them, which was simply horrifying, and was comparable to immortals. Husband, it turns out that you have only used 1/10 of your strength? Yi and I felt that her worldview seemed to be completely shattered. The person next to her pillow turned out to be such a monster? This is going to destroy the world. I am afraid that it will permanently change the terrain, even change the local structure of the world, and even affect the atmosphere. The world environment has changed. Can we still survive? In the court, someone muttered. It seems that our evolutionary explosion has not completely ended? Probably not ended? Someone smiled bitterly. If the evolutionary disaster is over, the environment of heaven and earth will suddenly change, and it will be difficult for people to live in the future. The Prime Minister Fumiandi said, the current food chain is basically finalized. Although the evolution has not ended, it should have ended in theory. The ecosystem is pyramid-shaped, and there are only a few lives at the top of the food chain. Now it can still evolve, and it is still in the evolutionary explosion. But there is no place for you on the food chain. Even if you appear, you will be strangled by those already formed species. But now, fortunately, the evolutionary explosion has not ended. The Fumiandi secretly rejoiced, and said with lingering fear, quickly notify the creation department. Restore the subject of creating the gods in this area, summon the graduates of that year, and re-evolve the race according to the world atmosphere and the environmental distribution of the West Sea that are about to change. The ministers next to him were sweating profusely. The proportion of the world's atmosphere environment will be changed, and the creation will be recreated. This is too shocking. Is there really a creature that can be so strong? His Majesty was a little willful in this battle. The whole world's celestial phenomena changed suddenly, and the creatures that can withstand the new world must evolve. While everyone was frantically communicating and discussing, this desperate pressure only lasted for 7 seconds. The next moment, a picture that will be unforgettable for a lifetime is slowly emerging. Ningzheng punched out, and the terrible huge beam of light shot directly to the sky. The earth seemed to be broken. After the strange silence, it was as if the continental plates fell from the sky into the sea. The battle clothes of the Zongwu Emperor were broken and flew out. The environment of the world was completely changed because of this blow. Chapter 793. The first batch of ancestral gods, who created the entire world of destiny, saw this scene, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Emperor Fumian Yitianai Yishinyan, a group of core members of the world of destiny, and even Emperor Rong, Dao Jiuzhou and others, who had never appeared in secret, looked at the wild and domineering attack, and their hearts were surging. This kind of despair and excitement. A mortal body can be so strong. The owner of the manor controlled a stitched monster in the transformation realm that they worked hard to create back then, and it could actually attack at this level. Can it be like this? How can it be like this? Oucher and others murmured, as if they saw a new path, and inspiration collided in an instant, and they had all kinds of new experimental ideas. Another day. Another day, contact the yin-yang creation furnace over there to create a new life form. Now is the time when their inspiration is overflowing. And in the nursery outside, this made the strong who pursued strength feel a wave of trembling excitement, as if they saw the bright road of the future. With a mortal body, he made this attack. I am afraid that even the immortals would be injured by this attack. This is the power of a mortal to defeat the immortals. Even if the Emperor Zongwu, who had practiced hard for 5,000 years without coming out of retreat, had now broken through to become an immortal, he would be seriously injured, right? Ningzheng's attack not only changed the atmosphere of the whole world and part of the environment of the West Sea, but also opened a new door for the young strong men in their world. You beat him to death? Yi couldn't help asking. His original intention was to keep Emperor Zongwu. After all, if the other party surrendered, it would be a powerful fighting force. Even if he didn't surrender, he could study many useful systems and structures from him. After all, he is the wise master of these magical metal tombs in this world. The top technology is in his body, and it can be used to apply it to other things. And his history is also worth tracing. He has lived for a long time, and can even trace back to prehistoric prehistory, and the immortals who disappeared after the breakthrough in the past. He didn't die, and saved his life. Ningzheng said. Thank you, owner. Yi complimented. He didn't try it anymore, knowing that this attack ended the battle, obviously to show his strength. And Ningzheng was lucky, and said to Yi, the environment of the world today, such reproduction of creatures has more potential. Yi, is this still helping me improve the biological environment, and be more adaptable to biological evolution? I see. Yi said, I go back and study it. He was overwhelmed, and people could be so powerful. Just one move, he wanted to quietly test this mysterious owner of the manor, now thinking that he was like a clown. Then I will go back. The Bronze Emperor looked up, as if he had seen through the barriers of the entire world, and suddenly shouted to the sky, this time, do you still have the ability to draw a custom portrait for me? The sky was silent. Only the stirred white atmospheric vortex was still circling. But Ningzheng guessed that the man had heard it. After all, he had proved with facts that he was secretly drawing the Night Emperor, and he was probably still drawing and watching it now. His tricks were too fancy, and Ning Zheng had never thought that he was trying to travel through the Night Emperor. Ning Zheng's voice disappeared in the air. Draw me. Click. The painter's pen broke with a sound, and he stared at the battle in the other world in the frame with a calm face. Could it be that he is really still alive? He knows that I banished them to another world, and knows that I am secretly painting him? Or did he do it on purpose, and was banished to another world by me? Suspicious people always like to overthink. Now the other party's strength and ability surprised the painter a little, and what surprised him even more was that the other party showed infinite potential at this time. Now look. I am afraid that the Night Emperor is a puppet pushed to the surface. Behind the scenes, it is still the Bronze Emperor, secretly promoting the civilization of the entire Tianming world and calculating the times. And that person knows that I am painting him. I am afraid that it is really his old friend, the ancestor king standing on the 4 sacred beasts, leading the ancient ancestor tribe to overthrow Xian. Then draw him. In this world, no matter how brilliant and talented you are, who can stop me from drawing? He raised his pen. Xi and Shichen can only see through your background and know all your trump cards, but I draw your background. Whatever trump cards, tricks, and fighting power you have, after drawing them, they are all mine. This magical power is the most unsolvable horror in history. The real trump card he relies on to rule the whole world. He was provoked and immediately aroused the will to fight. This was an invitation to fight for him. He decisively accepted the challenge. So he picked up the pen to draw the mysterious Bronze Emperor. It just so happens that I updated the Bronze Emperor for the Night Emperor to fight against Zhao Zai and others here. Since the Night Emperor has been updated, the Bronze Emperor must also be updated. But even though he had tremendous luck and fortune, and his mind was clear, and he was in the best condition ever, even after several attempts and many drafts, he could not capture the spirit of the ancient Bronze Emperor's punch. It is impossible to replicate those 10 seconds. No matter how he draws, he has made some progress, but he is still an extremely mediocre Bronze Emperor. How can you not draw it? Why can't you draw this? His expression gradually became depressed. No matter how he draws this Bronze Emperor, he can't draw the legendary spirit. I don't believe it. He remembered the figure's contemptuous ridicule of the sky, and felt that his painting skills were challenged. Ning Zheng opened his eyes at the sword-casting villa. The war in the Destiny world over there should be over. We must go back and forth quickly, otherwise that guy. Draw me. This is Ning Ding's guess. Because of the different speed of time, it took several days over there, but only a few minutes here. He dared not stay too long. The longer he stayed, the easier it would be to be drawn through. Since the other party must be painting him in secret, then just say it directly, and discuss the painters by the way, attracting their attention, making them think that the Bronze Emperor of that world is his real old friend and old rival. You can watch the show with peace of mind. Ning Zheng turned his head, picked up the fruit again, and looked at the Night Emperor, who had now transformed into another human god in the sky, shaping the fate line, one by one, taking root above the heads of the world. Here, the victory or defeat is up to you. Ning Zheng showed a faint smile, full of ease. What does the victory or defeat of the fighting monks have to do with us? We Shirong, Bone Demon, these secondary professions, are only responsible for providing weapons and equipment for the fighting monks. Even the Night Emperor who came from this other world, the mysterious Emperor of Destiny, might gain power one day and start to rule one side, and the ancestral demon god would appear in person and dominate the era. By then, there will be 4 legs standing in a tripod, the ancestral demon god, the human race, the beast race, and the disaster-inducing and strange royal family. Maybe he will come to our Shirong College to place an order later. Chapter 794. Ning Zheng, who came back, sat on the Ark of the Bone Demon King City and watched the show again. Sure enough, the blackened boss is 10 times stronger. This painter of Jiuzhou, the blackened boss, the fake Night Emperor, is very fierce. He challenged the whole world alone. At this time, this Night Emperor is still trying to divide the interests of Jiuzhou. This plan is not unfeasible. And he was originally a member of the ancestral demon god and the adventure town. Now he is just brought to the surface. It depends on whether he can withstand the siege of Xi and Shichen and others. After this big loss, the LUT will be carefully studied and popularized in Jiuzhou. Ning Zheng sighed, which is quite interesting. And this LUT civilization system next door was created by me. In a month, the branches sprouted, and the civilization system of the golden mud grew into a towering tree. Of course, this is also Ning Zheng's way of flattering himself. This promotion of civilization was not done by Ning Zheng, but by the painter, a sophisticated behind-the-scenes mastermind. He likes to play with the times, secretly plan and calculate, and he had already planned to throw it over. Now, he has also harvested the fruits of the civilization explosion. The fake Night Emperor. This wave can only be regarded as a win-win situation. Anyway, Ningzheng himself has also benefited. And it's not the kind of soup, because he also cuts the huge luck value of the neighbor. Several hundred million every day. The painter who seems to have made the most money, got a luck system and the Night Emperor, but he just thought he made a lot of money. Hit him, the Night Emperor hit him. Dunk him. Cool. Beside them, the little blacksmiths continued to chatter, and continued to eat melons, with a sense of pride. The more handsome and cool the Night Emperor is, the happier they are. I understand. Jiuzai Rong suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted. What do you understand now? Yi Guangxiu was speechless. Am I a prediction expert, or are you a prediction expert? Jiuzai Rong said proudly. This fortune system was brought by us, right? And it only took 1 month, 3,000 years next door. The text placement adventure team is like this, the time after placement passes quickly. The painter has tasted the sweetness this time. Do you think he will throw a few more spaceships? In the future, we will place adventure teams, and civilizations will explode in the worlds, and some Rong Emperor will appear. Then the painter will be jealous and draw another Rong Emperor to bring the system back to Jiuzhou. The Rong Emperor, Night Emperor, Oni Emperor, Blind Emperor. Drawn by the painter brought back different world systems one by one. Jiuzhou is constantly upgrading its dimensions. It's fun to watch. Everyone was shocked by Jiuzai Rong's brain. But don't say it, there's a possibility that the painter will do it again after doing it for the first time. We thought he was the boss behind the scenes, who knew he was a neutral NPC in the dungeon that traveled through space, but no matter how much he boasted, everyone knew that the painter would take off quickly. Today he had a Night Emperor, tomorrow he had a Rong Emperor, and his brain-dead sand sculpture blacksmith had all completed his training. A group of blacksmiths holding the ultimate version must be very strong. The ancestor demon god of that group of pirated blacksmiths defeated them. A group of genuine ones. How could this be possible? These guys. Ningzheng listened to their discussion, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His imagination was still so outrageous. But the painter wouldn't really do this, right? Ningzheng was a little flustered. Boom! Ningzheng came back to her senses, and looked at the battle in the distance, and found that they were already fighting very fiercely. The battle was divided into two sides. 1. Nine-headed Dragon Emperor versus Bronze Emperor. The Bronze Emperor drawn by the painter could not be updated, and it was still the old version, so the nine-headed Dragon Emperor could fight this big fool with only power alone. 2. Xiao Zai, Feng Wangyi, and White Tiger Emperor joined forces to fight 37 Masked Emperors. This Masked Emperor is still a clone of the old version. Unlike the Masked Emperor in the next-door Tianming world, they have become Ghost Kings, constantly updating themselves, keeping up with the times, and leading a group of brothers to help rule the world. But the old version of the Masked Emperors here are still not easy to fight. The only one who is easy to fight is the Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor, but it's a pity that this Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor was attacked by the Night Emperor before, and was directly injured. Anyone with a little brains would guess that the Night Emperor did it on purpose before, to pave the way for the appearance of the 37 clone emperors. 3 people fought 37 people. The fight was very terrifying. The whole East China Sea could feel the violent vibration. More than 40 Hua realm were fighting. There may not be many such battles in history. As the battle continued, the situation gradually became clear. Although the 37 Fumian Hua realm delayed the time, everyone with a discerning eye saw that the emperors of the Fumian era were retreating step by step. Because the White Tiger Emperor was stacked up, the attack power was getting stronger and stronger. Others also wanted to copy the White Tiger Emperor, but unfortunately, the 50% copy of the spiritual root could not be as fast as the original White Tiger Emperor in attacking. And this one had been dormant for a long time, and it seemed that he had also got a wave of Xuanwu's spiritual roots when he was reborn. Now he is very fierce, and his attack and defense are very terrible. As expected, none of the 4 beasts are simple. The White Tiger Emperor killed most of the Fumian Hua realm by himself. He has a bit of the flavor of the 9-headed Dragon Emperor, and he is also a tough guy who is just as tough as me. I want him. Ningzheng was a little jealous. However, there are too many powerful types of spiritual roots in the world, and it depends on the combination. The White Tiger magic power and the Black Tortoise magic power are not very suitable for me. Ningzheng obviously wants to go for the clone system. His Yin-Yang spiritual root combination, Shadow Crocodile Grass, and Human God Flower are all clone systems. The gold-attributed golden god is a lucky number, turning stones into gold, and mass-producing a batch of doom magic weapons, which can also be regarded as the magic weapon clone system. After all, I have a clone, so how can my magic weapon not have a clone? Makes sense. Let's not talk about the water-attributed saints. The ultimate copy spiritual root, I can clone and transform. It's a good match. What Ningzheng wants is a perfect spiritual root combination. The fairy spiritual roots must be matched to achieve qualitative change. For the next 3 spiritual roots, Ningzheng targeted the Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor's Dharmadha to clone ability. This one and the 9-headed Dragon Emperor have been missing for so long. Isn't he here? He smiled. He looked at the Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor, who was supporting nearby, but was seriously injured in the fight, and he immediately became interested. They fight theirs, just in time to plant a wave of Shadow-Devouring spiritual roots. As the Bone King Emperor, Ningzheng immediately summoned Yin Shuangying and asked him to open a clinic on the Bone Demon King City Arc to treat the seriously injured monk. In just half an hour, some dragons and strong men under the command of Zhao Zai came to treat their injuries. The blacksmiths were also very considerate in their service, and they also found a group of court doctors from the Sea clan. Seeing that the preparations were almost done, Ningzheng immediately called out to the Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor, who was waiting for an opportunity on the Bone Demon King City Arc. Your Excellency is injured to this extent. Why don't you come to our arc to heal your injuries? The Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor in the distance was stunned for a moment. You Bone Demon boys wore dragon robes and sat on the dragon throne before, and now you are so kind to invite us up. The palace maids on the boat kept waving. Master, come quickly. I have precious medicine here. Since we have reunited in the 4 seas and shared Hongming, we have become a family. How can our own people harm each other? Come and heal your wounds. We have treated so many people, nothing will happen. The more simple and arrogant Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor looked at the monks who were treated, hesitated for a moment, and still listened to the slander, and came to the Bone Demon Arc. After all, he now has more than 9,000 Dharma images, all of which were targeted by the Night Emperor. Very uncomfortable. He is now in a state of misfortune, and there is a vague tendency of going crazy in his body, which is very miserable. But he believed that bad luck would not appear continuously, so now good luck has come, right? The Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor, whose mind was affected by bad luck and misfortune, seemed to have a muddled mind and lack of judgment, but he was still moved by the enthusiasm of the blacksmiths. Voila! The Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor flew directly to the Ark to seek treatment. This battle is related to the fate of our Sea clan. I hope you can recognize yourself. Sir, don't worry. Yin Shuangying respectfully led the Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor to the clinic. In the clinic, Ancien was wearing a white coat and showed a gentle smile. Guest, you are seriously injured. Lie down on the bed quickly. Yes. The cold Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor nodded and lay on the bed. I check you. Ancien looked serious, but she was very happy in her heart. The unlucky Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor seemed to have bad luck affecting his judgment. Thanks to the Night Emperor for attacking him. Lin Mimi, who was next door, also came to help. On the deck of the Ark in the distance, Ningzheng was eating melons and watching the battle in the distance. He turned his head to look in the direction of the clinic and smiled. He finally took the bait. Chapter 795. Time flies, and it is already 3 days later. Lord Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor, your injury has been initially healed, and you can be discharged from the hospital. This is a small gift for you, the 5th part of Detective Yin Shuangying. Also, this is the limited edition Eye of Appraisal we give you. It is very collectible. I am really sorry for provoking the Dragon Clan when we, the Bone Demons, ascended the throne. At that time, we each served our own masters, and we were just small figures pushed out by the Giant Shell Holy Land and other families. Otherwise, how would we dare to provoke the powerful and ancient Dragon Clan? Accompanied by the sound of praise, the Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor left in a daze. He enjoyed the Emperor-level VIP ward treatment for 3 days. A group of people sang, performed, cut fruits, told jokes, and told horror stories at night. He felt unprecedented careful care. And the horror stories they told were very creepy and very interesting. They were linked together, and it was terrifying to think about them carefully. It seems that they are not bad. The Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor couldn't refuse the hospitality, and left with various gifts in large and small packages. After all, they were persecuted before. How can they, a small race, have the courage to wear dragon robes and sit on the dragon throne? The guys from the Giant Shell Holy Land are really looking for death. As the dragon race, They are extremely proud, and will only take soft actions, and this group of cerebral bone demon boys just hit their weaknesses. During the 3 days that the shadow-devouring dragon emperor was treated, the blackened boss Night Emperor finally failed. Xi and Shichen successfully solved the problem, allowing the world to get rid of the fate-line puppet of becoming a new version of the human god, and Night Emperor fled. But this is also reasonable. Ning Zheng was eating melons nearby and guessed it. Chu Jiansha is indeed very strong, and every move is real damage. There is no experience in confrontation, and no means of confrontation. But Xi and Shichen's ability is too abnormal. If there is no Xi and Shichen, it may be succeeded by Yi Di's surprise attack. It has to be said that this guy's ability to solve problems is exaggerated. It's like cheating. Theoretically invincible, and the potential for the future is amazing. Now Xi and Shichen is still a yin-yang spiritual root, but this guy has opened up the 5 elements method and even announced it openly. Who knows how much he is ahead in technology behind the scenes? When he secretly became a 7-color spiritual root, he didn't know. It is estimated that this emperor is also secretly collecting and studying suitable 5-element spiritual roots. This old 6-human emperor is very insidious. Ning Zheng also set a small goal from this. His own 7-color spiritual root must be the kind that cannot be cracked by Xinhua. The clone system and puppet system are the types that are not easy to crack. For example, can Xi and Shichen crack the ability of the painter? No. The clone system is a group fight, and scholars are afraid of fists. Ning Zheng certainly chose to listen to the wisdom of the predecessors. My 5-element spiritual roots. At this time, after sending away the shadow-devouring dragon emperor, who was having fun, Ning Zheng relaxed and thought about his own 5-element spiritual root configuration. The flesh and blood of the shadow-devouring dragon emperor has been obtained and thrown to the blacksmiths for research. The yin-yang creation furnace synthesized the shadow-devouring dragon clan. The spirit farmer was very lucky to use his blood to cultivate the shadow-devouring spiritual root. Ning Zheng's requirement for the blacksmith is flash plus shadow-devouring. The two tried to merge. Flash is the strongest escaped spiritual root, and Ning Zheng has been keeping an eye on it. After flashing, a clone will be left behind, and it has a high affinity with the clone of shadow-devouring spirit root. Ning Zheng thinks there is something to be done. And now, this wave of war is over. Xiao Zai and others are going to a meeting again. Obviously, the second failure of attacking the ancestral demon god camp has made them more nervous and anxious. Every time they fight this group of ancestral demon gods, they will come up with incredible new tricks. Ning Zheng is very happy to see this. The previous switching state of the Bronze Emperor was done by himself, and this wave of Night Emperor was done by the painter. But Ning Zheng has now abandoned his vest, and is content to retire and farm. He doesn't bother to pay attention to these people. What does the power struggle circle of combat monks have to do with Shirong, a supporting force for iron forging? After all, Ning Zheng's own villa is also going to start the forging order. 9 Spike Immortal Weapon. Duong Duong. The blacksmith shop has started to get busy. Every day, the sound of iron forging can be heard, and the group of knife chirps in the next door world of Destiny exchange forging experience. Is the Destiny world next door busy? Of course it is busy. The world environment has changed. The Zhongwu Emperor was imprisoned, and the whole world was busy after the war. But that was all the work of the combat monks. What does it have to do with the non-combat Dao Jiuzhou and others? They fight, and the blacksmiths over there are also enjoying forging and exchanging forging experiences. In the past few days, Jiosui's spiritual roots have also been studied thoroughly. Tao Sui Shenghua, Wuqiyin Shenghua, rice flowers are Tao flowers. Planting rice is planting Tao, Tao flowers sprout branches, and spikelets give birth to thousands of Tao. Jiosui's spiritual roots are more like a wooden flower pot. You can select a wood seed from the outside world and plant it in your body. 1 rice flower produces 9 rice flowers, each of which is a magical power. The specific 9 magical powers are random and depend on your luck. If you cannot produce a satisfactory Taoist flower magical power, pinch off that rice flower and grow it again. Unfortunately, only 9 rice flowers with spiritual roots can be produced. This is also a defect. The 9 babies next door are all gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and there is no restriction on the spiritual root attributes. But there are also advantages. Jiosui can use one of the 9 Taoist flowers produced as a new seed, and reproduce a rice ear in the wooden flower pot to grow rice flowers. It is amazing to graft and replant seeds, and evolve spiritual roots again and again. This Jiosui is really as his name suggests. He is Shenong, who opened up the era of acquired spiritual roots. No wonder he has so many acquired spiritual roots. Is he really a new version of the mother of no birth? The mother of no birth cultivates a group of children, and he cultivates a group of spiritual root seeds. As for why Josue gave birth to the flowers of Jojo, the other shore, magnolia, rose, each with different attributes, Ning Jing's guess is creating a galaxy. Josue equipped the sun and moon divine soldiers with special yin and yang spiritual roots. Changing the attributes of a spiritual root is very terrifying. Josue probably already had an initial single spiritual root version similar to creating a galaxy, which can change the attributes of spiritual roots. Josue may have pulled out the 9 wood-type rice flowers that he used for health preservation, and then recultivated them, changed their attributes, and gave them to 9 rebel armies to establish Jojo. In this way, the history of Jojo is basically clear. It has to be said, Josue is really brave and has great courage. He really dares to give his core magical powers to others. Otherwise, Ning Zheng would never guess his background and history. And Ning Zheng found that this thing could not evolve. This spiritual root is already the ultimate level of the 3 billion limit. In theory, Ning Zheng has never seen any wild single spiritual root that can reach the theoretical limit of the heavenly spiritual root. Under normal circumstances, no matter how you cultivate it, it is difficult to reach the theoretical extreme value. But obviously, this spiritual root is not ordinary. Ning Zheng guessed that Josue was also playing with luck. He also cultivated and grafted his own spiritual roots again, and with a little bit of luck, he evolved to the limit. At this time, Ning Zheng looked at this with spiritual root and fell into deep thought. Gold produces water, water produces wood, and my third spiritual root must be wood attribute. Do you want to choose this with spiritual root? Free 3 billion limit single spiritual root. Special spiritual roots of luck are very rare and special. So far, only 2 types of gold and wood have been discovered. Moreover, after they carry the attribute of luck, their own gold and wood attributes will be reduced, and they will be more inclined to the magical power of luck. For example, the golden mud, this thing has the attack power of gold attribute. It gives people the impression of a golden luck statue. The Josue thing is probably similar, more inclined to luck rather than wood attribute. Forget it, Josue dominated an era. It is the origin of acquired spiritual roots. It is a ruthless spiritual root machine that can reproduce countless spiritual roots. Mastering it is equivalent to mastering the origin of a spiritual root. Nowadays, the acquired spiritual roots in the world are all grown by Josue. He is the real mother of no birth, who gave birth to the spiritual plants in the world. Ning Zheng hesitated again, and finally chose this with spiritual root. Josue is also an alternative clone system. Rice is the way, plant rice in a flower pot, and grow 9 with spike flowers. The third spiritual root, it's him. Thinking of this, Ning Zheng decisively integrated the third spiritual root. 10 minutes later, Ning Zheng felt the changes in her body, and felt as if there was really an extra flower pot inside her body, which could cultivate seeds and grow 9 rice flowers. Very interesting. Chapter 796. It feels so good. Ning Zheng silently felt the great vitality in her body. Wood, gentle and moist, close to nature. Ning Zheng suddenly felt that her body was wrapped in a warm energy, very comfortable. Most of the wood elements follow the path of spiritual agriculture, and Josue's spiritual root is Cunning among spiritual agriculture. Cunning produces hundreds of herbs. The main feature is a superborn. Ning Zheng felt that she was already a human-shaped flower pot, where she could plant some seeds of with spiritual roots, evolve, grow, and reproduce 9 branches, and then choose the seeds of one of the branches to continue the cycle. It's a pity that I can only do with Taoist flowers. Matching with the galaxy, changing the properties of the spiritual roots is a qualitative change, but I can't have the galaxy, so I can just put it in the hands of Su Yunyang, the functional sun and moon. But this is enough. As long as I'm a little luckier, the 9 wood elements are all auxiliary, recovery, and storage types, which are enough to greatly increase my strength and make my foundation more sufficient. What kind of spiritual roots do what? Ning Zheng didn't think of breeding 9 wood type combat spiritual roots. The combat wood type is a waste, and recovery is its specialty. If it's for combat, can't you use other professional spiritual roots? He has 7 color spiritual roots, and the wood type is responsible for logistics, responsible for providing a huge logistical reserve for this super terrifying life form. And Ning Zheng began to try to use this wood type luck magic to cast some luck spells next door. It turned out that it was very awkward, and most of them didn't work. Different attributes and different running routes. Ning Zheng thought, but if you change the details, The with-type luck magic should also be able to use the 7 major luck professions next door. Now, he has created 3 5-element spiritual roots in one go, and he is very close to perfection. Missing fire and earth. For the fire system, prepare to change the firewood. For the earth system, add the shadow-devouring dragon emperor to flash and see if it can be synthesized. I have to spend my luck again, but fortunately, I have luck. The next door destiny world has won. At least nothing big will happen in the short term. Ningzheng shook her body, walked into the square of the villa, and found that the blacksmith was still busy. Destiny world. In the battle 300 years ago, Emperor Zongwu was successfully imprisoned. But this is a tough man, willing to accept defeat, very heroic. As long as there is wine and meat, he will tell you anything, and explain his skills and details. And Yi Shenyan often went to visit the prison and drank with him. Although Yi Di didn't like the scene, he didn't say anything. It's not that he doesn't fear his son being led astray, but children always have to be independent. If they are so easily influenced, they will be influenced sooner or later. If jade is not polished, it will not become a useful tool. At the same time, he is a father for the first time. He can calculate the world, use all kinds of insidious routines, and make trouble for others. But raising a child, and taking care of the child's emotions are a bit of a headache for him. Emotions are inherently unpredictable, and the Night Emperor can only leave it to his Empress Yi Tianai to manage. Moreover, after the war, he is ready to have a second child in his spare time. After all, the tolerance rate of a royal family with a single lineage is the lowest, and the Yi family royal family must be a large family. In this way, the world of destiny that he controls currently has only 3 things. 1. Have a second child. 2. Use the last biological explosion period to reproduce rapidly, and reshape the food chain of the common people after a wave of changes in the terrain. 3. Obtain the position of Xian. Although Emperor Zongwu said everything, there was only one thing he didn't say, the hidden location of Xian. Although theoretically, Emperor Yi could also find it through divination, the cost was too high. And if others found it in advance, they might betray him, because it was a position of immortality that no longer needed to be fought for and was already mature. Who wouldn't be jealous? So occasionally, Emperor Yi would come to visit the prison, but Emperor Zongwu would often shake his head and talk about other things. One day, Emperor Zongwu suddenly said, Emperor Yi, with the strength of your body and the terror of the bronze statue of the Emperor, ordinary weaker immortals can fight against it. Emperor Zongwu looked at him. This immortal position has been used up more than half, and the source is insufficient. It is not suitable for you with unlimited potential. Emperor Zongwu said meaningfully, even if you become an immortal, you are the one with the worst foundation, and it is difficult to complete it. After all, the essence of Xian is to evolve the race. The remaining energy is not enough for you to improve your own race, footwork, and various details. You may only get an incomplete immortal body by using this body tempering. Whether it is suitable or not, we will talk about it after we get it. Yi Di said calmly. Besides, I am extremely lucky and will soon master the divine artifact of destiny book of life and death, creating a new order and destiny line, connecting the whole world. As long as you are lucky, there is a chance to make up for any lack of origin. He said coldly, it's just the origin of offering. The origin of offering is essentially the huge evolutionary force accumulated over time, and gathered through the mass extinction of organisms. And if you are lucky, with the cause and effect gathered by the whole world, is it possible to artificially activate the origin of offering? If Xian is artificially bred like a cow, and gives birth regularly, can immortals appear regularly? You primitive people are too primitive in your use of Xian. Yi Di showed an extremely contemptuous tone, and told a terrible future. This is a terrifying future that neither the flesh and blood nor the soul system can achieve. The luck system may not seem to be strong in combat, but it is too omnipotent. With the blessing of huge luck, it is not impossible to open up a new method and use Xian efficiently. Emperor Zongwu was in turmoil, eyes wide open. I know what you are thinking. Emperor Yi looked at him quietly. You lost, you are very unwilling, you are afraid of the power of destiny, you want to fight again. But you can't do it yourself, so you set your sights on my child. You want to pass on your life strength to him, cultivate him, let him surpass me, and even give him the true position of the sacrifice you hid, let him become an immortal. And then become my enemy. You want to make Yi Shenyan the king of destiny in the new world and overthrow his father. Emperor Zongwu looked solemn. Obviously Emperor Yi guessed his thoughts. How did you guess it? Emperor Zongwu suddenly spoke. Because it's very simple. Emperor Yi sneered. The ancient myths of some gods are nothing more than the father god and son fighting, the whole family fighting, mastering the artifact of destiny, and then making various artifacts. He is too familiar with this routine. He is not one of those stupid protagonists. He wants to kill this bloody plot from the source. Then why didn't you stop him from coming? Emperor Zongwu said. Emperor Yi said calmly, I understand human nature, but I don't know how to raise a child. Emperor Zongwu, Emperor Yi said again, I know he has a rebellious mentality. Stopping him will make things worse, because I really don't know how to raise a child. I am good at calculating, so I come to stop you, which is the best solution in my eyes. Come on, there is no need to dwell on temporary hatred. Emperor Yi put his hands behind his back and said, The throne of Xian should not be used in the battle of family ethics, nor should it be consumed in your hatred. Your selfish desires will only cause meaningless internal friction in the world. We use our energy to kill each other. Xian has a higher value. The study of our destiny is enough to affect the future of the whole world. The progress of civilization comes from the understanding of the law of nature. In the wilderness, the flying and hiding that you thought were impossible are now all possible, aren't they? The use of Xian is too crude. We need to turn Xian into an assembly line factory, analyze its origins, and create immortals. And you, my friend, the great mythical emperor in the history of our world, you will accompany me and continue to promote the entire civilization, right? His expression was cold, but it contained incredible ambitions. It's too stupid to be entangled in the position of Xian. Why don't we use this position to research more immortals? By then, you will have a seat in the immortal position. Emperor Zongwu was shocked. He looked at the extremely confident emperor in front of him with surprise. He was full of personal charm, and seemed to be shining. Immortal position, there is a seat for him, Emperor Zongwu. Yes, why bother with hatred? For the great journey of civilization, why should I be entangled because of a defeat? He lay dormant for endless years, moving forward boringly again and again. Wasn't it just to climb higher and look far, using his strong desire for knowledge to explore the length of life and endless power? He shed his shell again and rebuilt his system. Wasn't it just to pursue the truth? He had never been defeated before, but because of the first defeat in his life, he was desperate and gave up on himself. His dream was gone, and the immortal position was completely lost. But now, there may be more than one immortal position, and they could all reach the top together. He was very excited and silent for a while. Can you really do it? This is destiny. Emperor Yi said, why did you come into the world? It is the destiny in the dark that allows you to vacate the position of immortals, not to waste it, and leave it to our Tianming dynasty for great research. This is the fate in the dark. Emperor Zongwu hesitated. Perhaps this is really destiny, so that he no longer wastes the position of offering. Otherwise, I don't know how many years it will take for the next gathering. We are destined to create an era. He leaned down and stretched out his hand. Come, join me. Emperor Zongwu's pupils dilated, and then he smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand to hold his hand. I will accompany you to explore the whole world. Emperor Yi smiled. Fate will make us, the people of destiny, create a world miracle that is more mythical than myth, more legendary than legend, and countless opportunities and coincidences. We will explore all extraordinary principles and lead civilization to sail far. He led Emperor Zongwu out of the cell, and a golden light sprinkled from the sky. This great emperor of destiny was telling his ambition. The scene of the two of them working together seemed to be reflected in the eternal historical legend. Chapter 797. Emperor Zongwu's holy martial arts uniform was completely shattered by Ning Zheng's blow, and his powerful abilities had already lost 80% to 90%. After all, without the holy martial arts uniform, he practiced the way of luck in this life. Just as an ordinary luck cultivator, Emperor Ye's ability in the way of luck crushed him. Therefore, even if Emperor Zongwu was released, he could not threaten the Night Emperor who ruled the world, not to mention that he himself was already seriously injured. Soon, Emperor Zongwu surrendered completely. He and Emperor Yi revealed all his trump cards, abilities, and the specific location of the sacrifice. Emperor Yi was a little surprised and sighed. Your magical powers are so strange. No wonder it was a bit difficult to fight before. Emperor Yi recorded it according to the habits of blacksmiths. Emperor Zongwu's magical powers should be as follows. Bioforce field. Create a layer of buffer force field to absorb the attacks received, and disperse them over a certain period of time, slowly releasing them for the body to bear. It is a bit similar to the giant shell next door, but the ability of the giant shell is to buffer and counterattack. And this is pure defense. Absorb the attack for a moment, then slowly release it, so that the body can bear it. In the words of the game, all the instantaneous attacks on the body will become continuous slow damage. Don't underestimate this ability. Now the ability of Zongwu Emperor is very terrifying. For example, if someone punches you, Zongwu Emperor can evenly distribute the force of this punch in every minute and every second of his day, and slowly bear it. How terrible is this? You hit this punch with all your strength, and then disperse it in every second of this day, and you only have to bear 186,400 of your punch per second. It doesn't hurt at all. To put it another way, for every punch you hit him, he will only take one of your 86,400 attacks in the next second, which is abnormal, of course. If you hit him 86,400 times, he will take one of your full-strength attacks every second of the next day, directly breaking the buffer shield. In addition, in every life of Emperor Zongwu, he has cultivated various routes of biological force fields. In one life, he wore the holy martial armor and walked the martial arts path, which is a slow release of the body. In another life, he wore the holy martial armor and walked the soul path, which is a slow release of the soul. This time, he is slow releasing his luck. Your luck attacks and curses will be evenly and slowly released in the next day. This is a different kind of immortality, and it looks more purely defensive than the spike damage of the next door Xuanwu clan. This is a bit exaggerated. It is worthy of being a holy warrior suit. Yi Di sighed in his heart. No wonder when I fought him before, I felt that he was wearing an invincible golden armor, a god from heaven, and activating the invincible skill, chasing me madly. At first, I thought his invincibility was a temporary explosive skill, and fought with him, but who knew that I found out later that his invincibility skill was a passive permanent skill. It was because the opponent opened. He was wearing the invincible golden body, so he thought that the other party was secretly cheating, so he frantically asked the owner for help. This person is really cheating, and he has no martial ethics. But at this time, Emperor Zongwu smiled bitterly. How can I be called invincible? Wasn't it because I was hit so hard that I couldn't bear it? That move was too exaggerated. I couldn't bear it even if I spread it out for a day, and my body exploded instantly. Emperor Yi nodded, and sighed in his heart. The owner of the manor is awesome. Your ability sounds too magical and incredible. Do you know the principle of your magical power? Emperor Yi suddenly asked. I have also studied the principle. Zongwu smiled and said, actually, 99% of everyone's body is empty space, composed of tiny particles. This magical power makes my body particles like springs, buffering and storing energy, and then slowly releasing the force like a spring. Yi Di suddenly realized. He was not a physicist before he traveled through time, and guessed, is this the elastic force field energy storage of molecular force? He didn't know if he was right, but he felt that it had great potential. Your magical power may have already belonged to one of the original characteristics of force? The martial arts system of this world seems more terrifying than imagined. Emperor Zongwu said, we don't understand molecular force. This is the martial arts that we push to the peak after the end of the forbidden magic in the metal tombs everywhere. We call this Supreme Realm Force Dissipation. Emperor Yi, Force Dissipation, Force Dissipation. So, can you dissipate it for a day? Emperor Zongwu said, this kind of magical power requires extremely high combat skills. Generally, martial arts masters can disperse the enemy's instantaneous force in the next instant stick. And I disperse it in the next day, which is unprecedented. And, it looks like a purely defensive magical power, but the slow release and continuous damage will make your body constantly tempered every minute and every second, endure damage, and eventually become stronger and stronger, achieving a holy martial arts combat body. Emperor Yi was surprised after listening, and nodded to show his understanding. Martial arts. The peak of martial arts. How can martial arts be so inconvenient? You are worthy of being the mythical emperor of martial arts in the Golden Age. To be honest, Emperor Yi is very greedy for this pure wind control magical power. It is too strong. All attacks become continuous damage. This is their single spiritual root ability. If they add the second blood recovery ability, wouldn't they be invincible? Yi Di felt a little sick. Zongwu certainly didn't know what the other party was thinking, but said, now I am almost useless. I am only cultivating the holy martial armor of the first level of luck. My body and soul can't defend. You don't have to be afraid of me. Yi Di nodded. Of course I won't be afraid of you. I even want you to be my son's mentor. While the two were talking, they came to Xian's hiding place. The other party turned off the defensive formation, revealing Xian inside, who also looked like a scholar, reading a book. Yi Di frowned slightly. Because the other party looked exactly like Xian and Jiuzhou, there was indeed a connection between the two. What is Xian's personality? Will he wake up? Yi Di asked directly. He is a scholar, kind and gentle. Zongwu Emperor said, it is said that he opened up the original primitive tribal civilization and led the people to develop. Later, there was a big change. In short, when I found Xian, his first words to me were, "I will let go of my defense again, and let you kill me." Yi Di's mind was slightly shaken, and an inexplicable sense of horror emerged from his spine. Because when the Jojo Dragon Clan tomb was unsealed, the first thing he saw when he saw Xian was also this sentence, "Kill me." Even the personality is the same. He looked sharp, and the world really hides some great terrors. However, he is the Emperor of Destiny. How could he be afraid of the stage? And he controls his destiny, so he naturally explores the truth boldly. "Come on, follow me to take the Xian back," he suddenly spoke. Soon, under heavy escort, he was brought back to the nursery, and then Yi Di felt unsafe and secretly brought Xian back to the book of history. Suddenly, Dao Jijio, Rongdi and several others ran out, looking at this offering, dumbfounded. "Ah! Why did you bring this thing back? Your Tianming dynasty is doing this now?" Chapter 798. Swordcasting Villa. There are tall buildings, various transport vehicles, and magic puppets busy back and forth, like a modern arsenal. Zhuangling Jiuzhang, macro allocation of daily workload, and also injecting a lot of resources to produce a warehouse of golden statues and put them into the other world. Crash. At this time, the space turbulence surged, and a courier treasure box for today fell into the square. Today's courier has arrived. Place the adventure team, and mail back today's adventure log. Let me see, where have they explored? How are they now? Several blacksmiths ran over. The lid of the treasure box was opened, revealing a new version of the golden mud inside, which had been filled with luck value. Su Yunyang hurriedly walked out of the library and drove away these guys. Go away, now the library has restored the communication function of letters. If you want to write to the adventure team in the other world, you can come to our library to buy stamps. After driving these guys away, Su Yunyang asked someone to carry the treasure chest back to the library, took down the letters placed on the gold bricks, and then stood on the podium of the library and read aloud. "I am Dao Jiuzhou. Seeing your words is like seeing your father. In the past 100 years, we..." Soon as they read, everyone also knew the general content, and was extremely surprised at the direction of the plot. Emperor Zongwu surrendered next door. Was he fooled by his ideals? Such a giant in history also came to work for the Tianming dynasty? Sure enough, the words used by the group of unethical blacksmiths and capitalists in the other world to fool the workers had not regressed. "It's my style. I heard that the general tactics were proposed by Emperor Rong over there. Damn capitalists. Quickly catch Jiosai Rong and hang the street lamp again." Everyone was clamoring, listening to the wonderful adventures of the past 100 years like a story, and was fascinated by it. This adventure text gameplay is now like a novel updated daily, which is a game feature and must be read. Listening to books is one of the popular gameplays that everyone has recently launched. In addition, they heard that the Xian next door successfully entered the year's history book and began to study the other party's body structure and various origins, which surprised them very much. Even this batch of treasure chests today also mailed some Xian materials, asking the sword-casting villa here to help analyze the data with various artifacts. Fuck. The adventure team has exploded with equipment. Research subjects to be offered. We are still competing for the offer. We have already started the experiment. It's amazing. Ha ha ha, so cool. You're crazy. We can't really work out the principle and create an assembly line immortal, right? The next door is the world of destiny. It's very scary to cultivate the destiny in the dark. It's not impossible. A blacksmith sighed, full of surprise. I feel that our sword forging villa is taking a new main line. With our extremely strong scientific research and iron making technology, we will forge iron and change the times to create mass-produced immortals. Iron making is the main line, and now it's the offering. Being at the forefront of the times gives the blacksmith a strong sense of accomplishment and pride. He really wants to go out and show off that we have an offer in the sword forging villa. While everyone was overjoyed, they also wrote a letter and stuffed it into the treasure chest, and then sent the treasure chest with the luck value sucked out back to the other world. At 521 million, an astonishing number popped up in Ning Jing's mind. Now the daily number has skyrocketed again, and new golden men have even begun to be placed in various regions of the Destiny world. Emperor Yi is fulfilling his promise. 1 continent, 12 golden men. 3 days ago, Ningzheng almost spent all his luck points in a battle, and now Ningzheng has as much as 1.9 billion in his hands. Very scary. With this progress, the remaining fire and earth attribute spiritual roots may not be far away. Even if it really takes 3 billion, Ningzheng can afford it. What's more, he already has the prototype spiritual roots, so it is impossible to spend so much. And in the letter, Ningzheng also saw the true magical power of Emperor Zongwu, and immediately envied, this thing of his is a bit outrageous. If I hadn't burst out in a wave, I was afraid that the painter would steal my painting, and I was in a hurry to prepare to end it with one move. I really couldn't blow up his golden body. A little bit wanting. This is really not Ningzheng's greed. There are really too many good things, and this thing is too perverted. It is indeed one of the strongest magical powers accumulated by a civilized world. After some hesitation, he suppressed the idea of changing his spiritual root. Because this thing is strong, but it does not match his combined magical power. Besides, I can use this holy warrior suit. My route is basically determined by the shadow crocodile clone flow, and my clone can also change into 1,000 forms and become a clone. The shadow crocodile clone, and then copy this holy warrior suit and become a copy of the buried emperor. Ningzheng thought of nesting dolls. He even wanted to start combining the second set of colorful magical powers. The type of hardcore fighting, paired with a wave of white tigers, black tortoises, giant shells, holy warrior suit. Then copy this colorful spiritual root himself, a bunch of enhanced versions of Emperor Zongwu, each with an invincible golden body. As soon as he entered the field, Ningzheng had already imagined how ugly the enemy's face was, and he was still shouting, why don't they take damage? Why can't they be defeated? The confused look of Emperor Yi, who was confused by Emperor Zongwu before, will appear one by one on Ningzheng's enemies. Emperor Zongwu, what a treasure. Very good, these hardcore magical powers cannot be wasted, and we can start to build the second 7-color spiritual root. Ningzheng was happy, and felt that the future was very bright. In the next few days, the blacksmiths were busy flying, and they had officially started to forge Josue's magic weapon. And the blacksmiths also asked the owner of the manor for his opinion. Ningzheng's answer was, don't hide it, and make this magic weapon with all your strength. He even gave away his own spiritual root, and Josue had been kind to our sword-casting villa. Naturally, you can't be sneaky with his weapon list. So, the blacksmiths started working at full capacity. They were also willing to invest their own luck value. After all, the daily luck value they could use was as high as more than 5 million. 3 days later, a colorful weapon spirit of a magic weapon appeared. After this period of research, they finally came up with the Ember Spirit, Yin and Yang magic power, Rice Flower Emperor Throne, 10 times the power of flesh and blood, 10 times the power of soul, and repeating. This thing, pure basic values. 5 elements magic power, 9-5 supreme, 9 years of gold spirit roots, 9 years of wood spirit roots, 9 years of earth 5 elements spirit roots. It's just a crazy increase. Originally, it could only produce 9 Tao flowers, but now it has 59-45 rice flower magic powers. It's really fierce. It seems that this magic weapon is very plain and unpretentious. But in reality, it is ever-changing. 45 Tao flowers are randomly generated, and there is no upper limit in theory. A true strong person should be so simple and unpretentious. As for who is the chosen weapon spirit, the players did not compete for the quota this time. Because they all know that Josue had erased the memory of the weapon spirit with amnesia last time, and it must be the same this time. So, Josue, who never wet the bed, stepped forward and became the weapon spirit that was about to lose its memory. According to his personal account, his name originally contained a wave of good wishes for Josue. Hua la la, on this day, the colorful weapon spirit of the villa was born. The cloud swept across the sky and the earth, as if a powerful existence was born in the dark, with a strong sense of oppression from a higher dimension of life. It took 7 heavenly spirit roots to cast, and the cost alone was as much as 700 to 800 million. However, it is easy to make a weapon spirit, but a weapon body is a pain point for blacksmiths. But how can blacksmiths wait? They still take the path of making weapon spirits by themselves and cooperating with the neighbor to make weapon bodies. The next day, the treasure chest next door delivered a corresponding weapon body, a supreme sword of the 9 fives. On one side of the sword body are mountains, rivers, sun and moon, and on the other side are slash and burn farming, with beautiful and gorgeous rice flowers embellishing it, giving people an extreme sense of beauty. I got it the next day, and the main point is that it's fast. After all, there was a full 100 years of time next door, so what kind of weapon couldn't be made? So at noon that day, the weapon spirit and the weapon body were fused in the villa, and a brand new weapon comparable to the sun and moon divine weapon was completely born. Josue's weapon list is complete. This is a historic step. And it also means that the blacksmith players of the sword casting villa have finally been able to independently create a colorful fairy weapon after going through the mainline tasks again and again. finally officially became the real sword casting villa, the first god craftsman in Gyozhou. Chapter 799. Without further delay, the immortal weapons ordered by Jiosue were secretly transported by Ning Zheng to the capital. He was lucky and arrived in the capital without any danger. He showed his identity, and then entered the palace. Xian Shichen's body has been sitting in the palace. But the Dharma image is very busy. He has been in the Bone Demon King city these days, studying the way of luck with the leaders of the four sacred beasts, Xiao Zai and others. Obviously, he has some experience. At this time, Xian Shichen's body was sitting on the throne, and the whole person was shocked. How is it possible? They made it so quickly? Yes. Dao Yu's eyes also showed some brilliance. They actually succeeded, and the speed was extremely fast. The time to cast a magic weapon is actually impossible to take hundreds of years, because the magic weapon must be cast in one piece and in one go. It is impossible for you to cast it for several years. For example, you made the hilt last year and the blade this year? The hilt made last year has already cooled down. How can it be melted together? The magic weapon should be one piece. If you wait for a long time, it will become a spliced inferior product. So once a magic weapon is cast, the faster it is made, the better, and it will be hammered madly for several days and nights. The shorter the time of forging the magic weapon, the higher your skills. You have to know. The Emperor Jiosue summoned the great men of all professions in the 9 states of the world to forge the sun and the moon together, and it took more than half a month day and night, with blacksmiths taking turns to work, and the hammers did not dare to stop. Before, the Sea clan summoned the great men of the 4 seas to forge the country guarding Hongming, which also took more than half a month. And Shirong Villa has only taken more than half a month. Doesn't it mean that they may have dozens of professional masters? A sword-making villa can be comparable to the combined strength of the human race and the sea race? Where did they get their foundation? Where did they get so many masters? Half a month. Xian Shichen was shocked and couldn't help saying, if you convert it, they must have at least 3 full-system professional masters of my level to create it. Dao Yu rolled her eyes. I don't know if your majesty is bragging about the other party's strength or your own strength. Go and meet him. Xian Shichen decisively met the owner of the sword-forging villa. It is worthy of being the world's #1 sword-forging villa, creating all kinds of magic weapons, and advancing the times again and again. You are too flattering. Ning Zheng smiled and handed the box of magic weapons to Miss Dao Yu next to her. The outside world is turbulent, but there has been no news from our sword-forging villa during this period of time, because we are all working hard to create immortal weapons. Miss Dao Yu presented the weapon. Xian Shichen opened the box, his eyes burning with golden flames, and with just one glance, he read most of the information in it. The supreme sword of the 9-5. He was impressed by the completeness of it, and was even more surprised in his heart. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and said, Good! 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 Give the other half of the reward to our heroes. Miss Dao Yu handed over a storage ring. For this order of rewards, Ning Zheng asked for various metal veins and rare materials. After all, the money he spent on casting those golden men was simply a bottomless pit. 12 golden men for one continent would cost too much. And he wanted these rewards, and he wasn't afraid of Xian Shichen finding out. It's reasonable for a blacksmith like me to ask for various forging materials, right? Next, Ning Zheng and Xian Shichen asked each other about their well-being, and said that they didn't know about the indirect questions about various weapons. Ning Zheng himself is not a blacksmith. How can he understand? Seeing that he couldn't find out the details, Xian Shichen followed the normal audience process and let Ning Zheng leave. Your Majesty, how is it? Dao Yu asked. Xian Shichen smiled. The era of 7-color spiritual roots is about to break out completely, and the era of immortal weapons has officially arrived. Dao Yu was shocked and knew what this meant. The reason why cultivators are powerful is that they can use weapons, and are fully equipped with 6 divine suits. A barbarian with bare hands can never beat a fully armed soldier. Even a well-trained soldier, wearing heavy armor, can fight a tiger in the mountains alone, and be the tiger-killing hero. The blessing for mortals is so exaggerated, let alone the top cultivators. Before, all the cultivators with immortal spiritual roots were considered to be barehanded, but now the era of 7-color immortal weapons has finally erupted. Immortal weapons appear one after another. If you can't keep up with the times, I'm afraid something big will happen, and Zhujian Villa has a 7-color immortal weapon every 10 days, which is extraordinary. I'm afraid that all the great masters in the world will go to ask for a weapon. People don't have 7-color spiritual roots. Weapons, but 7-color immortal weapons appear. This means that the civilization development process of immortal weapons is faster than that of immortal cultivators. weapons, at this stage, are stronger than those of the human race. Afterwards, the world may compare him with Xian Shichin and Shirong Manor Master. He, the Emperor, is responsible for promoting the era of immortal spiritual roots of the human race. There is no Shirong Manor owner who can push weapons faster. In the eyes of the world, isn't he much weaker? Xian Shichin's expression gradually became cold. This is going to ride on his head again. He was originally afraid of this mysterious Shirong party, even though the other party helped him return to the throne and ascend the throne again. The cooperation back then was of course sweet. But fear is what a normal emperor should have. A naive emperor is not worthy of being an emperor. Sword-casting manner is the important core of the entire immortal civilization. Xian Shichin's expression was cold. I just announced the 5-element spiritual root method before, and he has now taken out the 7-color immortal weapon and suppressed me. Unless I take out the 7-color spiritual root method, otherwise he is a mere scholar, and his reputation will suppress me, an emperor. Everyone in the world only knows Shirong, but not your majesty. The people's hearts are not with the monarch, so who is the world in this world? But how can I announce the 7-color method? Announce. The 5 elements method is already the limit. He looked thoughtful, and his expression was a bit tangled and angry. Now, he can create the 7-colored magic weapon independently, instead of needing the assistance of masters in the world as before. I am afraid that every word and action of his will be followed by all the strong men in the world, who would like to give treasures, and wives and daughters just to ask for a 7-colored magic weapon. The 7-colored magic weapon, if the magical power is matched properly, a magic weapon can make those ordinary cultivators in the transformation realm have the power comparable to the kings of their major races. It affects the world situation too much. All the strong men in the world are fighting, and everyone knows the terribleness of this factor that affects the outcome. Shiman Academy. Ningzheng handed in the order, but did not return to the villa directly, but came here. Master of the villa. Master of the villa. Eye dazzled, the fairy of medicine stood up. Ningzheng looked at Eye dazzled, and her expression became meaningful. This guy is about to reach the realm of transformation. He seems to be hiding very deeply, but he can't hide it from Ningzheng. Perhaps as a ghost king, he secretly runs out to eat ghosts and practice crazily every night after the players log off. If the Night Emperor is the protagonist of the overbearing and powerful, then Eye dazzled is the protagonist of the longevity flow who develops in a cowardly way. These blacksmiths are worthy of reading too many novels, and they are experienced and talented. Speaking of which, now the fairy of medicine is half awakened, and the 3 awakened ghost kings in the villa, the Night Emperor next door, Eye dazzled, and Sun and Moon Su Yinyang, all have their own little thoughts and develop on their own. But Ningzheng ignored Yinhua and said, we have taken out the 7-color fairy weapon, but His Majesty is afraid of us, and his fear may reach its peak as it accumulates. Yinhua pretended to be silly. Why should His Majesty be afraid of us? He asked us to forge the 7-color fairy weapon, but we can't forge it. Isn't it deceiving the Emperor? We forged it, but he is afraid of it? Won't it be wrong no matter what we do? Ningzheng smiled. Emperors have always been like this. But Ningzheng can understand that his limelight is too prosperous. Which emperor can tolerate this? Then what should we do? Said the fairy doctor. Since he is feared, let him be completely feared. Ningzheng said, we, the sword-casting villa, have started to accept a large number of orders for immortal weapons, and start to make money. The combat professional circle and the non-combat professional circle have always had a tacit understanding, and do not interfere with each other. He dare not come to trouble us. We are a neutral profession. The fairy doctor was stunned for a moment and nodded. Then our Shirong Academy must start to announce the news, start to officially accept orders for immortal weapons, accept independently, no longer rely on Dukuhong, Sinibaishan and others. One force can complete the powerful immortal weapons that can only be created by Shinong, Xinjiang, and Shenzhenshi. Once this news comes out, I am afraid that our Shirong will instantly become the leading holy land of Jiuzhou, and all professions in the world will follow its lead, and even come here to study and join. Chapter 800. The development speed of the field of immortal weapons is very fast nowadays. Xian Shichin has to go out and fight all day, slowing down the speed of studying immortal spiritual roots. And Sinibaishan, Lei Chuigong and other traditional divine craftsmen only need to study iron making at home, and they don't care about the flood outside. The divine craftsmen have gone a step further, and developed the 5 elements of immortal weapons, but the 7 colors have not been successful yet. The 5 elements plus yin and yang are also a secondary cycle on top of a cycle, and there are still various small problems that have not been solved. So when Sinibaishan heard the news, he was extremely surprised. Have they completely achieved independent production? Sini Baishan still couldn't believe it when he heard the news. The seven-color divine weapon was previously a joint effort of a group of god-level professionals, including Cunning, Sini Baishan, and dozens of other god-level professionals, who made great efforts. It was a teamwork. Although Shirong was bragging loudly outside, in fact, everyone understood that in the cooperation, he was only responsible for the position of the Emperor Doctor of the seven-color spiritual route. But now, they have created an independent industrial chain. The difficulty is not something that outsiders can understand. Just like producing a mobile phone on Earth, it requires reasonable cooperation among major manufacturers around the world. Which screen should be selected? Which chip should be selected? Otherwise, a certain mobile phone would not be choked by others. It is really impossible for one force to produce every component. But now, Sword Casting Villa has done it. Didn't you invite them? Sini Baishan looked at Cunning. No. Cunning shook her head. They didn't invite any force. They completed it independently. Sini Baishan's pupils shrank. Divine Doctor, Divine Farmer, Divine Craftsman, Divine Formation, each project must reach an incredible peak, deep to a terrifying degree. How many years has it been? They are already a towering mountain that we can't see. Sini Baishan lowered his head and asked himself. Starting from the professional masters of various major sects and major religions, the news that Shirong independently cast the seven-color fairy weapon is like a vast wave sweeping across the entire Kyushu. This wave is no less than the previous battle of the Night Emperor, who led the disaster when the destiny came. Everyone knows what this means. It means that there is a supreme overlord who will completely rule their era. Even the top masters of Kyushu, Xiaozai, Feng Wangyai and others, have to ask the sword casting villa, and even kowtow to cast weapons for themselves. Because others went to ask for weapons, you didn't go. Your combat power has weakened. Is there still a place for you in this era? This is the terrible effect of the monopoly of top fairy weapons. What kind of monster is this? The human race's sun and moon were forged by the human race's strong men, and the sea race's Hongming was forged by the sea race's strong men. But now, a single force is forging immortal weapons? How can it be so powerful? Others can't figure it out no matter how hard they try. Even some far-sighted human cultivators are sad, because they have seen what will happen in the future. Someone said, in history, there was only one era when non-professionals dominated the world. In the Chaos Era, a group of doctors overlooked the vast land for more than 1,000,000 years. It is an ancient myth. According to the truth of the tomb robbing investigation, that group of doctors helped transform the mythical emperors of the era. Those emperors could only bow down and kneel, because if the doctors didn't help them transform, they would be beaten to death by others. Now, it will be another era of chaos, the birth of blacksmiths, and the ruling era. All these changes were brought by Shirong's lineage. It's a pity that even though the chaos lasted for millions of years, it was still gone, and the hegemony was regained by the fighting monks. Now, the Shirong immortal weapon era is probably still a flash in the pan. That's enough. A group of weak scholars who only know knowledge, wielding iron hammers, driving alchemy furnaces, planting rice fields, and ruling an era of hegemony in the villa, overlooking the world, the kings of all races, are already a miracle in the world. Immortal soldiers? Immortal soldiers? What a terrifying thing. Since the history of monks, it is essentially an era where fists are power. All the divine craftsmen and divine doctors are essentially living under the protection of the emperor, who dominates the world. But now, a group of blacksmiths without fighting power are riding on the heads of fighting monks. Some people even sorted out Shirong's life. They found that Shirong had never fought in his life. After he was born, he spent most of his time on painstaking research, developing sales, and so on. They huddled in Shirong Academy, and did not expand. They were a group of pious and pure ascetics, and they were pure pioneers who paved the way for future generations. For such ascetics, who did not fight, no one could raise hostility, no one could hate them, and even admire them very much. They did not fight for anything at all, but they inexplicably reached the top. Such pure scholars, no matter which strong person they were, would be in awe and respect. Soon, a word from the owner of Shirong Manor spread. To fight is not to fight. Not to fight is to fight. Only by not fighting can no one in the world fight with you. This sentence shocked the world. Soon, Shirong Academy was crowded with people. One by one, the scholars shouted, their blood boiling, "You are just a fighting monk. You have to climb the mountain step by step, go to the villa, and then worship me and beg me, and I will forge a peerless magic weapon for you." In the restaurant, there was an alchemist who got drunk and vomited all the depression in his heart, shouting, "I should be above the world. All the masters in the world can only go to the sword forging villa and ask me to give them a sword. This is the ultimate dream of our non-combat professional circle. Someone was drunk and sighed. Now, all the magic ways, righteous ways, demon ways, and trick ways have to look at the face of the sword forging villa. Shirong Academy is full of such voices. Some are water troops. Some are people with ulterior motives, deliberately pushing Shirong to the forefront of the world, because they don't need Dukuhong and others to independently forge 7-color fairy weapons, and no one can choke their throats anymore. But no one can deny it. What a glory it is for all the monks in various professions. This is simply witnessing history. Countless eyes gathered from various continents and seas, looking at Zinnia's city, and Shirong Academy. The era of 7-color fairy weapons has arrived. All the major forces are also in chaos, and countless masters in the transformation realm are shocked, and instead are excited. Their combat power is mediocre. They can't even fight close to those top battles. If you have a 7-color fairy weapon now, it is possible to overtake on the curve. Of course, there are also archaeologists who have seen deeper things in history. They said to the outside world, human history is a cycle. Cultivators who are not good at fighting ride on combat cultivators. This only appears during the transitional period when civilization explodes. Why did doctors become the overlords in the chaotic era? It is because the 5-body circulation system did not appear during the chaotic period, and was still in the process of exploring the transition of the system. The exploration system requires doctors who are good at body research, so medical skills are the overlord. And now, it is another transitional outbreak period. Immortal weapons dominate the era. Sword Forging Villa has become the uncrowned king. I don't know how many people are sighing. Shirong, in the short term, is probably the strongest neutral force in our world that no one dares to provoke and transcends the world. Chapter 801. Shirong City has once again seen a population boom. Countless students and monks have enrolled, ushering in another enrollment frenzy. Just as Xi and Shichen guessed, Shirong's reputation has surpassed that of the emperor. Shirong Academy has officially surpassed the Imperial Academy in the capital, and has become the veritable #1 academy in Jiuzhou, the strongest in the minds of countless scholars. At the same time, a large number of god-level professionals, ancient masters, and scholars have come to seek a higher realm and express their desire to join the sword forging villa behind the scenes. But the fairy doctors refused. Seeing that this was not a solution, the blacksmiths continued to discuss and plan at the sword forging villa, and even people on the game forum kept making suggestions. They finally came up with a feasible plan. Since it's out, then it's out completely. Soon, Yin Hua walked to the square of Shirong Academy, stood on a high place, and looked at the various high-level professions who came to join us. Thank you for your strong support from all the Taoist friends who came from afar. Since you all want to join us, we will naturally not refuse. The address of the sword casting villa is mysterious, and cannot be leaked to avoid being attacked by evil people in secret. We will develop the second casting area here, and also cast immortal weapons. Moreover, most of our mid and low-level immortal weapon orders will be cast here in the future. Everyone who joins can show their skills here. How can you not learn knowledge when you enter our academy? We will formally accept disciples. As long as you pass our test, we will teach you some secret new technologies. Even after confirming your loyalty, you can join our core holy land, the sword forging villa, which has been hidden behind the scenes. The crowd below was crowded, and their eyes were full of excitement. Officially accepting disciples. The mysterious god-level masters behind Shirong actually taught them personally. Before Shirong Academy was actually a school in name only, basically running on its own, and there were no masters from Shirong Holy Land teaching and accepting disciples. Now starting to accept disciples in a big way, it means that some real skills will be passed on. Dizzy Eyes looked around, and said lightly, I guarantee it with my life. In that sword forging villa, a forging miracle that is more mythical than a myth, more legendary than a legend, is happening, and it is a forging miracle that is gathered from countless lives and blood and tears. We are studying a new subject that is extremely mysterious. The greatest exploration of life has begun. The crowd below was in turmoil again. The 7-color fairy soldiers, this mysterious Shirong villa can already produce them independently, which means that the technology of the 7-color fairy soldiers has been fully matured. And they are still researching new subjects? The 7-color fairy weapon is already the theoretical limit. What are you still researching? Fairy pills? Fairy beasts, right? No! Fairy pills and fairy beasts are not as good as the 7-color fairy weapon. The implication is that it is more terrifying than the 7-color fairy weapon. It is so solemn that I really can't think of what it is. How can there be a more advanced research project? Is this possible? Just because you don't know doesn't mean it's impossible. Just like before, if the 7-color magic weapon hadn't been mentioned, who would have known that there was such a peerless weapon? Looking at the excited expressions of the crowd, the fairy doctor smiled. Our project is to study the offering, and we are about to start a great journey to explore the origin of life. Will we tell you? You are still fighting for the offering. Even if you win, you will only use the offering in the most primitive and barbaric way to cross the racial threshold and become an immortal. And we are already studying the principle of offering. This gave the fairy medicine a strong sense of accomplishment. She looked at the discussion of the crowd as if she was watching a country bumpkin, and secretly said, "They are just small natives who are frogs in the well." The fairy medicine said lightly, "When you witness our forging process, you will find that it will be something that does not belong to this world, full of the purity and heroic glory of pilgrimage. Just like the ancient humans struggling in the mud, one after another, once we complete the experiment, civilization will open a new chapter." She spread her arms, as if she was a pioneer and explorer of mankind, opening up the future of civilization history. "Come on, pass our test. Come on, show your diligence, hard work, love of learning, and forge magic weapons in Cunning Academy. We will observe you in secret. We are waiting on the mountain, waiting for you companions to join us in the furnace and blood, to push the tide of history together. And your children and descendants will become the family members of our Holy Land disciples and enjoy the best treatment." The speech to recruit students was over, and everyone was excited. Voila! Just when everyone was about to sign up, a terrifying scene happened. In the east, a golden dragon was winding in the clouds, holding a young dragon on its back, who was the strongest craftsman of the young generation of their clan. The young dragon descended from the sky and bowed respectfully. "I want to be your disciple." Everyone was terrified. Even the proud dragon race sent its people to learn from the strongest sage of the human race. A strong sense of pride emerged from their hearts. Our human race is indeed the leader of all races. All races come to pay tribute to us and learn our advanced technology. He looked at the dragon student calmly and said, "Of course, you can be accepted as a registered disciple first, and taught by the old master craftsman in the sword-casting villa. After passing the test and tempering, you can be taught by him and enter the core holy land of Cunning." Boom! In the west, a white tiger walked on the wind and descended over Cunning Academy, bringing with it a genius of the alchemy in the tribe. The alchemy genius was a Lolita, the same one that I had seen in the Bone Demon King City before, with a pair of tiger ears and a face full of longing. "I also want to become your disciple." Dazzled, seeing this, nodded lightly. There is no distinction between people, so it's natural. In the north, Xuanwu, who had always been at peace with the world, also came with the younger generation to learn the forging method. Xuanwu has always been quiet and not active, but he also came to become your disciple. In the south, a red phoenix covered in flames turned into a beautiful woman and descended. "I come to become your disciple in person, is it okay?" Everyone's pupils shrank completely. The phoenix is immortal, reborn in nirvana, and goes back and forth between life and death. There are less than 10 members in the clan. Now each of them is a top immortal root emperor, and has a long lifespan. Each of them has cultivated a secondary profession, and is recognized as the best in Jiuzhou. And this one is probably the top god-level professional in Jiuzhou. And this kind of person actually came to become a disciple? Of course you can. Yinhua nodded calmly. At this moment, a more terrifying scene happened. Above the sky, an ancestor demon god arrived. It was the Night Emperor. He looked cold and led a young man of their ancestor demon god. "You are so-called neutral. The camp of the fighting monks has nothing to do with you. I also want someone to become a disciple. Do you agree?" The Night Emperor left a little blacksmith genius. Yinhua looked carefully, and saw that it was the fake knife Jojo. He said respectfully, "I also want to become a disciple." Yinhua was silent. What an outrageous development, but Yinhua's expression remained the same. "Of course you can." Then, a sign was inserted at the entrance of the academy. "Starting tomorrow, the great man of Cunning Villa will personally accept disciples and teach students to forge immortal weapons. I also want to become a disciple." In front of Cunning Academy, countless people stood for a long time with strong longing in their eyes. Chapter 802. The combat vest of the ancestral demon god was destroyed, and the blacksmiths began to develop 2 major vests for farming. The Eye of Identification in the Bone Demon King City is developing in full swing, and is developing an identification encyclopedia, so that the monks can get all kinds of specific information with the Eye of Identification. Cunning Academy has officially started to accept disciples. They found that this is also good. Without a combat vest, they will not fight. 2 business vests, farming and business flow to change the world. Let those combat bosses fight and that's it. What's more, there is a Knight Emperor now, which is outrageous. They don't want to get involved in this muddy water. There is also a painter who is unfathomable behind, and I don't know what he is calculating. Ning Zheng was also amused. It's really interesting. These little blacksmiths know my mind. Now the hegemony of the combat monks should be kept away. Sword Casting Villa Game Forum. A post was pinned. Dazzling. Professional Association, established. The neighboring Knight Emperor tricked the Zhongwu Emperor into working. We tricked a group of professionals into working, and made our Shirong the first holy place in Jiuzhou. Ning Zheng roughly read it. The article is more than 1,000 words long, and it is also accompanied by pictures and videos, telling the famous scenes of their pretentiousness. Obviously, they are very happy to pretend in this wave of game activities. Many blacksmiths also replied, looking at the shocked and stunned eyes of passers-by, and the scenes of countless major forces sending disciples to study. It is so comfortable. Ha ha. And there is also a fake knife. Come to our side to learn from the real knife. There is a sense of accomplishment between the lines. Farming allows us to change the world. This is the way to play farming. Obviously, for players who play games, the satisfaction of becoming a great hero by interfering with some main lines, affecting the world pattern, changing the environment, and being worshipped by the world is the most satisfying. In fact, the so-called cool and classic main line, the hero saves the world, is essentially a faction that becomes a hero to change the world. Now they think they are not inferior to the hero. The comments below are also very lively. Medical Fairy, this is just the beginning. We will take the lead and establish a new kingdom of life professionals. We will unite all non-combat professional monks and turn them into our workers. We will do research together and promote civilization. Let's make the world a better place. Xian Shui. In fact, after the outbreak of the Eye of Appraisal, we have arrived at the truth era of human beings' rapid understanding of the world and the establishment of large models through data. Now we will unite another wave of professionals, and we will be the king of civilization. Xiao Chai Kun. Did Xian Shichen cry? Food God, Xian Shichen can't do anything to us. The righteousness is on our side. If he dares to attack us, all non-combat professional monks in the world will protest. Rabbi Xiao Xian. I can already imagine Xian Shichen hiding in the dark biting his handkerchief, looking like a wrong young lady. Jiokai Rong. Against the will of heaven. Can everything be feminized? Ning Zheng closed the discussion post and pondered in her heart. These blacksmiths want to gather masters from all circles in the world, establish an association, and monopolize. However, their desire to become capitalists is just talk. They play games for fun, to change the times for the better, to benefit the people, and to bring a full sense of accomplishment. So their monopoly will not make them complete capitalists, but will twist everyone into a rope, work frantically, and drive the times like gears, obviously. They are watching the rapid progress of the next-door world of destiny, and they are jealous, and they also want to do this. However, they are too wild, and I am still roasted on the fire after all. Ning Zheng sighed. Originally, he wanted to continue to eat melons in secret, but obviously, he couldn't help it. But Ning Zheng also felt that the blacksmiths did the right thing this time. This is not to cause trouble, but to protect yourself. When the emperor thinks you want to rebel, you'd better have the ability to rebel and overturn the table. Ning Zheng wants to eat melons, but now it is obvious that he has to sit in a higher neutral position to eat melons better. They want to fight for hegemony. Okay, I have withdrawn. They want weapons? Please me. Ning Zheng's character has never been cowardly or hideaway, but in most cases, he weighs the pros and cons and finds the best development policy. The next day. Because Shirong has gained popularity again, the daily luck value of Shirong's statue has increased again, allowing Ning Zheng to reach the area of more than 3 million. But Ning Zheng has already looked down on Jiuzhou's daily luck. After all, how can a few million here compare to the hundreds of millions every 100 years there? And the blacksmiths have just been idle for a few days, and they are busy again. They are born to work hard and love multi-line operations. There is basically nothing going on in the Bone Demon King city recently. Every day when they go online, they come to Shirong Academy to start building the city and setting up a professional guild. Every morning, a bunch of people come to the academy to sign up. I want to become your disciple. Is it the legendary master craftsman or doctor who personally accepts disciples? That's an extremely mysterious existence. They must be very capable. The blacksmiths use the 9 chapters to conduct personal ability assessment to divide files, and assign them to various areas to become cows and horses and start working. They are a bunch of lunatics, and they want to realize the Jojo civilization upgrading plan, start farming, engage in technology, and promote productivity. So, the blacksmiths began to formally accept orders, and let those recruited workers forge immortal weapons. But they must also teach the disciples, otherwise it would be a scam. Based on some potential and performance, they began to accept registered disciples, and the way to teach the disciples was correspondence education. The specific guidance process is that the disciples of Shirong Academy here, when they encounter problems in forging magic tools, write to their mentor for solutions. The sword casting villa sends the daily treasure chests to Dao Jiujiu and others in the next door Tianing world. Then Dao Jiujiu and others next door are responsible for replying. It's a lack of virtue. After a few days, Ningzheng was stunned by the blacksmith's tricks. This is too cheap. He was shocked. I was wondering how you dared to accept disciples. So you accepted disciples from a distance? The master who worked so hard was just his own adventure baby, right? The tricks of these blacksmiths were amazing. Every time they used Thomas' spiral fancy tricks, they refreshed Ningzheng's world and cognition, and their imagination was unrestrained. Not to mention, this method is good. At least the difficulties and doubts of those registered disciples in casting immortal weapons in Shirong Academy can be perfectly solved. Because in 100 years, even if the Ember blacksmiths in the opposite world of destiny don't understand some of the questions raised by the disciples, they have time to understand. And Dao Jiujiu and others on the opposite side have no opinion on this. After all, it's not a big problem to reply to a letter once every 100 years. Moreover, the letters from afar, some wild ideas, brain holes, and doubts in the world of Jojo, just help me fill in the gaps and improve my level. In fact, when a teacher teaches students, it is essentially a way to improve oneself. Because of some content and information, you will find many blind spots when you teach students. Therefore, the official birth of Zhujian Villa completely attracted the attention of the world. Because they found that they are really powerful. Some small suspicions before, the rumors that the other party might be a liar, were all proved by their strength. Especially Cini Baishan, who was stunned. Didn't they say that they were not divine craftsmen? How can they really have the ability to teach disciples? Cini Baishan doubted his life, I remember. They are really not divine craftsmen. Chapter 803. Shirong Academy is bustling. Everyone is trying to attract a group of students to do research. The apprenticeship and correspondence courses are in full swing. Soon, there are more than 3,000 direct disciples in all professions. This number really shocked the world. They either don't accept disciples, or they try their best to accept them. 2 or 3 direct disciples are enough. Are they looking for more successors before they die? Some people also scolded them. You guys are really dog-mouths spitting ivory, and you can't say good things. How pure, great, and sacred is Shirong. Such selfless benefit to the world is what we admire most. Of course, even I was a little confused while talking. Can I really teach so many disciples? Writing letters to teach every day, more than 3,000 letters. One-on-one guidance and answers every day. Do you still need to practice? Do you still need to forge iron? Do you still need to make pills? The entire mysterious and supreme sword forging villa has become a teaching villa, but the facts have proved that they can really do it. In just a few days, the teaching quality is very high, and answering questions for 3,000 disciples separately is even more amazing. This is the pure sword forging villa. There is a dream town on the mountain. More people flock to it, thinking that this is the supreme sacred temple for these pure scholars. Soon, the production line of Shirong Academy was on the right track, and various casting orders for low-level immortal weapons and intermediate immortal weapons began to appear. It quickly became the largest forging force in the world, and began to sell various immortal weapons every day, becoming the world's largest casting holy land. The world's pattern was redivided, and the situation was turbulent. And it attracted disasters, Feng Wang Yi Baihu. Even Yi, all of them came to place orders and asked for weapons to be cast. Of course. Sword Casting Villa treated everyone equally, as a neutral force, all accepted orders, and began to cast their 7-color fairy weapons. Everyone can imagine, when their standard 7-color fairy weapons are born, what kind of mythological era will the era enter? And the decisive battle of the sacrifice era may be coming completely. Regardless of the turmoil in the outside world, the blacksmiths are making trouble, pretending to be powerful everywhere, and committing the fraud of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. On the side of Sword Casting Villa, a group of blacksmiths are going to dismantle the assembly line. In the square, a group of people carrying big hoes, waving them with a grunt. There's still work to do at noon. The blacksmith shop building of the bronze statue here also needs to be demolished. Okay. And there's more. The bronze statue warehouse assembly workshop here has also been demolished. Aw? Really? I'm already attached to it. There's nothing we can do. Our bronze warehouse assembly line can only build one a day. How slow is that? Now we have fully entrusted the production to the Destiny Adventure team next door. Jiao Cairong showed some regret. I didn't expect that in just over a week, the bronze statue magic weapon factory that we were proud of and built step by step would be eliminated. Golden God, turning stone into gold. What does this mean? It means that the next door can already turn the golden mud and has its own fully automatic production and bronze statue warehouse. The Night Emperor over there is also a ruthless person. Seeing the manor owner's might and tyranny, he broke the invincible golden body of Emperor Zongwu with one move, and deliberately tried to please him. It only took him 100 years to build all the bronze statue warehouses. When the message came from the other side, everyone was in disbelief. It's so fast, it's only been a few days, and the neighboring states have already been fully equipped with 12 golden men. Lin Mimi scratched her head, feeling a little outrageous. It's like a dream. Jiao Cairong said, "We are not the idiots in the novel. How can we suppress development? There is a golden god next door, who can turn stones into gold, and it can become a golden statue with a touch. It's better to build them. Isn't it? 100 years, it's done." Just as promised, Yi Di fulfilled his promise after the victory. Jiuzhou plus nursery, a total of 10 states, 12 golden men in each state, a total of 120 golden men. In addition, the 5 civilization laboratories in the history book of years also have 12 golden men. Tianming World, 132 golden men, is already fully equipped. After all, no more. Yi can't take it out? Because the dynasty tax revenue of a world can't be given to you, right? They also need the luck of the common people to practice and promote civilization, and there are various uses. People pay you so much tribute. In fact, they also regard you as a protective umbrella, the superior power. You have to protect them in the future. Each gold man has 50 million deposits, and the profit is 50%, 132 times 25 million. So Ningjing's current profit has reached the highest peak in an instant, 3.3 billion. This is 100 years of tribute from the next door Tianming world. Ningjing was also shocked when he got the news, and the whole person couldn't sit still, and the tea was spilled at that time. Ningjing took a deep breath and lowered his eyes, soaring into the sky, nothing more than this. Current luck value, 2.33 billion. Daily harvested luck value, 2.3 billion. Current daily consumption of luck value, 1 billion yes. Earning 3.3 billion a day and spending 1 billion a day to save his life. Ningjing has become so cowardly that he has increased his daily fixed luck value expenditure to 1 billion. After all, he also used 1/3 of his daily luck value as the cost of covering up his position. In theory, hundreds of millions of luck value are a great opportunity in the Hua realm. And Ningjing earns 1 billion a day. It is estimated that those legendary immortals, except for a few, may not have as strong luck as him, and they cannot catch his footing or predict his position. In this way, he can feel a little relieved. Because his hand has stretched too long, that is a world, he has plundered it on a large scale, and every day he has established space turbulence, engaged in express transportation, and transported back and forth, which can be said to be jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Transporting every day, after a long time, it is inevitable that the space express truck will encounter passers-by. And Ningjing spent 1 billion just to avoid being discovered by some existence during the transportation. Ningjing sighed in his heart. Earning 2.3 billion a day, is this the level of Hua realm? No, it should be the level of Xian. Ningjing has always been so unconventional. When he was in the 4th and 3rd realms, he had already conquered the world of Jiuzhou, and even fought with Hua realm, taking their resources, and cutting the luck value of the big forces that can only be obtained at this level. And now that he is in the 1st realm, it seems reasonable to jump to the level of Xian level resources. Spanning the world and building a server, the huge sum of 800 billion that seemed to be far away before is now expected in the future. But that is too far away. Let's talk about the recent 5 elements first. You've made a lot of money, so you have to celebrate? Bye. Ningjing smiled, looked at the fusion of flash and shadow devour, and then looked at Xinhua. Gold produces water, water produces wood, and wood produces fire. Ningjing's 4th root, choose fire. Ningjing took out the Xian family's royal branch root, Sinny grass. After all, he couldn't get Xinhua. Xian Shichen was a dirty man. He was a stealer himself. How could he not guard against others stealing his information? So even if his flesh, organs, and internal organs fell in battle. They were specially burned to clear the blood information. So, he couldn't be stolen. Those who are good at stealing must be experts in preventing theft. But his prevention of theft only made it a little more difficult for Ning Zheng to steal. And his anti-theft technique is very effective. If Ning Zheng has his knowledge, she can also prevent theft and encrypt knowledge. Not only can it prevent a wave of Xian Shichen's fire, but maybe it can also prevent a wave of painters. So, fire is basically a must for Ning Zheng, learning from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians. In today's immortal era, if you don't encrypt yourself, the spiritual roots, divination, painting, and fire of various civilization systems can all be seen by you. I will use the magnolia grass as a basis to deduce the 3 billion single spiritual root limit of fire. On the fake gambling table in the dark, Ning Zheng pushed the chips hard. Boom! A row of words in the dark reappeared. Mind. The fire in the heart, turned into the fire god. All things have a mind. I am the mind god of the human race in the dark, living in the heart and brain palace of the people, sitting on the spiritual seat of life. The people know, I know, the people understand, I understand. I sit on the throne in the heart, as the emperor in the heart. The people are not destroyed, I am not destroyed. 2.5 billion. This thing. Is it another path of inheritance? Ning Zheng was stunned. Some kind of parasite of pure soul? Jumping back and forth in the souls of the people? This thing is a bit outrageous. Ordinary people often talk about the mind, the restless mind, the rippling mind. This incarnation of the mind in the heart of the person is not bad. In our Jiuzhou, it is called the mind, but outside of Jiuzhou, it may be called the heart demon, the heavenly demon. Ning Zheng pondered. After all, we Jiuzhou people live in the tomb, and are stained with corpse gas all day long. We don't feel it ourselves, but in the eyes of outsiders, we are creatures from another world with sticky corpse odor and disgusting souls. Our sacred way of mind may be the disaster of the outer demon in their eyes. Chapter 804. This thing is very interesting. Although Ning Zheng doesn't know how to use it, she still wants to remember it silently. I feel that this thing can be used by herself. It is weird and thrilling, with great potential and great potential. It is also suitable for large-scale immortal tools such as Jiu Zhang and Hongmeng that analyze the ruling type. The mind in the mind of the creature seems to jump sideways. When I have money, I can update the eye of appraisal. 2.5 billion, maybe it's worth it. His eyes fell on the second item. Xinyan. The fire of civilization, burn the aura of the person, know the intention of the person, understand the shape of the person, and understand the heart of the person. 2.5 billion. This should be the magical power that Xian Shichen is using now. The old version of Xian Shichen's fire was to burn the person to death completely, in order to know the details of the person and obtain his knowledge. The current Xian Shichen can know your background by burning some of your information exposed in the air. The gap between the two is not ordinary. Obviously, this Xinyan is Xian Shichen's complete awakening of the Ghost King, and after resurrection, he has updated his spiritual roots. So far, it seems that Ning Zheng has only seen Xian Shichen and Jiosue's spiritual roots have reached the limit of 3 billion. Jiosue has the magical power of evolving spiritual roots. And Xinhua, who knows all knowledge, seems to be able to advance himself? Forget about him. Ning Zheng was calm in her heart and chose this new Xinhua. Burning its breath, you can know the roots of this person. It's too amazing, and it can be called the strongest assistant. From today on, I am the Xinhua Emperor. Although Ning Zheng understands Xian Shichen's fear, it doesn't mean she won't be angry. As the owner of the cuckold manor, he decisively decided to use his expertise, and a green hat was put on his head. The next morning, Ning Zheng looked at his daily luck value, current luck value, for 0.63 billion. Minus 2.5 billion clang. A new type of firewood spiritual root appeared in front of him. The sun and moon artifact was hung up, activated, and the spiritual root attribute was transformed. Firewood flame, fire, Ning Zheng decisively planted the spiritual root, and a huge information fire burned from his body, and the breath became more and more powerful and terrifying. Clang. He felt the flame in his body, and the flame burned all over his body, forming a human-shaped flame figure. Other fire attribute spiritual roots are often very violent and provoking, causing some monks to be irritable, such as most fire attribute blacksmiths. But the firewood is very gentle, nourishing every cell of the body, analyzing every body information, and even vaguely has the momentum of warming the body, renewing the body structure, and evolving. Evolving life? Ning Zheng was slightly surprised. Xian Shichen hit it very well. If she hadn't got his spiritual root, she probably wouldn't have known that he had this ability. But Jiosue made the right choice by choosing him. Josue himself was evolving spiritual roots. Xian Shichen himself was updating information and evolving life. I have to practice for several more days to consolidate my spiritual roots and study the use of Xinhua. Ningzheng sat cross-legged. I estimate that I will save 2.3 billion a day during these days of retreat. I will save enough money for the last Earth spiritual route when I come out of retreat. Although saving a little is more cost-effective, and letting the blacksmiths do more research can save a fortune, but Ningzheng has money. How much money can I save? I have 2.3 billion a day, so what is saving less than a day? You should save money at the same level as your earning ability. If you are stingy and save unnecessary money, you are putting the cart before the horse. Isn't it for cultivation that he earns luck points? The sooner you enter a higher realm, the better it will be. Ningzheng decisively began to retreat. The next time he came out of retreat would be when the fifth spiritual root was implanted, the 5 elements were complete, and he entered the transformation realm. And if I guess correctly, the great outbreak of the sacrifice era would soon come to an end. The strange tide outside attacked the city, and various terrifying strange kings appeared. When the 7-colored immortal soldiers of the leaders of all parties were completed, the final stage of the sacrifice era would also come. The battle for immortals is about to break out. But what does their fight have to do with me? Ningzheng's eyes fell on the game forum. It's almost time to announce a wave of public beta information. There are only a few months left for the creation of the world, and the landing of the face-pinching race group. He lowered his eyes slightly, and entered deep cultivation. Shirong Academy. An elegant painter in white appeared in the academy openly, started teaching, and joined the academy. He chatted with people, his voice was gentle, and he was kind, and he made many friends in an instant. He also painted with people, occasionally painting some students, geniuses, and masters in the chat in the paintings, and named them 100 people discussing Taoism picture, and students casting equipment picture. It seems that he wants to paint all the masters in the academy in the paintings. He did not make any disguises. Because there are almost no people in the world who know him. If someone can recognize him, it would be better. There are fish that slip through the net, and they need to be wiped out. Just like before, he appeared at the scene of the Bone King's enthronement, standing in the distance to paint, and chatting with the fairy medicine. He is bold, confident, and steady. Especially some time ago, the Night Emperor of Heaven's fate he painted almost swept the world, which made him know that destiny was on his side. And the sword-forging villa. A group of blacksmiths chatted from the audience's perspective. Fuck, painter! Why is he here? Help, he won't slap our Shirong Academy into another world again, right? Come on, someone, continue to wake up the painter. Isn't it normal for him to come? As a party who collects all historical illustrations, how can he not come to our first forging holy land at this important historical moment to see us, the strongest people in the world, push the era together? Medical fairy, go quickly, it's time to test your acting skills. A group of people were clamoring. The painter was extremely mysterious to the blacksmiths, and the arrival of the other party made them panic. Is it you? At this time, the medical fairy who was patrolling suddenly saw the painter, and suddenly stopped her patrolling steps, showing a surprised expression. I have seen you. Who are you? Who? The painter was not annoyed. We did meet when the EC Bone Demon ascended the throne, and I gave you a painting. Yes, it's you. I saw that the painting is good, and it is still in the warehouse. The medical fairy smiled and said, Your Excellency's painting must be a master. I am afraid you are a master of talisman making? Of course. The painter was a little surprised that the other party actually guessed that he was a master of talisman making. He has a long life, learned to practice hundreds of arts, and is almost omnipotent, but talisman making is his first and strongest ability. In fact, his magical power is essentially talisman making. In history, he casually opened up the era of talisman making, painting talisman paper, and talisman paper gradually became a more advanced large puppet talisman. Scroll. Although he looks like a painter, he is actually a talisman master. By the way, I'm going to a laboratory. Do you want to come and see? The fairy medicine invited. Do you trust me so much? The painter was surprised. The content of this experiment does not need to be kept secret. It is all public. The fairy medicine waved her hand nonchalantly and said, Isn't the Night Emperor a hot topic recently? We are experimenting with destiny, and conducting a civilization calculation experiment on the fate line. Civilization calculation? The painter was a little surprised and nodded. Soon he followed the fairy medicine to a laboratory, and they saw a group of clones. Yes. Clones? These are prehistoric spiritual roots that the tomb robbers took from the masking era, reproduced, used here, and established research projects. They found that the cloned spiritual roots are a very magical self-proliferating spiritual roots. Generally, they start with low-grade masking spiritual roots, but with repeated replication, the mask will advance with the replication itself and grow into medium-grade, high-grade, and heaven-grade spiritual roots. Very scary. Incredible self-growth attribute. Of course, when your inferior spiritual root is upgraded to the heavenly spiritual root, the resources required are also energy conservation, and it takes tens of millions of magic money to cultivate a heavenly spiritual root. In any case, even if the masked spiritual root is thrown into this era, it is very amazing. The individual upper limit is not high, but it is a very cost-effective choice for training soldiers and cultivating monks, but it is only cost-effective, not cheating. There will not be many masters who can be upgraded to the heavenly spiritual root level. For those with such qualifications, why do they need to do a wave of masking? It's fancy. After all, the original version of the mask at this time is only 50% of the original version, and the copying speed is very slow, and it is impossible to quickly copy the opponent in battle. Very dull. The masked monk can only copy a certain 50% magical power in advance, and it cannot be changed in a battle. What's the use? It's just pretending to copy. This is stupid. The clones here are very suitable for experiments. They have copied the spiritual roots of the golden mud, and there are hundreds of them, to conduct experiments on the evolution of social forms. The name of the laboratory is Civilization Laboratory Number 01. Chapter 805. Walking into the laboratory, the fairy medicine said, "In addition to the flesh and blood, the soul, we have discovered that there is a third path in this world. The entire Kyushu civilization is curious. We are now calculating the future of the destiny system, the future of this kind of cultivators in 1,000,000 years, and tens of millions of years." Obviously, they used the calculation ability of Hongming and the templates of these golden mud replicas to conduct experiments. At this time, these golden mud replicas were comparing each other's luck and collecting data. And under the burning of the eye of appraisal, the rapid analysis, the luck path gradually became clear, even much faster than the destiny world next door. We found something terrible. The fairy medicine said, the soul path has the heart demon. The body path has the disorder of meridians and the devil. Then the luck path, are there any obstacles to cultivation? Our conclusion is that there are. We call it cause and effect, karma, and karma. The painter listened attentively. Even Ning Zheng, who was practicing the fire, cast his eyes here, because it was closely related to him. Seeing the painter's curiosity, the fairy medicine pointed to the laboratory and said, "First, how do you cultivate the chi and luck? Soul cultivators hunt some monsters, refine soul beads and the like, and grow their souls. Body cultivators hunt monsters, refine blood and flesh tonic pills, and grow their bodies. Luck cultivators hunt the chi and luck of life, deduct their luck, and refine and increase their own luck. I used your luck to cultivate, and it became one of my huge lucks, and your innate luck source is missing." Ning Zheng was slightly stunned when she heard this. But I reacted quickly. Others temporarily reduced too, and it seemed that they would recover, but what about in reality? But it would slowly reduce your luck limit. A reduction of 2 at a time might permanently reduce a person's luck value by 0.002. It's like a person is sick. Every time you get sick, it seems that you will recover, but in fact, everyone's physical limit will slowly be reduced. If you reduce 2 too much, the upper limit will be completely deducted, which is equivalent to, I will permanently reduce, you will permanently increase, and your blood will permeate every pore of my body. But the luck monks at the bottom will all have their luck points harvested. The gods take money from them, and use it as consumables for cultivation. What happens when these monks grow up? They are born with a lack of origin money, and their fate is lacking in the dark, so they have to get it back from the gods. So, the younger generation of monks, and the gods have a cause and effect in the dark. As the world develops, it is inevitable that they will owe each other debts, and the debts will be a mess. Countless cause and effect lines connect each other. When the cause and effect are confused and the karma accumulates, a terrible catastrophe will come. The painter listened thoughtfully. Indeed, the essence of luck is the circulation of money. Monopoly game. You have more, I have less. The whole society exploits each other, forming cause and effect lines. The world will increase entropy, chaos, and a mess. The way of destiny seems very strong and almost omnipotent, but in fact, it has great side effects. They absorb too much of the luck of others, and then they are entangled in karma, causing a lot of karma, demonic obstacles, and hindering practice. Even the people related to karma will find you when they grow up. When he is weak, you steal his money. When he is strong, he will naturally get it back, and end this cause and effect relationship. So, gods who practice the way of destiny will sooner or later be chased for debt. In the long run, karma accumulates day by day, and the cause and effect are entangled. A great disaster will inevitably form between heaven and earth. Everyone is in the cause and effect, and no one can escape. This destiny must be terrifying. The painter sighed in his heart. Unless the person who has a cause and effect with you dies suddenly, the debt will be eliminated, otherwise the cause and effect will always exist. The fairy doctor nodded heavily. I owe you money, I don't want to pay it back, but I want to solve this debt. What should I do? Of course, I will solve you as the creditor. Pour cement into the river and sink you. When you die, the debt will be written off, and you don't have to pay it back. This is called eliminating cause and effect. But 1 or 2 people can be killed, but how can you kill a country or a continent? You can't kill them all to pay off the debt, right? And I harvest luck points every day. How can I collect them if I kill them? You must raise them. Some creditors will rise in the future, and you must collect the debt. The painter said, even if the mortal who has a cause and effect with you, and you owe him money has no ability to collect the debt, but if I deliberately plot against you, cultivate the mortal who has a cause and effect with you, let him become stronger, and come to you to collect the debt, the cause and effect connection between you will make you unable to escape. There must be a battle. The fairy doctor was shocked. That's the truth. I can plot against you by plotting against the people who have a cause and effect with you. Your Excellency is so talented. The painter is worthy of being the legendary behind-the-scenes boss. His thinking is really sharp. But we have also found a solution. At this time, the fairy doctor smiled. You can't owe cause and effect to the living, but you can owe cause and effect to the dead. The dead won't ask for debts. Those earthbound spirits are constantly harvesting. So what if they die? After death, the debts are wiped out, and all cause and effect after life and death are gone. After the earthbound spirits are reset, they have nothing to do with you. Continue to steal his money. The fairy doctor obviously thought of Ning Zheng's early method. In the early days, Ning Zheng started from scratch by cutting off a group of earthbound spirits. This is called the method of cultivating ancestors, and the cause and effect will not be imposed on me. The painter was shocked. Ancestors? The laws of ancestors? Only the laws of ancestors, without cause and effect? This way of luck. Could it be that absorbing the incense of ancestors and relying on the protection of ancestors is the strongest way of luck? The fairy doctor said proudly. Keep the ancestors in captivity and harvest in batches. Even if there are occasional debt collectors, they are just some awakened ghost kings. Although there are dangers, they are obviously much smaller. Therefore, the ancestors everywhere in our Jiuzhou are very suitable for practicing the way of luck. It's interesting to say that we Jiuzhou practice 3 ways together, soul, life, and flesh, which complement each other and offset the weaknesses of other systems. Obviously, cutting off the ancestors is the best solution for the way of luck. Cutting off too many living people will hurt the harmony of heaven. Ning Zheng was silent after hearing this. He looked at his daily luck value of 3.3 billion. I just got rich overnight, and cut off a world of living people. I spent money in revenge and bought, and you told me that I hurt the harmony of heaven. It feels like a disaster is coming. Ning Zheng's first reaction was to find a way to write off the debts of the neighbors, or to find a way to fight against karma. This money really came too fast, and it was a bit hot. There is really no freeloader in this world, everything has a price tag. But Ning Zheng didn't plan to pay back the money. I've already spent it. Why should I pay back the money I owed with my own ability? Ning Zheng's mind moved, and he looked at the fate gambling table, looking for a way to solve the karma. Cause and effect karma classic, 100,000 luck points. Look down on me. Why is it only 100,000? Ning Zheng raised his eyebrows and decisively took it. He flipped through it, which was a variety of information and knowledge about karma, and then he discovered a fact. The low-level luck cultivators were not careful, not deducting temporary luck points, but completely exploiting part of other people's permanent luck points and adding them to themselves. So, they took other people's upper limit origin and allowed themselves to permanently increase their upper limit origin to form karma. And Ning Zheng's luck gambling table was perfect. It really only deducted the daily temporary luck points, which would not damage your upper limit. It was just the temporary luck added to me, which would not harm your roots, and would not touch your karma. It's true that Ning Zheng's own luck value is 0. If he could really deduct a little bit of the other party's permanent luck value every time, and add it to himself, he would have had a very high permanent luck bar long ago. So, I am not affected by cause and effect? Ning Zheng showed a thoughtful look, or, only high-level luck cultivators can perfectly not be affected by cause and effect when reducing luck, and not damage the essence of others. But high-level cultivators are all low-level cultivators. Which low-level cultivators' operation of deducting other people's luck is not rough. They are all affected by great karma and great cause and effect to cultivate quickly. The original accumulation of capital is bloody. So, when they cultivate to a certain level, they must have a great disaster in their lives. After breaking free from cause and effect, they form a super high level of power that is not affected by cause and effect to deduct people's luck. They are the real top luck gods. Ning Zheng understood in his heart that it is very important to be not affected by cause and effect. If you are affected by cause and effect, your destiny will not be independent and will be involved with other people. You, a destiny cultivator, are very likely to get into trouble, and it is easy for others to follow your involvement with others and calculate you. That is to say, Knight Emperor, this lackey, is now helping me to deduct my luck points crazily. He has a big problem. The first person to be entangled in karma, Ning Zheng was shocked. Sure enough, all the profits from the huge profits have a price behind them. I have to pay back this wave of huge profits. But it's not me who will pay back, but Knight Emperor, who was cheated by me. After all, Knight Emperor's cutting of luck points is very rough. Using the golden statue and the golden man to harvest on a large scale will definitely damage the upper limit of many people. He won't die miserably soon, right? In order to help himself make a huge fortune in the past few days, he was entangled in various karmas. The debt collectors from the other world couldn't catch Ning Zheng, but came to him. Chapter 806. Luck is very omnipotent and mysterious. It can predict, bless, and produce all kinds of miracles. But there are positives and negatives. Too much luck will produce negative miracles, which is called karma. Behind the enjoyment of omnipotence, there is an unimaginable price. Now this Knight Emperor has been caught. Building a large number of golden statues everywhere, cutting leaks everywhere, how could this huge wealth income not have a little price? I really hurt you. Ning Zheng sighed, and his face showed a guilty look for 3 seconds. But he sat cross-legged, and his movements were still silently enjoying the billions of luck points he had obtained, with no intention of stopping. After all, with money in hand, I have reached the realm of transformation, and the 5th spiritual root is about to succeed. I can't stop anymore, and it has become 3.3 billion per day. In the words of the blacksmith, for a cultivator of the Qiyun, the essence is monopoly game, capitalist game. For capitalists, as long as the profit is enough, they can even sell ropes for hanging. Even though Ning Zheng knew that the side effects were great, he was reluctant to give up the huge profit. Perhaps I should have understood that this Qiyun was a wealth game from the beginning, earning, harvesting, spending, and then continuing to become a higher rich man and making more money. Ning Zheng's growth along the way is essentially the growth of business industry, gradually changing from a small landlord to a rich man. In fact, this is really not Ning Zheng deliberately pitting ED. It is true that every time he encountered danger before, Ning Zheng would feel uneasy in the dark, and Qiyun warned him. But this time, his Qiyun value did not warn, and it even showed that it was an opportunity, a huge benefit. This is the rigidity of the luck value. He got the benefit, and would not harm himself, so he did not notice the crisis. But he harmed the Knight Emperor, which was a self-interest. He also overdrew his own credit. If the Knight Emperor knew about this now, he would have 2 reactions. 1. He felt that the owner of Shirong Manor did not deliberately harm him, but he himself did not know about it. But in this way, Ning Zheng's mysterious origin was broken. Before I was the Knight Emperor, I saw you use the way of luck so horribly, I am afraid you are a peerless master this way. But now you don't even know this common sense? You have a problem. You may be pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. 2. He felt that the owner of Shirong Manor was deliberately calculating him, draining the pond to catch fish, and wanted to kill him. This is a hatred that blocks the way, and it is irreconcilable. Although Ning Zheng did not have a cause and effect with the people next door, he had a cause and effect with this Knight Emperor, a deadly feud. In this regard, Ning Zheng himself was wrong. After all, the cooperation between the two sides was perfect, and the Knight Emperor showed great sincerity. He built statues across the country within 1 day. It can be said that he fulfilled his promise with all his heart, but he found out afterwards that Ning Zheng was harming him, tricked him into building the 12 golden men, and pushed him to death. This is a bit inhuman. The two sides turned against each other. Once he lost the help of the Knight Emperor next door, and cut off contact, Ning Zheng could not cut off the luck value next door. And how long will it take for the Knight Emperor to notice this? The technology of the Jojo world here is mature, with supercomputing power fairy tools, identification eyes, and fire, and even a group of big guys simulating the fake Night Emperor who was born before they got this information. The neighboring Cunning world does not have such an advanced technology laboratory. It may be slower to notice, but not for too long. That is to say, if I ignore it, they will definitely turn against me, and I can only earn a few more days of luck. Ning Zheng frowned. It seems that the great and exciting journey of getting rich with 3.3 billion every day is just a few days of experience. Sure enough, all the sudden wealth and fate has already been secretly marked with a price. Taking the cause of one world, you must bear the result of another world. Of course, he wanted to solve the matter caused by Ning Zheng, but he didn't know how to solve the karma of the Night Emperor for a while. When he was undecided, he looked at the forum first. After all, it was the Cunning Academy who discovered it first. Maybe they also have a solution? Believe in the wisdom of the blacksmith. At this time, the game forum is now very hot, and everyone is discussing the theory of karma that was recently discovered. Medical fairy. Interesting, too interesting. As expected, the three systems are exactly the same. There are also corresponding disasters. I would like to call them the heart demon disaster, the physical disaster, and the karma disaster, collectively known as the three disasters. Xian Shui. It seems that the world system has been completely clarified. Blurred. Ha ha ha. Thanks to our strong logistics capabilities, we can use the eye of appraisal and other functions to call on the world's top talents to study their luck system cultivation together and discover it in advance, otherwise it will be bad. Swollen eyes. Any system that has just appeared is in the exploratory stage. Cunning Academy is worthy of being the first holy place in Jiuzhou. We will definitely find a way to save you, Yeti. Blind, as expected. Once you touch the luck, there must be cause and effect karma. Don't tell them that you are going to die soon, otherwise they will not send us express delivery. 33 million per day. This is the first time I have seen so many luck points in my life. Yinba, 33 million. I am the protagonist. Open the cheat, add points. Lin Mimi, angry. Angry. You are a bunch of scumbags. They are already entangled in karma, crazy and seriously ill, and you still want to trick them to make their condition worse. A bunch of wicked people. Jiozhairong, what do you know? Our Cunning Academy gathers the wisdom of the world. How can we not save them? Xiaochai Kun, what do you know? They are our close friends and relatives. How can we let them die? Shirshin, that's right. The more their condition worsens every day, the more luck we have, the more we can save people, and the faster their condition will get better. So the conclusion is, the more serious their condition is, the faster it will get better. Ouch Mudsmith, thumbs up. You see the essence of the matter. Dao Juju, add 1. Dai Xiaohu, add 2. In the forum, a group of scumbags made various classic remarks, which simply subverted the three views. Anyway, in one sentence, I can't bear to part with 33 million. This is an amount that Ning Zheng could never have dreamed of before. Now that the blacksmiths are happy, how can they quit? They all said that they would set up the latest Jiuzhou #1 school, gathering workers from all over the world to study cause and effect together, and study how to solve it together, and hand over their technology to the neighboring Cunning world. What does the great catastrophe of Jiuzhou world have to do with me? The great catastrophe of Cunning world is my life. Ning Zheng looked at their strange expressions, but it was difficult to say anything, because he also thought so. He read a few more pages of the forum and suddenly saw a very constructive post. The way to save the Night Emperor. Killing is to protect life. Killing karma is not to kill people. Heaven created all things to feed people, but people still blame heaven for being unkind. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the people in the world, and sink them all into the Huangpu River, and the cause and effect will disappear. Chapter 807. Where did the killer come from? Ning Zheng's eyes twitched. Even if the solution is really adopted, it will only cut off the future. After all, what will happen after you kill people? The world is empty, and there are corpses everywhere. How can those lucky monks practice? Once they practice, they will produce cause and effect again and repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, relying on killing to end cause and effect is a temporary solution. Besides, if the world of destiny is killed, there will be no people to cut for you, and your 3.3 billion happy days will disappear. This method is too stupid and unacceptable. Ning Zheng shook his head lightly and looked at the next post. I have a method, called Sun Wukong. The Great Sage of Settlement appears. The Great Sage of Settlement? What does this mean? Sun Wukong. Ning Zheng certainly remembered the famous book in his previous life, but why was he called the Great Sage of Settlement? With curiosity, Ning Zheng clicked on this post. Hello everyone, I am Rabbi Xiaoxin. As a supporter of Emperor Xian Shichen, my reasoning is very strong, and I have found a perfect solution. We compare the luck to the game of Monopoly, so we can solve the debt problem with traditional debt methods and settle the account. Fire dragon burning warehouses, money laundering. These high-level financial methods, directly killing people and sinking corpses without paying debts, this method is too low-level. Some people may say this is outrageous. Settle the account? Cause and effect. Can it also settle accounts? Let's look at Sun Wukong in Journey to the West. Robber the Dragon Palace, robbed 1 billion wealth. The Dragon King reported that 3 billion was robbed, so that some dirty accounts were settled in secret. Killed 100,000 heavenly soldiers. In history, at the end of the dynasty, how many armies falsely reported quotas and embezzled military pay? An army of 100,000 people actually only needs 20,000 old, weak, sick and disabled people. Killing 100,000 heavenly soldiers is actually to settle the accounts of empty pay. And you can apply for additional troops, which is a large expense. This is just like building roads every year. You can only apply for funds if you have a project. You open the refrigerator to take out the meat and put it back. Your hands are covered with oil and water. Taishan Lao Jun, the golden elixir was stolen. The number of pills I refined doesn't match. How could someone embezzle it? It was all because the monkey ate all the golden elixir, burned the alchemy room, and the fire dragon burned the warehouse to balance the deficit. Peach garden? The peaches that ripen once every 9,000 years are gone. How can I report to the peach festival? So I let Sun Wukong go. What? The underworld is also involved? There are a lot of bad accounts in the Book of Life and Death, and we can't push them to the accountant to go to jail, right? Sun Wukong came to burn the Book of Life and Death. It's all about human relations and worldly affairs. The great sage of account settlement has dealt with this wave of cause and effect, and all the dirty things in the heaven have gone through a circle. So, the other world can also have a similar great sage of account settlement, making a big fuss in heaven and earth, and writing off some bad cause and effect. Ha ha ha. Today we cheer for the great sage Sun, just because the empty salary is back again. Ning Zheng listened thoughtfully. If there is really a fairy who settles the accounts, it would be the best. But the cause and effect between the two parties cannot be cut off at will, and not everyone can settle the accounts. Not everyone is a monkey born without cause and effect. But this did give Ning Zheng an idea. Can I research a powerful magical power that is not affected by cause and effect, or that can cancel out karma? Regularly settle accounts? Then give this magical power to a Sun Wukong in the world of destiny, and let him settle the accounts? For some reason, Ning Zheng, who has a powerful luck value of 1 billion per day, suddenly felt something in his heart, and his eyes fell on the mind that he had not chosen before. Living in the heart and brain palace of the common people, sitting on the spiritual seat of life. With this magical power, I transformed into a mysterious old Taoist, sitting in the cave outside the sky and accepting a disciple. I wonder if it is feasible. This method is a backup plan first. Yi, you can't die. The blacksmiths opened their minds and brainstormed. Ning Zheng looked at the next post. Kill, kill, kill. The stinky corpses and black tomb monsters in Jiuzhou are attacking again. Hello everyone, I am the one who makes people and gods angry. As a loyal supporter of the leader of the pseudo-human disaster, I have a solution. Open the door and release the Ember disaster. Let them all be poisoned, and then kill them? The whole world turned into ashes, and then reborn and awakened as the Ghost King. After dying once, the account of death is cleared, so the account is balanced? Dying once and resurrecting is obviously the best way. But this world does not allow souls to be reborn. Someone, as the Emperor, cleaned up the metal tombs and piled them in a corner. The forbidden magic area was closed, and the ashes appeared. And the cause of the outbreak of the ashes disaster is also easy to find. It is attributed to the Chongjin Emperor who pretended to be dead before, saying that he released the ashes virus again, leaving corpses everywhere. This person is also cruel. It is also killing people, but with some special operations, turning into ashes and resurrecting. The whole world lives a second life, and the account is balanced. It can only be said that there is an idea. But Ning Zheng is unwilling to release the ashes to pollute that world, and it is estimated that Yi and others are unwilling to do so. After all, it is difficult to restore the world to normal after polluting it. Other people's metal tombs are at most forbidden magic areas, and the ancestors will not crawl out. The disasters in Jiuzhou are basically caused by the accumulation of ancestral tombs and secret realms. It is easy to invite ancestors, but difficult to send them off. Ning Zheng continued to scan through the plans, and found that they were all similar. He thought, Let's go to Shirong College next door to see the ideas of the top scholars in Jeojo. Then he went to Shirong College again. He walked into the #1 civilization laboratory and asked the opinions of the top historical civilization evolution scholars. If the way of destiny is popularized, do we have a way to deal with cause and effect? Ningjung asked. As the first scholar in Jeojo, he could naturally let scholars from all over the world work for him. No. There is no solution yet. Several scholars shook their heads. The conclusions they came up with were less than those of the blacksmiths. Because the blacksmiths can open their mouths and speak freely, they are not responsible for being keyboard warriors across the screen, so they dare to say anything, regardless of whether it is useful or not. And they, the top scholars in Jeojo, are responsible for what they say. Trouble comes from the mouth. If something goes wrong, the emperor will hold them accountable. They didn't even dare to mention killing people to settle accounts, killing all the people in a world, and canceling the cause and effect, because this was a bit too cruel, and did not conform to the righteousness of the scholars in Jeojo. We still need to continue research. A scholar laughed. Indeed, we have just explored the theory of cause and effect, but we don't understand it so quickly. Another scholar was also very conservative. Ningjung could only nod helplessly and said, in addition to the order for casting weapons, most of our energy in Shirong Academy will be spent on studying the way of destiny. This way has a great influence. After the appearance of Tianming Yiti, it may become one of the mainstream methods in the future. Several scholars were stunned when they heard this, and then they all agreed. After all, this is normal in their eyes. The path of luck has just appeared. It is the third path of cultivation. It has a great impact. It is not surprising that scholars concentrate on studying it quickly. Next, Ningjung left Shirong Academy. He thought to himself, the fighting monks in Jeojo, all fight them, fighting madly, what does it have to do with me? The scholars in Jeojo are not good at fighting. They gather together in the name of Shirong to study destiny for me. With the help of Super Hongmeng, there should be results. But the speed of getting results is definitely not fast. It seems that I have to use the cruel methods of the blacksmith. His expression gradually became cold. Ningjung understood that if you don't make a decision, you will suffer from the chaos. Sword Casting Villa. Ning Zheng's original plan was to wait for 2 or 3 days to adapt to the Xinhua spiritual route before cultivating the next 5th spiritual route. Now the situation is urgent. Every day of delay increases the possibility of Yi Di discovering clues. His huge daily income is estimated to not last for a few days. We have to use this huge amount of daily luck to break through. It's not a breakthrough to a great realm. What kind of fire route should I adapt to? Just put it aside for now, and learn some basic burning abilities. When a new wave of luck value arrives tomorrow, I will directly fuse the last earth route. Strive to achieve the 7-color cycle within 2 days, and quickly enter the transformation realm, and then I will be able to solve the problem of the destiny world next door. He sat cross-legged in the room, and continued to retreat. One night of practice. The next morning, the sky was gray and bright, and the blacksmiths happily went online, and began to complete today's luck treasure chest transaction. Ha ha ha, they haven't found it next door yet. Ha ha ha, we cheated them again. I feel a little guilty, they are going to die of illness. Don't be afraid, don't panic if you are entangled in karma. At worst, their ghost king will die again, and live a 3rd time. Soon, the transaction was over. Ning Zheng's account book saw huge changes again. At 2.3 billion. Current luck value, 3.81 billion. The fusion of Flash and Shadow Devour. Ningjung murmured silently. Chapter 808. A piece of information from the dark flooded into his mind. Ghost Shadow. After each flash, a weakened version of the Dharma image is left behind, with 1/10 of the power of the original body. The Dharma image exists permanently, and can be multiple. The upper limit of the number of controlled images is determined by the host's mental power. 2.5 billion. The shadow-devouring dragon emperor next door currently controls more than 9,000 Dharma images. Each Dharma image has 4 levels of power of the original body. But is a real Dharma image? It takes a long time to breed and regenerate a Dharma image, which is basically impossible in battle. And what about this ghost shadow? It can quickly generate Dharma images in battle. As long as Ningjung flashes more than 9,000 times in a row in battle, there will be 9,000 cells on the ground, besieging the opponent. I never fight head-on, I always flash remotely, release after images, and surround and kill you. Can you bear it? It's disgusting. But the premise is that the mana consumption can keep up. The magical power of Shadow-Devouring Dragon Emperor does not require much mana. No matter how many Dharma images there are, They are slowly accumulated in daily life, and this battle is estimated to drain people. Ning Zheng hesitated and focused on another piece of information. Dragon-shaped Phantom has the ability to generate multiple Dharma images, with 40% of the combat power of the main body, and both the Dharma image and the main body can move instantly, 2.5 billion. This is the magical power of Shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor, slowly accumulating Dharma images, plus the ability of a clone and the main body to move instantly. However, the terrifying nature is obvious, worthy of these 3 billion extreme spiritual roots. Think about it. My Shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor's more than 9,000 troops, flashing in the world at will, appearing anywhere in Jiuzhou in an instant. How terrifying is their dominance? I can manage the world by myself. Ning Zheng didn't know which of these two spiritual roots to choose. They all have their own strengths. But Ning Zheng hesitated for a moment and chose the second one, Dragon Phantom, which slowly accumulates the Dharma image and has teleportation. Each of them has its own strengths, but if you choose the first one, you can quickly create the Dharma image in battle. If you encounter old dogs like Fumian, Painter, and Xian Shichen, who have copied my magical power, you can use it immediately and learn from me to flash and leave a residual image. But this Dragon Phantom is different. It can't quickly create the Dharma image in battle. They can only stare blankly after copying it. My Dharma image is generated slowly, and of high quality. I can only accumulate it slowly in daily life. If we fight, he can't copy it even if he wants to. Ning Zheng kept thinking. Although he is Xinhua, which can block plagiarism, it is always right to add a hand of protection. In addition, the Dharma image of this magical power has 40% of the combat power of the main body, which looks very powerful. In fact, it's just that. You see, each of Shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor's Dharma images is said to have 40% of the combat power of the original body. Is he very strong? Very strong, but he is still weaker than the top cultivators. The combat power of the original body is 40% of the original body without equipment, and your original body is fully armed with 6 divine equipment, which is 2 or 3 times the combat power of the original body without equipment. People rule the era with weapons. If it is equipped with top-notch 7-color fairy equipment, such as Xian Shichen, it will be a super qualitative change, and may be increased by more than 10 times. So, the actual combat power of the original body and the Dharma image is huge. In addition, the Dharma image itself is a single soul attribute structure, which is inherently insufficient and easy to be targeted by means of attacking the soul. But it's enough. Ning Zheng was already very satisfied. My individual Dharma image is not strong, but my Dharma image can copy you. I can fight thousands of you and make you stunned. Ning Zheng took a deep breath and decisively chose Dragon Phantom, and called his standard exclusive pendant, Sun and Moon Su Yunyang. Help to transform the attributes. The more I use it, the more I find that Jiosue's 7-color Sun and Moon are really easy to use and have strong functionality. If the attributes cannot be transformed, how can I use my head to get the corresponding spiritual roots of the 7 attributes? The difficulty will increase by at least 10 times. Dragon Phantom, Earth. The Yin attribute Dharma image of Shadow-devouring Dragon Emperor changed and became the Earth attribute Dharma image, which is not bad. After all, in the way of clones, in addition to Yin and Yang, the Earth attribute clone is actually the best among the 5 elements, because the raw materials of the clone can be taken locally. If I become powerful in the future, I may become a Nuwa, making Shirong and molding people out of clay. Boom! Ning Zheng's body suddenly shook, and the last Earth spirit root entered the cycle, filling the gap of the last puzzle. In an instant, the stagnant circulation in Ning Zheng's body seemed to flow completely, like blood rushing, and she felt a sense of perfection in the dark. So that's it. Ning Zheng seemed to have realized something mysterious. In our system, we need to practice 7 cycles together to have a 7-orifice exquisite heart and implant 7-color spirit roots. 7 card slots. Each orifice can only implant 1 magical power. This is why cultivators in other worlds can only practice 1 magical power. Only the cultivators in Jiuzhou can give birth to a 7-orifice exquisite heart and cultivate 7 ways together. Ning Zheng felt that he had reached the limit of the limit, 7-color spiritual roots. Killing other people of the same level was just a breath, and they died. Ning Zheng looked at his luck. Current luck value, 1.31 billion. He decisively turned on the enlightenment buff, rested for a night, and accelerated his body's perception. This was essentially just to complete the major foundations, adjust his mood, and when the luck value was enough tomorrow, he could make the final breakthrough and step into the transformation realm. After a night of enlightenment, Ning Zheng slowly opened his eyes the next morning. The blacksmiths next door were very sensible, and they chattered online again, still hiding it from the neighbors, making them worse, and fooling the AFK blacksmiths over there to send a few treasure chests. At 2.3 billion. Current luck value, 3.61 billion. Breakthrough in the transformation realm, 1 billion luck value. A small problem, just half a day's profit. But he had a feeling that once he broke through, it would be earth-shattering. Ning Zheng also built a super protective shield last night to isolate the outside world, so she was not afraid of other people snooping. Add some to me. Minus 1 billion. Boom! Ning Zheng's mind suddenly exploded, and the colorful 7-hole exquisite heart flashed with colorful light, yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Connecting the 7 cycles in the body, for a moment, the body seemed to be opened up, the world was created, and the true self was seen. A sense of oppression beyond the world descended, as if the invincible gods and demons descended to the world, visiting the entire world. If Ning Zheng hadn't isolated the breath, I'm afraid that the whole Jiuzhou would feel the palpitations in the dark. After a while, the colorful 7-hole exquisite heart in the body slowly calmed down, and the cycle gradually tended to calm down. Ning Zheng opened his eyes. It's done, there is no ripples, a narrow escape from death? It doesn't exist at all. I feel that there is no opponent in the transformation realm. Ning Zheng pondered. Although he did not build his own Dharma image army, did not research his own immortal method, and his own immortal soldiers. He felt that if he fought with bare hands and relied on brute force, there was almost no one in Jiuzhou who could be his opponent. 7 colors is a super qualitative change, the ultimate perfection, and each spiritual root is the limit of the 3 billion extreme value field, which is the perfect transformation. Ning Zheng silently sensed his own realm. Transformation realm. Generally speaking, there are 3 realms. Form self, the way to perfect the body. Heart self, the way to perfect the soul. Spirit self, the way to perfect the spiritual root. For example, if a person cultivates the fire spiritual root, he must complete the fire-related magical powers in this aspect. Only when the 3 selves are united can it be perfect. But Ning Zheng now sees that this transformation realm is also flawed. Because Ning Zheng's transformation realm now has 10 realms. Form self, the way of the body. Heart self, the way of the soul. Life and self, the way of destiny. First, there are 3 systems, pointing directly to the 3 constituent origins of life. The original Jiuzhou cultivators practiced 2 ways at the same time, so they could only practice 2 selves. Ning Zheng practiced 3 ways, which means 3 selves. And what about spiritual roots? Other traditional cultivators only have 1 spiritual root. Ning Zheng has 7. His spiritual self has 7 realms, corresponding to 7 colors. Therefore, Ning Zheng's realms are soul, flesh, life, yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Transformation of self into 10 realms. It seems to coincide with the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. After all, the 3 ways have the heart demon tribulation, the physical body tribulation, and the cause and effect tribulation, collectively known as the 3 disasters. There are also 7 bitter realms in the 7 magical powers. It seems that the transformation of self realm also needs to suffer and pass the tribulation. But in any case, this is obviously the ultimate perfection, the 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, and then becoming an immortal, which is the most terrifying. Traditional Jiuzhou cultivators only have to go through 2 disasters and 1 difficulty? The neighboring Tianming world only has to go through 1 disaster and 1 difficulty? And then become immortals? What the hell? He looked at the information on the Qiyun gambling table. Does it cost 1 billion to reach each realm of my transformation now? It doesn't seem difficult. With my qualifications and understanding, if I develop normally, I will probably be able to break through in a few days. Ning Zheng showed a thoughtful look. Without considering stabilizing the realm, I can break through 2 realms with 2 billion a day, and complete 10 realms in 5 days. But the premise is that the neighboring Tianming world cannot be lost. If it is lost, 1 billion is an astronomical figure for Ning Zheng. According to the normal development of Jiuzhou, Shirong plus Bone Demon can earn 2 million per day. Without the express delivery of Tianming world, it takes 500 days to save up 1 billion. 500 days for a realm is as slow as a snail. Huh? Ning Zheng took a deep breath, feeling a sense of urgency. Relax your state. Spend 2.5 billion tomorrow to do a wave of mind. Use another form of Xinhua, go to the next door Tianming world, take a Pingzhong great sage as a disciple, and solve the difficulties for the Night Emperor. Chapter 809. The next morning. Ningzheng opened his eyes again, and a gradually receding pressure flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he could barely control his rampage after adapting overnight. He carefully sent several times before he dared to remove the isolation shield used for breakthrough. Otherwise, it might be a bit exaggerated for the whole Jiuzhou to sense his activity at any time, but it would be no problem to leak a little bit to crush the blacksmiths and embers on the mountain. The first day of my life in the Hua realm, I officially set sail. Ningzheng shook his body, stood up, and sighed in his heart. Counting all the hardships before, one after another, he finally reached the level of Hua realm. The boast he made again and again finally became a reality. There is also a Hua realm in Jujian Villa. He looked at the time. In the early morning, the sun rose. Today's sun did not slack off. The warm sunshine sprinkled on Jujian Villa, opening a day of blacksmithing life. The blacksmiths who had just landed were still fiddling with letters, preparing to trade with the neighbors, laughing and talking, looking very prosperous. According to the usual practice, today's treasure chest will be returned at 11 o'clock. Ningzheng has not received the 2.3 billion luck points today, and he has no money to develop a wave of spiritual roots mind. So no matter how anxious he is, he can only wait. 3 days have passed now, 3.3 billion a day, a total of 9.9 billion. Ningzheng thought in his heart, it is this wave of sudden wealth that has allowed me to quickly pass this stage, but I guess the Night Emperor next door will soon find out, right? It has been 300 years since the establishment of the 12 Golden Men. In these 300 years, his karma has become heavier and heavier, and he must have begun to notice the clues. The karma and cause and effect brought by every living being, when gathered together, it is estimated that even he will find it difficult to bear. Today, once mind is taken, I will go to the next door destiny world and settle the account directly. Ningzheng has been updating himself every day these days, just to race against time, so as to avoid a commotion next door. There are still a few hours to complete the treasure chest transaction. Ningzheng is not in a hurry, and continues to adapt to his own transformation of the self-realm power. He first left his body, and entered the Shirong Academy next door, and looked at the information of the number 01 Civilization Laboratory. Hello, owner. These days, we are still in the exploratory stage. The group of scholars have not produced any research results in the past few days. This is not surprising. There are supercomputing fairy tools, and they will not be exaggerated to this extent. He looked at the information from various places again. In the Imperial Tomb robbery town, there was another fight yesterday. The fight was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the fake Night Emperor took action again. The reason was that after the Night Emperor took over the power of the ancestral demon god, he had decided not to open the Imperial Mausoleum to the public, but chose to mine it alone. So the various forces went to make a scene again. It looks like we are about to enter a rhythm of a small battle every 3 days, and a big battle every 10 days. Ningzheng smiled. His eyes were on the next information. The young generation of centenarians already have immortal roots from a certain force that are very suitable for cultivation. They have reached the great perfection of the one-mind realm, and are trying to impact the transformation realm. This kid is so terrifying, but his cultivation speed is as fast as mine? Ningzheng was a little surprised, but didn't care much. These immortal roots that accelerate cultivation actually have a very low upper limit, and are very weak in combat. The only advantage is that they can cultivate quickly. And can his own transformation realm be compared with the normal transformation realm? On the contrary. Ningzheng saw an amazing news. Jian Xian will break through the transformation realm at noon today, and hold a small gathering. Friends are welcome to come and watch. Among them, I am afraid that their old friends Su Huan, Jiao Wuyu, Li Yuzu and others will be there. Jian Xian was originally a genius of the last train of the last era. Jiuzhou's civilization was originally at the level of one state of mind. Now it is very slow to break through the transformation realm. But the reason why it made such a big fuss is that the spiritual route he broke through is not simple. 7-color spiritual route, but obviously. His spiritual route is the acquired fairy spiritual route, which is what people often call the pseudo-human spiritual route, the way of taking over the body, the kind of spiritual route rooted in the neck. This kind of foreign pseudo-human spiritual route forms a spiritual root cycle, which will lead to a kind of madness. The most typical one is the former human ancestor. There is also the white flower scholar in the previous Bone Demon King city, whose spiritual root also grows from his neck and goes crazy from time to time. While Baiwa has 1 root on his neck, Jianqin has 6 spiritual roots on his neck, and his head has become a sunflower petal. 6 times epic enhancement. How crazy can this be? Jianqin is a genius of the royal family, and behind this there must be Xian Shichen, who stood up and used the 7-color spiritual roots to fight against Shirong's 7-color immortal soldiers. Xian Shichen has superb skills and may have a way to curb the madness, but the side effects must still be very terrible. Jianxin, is it really worth it? Ning Zheng suddenly remembered the first time they met, the mountain-like Dharma image, the proud swordsman overlooking the entire sword-casting villa, and asked with a sincere heart. Ning Zheng smiled. What's the value? He just doesn't want to fall behind others. The 4 companions who walked out of Xenia's city that year, Su Huan, Jiao Wuyu, and Li Yuzhu, were all ghost kings, and they reshaped their foundations to become immortal spiritual roots. But he still has a single spiritual root. No matter how strong his qualifications are or how amazing his talents are, he will be buried in the era of single spiritual roots. Will he be willing to not keep up with the pace of his ghost king friends? He just wants to give it a try. Ning Zheng doesn't know what cards Xian Shichen has, but this wave of display of force is obviously to develop a wave of sunflower crazy 7-color spiritual roots. Wait until Jian Xian's case is successful. He will definitely successfully recruit a group of single spiritual root geniuses, who couldn't board the big ship in the old era to become his subordinates, and take this kind of defective 7-color spiritual roots. Jian Xian has been made into a signboard, so Ning Zheng is not afraid of him getting into trouble. Otherwise, if he fails in public, Xian Shichen will really become a clown. Ning Zheng thinks that Xian Shichen, this old shady guy, may have been secretly planning for a long time. I believe that in the near future, a group of masters from the old era who have achieved perfection in their state of mind will be absorbed, and a group of royal guards in the Hua realm with 7-color spiritual roots, like sunflowers hanging around their necks, will appear. But this idea is not impossible. It is better to break through than not to break through. First, we can achieve 7-color spiritual roots. Maybe there will be a way to complete the foundation and treat madness later. The world is so big, and there are so many kinds of spiritual roots. There is nothing strange. Sighing a little about Jian Xian in the past, Ning Zheng looked at the situation in each state again. Now the strange tide in the outside world is shrinking, some strange kings have been born, and masters in the Hua realm are vaguely appearing. This is a very terrifying signal. It means that the next stage of the Ember's disaster has begun, and the strange disasters under the super-large base have appeared terrifying existences fighting with top powerhouses. And according to the information, these awakened ghost kings are the original masters of various ancient tomb copies. Those 2 masters in the state of one mind and the state of transformation are already powerful. They are not something that the 9-headed dragon emperor can withstand. Their thousands of embers have merged, and hundreds of hands and feet have lost most of their self, forming a new life. In a sense, they are dead. But it is undeniable that the new Ghost King clan that inherited the embryo of the 2 master in the state of one mind and the state of transformation will be the main force of the world destruction that will clear everything in the sacrifice era. According to the investigation, these demon ghost kings have begun to secretly organize attacks on various living shelters, challenging Zhao Zai, Xian Shichen and others. They also want to compete for that sacrifice position. The current situation has gradually become clear, divided into 5 forces competing for hegemony. 1. The camp of contemporary strong men, Xian Shichen, Feng Wangyi Zhao Zai, and the 9-headed dragon emperor. 2. The lineage of the ancestor demon god. 3. The lineage of the new ghost king that broke out in the disaster of embers. 4. The most insidious and least informed pseudo-human lineage that has always been hidden in the crowd. 5. The painter lineage. During the 3 days I was in seclusion, there was a real fight for supremacy outside. After looking at the situation in Kyushu outside, Ning Zheng just made a joke. He checked the time. The treasure chest next door had been transported over, so he could start to do business. Chapter 810. Add 2.3 billion. An astonishing number popped up again. Current luck value, 3.61 billion enough. Ning Zheng looked at the luck gambling table. I need spiritual roots, mind. Minus 2.5 billion. Huh? A mysterious and gloomy attribute heavenly spiritual root quickly appeared in front of him. It was enchanting and beautiful, with 9 peach heart-shaped petals, and it seemed to be burning, steaming up all kinds of strange images. There seemed to be a vague heart monkey sitting on the peach heart petals, and a flame horse lying on the side. Heart monkey? To be honest, the heavenly spiritual roots are the top spiritual herbs in the world, with all kinds of strange images and rich spiritual energy, but Ning Zheng saw such a strange flower for the first time. And a kind of enlightenment came into being in the dark. This spiritual root is very strong, but very domineering. It can turn you into a pure mind life. You can only be a soul structure forever, and you can't build any cycle. If other cycles are constructed and physical flesh and blood are obtained, most of the strange abilities will be invalid and cannot jump in life as a mind. A pure and extreme path of conscious life? Ningzheng felt the horror of this thing, and put it away directly with a sealed treasure box. Even if he accepted a disciple, he did not intend to give it to the other party, and directly open the spiritual root. He got the spiritual root just to copy the mind. As an ultimate clone with a higher level All Saints magical power, as long as he copied a certain spiritual root, he would have a spiritual root atlas library. And he has 80% of the original spiritual root ability. Now, the mind is included in the atlas data warehouse. Ningzheng can become a mind at any time, so the genuine prototype spiritual root can be collected. It seems that I have to learn from Xian Shichen and follow the path of the illustration party. The more Ningzheng thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Xian Shichen, a party that collects the ashes illustrations, throws a pile of ashes into the 7 card slots of the sun and moon gods, and combines them to solve problems and kill enemies. I, Ningzheng, am a party that collects the spiritual root illustrations. Painter, a party that collects the character illustrations. Ningzheng exclaimed, "Good guy, gentlemen think alike?" He looked strange, and finally sighed. It's time to go to the next door to take a look. The year 3012 in the Destiny world. After the defeat of Emperor Zhongwu, he finally surrendered and reported the location of Xian. Emperor Yi decisively established the Xian Research Institute, gathering the world's talents to jointly study the secrets. I don't want to become an immortal, I want to be equal to heaven. When I use this origin to study the principles of immortals, I will ascend to heaven. All gods will be listed as immortals. A message came that Emperor Yi was in the hearts of the people, and the people of the world admired him very much. In the same year, he began to cast 12 golden men and place them in various states. The 3096th year of the Destiny world. The 12 golden men were cast and placed. At the same time, the Yuan dynasty's national treasure Death and Death Testament entered the final completion mode, and some functions could be activated, and a large number of people began to be recruited for testing. The 3198th year of the Destiny world. The intense research on various projects such as Death and Death Testament and Offering has led to an extreme shortage of research talents. The Emperor of the Destiny Knight personally ordered the establishment of a new imperial examination system, optimized the mechanism for selecting talents, established public schools, and encouraged various local families to establish private schools. He spread, "Youth is easy to grow old and learning is difficult to achieve, and every moment of time should not be taken lightly. Encourage all forces in the world to pay attention to basic education. Let children go to school at the age of 3, go to school for 8 hours a day, and go to school for 6 days, and rest for 1 day, etc." In the same year, the developers of Life and Death Testament responded to the call and proposed the Fate system. Your Majesty, talents are hard to find. Our Life and Death Testament, the Fate line in the dark, has been able to initially connect some people. It is better to concentrate some of the Fate and breed powerful sacred life. You must know that a powerful genius is born with a small probability, but in front of destiny, it is a miracle that can be controlled. We are destiny. Nature creates destiny people. 3250 years in the Destiny world. The Night Emperor summoned 1421 of the strongest blessing masters and fortune tellers in the world, combined with the fate line of the people controlled by the Life and Death Testament, and the gods of destiny began to attack the most mysterious taboo area. This day is called Destiny Day. Purple clouds lingsure, stars descend, when Kuxingyai and all kinds of 36 fates began to erupt on the land of Kyushu. Various unprecedented artificial protagonists were born. When they were born, there were strange phenomena in the world, which were called Tao body and Holy body by the world. Such people are often characterized by strong opportunities and continuous adventures. The amount of strong luck required for each baby's fate is not created out of thin air. So this is the tax collected by the dynasty, which is used to shape some strong fates, which is equivalent to the mortal dynasty building infrastructure, establishing public colleges, and cultivating talents. The Night Emperor also said, "Take from the people, and use it for the people." This famous saying was once again regarded as the truth by the world, and everyone praised it, believing that the birth of the Night Emperor himself was the greatest miracle in human history. His birth created a great and fair mythological era in which countless scholars pursued truth and destiny. From the gods to the mortals, the entire nation was extremely confident, with their heads held high and their chests held high, and their smiles overflowing. Someone shouted, "In the old days, the barbarians and the tribes ate raw meat and drank blood, and they didn't know wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. They used them roughly. With the development of the times, we gradually mastered the use of their various magical powers, and there appeared the tribal period, the city-state era, the martial arts kingdom, and the god's hegemony. The growth of human civilization is to gradually explore the world and recognize the axioms of the world. And now, we have discovered new truths again. Throughout the ages, the protagonists have risen, shaken the wind and clouds, and changed dynasties. But now, we know the law of heaven and replace them, artificial protagonists. Even the sky respects me, the man of destiny. This is an unprecedented great mythological era, which has reached its peak. Some people even shouted, we in the world of destiny should replace the sky and enforce justice on behalf of the sky. Even the immortals, who have ascended, will have to look at our faces in the future. They are extremely confident, proud, and have a strong desire for knowledge. In this era, people believe that they can do everything impossible, and they also believe in everything that may happen. However, all their gifts from the unknown were secretly marked with a price. I don't know if such modification of fate has caused the so-called artificial protagonist, who gathers origin money, to cast fate to be tainted with too much karma before he is born, and great opportunities are destined to produce great karma. On the road of growth, there are all kinds of victims who come to collect debts and recover their origin money. These poor people whose luck points are deducted will be scolded by them as villain fate. In the 3,301st year of the Destiny world, some aristocratic families began to secretly harvest the luck of certain areas of the dynasty to cultivate their own offspring fate. After the Night Emperor discovered it, he urgently stopped the technology and proposed a ban. All fates are automatically randomly drawn by life and death testaments, and can be born in royal families or ordinary people's homes. The Night Emperor said again, I hold the destiny of heaven, but it is the injustice of heaven that makes the good suffer many misfortunes, and the evil have a happy life. Therefore, I hold the destiny of heaven for the sake of fairness. I must not arbitrarily decide the fate, and treat all living beings as playthings. The world was discussing it enthusiastically, looking at the Emperor of Destiny holding the golden scepter of destiny on the throne, with great admiration and longing. This is the supreme monarch who will lead them to a great era, and it is worth their lives to follow. The way of heaven is unfair, and justice is only for fairness. Chapter 8:11. 3,348 years of the world of destiny. The entire civilization is unprecedentedly prosperous, and with the development of the 7 systems of destiny, various technologies emerge in an endless stream. The history of the world has once again ushered in a new huge corner. They began to be able to completely use the illusory destiny to create a good weather and a bumper harvest era, and forcibly use destiny to benefit the world. God said, rice, plant in autumn and harvest in winter. So a new mutant rice appeared. At first, it was 4 harvests and 4 harvests in 4 seasons a year, and then the rice ears matured in more than 10 days, and various strange changes appeared. For example, the ears of rice are not wheat ears, but sweet pink fruits. This is the destiny of the spiritual farmer, officially appeared. The excellent mutant plants that are randomly cultivated have been turned into fixed cultivation, and the spiritual farmer is no longer a profession that depends on luck. Farming depends on luck to make a living, and at this time, farmers no longer have to rely on the sky to make a living, because their sky is the Night Emperor. God said, rice is like trees, and people live in forests and valleys. So, people began to live in the fantasy era of huge rice, and the primitive tribes and barbarians who were hungry and cold disappeared. God said, domestic pigs are comparable to elephants. So, domestic pigs happened to mutate, and began to be raised in huge fences. They were 3 or 4 meters tall, with tender meat and gentle temperament. This was a crazy era. Countless scholars enthusiastically studied, burst out, and benefited the people. They were pure, sincere, kind, and persistent in pursuing the truth. The world needs idols. If the people grew up listening to the legends of mythical heroes, they would also dream of becoming heroes in myths. Because the Night Emperor was pure and great, they chose to be pure and great. Every day, new theories of luck were applied to the people. Every day, unexpected ideas are proposed. People in this era believe in everything. Whether it is the embers or the immortals, the theory of time travel, the theory of space distortion, the world is square, life is fake, the world has more than a dozen dimensions. These ridiculous theories that deceive people can all be believed by people in this era, but they don't believe in fate. In their eyes, it is ridiculous for someone to tell them about the future birth, old age, sickness and death, and the fatalism of fate. Because they firmly believe that fate has long been in their hands. This life and this heaven are all in our body, and we are the people of destiny. Sword Casting Villa. Ning Jing's eyes were withdrawn from the next door. 300 years have pushed the era to explode here. Yi Di really understands people's hearts, and his means of controlling people's hearts and promoting civilization are becoming more and more mature. Even Ning Zheng sighed that Yi Di's talent was thoroughly honed. I have used the copied spiritual root to shape the mind. But this spiritual root is not very suitable for me. There are various conflicts. After all, it is the will and life supernatural power of a pure spiritual body. The original mind cannot be released, because it may release a demon and eventually lose control of the situation. So, do you want to choose a mask for your disciple? Then let him use the mask to copy the mind, and 50% of the supernatural power can be balanced within the controllable range. You know, the Night Emperor of Heaven's destiny controls the destiny, but in fact his essence is a human god plus a mask. The Night Emperor who opened up the era of Heaven's destiny does not have the power of Heaven's destiny, but relies on copying the Golden God. This is very funny. It is also feasible to create a mask and copy the mind. Ning Jing's first thought at this time was, without further delay, I must set off to the world of destiny, find a native with amazing talent, take him as my apprentice, and become the one who will be robbed of the great calamity of heaven and earth, stirring up the situation in the other world. But on second thought, my tolerance for error is extremely low. What if this person who will be robbed does not meet expectations? Or dies in the middle of growth? I have no tolerance for error, no second chance to try and make mistakes. I can only succeed once. And to succeed completely once, I have to divine to see who is more suitable for this matter. Ning Zheng knows better than anyone that one should not put fate on a random lucky person, because the consequences of failure are unbearable. Forget it. Ning Zheng took a deep breath and began to look at the fate gambling table. Minus 50 million after a lot of tossing, Ning Zheng's eyes fell on a certain area. It turned out to be him? Zinya's city. In Cine Palace, Zinyan was nervously preparing for a banquet. At this banquet, Jian Xian had to break through to the level of 7-color spiritual roots, which was doomed to be a life-or-death struggle. And even if he succeeded by chance, the side effects would be great, and he would have a terrible madness, and would go crazy from time to time. Jian Xian, have you come this far? Over the years, Li Yuzu has been dormant and practicing silently. He is already a true ghost king, completing his foundation, and he has also entered the state of mind, even though he is behind the times. He has caught up with the big team of Jiaoyu and Su Huan. But Jiaoyu is already a fairy spiritual root master at the level of Hua realm, and is the master of the younger generation who is closest to the older generation. And Su Huan has also been practicing silently, and he is not a person who likes to show off. It can only be said that while Ning Zheng was practicing silently, Su Huan, Jiaoyu and others were also experiencing various stories. Going out for adventures, exploring the Ember disaster, exploring the ancient tomb submerged by the Ember frenzy, and exploring the royal adventure town that was very popular before. He could only do this. Jiaoyu sighed. There were not many people at this gathering. All of them were single spiritual root geniuses of the old era. They were the darlings abandoned by the times, single spiritual root cultivators, but they could not make up for their foundations, and the path of the Ghost King was too risky. So, they came here to see Jian Xian make an example. If Jian Xian really succeeded, they could choose this path. The visitors on the scene all looked nervous, watching Jian Xian personally take the lead as a pioneer, and they felt a sense of sadness and bitterness. No matter how talented they are, how can they change the great trend of the times? No matter how strong a single spiritual root is, it can't beat a fairy spiritual root of the same level. With a crash, Jian Xian sat cross-legged, his eyes sharp, like a sword about to leave his body. Even before life and death, he had no joy or sorrow. His sword heart was extremely firm. He said to the people with sad faces, I can already break through and transform myself, but the transformation of spiritual roots alone is already behind the times. The path of cultivation is against the will of heaven. The immortal world has appeared, if not to become an immortal, at least to fight with them in this life. He knows that I am me. Jian Xian has been a warlike person all his life, and he has been seeking a battle with a sword all his life. Voila! He closed his eyes, and 6 pseudo-human 3 flowers were implanted, and began to take over his body. And he began to suppress the pseudo-human taking over, and in turn took over the 6 spiritual roots, suppressing all their consciousness, and turning them into part of his external spiritual roots. Boom! The 7 colors flowed and overlapped. Soon a terrible breath suddenly burst out. Success? Is this the seven-color spiritual root? Everyone was overjoyed and looked at Jian Xian. But Ning Zheng came quietly, looking at Jian Xian's death, and still sitting cross-legged with his obsession. A wisp of turbid air after death gradually drifted in the sky. It was obviously successful, but it was Jian Xian's ash that succeeded. Suddenly, a laugh came from the sky, and said to Jian Xian's turbid air, "Jian Xian, are you willing to live again, and go to the real world of Yi Di?" Yi Di? Jian Xian was stunned. The mysterious appearance of Yi Di has caused scholars all over the world to have different opinions. This is obviously a systematic and perfect method that cannot be opened up by one person. There must be a civilization behind it. But where did that civilization come from? Whether it came from another world or the sky is a matter of endless debate. And now? Of course I am willing. Jian Xian sighed, looking at the ashes and empty shells below. Does the other self have any other ways? I hope that self will take a different path in Jiuzhou. When you go to the other world, you should hide your identity. I will teach you a brand new method to deal with a cause and effect disaster. You must not tell the world my origins and identity. All successes and failures are borne by you. You and I don't need to treat each other as master and apprentice. In the white void, Ning Zheng sat cross-legged and looked at Jian Xian in front of him. You should let go of your guard. Ning Zheng pulled him into the server. This will be the first time that Zhujian Villa has welcomed a real native blacksmith. What is this? Jian Xian was surprised by the server of Zhujian Villa. Ning Zheng's mouth curled up slightly. What kind of changes can the sword genius from the Jiuzhou world bring to the other world? Can it really be as the players say, killing is to protect life, and killing karma is not killing people? Chapter 812. In the white and empty space, Jian Xian's turbid air felt that he was getting farther and farther away from the scene below. Below, Jiao Wuyu, Li Yuzhu, Su Huan, and even another self, Eugene, sitting on the high platform gradually blurred. Are you really going to send yourself to the hometown of the mysterious Tianming Yeti? Jian Xian completely noticed that this young man, who was a little thin, but couldn't see his face clearly, had unfathomable strength. After all, Xian Shichen must have been staring at his breakthrough, but he was still quietly plundered of his turbid air. You are? Jian Xian said. Living a second life is an opportunity for you. The man, wearing an ancient Taoist robe, said lightly. Then why did you choose me? Jian Xian couldn't help but ask. There are thousands of strong people in the world. The young man said, it was in the destiny divination that you and I are destined to be together. The first thing you have to do now is to remember to open the forum in your head, and try to remember some information before reincarnation. After the time passes, everything will be blocked, and you can't contact me for the time being. Jian Xian looked solemn. Yes. Walala. The turbulence in the space around him was surging wildly, emitting a terrifying ability that could strangle a cultivator at the level of Hua realm. Jian Xian was very familiar with this kind of space turbulence. After all, this kind of turbulence will appear when various tombs of small caves and even various small secret realms collapse. And now, I'm afraid it's the turbulence that travels through the world. He didn't have much time, and quickly began to scan the various contents of this so-called Jiuzhou World Forum. I have a method, called Sun Wukong. The great sage of peace comes out. On the methodology of the world of destiny. Wuhu is in mourning, the world of Kyushu is about to fight. What is the meaning of the painter? The feasibility of creating a spinning top that turns the fairy beast. What is this? A brand new, terrifying and mysterious world gradually opened up before his eyes. His face changed, and in an instant, he felt like a mortal witnessing the extraordinary, subverting his worldview, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves. I have to say, the posts posted by the blacksmiths on the forum in recent days have been quite serious and formal. And what they talked about were how to fool the Night Emperor next door, speed up the money-making of the villa, and study painters. And talk about the progress of various experiments in their professions. No one is talking about sand sculpture topics related to life other than games on the forum. At first glance, it feels very classy and extremely mysterious, giving people a feeling that scholars are secretly conspiring and discussing heatedly. This atmosphere immediately stunned Jian Xian. Looking at the shocked Jian Xian, Ning Zheng's mouth corners curled up slightly. The reaction is not bad, as expected. In fact, it is also the old blacksmiths on these forums, who are now experienced and calm. If you push it back a few months, when the server was launched, the forum was full of stupid comments, which made Jian Xian feel frustrated. What a pity. Ning Zheng gave him very little time, and he couldn't flip through thousands of pages to find the posts of the previous mainline periods. At this time, quickly flipping through several posts, reading them word by word, Jian Xian looked at them, and saw that they occasionally had screenshots, videos, and emoticons. He felt that the world was extremely strange. It seems to be some communication place similar to newspapers. How can it be so detailed? There are also various close-up videos? Even one of the posts that just appeared recorded a small matter that Jian Xian, just held a breakthrough witness meeting. There are some terrifying beings secretly communicating among them. I originally thought that His Majesty Xian Shichen, Gu Diazai and others were at the top of the Jiuzhou world. I didn't expect that Jiuzhou has a painter behind the scenes. According to their description, they may be the hidden master of the history of this Jiuzhou world. I didn't expect that there is a world outside the world. He was even more shocked, and quickly read several terrifying information. And the outbreak of the destiny system of the Tianing world was actually created by them personally. The history book of the years has already had a war? Now it is a fake, and it has really been thrown into the next world. Yidi's travel back is also fake? A shocking scam, a game between them and the painter? One terrifying piece of information hit violently. These people who chatted and discussed were obviously from the mysterious sword-casting villa faction, which itself came from another world called Earth. No wonder their sword-casting villa is so mysterious, so advanced in technology, so far ahead of its time, that our scholars cannot understand it. It turns out that it comes from outer space. In Jian Xian's mind, blacksmiths are already a terrifying and mysterious cross-border force, with tentacles spanning several worlds. And there is another detail to prove it, the Jiuzhou World Forum. In other words, this chat area is only for Jiuzhou, and other worlds may have similar divisions. Such a cross-border force may have more than one immortal behind the scenes. Jian Xian's expression was completely solemn. In fact, this was also a small test by Ningzheng. Ningzheng had long wanted to bring in a group of blacksmiths from the indigenous world to the server of Sword-Casting Villa. After being pulled in, there can't be no forum. There must be functions such as logging in and switching characters, right? If not, it's better not to open it. So at present, Jian Xian, as the first indigenous blacksmith deployed next door, is also the first internal tester. Ningzheng can also use the powerful communication of this forum to make the blacksmiths mysterious and deepen their deterrence. The result is obviously successful. Now, our first test indigenous player. Jian Xian is very satisfied with the performance process of login game plot CG arranged by Ningzheng. The process is to see yourself die, your soul leave your body, meet a mysterious visitor, travel through the world, and know the information of the world. This scene of the game opening login animation is exciting enough and shocking. After all, now Ningzheng has learned a lot, and is already a qualified game planner. Not bad. Ningzheng showed a satisfied smile. Just when Jian Xian hurriedly wrote down the game information and made a game strategy in advance, the space turbulence gradually subsided. A space hole slowly emerged in front of him. With a puff, the world of destiny has arrived. Go! In the vast scene that was as shocking as a myth, a mysterious young man pushed him hard and instantly fell into a different world. Wow wow wow, with a cry, a baby came into the world. The Daozi of our holy land, the Daozi has appeared. It's a boy. Although he has no destiny, his father is the Holy Lord of Baiyan Holy Land, and his mother is the descendant of the Chu clan, the creator of the world in the sky. There are also 7 beautiful sisters, who cultivate the 7 systems of destiny respectively. In the future, they will spoil him to the sky. Accompanied by laughter and joy, Jian Xian ushered in his second life. Jiao Yu, Li Yuzhu, Su Huan, all lived a second life, and you are a complete one. Ningzheng glanced at him, and then left. Minus 300 million in order to help Jian Xian's soul turbidity reincarnate in the world of destiny. Another 300 million was spent. After all, this world is too good at divination and calculating cause and effect. Ningzheng can only spend a lot of money to conceal the secrets. Of course, this big price of 300 million is just a small fraction of Ningzheng's daily 2.3 billion. He is not stingy. In order to stabilize the income channel of this destiny world, it is normal to spend 10 billion. After all, 10 billion is just the harvest of 5 days. Chapter 813. Ningzheng's consciousness returned to the sword-forging villa. Reincarnated, wait until he grows a few years older. Ningzheng picked up the teacup and thought for a while. Probably, it will take less than a cup of tea. He finished the tea and went back. Swish, the time of a cup of tea passed quickly. At this time, Jian Xian was already born and had a harsh and strict childhood. Because of the education policy of Tianmingyeti, the children in this world are basically very bitter and tired. But fortunately, the race of this world is also fortunately optimized and born precocious. It only takes 3 hours of sleep to restore the spirit, and the energy is vigorous. Every day, they love research and practice. Each of them is a natural cow and horse. Jian Xian grew up in such an involuted and enthusiastic environment, and had a happy childhood in the doting of his parents, and also had 7 chief sisters. It seems that the 7 sisters and Jian Xian, the romantic plot in the storybook is about to come. Not good, not good, not good, this is a bad start. Jian Xian had seen the Jiuzhou Forum in that other world, where this delicate child sat on the cliff with a sad face. The monks in this world of destiny have not yet discovered the theory of karma. At present, they believe that there is no side effect of taking away temporary luck, and it will go back up, so everyone regards it as a tax. Perfectly taking away temporary luck will of course have no side effects. But imperfect luck will take away your luck limit, making your origin defective, and then add it to other people, creating karma. When you become stronger in cultivation, you will feel the karma between the two parties in the dark. Everyone in this world is accustomed to being taken away, everyone is borrowed money, and everyone has a thread, cause, and effect have long been a mess. The artificial destiny protagonist, who borrowed the origin money of the common people, is born to be a tycoon. All kinds of great opportunities in life are destined to encounter all kinds of disasters. Some exploited creditors are born to be hostile to these debtor protagonists, and they are sarcastic and instinctively targeted. After they meet the protagonist, they will have all kinds of reducing intelligence and hostile auras, and even do not hesitate to harm others for their own benefit, and want to kill the protagonist, take back the missing origin of natural luck, and end this cause and effect. These poor people are also scolded by them as villain destiny, and the luck value at birth has produced several connections, and I have some debtors in the dark, and the other party is probably the protagonist. I am afraid that I have become the destiny of the villain, and I am born to oppose the protagonists, to collect debts from them, and there is hatred in the dark, and I am the stepping stone. It's not that he has never read the story novels of Jiuzhou. A son of a powerful family like himself is very much like a villain. And my 7 sisters might be deceived by the protagonist and become their confidants. My parents were beaten to death, my family was exterminated, and I was constantly bullied. Fate. Fate, there are some fixed numbers in this world when you are born. Jian Xian was amazed at the rules of this world. It was fine before, but now with the evolution of the world civilization system and the change of fate, a mysterious camp has been formed. Debt collectors, villains, and money is collected. Debtors, protagonists, and debt collectors who sink corpses. If you kill the debt collectors, you don't have to pay back the money. There is a balance of power in the mysterious world, forming an ecological cycle. But how innocent are the villains? They just wanted to get their money back, but the protagonists targeted them. It really fits the saying, the one who owes money is the boss. In this life, I am a villain. Jian Xian sighed, his expression gradually became firm. But I just want to be the villain of destiny and step on the protagonists one by one. As the world says, destiny is in my body, and my fate depends on myself. Birth only determines the starting point. He was clear-minded, and it only took him 2 years to know who I am, figure out his own path in this life, and strengthen his original intention. After that, he began to practice sword and martial arts diligently every day. Before he embarked on the path of cultivation and integrated the magic stone, spiritual root, his talent was vaguely spread to the surrounding forces, and he was named a genius. On the night of his 10th year, suddenly, his mind moved, and he appeared again in the shadow of a hazy white mist. A familiar young figure came over. Jian Xian, you have passed childhood in this life, and I can teach you to practice. I am not interested in your identity and origin, and you don't need to ask who I am, and you don't need to tell me what dreams you have, and what you want to do. I just need you to do one thing for me, and you have already guessed it. Ignoring Jian Xian's answer, the man said lightly, I will teach you next, and you learn. I know you practice soul sword and body sword, and you are a sword genius in this world. Next, I will teach you the 3rd type of swordsmanship in the world. Heart sword. The sword of destiny, this sword is invisible and shadowless, and it can cut off cause and effect, break destiny, and cut off day and night with one sword. This sword is the best weapon in the world. Only when the 3 swords are combined into one, soul, body, and life, can they be called the top sword masters in the world, and they are worthy of going out of the world and seeing the height of the immortals. Whether you can surpass and live a life of immortality depends on your own understanding. Ning Zheng finished speaking, and gave him a shadow crocodile pseudo-human 3 flowers. Ning Zhang Shadow Crocodile Pseudo-Human 3 flowers could have been planted on other people's heads. Before, it was planted on Princess Xine's head, giving her the ability of Shadow Crocodile's spiritual roots and becoming a subordinate. Afterwards, it was sold to the Wuxing sect and planted on the Wuxing whale's head, also giving her the ability of Shadow Crocodile's spiritual roots. Now Ningzheng has become a 7-color spiritual root, which also means that his initial technique of planting the 3 flowers of the spiritual root can allow others to have his 7 magical powers at will. But planting his 7-color spiritual root 3 flowers will be at the mercy of Ningzheng. This is an alternative new type of clone. It's just that it will be much weaker than Ningzheng himself. And Ningzheng didn't breed this 7-color spiritual root casually. Because energy is conserved, Ningzheng couldn't take out much of the terrifying resources of the 7 heavenly spiritual roots, and couldn't raise many of them. But obviously, Ningzheng didn't intend to give him 7 circulating immortal spiritual roots, but one of them. I have 7 magical powers, and now I will teach you one of them, called the All Saints, which has 72 changes. After you master it, you can go anywhere in the world. It is difficult to touch the cause and effect, and it is difficult to karma. It is the best way to transcend in the world. In the future, you can use the All Saints to copy the method of mind, become the Emperor of the Mind, and learn the Heart Sword. Yes. Jian Xian hurriedly said yes, and his eyes lit up by the blueprint drawn by Ningzheng. He knew what he had to bear, so the great power given to him by the other party must be extremely strong and have great potential. Only then can one person level the cause and effect of the whole world and cut the mess in this world. My sword cuts karma, not people. In the next few days, the calm Jian Xian got a pseudo-human spiritual root planted by Ningzheng, which took root in his head, and began to practice the supernatural power of the saints. As a high-level copy spiritual root, it is very powerful. As long as there is a gene bank of a certain supernatural power, it can be transformed into that kind of spiritual root at will. It also happens to be in line with his sword practice. This mysterious and powerful method shocked him. 10,000 swords returned to the origin, switching various attributes of supernatural swords, which made Jian Xian happy. After practicing to the end, every blade of grass, every mountain and every river, the millions of supernatural powers contained in them can all be swords. The saints in your hands are the swords. Jian Xian heard the information and exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful." In the next few years, he practiced sword diligently, entered the treasure house of the family Holy Land, recorded the gene sequence of supernatural stones of various attributes, and expanded his own copy treasure house. He was surprised to find that his copy library of the saints had an upper limit. It could only store 72 changes. Soon, he was 12 years old, integrated the magic stone, and began to practice in the eyes of outsiders. But the world didn't know that he had practiced a few years earlier, and his real magical power was the 72 changes. What he showed to the outside world was just one of the magical powers of change. Sword Casting Villa. Ningzheng was still drinking tea, with a calm expression. Every few years, that is, every time he finished a cup of tea, Ningzheng would go to see Jian Xian and teach him some questions. Of course, his sword questions and the magical powers of the saints were too profound, so Ningzheng could only answer them with a little bit of luck. After all, he now only had the magical powers of the saints, but no corresponding skills, magical powers, and moves. How could he teach Jian Xian? Of course, he had to teach with cheats to ensure Jian Xian's development. Sure enough, the magical power will appear in different forms in the hands of different people. In the past, Zuelahua had 3 forms and 3 ancestral factions. Now the sword phase? It is also quite consistent. Teach for a few more years, consolidate the magical power of the saint phase, and then copy his mind and start studying this. Chapter 8:14. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, Jian Xian's swordsmanship rose up and resounded everywhere. And in the 200 years of fate development in this world, various fate protagonists have risen up and have become the mainstream in the world. The fate protagonists are gradually recognized as the hope of the younger generation in the world. They have strong luck, encounters one after another, often have sudden enlightenment, and have obtained various ancient inheritances and integrated them. And like Jian Xian, a young prodigy, no matter how amazing and outstanding, as long as he does not have a fate, he will inexplicably confront the protagonist as he grows up. In the end, almost all of them are stepped on by the protagonist, and used as a stepping stone. This is fate. No matter how amazing you are, you will be defeated by the protagonist, either injured and defeated, or seriously injured and retired, with a wounded heart, and can only stop at the second rate of future strongmen for the rest of your life. From then on, he dared not challenge the protagonist again, dared not to collect debts and pay back the money, silently licked his wounds, and lingered on for the rest of his life. Without destiny, he is second-rate in the world. Scholars of the era, who have gradually popularized this fate, have personally verified it time and time again, and it is an unchangeable fate curse. Jian Xian became famous at a young age, and he studied hard, but without destiny, he will be trampled underfoot sooner or later. Is this world really so twisted? Without destiny, he is destined to be defeated. It's strange to say that after the outbreak of this era, there are always all kinds of grievances in the world, and the hostility is heavy. The strong seem to always fight each other for various reasons. Yes, geniuses without destiny are destined to be stepping stones for the protagonist, and the protagonists also compete with each other. It seems that there is a force in the dark that makes them kill each other, and cannot live in harmony. They didn't know the horror of the cause and effect, but they also vaguely sense something wrong. The world is a mess of you owe me, I owe you, and it's natural to fight to settle a cause and effect. Everyone knows that Jian Xian's defeat is almost inevitable. Even the protagonists of destiny will fight each other, and there will only be one person of destiny in the end. The whole world seems to have formed a mysterious trend. In the world, only one protagonist can reach the top in each period. Others must become his stepping stones. I don't know why, now in a destiny era, only one emperor is allowed to appear. Scholars all over the world have noticed this strange phenomenon, and even Yeti has begun to study the principle. Obviously, they are not far from discovering the truth. A year later, a protagonist of destiny born in a mortal village, Yichen, has a legendary life. He climbed to the top step by step, became a disciple, and then walked in front of Jian Xian. He was born in poverty, but he has been self-reliant all the way, and his cultivation speed is almost as fast as that of the baby of the aristocratic family, who asked for a blessing master at birth. Jian Xian, I have heard of your name. Born in a delicate and noble family, you don't need to fight for all the benefits at birth. How can a genius like you who is raised in a delicate flower compare with my life-threatening tempering every time? The visitor is also a swordsman, and said lightly, defeat me, submit to me, and help me fight for the world. Now, the second son of the Fate Knight Emperor is born, and he is the same generation as us. He is destined to be the biggest opponent in my life. Yichen is very confident, and he needs help. He has encountered many adventures and dangers along the way, which can be called legendary. He was ridiculed and slapped in the face by the geniuses of the 4 major families in the town, and was on the verge of death several times. He finally killed them all, and went to the big city. He was chased and killed by an arrogant second generation, because he offended him inexplicably at the sales meeting. After experiencing an extremely wonderful life of ridicule, and slapping in the face, he came to the step. The protagonist? Jian Xian sat cross-legged with a sword in front of his knees, muttering in his heart, to subdue me. What is the difference between this and a bully who robbed the poor of their money and oppressed the poor to work for him? This world is really sick. In an instant, the wind and clouds of the world gathered. A sword came. The huge luck directly condensed into substance, which was the attack of the sword of destiny. The next second, Yichen died and his body disappeared. All the cultivators surrounding the entire mountain were stunned to see the scene. A protagonist was killed just like that? Jian Xian stood up coldly. In this world, there is a theory of karma. Do you know why the protagonist is so important? The dynasty does not cultivate good deeds, but only cultivates killing and arson. You haven't noticed this world yet. In fact, our disaster is coming. On this day, Jian Xian killed Tianju and told the world about the theory of karma. The world was immediately in turmoil. Cause and effect? Karma? Repayment? The scholars who were studying this aspect were about to come to a conclusion. Jian Xian pointed it out, and the horror of cause and effect spread completely in the world. 3,441 years in the world of destiny. In the Taoist continent, the holy land of Baiyun, Jian Xian, a man without destiny, changed his destiny. He suddenly realized the truth of the world, and the theory of cause and effect was completely recognized by this world for the first time. In the same year, an urgent letter was sent to the sword-forging villa in Jiuzhou. The Knight Emperor next door was angry in the letter, condemning the sword-forging villa and asking for an explanation. Ningzheng only replied with a few words. So, Jian Xian is here to settle accounts for the common people. This is an opportunity. You can harvest a lot of luck in advance before the cause and effect are written off, and you can transcend and become an immortal. The 2 words Jian Xian calmed the Knight Emperor's anger. It is obvious that the other party is sincere enough and has already laid out the plan. Xian? The Night Emperor showed a trace of reminiscence and looked at the sword-bearing man in the lower world. The memory seemed to have returned to the moment of their first meeting. At that time, he was still a small blacksmith who had not entered the sword-forging villa. Watch the forum video. A blacksmith trembled in the square, looking at the huge Dharma image descending from the sky. Xian Inspector. Now, the status has been reversed, and he has unknowingly reached the top of the world. Forget it. Ye decide, Xian is a trustworthy person. I will play a play with him, and see what he is going to do. 3511th year of the Destiny world. 60 years have passed, and Xian has been rampant all the way, killing the protagonists who are implicated in the dark. He is collecting debts. Some protagonists met his sister by chance and had an ambiguous relationship with her, but he still killed them with one sword. Some protagonists are domineering, capricious, despicable and shameless, and secretly plotted against him, but he also killed them with one sword. Some protagonists are geniuses who hide and practice hard, but they are also found by Xian. Although there is no grudge or hatred, the cause and effect are also deadly. Along the way, every time Xian kills a protagonist, it seems that he is filled with infinite power in the dark, and his luck soars again. Gradually, his killing behavior alarmed the gods of nature, affected the interests of all parties, and secretly threatened him not to disrupt the world order again. But he still kills to feed the killers, and after only practicing for more than 100 years, he actually showed amazing strength. Karma is entangled, please die. On this day, a terrible battle broke out, and Xian's voice echoed in the void, rolling endlessly. When people rushed over, they found that he had actually fought 7 gods, who secretly came down from the sky to surround and kill him. 100 years of transformation? How is this possible? This person has become an emperor? 100 years, how did he do it? The world is so chaotic, the cause and effect are confused, and the destiny is obscured. Even the art of divination can hardly see a corner of the future from the chaotic and complicated fate. The catastrophe, I'm afraid the catastrophe has arrived. What is going on? So is this the price? This is the first time they have encountered such a drastic change. The omnipotent power will eventually be repaid by them. And it is not difficult for Xian to transform himself in 100 years, like a monkey, to reach the top combat power at a rapid speed. He was originally in a state of recultivation. Moreover, this upgraded spirit root of the mask itself was copied and upgraded all the way, and the cultivation speed was extremely fast. In the past, the number of cultivators in the era of the Statue of Gods exploded, which was due to the characteristics of the mask. Now, holding the saints, Xian is the person chosen by Ningzheng to quickly practice and break through. Kill! I will kill to the sky. Xian's eyes were like fire, and his sword heart was burning. He wanted to take the road of seeking death and challenge the gods, who were high above alone. I admire the Night Emperor. If the Night Emperor is not killed, the rest will all die. A sword intent that soared into the sky pierced the clouds and killed into the capital. Chapter 8:15. Xian entered the capital, and the news spread, and the 9 states were shocked. Xian's growth experience is like a natural villain, stepping on the protagonists one by one. In less than 100 years, he killed more than 30 protagonists with different fates. A vivid growth history of a villain. Suddenly, he burst out with the fighting power of Hua Realm, and went straight to the sky. Emperor Cha Jin and Emperor Zanwu, in the past, were defeated. He is only 100 years old. How dare he go to the capital where the gods rule the world? Such a person is not something we can guess. He announced the theory of cause and effect to the world, and went to the sky to fight. He would definitely not die. He has his own reasons. Countless people were shocked. Even many strong men came to watch the battle secretly, to see what kind of person he is. Nursery. The 4 major gates of heaven, in front of the east gate of heaven. The lush mountain forest fairyland has turned into a sea of fire, because of Xian's sword that just hit the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, drums were beating and countless white clouds were floating. On the auspicious clouds, thousands of soldiers stood on the clouds, listening to countless military orders and shouts, and their morale was terrifying. Xian. A majestic and huge voice descended from the sky, and the prime minister of the dynasty, Fumiandi, walked out and said lightly, "You have profound cultivation, and you are the first young generation in the world to recognize karma and reveal cause and effect. Your understanding of destiny is amazing. Tell the world that the great catastrophe of heaven and earth is coming. Why go against the heaven and commit murder in vain? What is the difference between your actions and bringing the great catastrophe of heaven and earth yourself? Don't be misled by karma. A sharp shout, as if pointing directly at the heart, like a huge bell, questioned Jian Xian's true intention. Then, the face-covering emperor's expression gradually became gentle again. We should join forces to fight against the killing disaster and find a way to clean up this turbid world. This made many scholars nod their heads. This was their first time to contact the way of luck, and now they found the terrible backlash side effects. Joining forces is the best choice. Now, every one of them found that fine and dense causal lines were generated, polluting their luck, and there were various karmas. Jian Xian said coldly, "You 7 gods of the dynasty secretly attacked me with despicable means. Li family, Bai family, Wang family, do you want me to continue?" Oh! The face-covering emperor frowned when he heard this. He was almost sure that this should not be a lie. After all, the current dynasty is indeed very dirty. In recent years, some meritorious families who founded the dynasty have become more and more unscrupulous. Not only did they split the land and established a territory, they secretly cultivated their own forces, and even had some ambitions for the position of your majesty. Because this is ultimately a mythical era of personal bravery, where one person dominates the world. In the Jiuzhui period of the Jiuzhou world, no one dared to overthrow Jiuzhui because he was uniquely strong. But now the combat power of the Night Emperor is gradually inferior to that of other cultivators. The reason is also very simple. The essence of the Night Emperor is a mask, with 50% combat power of the Golden God. When the realms of others catch up, they will be 100% in the same realm. The Night Emperor is at a disadvantage. This made some people vaguely aware of the clues, the weakness and flaws of the Night Emperor. They did not know the existence of the masking spirit root. They only thought that the Night Emperor might open up a new path, leaving various hidden injuries as a pioneer, or the price paid for using the huge Bronze Emperor before. But they didn't dare to do it yet. Because of the previous experience of Zhang Wudi, they began to try to find and study the mysterious huge Bronze Emperor and look for flaws. Even this time, the attack on Jian Xian may be because they are interested in Jian Xian's ability and try to capture him, then study him and strengthen their own side. In these years, facing the gradually corrupted founding heroes, Yi also had a headache because of this, because his combat power was indeed weak, and he only had yin and yang spiritual roots. At that time, he hibernated for a while, and shaped the 5 elements, or even the 7-color foundation, so that he would not be coveted by others, but at that time, he could only practice faster and had no time to wait. And before the complete construction of this life and death testament artifact, there must be a war. They will not let Yi get the peerless magic weapon that completely suppresses the world and controls the fate of all living beings. Some guys will definitely choose to seize the artifact. No one in their family will tolerate a super Tiandao camera monitoring them all the time. Then how can I do bad things in the future? Where is my privacy? Emperor Yi is too fair. He wants to create a truly fair and prosperous world, which makes some people completely disgusted. Keep the principles of heaven and eliminate human desires. It is only a theoretical thing after all. If this is true, the gods in heaven attacked the pride of the lower world without authorization, which really violated your majesty's heavenly rules. The face-covering emperor knew that this matter could not be said in front of the world, otherwise it would be a slap in their faces, so he said, "Sir, why don't you come to the palace for a confrontation? I will invite those families to come for you." If it were someone with a weak character, he would really go in for a confrontation. You must know that if you compromise and give in for a while, you will always compromise and be condemned by the other party. A qualified swordsman is never a fussy person, sharp, decisive, fierce, and the sword in his hand is the truth. Jian Xian swept the sword in his hand and said coldly, "I will indeed ask clearly, but I will ask with the long sword in my hand." The Fumian Emperor showed embarrassment. The Night Emperor did not tell him about Jian Xian's origins. After all, the fewer people who knew the truth about this person's attack, the better. The Fumian Emperor was an upright and diligent prime minister of the dynasty, and the ancestor emperor who opened up the era of gods. Naturally, he knew that this Jian Xian came to make trouble in the heavenly palace, and the impact of the fight was too great. Come and fight! There is no truth in this world. The truth to be told is all in the sword's tip. Jian Xian laughed and slashed with a sword. I know about your internal conflicts. You are hesitating, but you are just waiting for the karma to accumulate and finally explode. Let me solve it cleanly. Puff! With the appearance of this sharp sword light, almost the entire sky of the divine capital was eclipsed. Because the light was too dazzling, the weaker heavenly soldiers and generals couldn't help but close their eyes and burst into tears. The moisture in their eyeballs was evaporated by the fierce light, withered, and instantly blinded. This sword is extremely terrifying, with 12 kinds of magical changes, actually switching out 12 swords to quickly merge into one. Each sword is connected to each other and boosts each other's power, which can be called the pinnacle of skills. At the same time, this sword also has the Sword of Blood, the Sword of Soul, and the Sword of Luck, 3 systems superimposed. The 3 major systems of the 12 magical powers, and the way of returning all swords to their roots have already entered success. Such a terrifying fighting power, even the Zongwu Emperor, who was known for his invincible holy armor, was shocked. How can there be such a person in this world? His expression changed several times. If I am the strongest shield, he is the strongest sword. In the distance, suddenly, a terrible aura broke out. In the palace dynasty, all the ministers were surrounded by golden clouds, their eyes wide open, like a group of heavenly generals shouting, "Bold! Rebellion is a capital crime. We must catch this thief for your majesty." The real Night Emperor has not yet appeared, and the Li family, Bai family, and Wang family, who followed the Night Emperor to fight in the sky, quickly took action. They want to establish their prestige. Even a little 100-year-old monk dared to cause trouble in the heavenly palace. What dignity does this dynasty have, if they can really cause trouble for them by doing something trivial and publicly announce their crimes? How can these top gods have any face? Ha ha, let's fight. Jian Xian showed his sharp edge, jumped up, and waved the sword in his hand. A peerless swordsman, fighting against the heavenly soldiers and generals, the ancient gods. The sword light is brilliant, cleansing the world and purifying the cause and effect of this life. This scene is destined to become eternal. Chapter 8:16. With a long roar, the sky collapsed and the earth split. 3,000 years are enough for these top aristocratic families and big clans to cultivate several batches of peak luck monks in the realm of transformation. Countless aristocratic family soldiers and monks began to take action. Cursing, blessing, divination, and Taoist priests controlling terrible golden corpses to fight. Obviously, the Taoist priest position has risen. As the first profession in JoJo's comprehensive combat power, zombies bred in the land of luck and injected with luck can jump out of luck and have no luck on them. They can be said to be the nemesis of luck. Jian Xian saw their trump card and suddenly laughed heartily. So that's it. So that's it. You attack me, I'm afraid you want to catch me practicing corpse. Behind the scenes, I don't know how many protagonists with fate have been plotted by you. It's only been 3,000 years, but you are so arrogant. You should be punished, you should be killed. This invincible swordsman has a majestic aura and a majestic body. The 3 swords of soul, blood and will are combined into one, forming an unprecedented sharp swordsmanship. For a whole day and night, one after another terrifying sword energy burst out, making many people panic, and even the 9 states below saw the clouds in the sky. One after another, the monks of the transformation realm cultivated by the big clans fell, and all kinds of gods of destiny were stained with blood, and a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals fell. Good or bad, no matter whether he is good or bad, all the karma will be cancelled. Kill, kill, kill with one sword, punch through this Xinjing and create a clean world. Like a silent cry, the sword burst into a divine light. I practice the way of true martial arts, specializing in the martial arts of destiny, which is the way to cut off cause and effect. A heroic long roar resounded through the sky, mighty and majestic. I have a Jinwu sword, which is a sword that does not kill. Killing is to protect life, and killing karma is not killing people. For those who die from this sword, all causes and effects are eliminated, and the true spirit falls, returning to the endless netherworld hometown in my heart, respecting my mind. I live in the heart and brain palace of the common people, sitting on the spiritual seat of life. The common people know that I know, the common people are clear that I am clear. I sit on the throne in my heart, and I am the emperor of the heart. If the people are not destroyed, I will not be destroyed either. Boom, 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 boom. The chaotic sword shadows in the sky submerged the heavenly soldiers and generals. Dust flew, the earth cracked, and corpses fell like dumplings. Everyone felt as if they were in the center of an endless sword net. They could feel the sharp and selfless sword intent from a distance, which gave them goosebumps and made the people around them unbearable. In the distance, scholars were shocked and shouted, "Have you discovered that there is something wrong with this sword? What kind of swordsmanship is this?" The next moment, the distant Zongwu Emperor also noticed something. I originally thought he was a peerless killer, But his sword seems to be cutting out the soul of a person and sucking it into his body? It's embers. The Fumian Emperor was so smart that he had seen some clues. When he kills someone, he will drop embers and then draw the embers away. That is to say, Jian Xian's sword is the sword of the ancestral ember virus, which has a 50% chance of dropping embers when killing someone. And Jian Xian, I'm afraid, used some magical method commonly used by people in JoJo to increase the probability of embers, such as spiritual medicine and elixir, to increase this probability to 100%. His sword will definitely drop embers when killing people. And why did he call embers true spirit? The masked emperor sensed a mysterious and terrifying system. He would kill people, and then send them to a place in the netherworld to let them live a second life? After all, he remembered Jian Xian's words, the sword that does not kill, cuts off karma, but not people. The house of the netherworld. A terrible thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Whether it is JoJo or the world of destiny, with the development of the wild era, various legends of ghosts and gods have been left behind. For example, after people pass away, they are not really dead, but enter the netherworld. The legend of reincarnation allows those who are about to die to place beautiful hopes. And now, the logical soul shell transformed from the embers equals the true spirit? Jian Xian killed people and captured the true spirit, empty soul shell, to reincarnate? Or for other uses? According to this logic, our JoJo is full of soul shells, aren't they full of the true spirits of living things? To cut karma is not to cut people. To cut karma is the will of a person's soul turbidity. Not to cut people is not to cut a person's soul shell. He wants to send the true spirit of a person, the embers, to the hometown of the underworld. Just as the face-covering emperor's expression changed drastically, and he was constantly guessing and reasoning, the battle in the distance finally ended. Who won? No matter who wins, this is too exaggerated. The swordsmanship of the three elements is combined into one. We are witnessing a great history. But His Majesty the Night Emperor has not yet been born, as if the Night Emperor is not in the capital. Your Majesty knows the destiny and knows yin and yang. There must be a reason. This battle finally ended. Jian Xian, stepping on countless corpses, was like a proud emperor, about to reach the end of his life. Jian Xian was defeated, lost, and could not defeat the huge number of noble families and heavenly soldiers and generals. And most of the fighting power of those major families was actually consumed, and their foundation was seriously damaged. The light in Jian Xian's pupils gradually disappeared, and he looked at them indifferently before he died. This trip is just to remove the shackles, and only after death will I know who I am. Puff. Looking for death. Everyone, this is the end. The end of provoking the majesty of the dynasty. A master of a family stepped forward, swung the sword, and cut off Jian Xian's head. Jian Xian's head fell on the ground and rolled for a few circles. His eyes stared at those masters of the family coldly, giving people a creepy feeling. Is he dead? He must be dead. His body is here, and his head has been cut off personally. For some reason, the gods who are good at fate have an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in their hearts. Someone picked up his Jinwu sword. This sword is extremely strange and evil. I'm afraid it is a sword blessed by some special magical power. Wait, this sword, why is it broken? On the other side. Endless darkness in the dreamland of the common people. Countless rolling black mists are surging, as if it is a dark and primitive world, everything is silent, and all living things are dead. Am I not fighting with that person? What am I doing? The empty shells and embers of the souls of the heavenly soldiers and generals came here and looked around. They still remembered the fragment before they died, the terrifying scene of Jian Xian's sword slashing and their flesh and blood exploding. They walked and walked, and they didn't know how long they had walked, and suddenly a majestic palace appeared in the distance. Hard between above the palace, this name seems to mean something. The Xinhui Emperor, the palace that ruled the world, is called Xinjian, and here he is. Hard between. Click. They pushed the door open. They saw a handsome and stern young emperor sitting on the throne, holding a Jinwu sword. His broad shoulders seemed to carry the whole world. The Jinwu sword in his hand was entangled with wisps of sacred mist. Upon closer inspection, what was the mist? It was an entanglement of cause and effect. I am the Emperor of the Heart. You have cancelled the cause and effect and cut off all the karma in your body. Dear underworld messengers, welcome to my world. Jian Xian's rapid rise and fall had spread all over the world. Dead? Dead after all? What was his last words? This trip is just to remove the shackles. I will know who I am after I die. Could it be that he deliberately died and lost his body? I'm afraid it was just a bluff. He wanted to discuss the gods before he died, so that they would have troubles and grow a thorn in their hearts. Countless people were discussing it. Many people have high visions. They find that Jian Xion's moves are extremely powerful, sharp, and lethal. But his mobility, physical strength, and soul power are too poor. It's like a sharp and high-attack assassin. Although he has high combat power, he will soon be exhausted, and finally be surrounded and killed. In fact, this is also natural. Jian Xion has a single spiritual root, and his energy level is already a step behind. Moreover, the power of the saints is only 80% after being copied, which is a step behind. Therefore, he alone fights dozens of new era cultivators in the transformation realm, and there are various military formations to join forces. It is already a miracle in terms of skills. This is a real swordsman. However, the gods in the sky actually refine corpses. Aren't the faces of those corpses the original protagonists? They are so filthy and secret, attacking the young geniuses of the lower world and bullying the weak. If Jian Xion was not a ruthless person, he would have started a war directly and forced them to use the golden corpse. I don't know how long they would have hidden. Yes, if Jian Xion hadn't taken action directly, brought them in for confrontation, and each of them produced evidence, I'm afraid they would have been quietly settled again. Jian Xion, using his life as a bargaining chip, is exposing their insidiousness. He died magnificently and brilliantly, like a true seeker of truth. Some people showed admiration. This is an era of academic explosion after all. What countless scholars pursue and yearn for is to become a great hero, and a great hero. Now Jian Xion is undoubtedly such a person. Alas, dynasties have always been corrupt, but I didn't expect this dynasty to be so fast. It's only been 3,000 years, and the national treasure has not been built. The Night Emperor has disappeared. He has never appeared before. It's very strange. Yes, our current emperor, has he been attacked and imprisoned by several major families? The news became more and more intense, and finally countless people tried to find the Night Emperor and enter the Night Emperor's palace. It was found that the Night Emperor really disappeared. A terrible news came. In fact, a few years ago, when the Night Emperor gave birth to the second prince and took the royal family on a southern tour, he was attacked and disappeared. The world was completely blown up. Jian Xion killed this guy, but the Night Emperor had been secretly assassinated. The terrible news made the world completely uneasy. The storm is coming. The 3601st year of the Destiny world. The Lingyuan Emperor ascended the throne, and was one of the founding heroes. They know we are dirty and secretly refine corpses, so what? If they know, then we won't hide it. Let them know. They can't turn into another Jian Xion and kill us again. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he abolished the random system of fate to prevent fate from being lost in the world. All the protagonists of fate were born in aristocratic families, clans, and holy places. Young babies are all born sacred, with holy bodies, divine bodies, and hegemonic bodies. From this day on, no one with a special fate will be born among mortals. Woo woo woo. There will be no more noble sons in poor families. How can the world become like this? Countless people choked, even sobbed, cried, and kept getting drunk. On this day, many scholars were drunk in the restaurant, lamenting the hardships and dangers of the world. The times are changing too fast, causing all the people to fall from the most perfect and happy mythological era to the darkest and evil monopoly era. Fate is omnipotent and can create the greatest happiness, but it can also produce the most terrible monopoly. There is no destiny among mortals anymore. The promotion channel that breaks the class has disappeared. Everyone is born mediocre. How can they rise? How can they resist? This is a dark age. Destined to be irresistible, the people have become slaves of fate. Chapter 817. On the throne. A voice sounded faintly. Who in this world is not born a slave of fate? It's just that they have transferred from another wild fate to us, slaves of artificial fate. In the palace, the newly enthroned Emperor Lingyuan held the golden scepter in his hand, smiled, and looked at the princes, noble families, and clans below. It was with the support of these people that he could reach the top. His eyes fell on these court ministers, and then on the Prime Minister Fumian Emperor, and he felt that this Prime Minister knew the current situation and knew to submit to him. The Lingyuan Emperor suddenly said, "Prime Minister, tell me about the world now." The Fumian Emperor sighed in his heart. He didn't know what the Night Emperor was playing, and he didn't even know that the Night Emperor was missing. But he knew that guy must have some calculations. He submitted to the new Emperor, and waited for the Night Emperor's move. At this time, he said calmly, "Your Majesty, the essence of luck is a money game. Now, we collect taxes crazily, use it for cultivation, to condense fate, and use it for our descendants. This fate is already the real circulating money, the actual cultivation materials. From the lowest level of the people, it is exploited layer by layer. It is difficult for a poor family to have a genius again. The children of the fake gods are gods. The children of the common people have always been common people. As for cause and effect, karma? The Prime Minister showed a trace of sneer and ridicule. What if they are entangled? Can they beat us? We exploit them, and they have huge debts one by one, which creates a big cause and effect with us. Finally, after squeezing them dry, they sink into the river, and the cause and effect will be eliminated. Isn't this the best way? They are exploited by us from birth to death. No matter how great the karma is, they have no power to resist. After these words fell, the gods smiled gently. Yes, this is the true mythical dynasty. The Night Emperor is too merciful, so he is afraid of karma. The essence of destiny is the game of Monopoly, and the Night Emperor actually wants to be a philanthropist. This goes against the essence of destiny from the beginning. Now, we harvest and improve the system of harvesting and making money, so as to cultivate the real destiny. All dynasties have been like this. The founding emperor is powerful, but he has various flaws. Most of the time, he is overthrown by the later generations. The Night Emperor's persistence is ridiculous. But we still have to be on guard and be alert to the seriously injured and missing Night Emperor. He may attack and take back his position before the artifact is cast. This is a battle for the artifact. If you get the life and death testament that is about to be cast, you will completely win the world. After everyone left, the face of the emperor on the throne was slightly touched, and it squirmed like clay. This Lingyuan emperor actually revealed the face of the Chongjin emperor. Emperor Yi, oh Emperor Yi, you didn't expect it, did you? You overthrew my rule back then, but now I have changed my appearance, replaced the high-ranking ministers, and organized the ambitious people to regain the position. Year 3621 of the Destiny world. A brand new currency began to be issued in the world. Destiny coin. It is a copper coin made of a special material that can turn stone into gold. Destiny as currency began to circulate officially. This is an extremely magical era. People quantify the fate in the dark into numbers, and turn it into a general equivalent for market circulation. People with high destiny are landlords and rich peasants, with great wealth and few diseases. People with low destiny are poor people, with poor family conditions and many diseases. Some landlords hire domestic slaves and peasants to plant crops, work, collect taxes, and constantly collect luck points. The more diligent the peasants are, the poorer they are. The landlords are getting richer and richer. After the quantification of destiny coins and circulation, the gap between the rich and the poor in the world is rapidly widening. So far. Not to mention the gods in the sky, even the classes on earth have begun to solidify. The children of rich peasants have always been rich peasants. The children of slaves have always been slaves. This is the real Monopoly game, an extraordinary world run by capital as the core system. Destiny has completely become a circulating currency. For ordinary people to break through the class and enter the landlord class, they need money, but this is almost impossible. The era broke out rapidly again, and this terrible civilization entered the next class. The following year, Destiny coins, updated to the second edition. Copper coins became paper money, which can carry a person's luck value. The currency has a majestic figure of an emperor wearing a crown on it, which is Emperor Lingyuan. The sale of paper money is more portable and cheaper, which puts the monetary system on the right track. Emperor Lingyuan said lightly, "The essence of luck is the game of Monopoly, and the most important wealth core of a wealth game is the circulation of money. We update the currency, which is to update the system." The fifth year. Life currency has been updated to the third version. The gods launched empty banknotes, allowing the people to worship these banknotes in a similar way to Ning Zheng's previous offerings. After the worship, they have a similar effect of reducing the luck value by 2, and currency numbers will appear on the banknotes, divided into 1, 5, 10, 100 and other currency denominations, which are used by the people to buy various living resources. And he said, "Your Majesty is kind, and has given the people the right to mint coins." But the people complained, and their resentment was overwhelming, and the cause and effect became more and more serious. Someone shouted, "Is this life money? This is ghost money." This person was arrested and sentenced to death. Someone roared, "This is life money? This is life buying money." This person's entire family was executed. Someone burned incense and worshipped white paper, watching the white paper turn into currency, and was extremely angry. "Your Majesty the Night Emperor, this world has become unfair. The sky has become bad, rotten, and decayed. When will you come back again? Time passed. The people's sobbing did not become louder, but was washed away by the years. 30 years later. A generation passed and died in despair. Yes, life expectancy has been greatly reduced now, and it is already a generation's life expectancy of 30 years. Many Taoist temples began to appear in the world, offering sacrifices to the people, and the Taoist temples imitated the model of the 12 golden men to create golden bodies, such as Lingyuan Dongma Yusheng Jinshuan Great Emperor and Lingyuan Emperor. For example, under Lingyuan Emperor, there are also the 4 Taoist lords, Chuntian Ziofa Daozuan, Pingqian Duanyun Daozuan, and the golden bodies of the Taoist lords of all parties began to appear in the world, and Taoist temples also blossomed everywhere. Gradually, Taoist priests became the mainstream profession of heaven and earth. And Taoist priests included the original 7 systems: blessing, divination, and feng shui. Taoist priests can practice all systems. This is a completely systematic era of cultivation. Even Ning Zheng's 12 golden men from all continents were occupied by them, and used as turnover warehouses for the Taoist temples to store currency. But the reduction of 2 each time is very rough, not as good as Ning Zheng's painless surgery, which will damage the upper limit of the origin. The cause and effect of the whole world is more intense, and the karma is visible to the naked eye. This is going to kill us, ghost money. Every time we burn incense and worship, it will reduce our luck in the dark. Someone shouted, very sad. If the luck is low, you will be unlucky like the blacksmith back then, fall, be pooped by crows, or even get sick, weak, possessed, and eventually die. This is not the head portrait on the ghost money, not the emperor, but the ghost emperor. Gradually, people call paper money that way. Even, the people gradually call the currency system of ghost money, the bank of heaven and earth. Sword casting villa. Life money? Ghost money? Ning Zheng showed a strange look. What a magical and sad world. There is actually such a world of Taoist system, ghost money, cause and effect. They took my 12 golden men. These people are really cruel. In the space vortex. The Knight Emperor opposite said calmly. However, this is obviously a small test. Since the essence of destiny is a monopoly game, then, if we let the capitalists develop and let ambitious capital drive the times, what kind of cyber cultivation world will happen? Now I see, it turns out to be the underworld. The Knight Emperor smiled. Speaking of which, I had a movie in my previous life, in which time was bought and sold as currency. The lifespan of the rich was tens of thousands of years, and they lived forever. The people were very poor, and even had children and sold their children's time to make a living. How similar is it to here? And we use fate as currency, which looks more mysterious. Ning Zheng was silent for a while, and actually felt powerless to complain. The Knight Emperor said, not only do we need to clean up a wave of termites in the court, but we can also use those little white mice to test the endless superposition of karma. If no one comes to settle the accounts, what will happen to those karmas when they are entangled and accumulated to the limit? Ning Zheng said coldly, speed up the process. The Knight Emperor said, okay. Chapter 8:18. The current Knight Emperor has obviously communicated with Jian Xian secretly and discussed the plan. No communication in advance, relying on the tacit understanding of both parties? And then making a big fuss in the heavenly palace? This is too stupid. According to the blacksmiths, these days, rebellion also needs to be approved, and making a big fuss in the heavenly palace also needs to go through procedures. The Knight Emperor obviously wants to take advantage of the situation to lure a group of people with bad intentions, such as the missing and defeated Chang'an Emperor. Let these supervillains personally deduce the civilization system of the times, and improve the theoretical monopoly game. It would be great. Soon. After turning off the communication, Ning Zheng pressed his temple in distress. I don't want to know their specific plans. It doesn't matter what conspiracy they are doing. I just want to see the results. The 12 golden men on each continent are occupied, which means at least 1 day of window period. 1 day less, that's 2.3 billion. Ning Zheng felt that he had lost a lot. I hope they can solve it quickly within 1 day. However, it would take a long time to deal with karma, reshape the world, and restore a bright and clear world within 100 years. But these are all necessary sacrifices, and I can only wait. After all, the world of destiny is my only pasture at present, and it is my duty to provide protection. And this extraordinary system itself is an embryo, which needs to be tried and improved. However, with the progress and development of civilization, the world of destiny seems to have gradually become inexplicable. Taoist priests? Taoist temples? Golden statues of the gods? Hell money? Cause and effect? Karma? Ningzheng never thought that this Monopoly game would become like this. My own magical power. The Taoist fortune system developed by Golden God seems to be quite versatile. I can learn new abilities again. I can copy the technology of the Taoist temple next door, so that I can be more efficient when building the Golden Man and harvesting. After all, in a sense, I also have 2 Taoist temples in Shirong Academy and Bone Demon King City, where golden bodies are enshrined. Ningzheng thought positively, and All Saints also developed a martial art of all swords, which is a perfect match for me. Now I only have basic magical powers, but no corresponding application skills, which is a blank attribute. And now, I have the skills, 7 color magical powers, 2 of which have been developed to maturity, and I am responsible for harvesting. And Jian Xian swordsmen are definitely a pleasant surprise, because for Ningzheng himself, the high-level 72 transformation copying magic power was not so strong in frontal combat. Because copying other people's magic power is fancy, aren't my own 7 magic powers stronger than others? Why should I copy other people? But now, this face-changing magic power has undergone a qualitative change. Ningzheng's frontal combat power has been enhanced to an epic level, and he can perform 72 transformation magic swordsmanship, and the swordsmanship of 10,000 swords will return to the origin. His mana is countless times deeper than that of Jian Xian, who has only 1 spiritual root, and he is so terrible when fighting. Furthermore, he has a clone army. Ningzheng already has a picture in his mind. A group of clone Taoist priests of his own, pinching sword formulas, performing swordsmanship of various magic colors. The swordsmanship of 10,000 swords will return to the origin, and the overwhelming magic swords of various colors will attack the enemy. Thousands of Jinzins, switching magic powers crazily, and matching each other for qualitative changes. Can you stop them? It's like a hornet's nest. It's kind of cool. Ningzheng looked thoughtful. If it develops that way, my 7-color magic power will have to go the route of the Taoist profession in the future. After all, Golden God Taoist system. All the saints, all the swords return to the sect. Ningzheng thought about it, and felt that it didn't seem so bad to lose a few days. That group of unscrupulous capitalists accelerated the development of Taoists, the canonization route of Taoist temples, and the system of ghost money. Thinking of this, Ningzheng went straight to the villa. The Taoist profession next door has been updated, and it's time for the blacksmiths to update their job transfer square. Soon, Ningzheng walked up the mountain, pushed open the housekeeper's room, and told Jiao Cairong inside about it. Immediately, the blacksmiths in the villa cheered. Fuck. The Taoist profession. A corpse at the beginning. No matter how much resistance, it will eventually become the sticky and smelly appearance of our Jiuzhou. 666 next door, I said that I had to release a wave of capitalist development. Wait, the system developed by the game of luck and capitalists is the Taoist world. That's ridiculous. The end of capitalists is Taoists? I feel cheated. This is not a real capitalist. The Taoist profession is essentially a profession that manipulates fate. Isn't it similar to the legend over there? Just say whether you want to learn it or not. Divination, blessing, feng shui, corpse training talismans. It's too damn comprehensive. So strong. Everyone is very interested in this completely 7-in-1 system that has been developed. Although it is very abrupt, if you think about it carefully, there are all kinds of classic foreshadowings, and it has developed into this naturally. So, the blacksmiths burst into a fanatical enthusiasm for this new system, and a large number of apprentice Taoist priests began to appear in the sword-forging villa. The game function of the Idle Adventure team is so cool. The Idle Adventure team outside the sky can easily develop the powerful system we want in thousands of years, Taoist priests. This is the essence of farming. This game is so fun. Our sword-forging villa will be the origin of endless civilization in the heavens and the worlds. Taoist priests. Wizards. Warlocks. Demons. Ha ha ha. A group of blacksmiths continued to practice in the practice room, and some even began to sell various Taoist robes and Taoist crowns, dressed up like people. 3,641 years in the world of destiny. Time flies. Just when Ningzheng felt that she was a little bit at a loss these days, and didn't make money, the whole world changed rapidly. The core of capitalists is the circulation of money. The popularization of ghost money led to a great explosion of the times, and completely formed a circulation of social classes. The high-level monks had a lot of food, and it seemed that a golden age had arrived. It developed for more than 30 years. The gods turned into capitalists, and played the game of monopoly themselves. There were 2 main aspects of the world's rule. First, historical cover-up. In order to maintain their rule, the gods began to cover up history, conceal the past, and fool the people. If you don't know the happy times in the past, have no comparison, and have never seen the sun, you won't resist the darkness. The numb people began to get used to it. The golden bodies in the Taoist temples in every town, mountain village, and city have been declining madly, and the average life expectancy is less than 30 years old. After decades of this, a group of mortals died of old age, and gradually no one rebelled again, and the people began to accept this kind of life. Second, the two systems of soul and flesh are completely destroyed. Mortals can still practice the two prehistoric systems of soul and martial arts, which drive the growth of luck. After all, the soul, body and life of a person are a trinity, and practicing one of them will drive the other two origins. But in order to completely cover up history and prevent people from rebelling, the gods ordered the burning of books and burying of scholars. All martial arts and soul systems were destroyed. The cultivators in the world can only practice luck. And the mudlegs were madly squeezed for luck, and there was no spare space, so naturally they could not practice luck. So they were destined not to rebel. So far, the Taoist practice method has been completely mastered by the aristocratic families and clans. When the world first opened, people were originally the same race, but 3,000 years after the restart of heaven and earth, the races in the world began to be differentiated. The gods and the human race were born. Another 30 years. People and gods began to live separately, and the gods gradually disappeared from the mortal world and became legends. The whole land was filled with mortals, who could not cultivate their destiny. They formed dynasties, and Taoist temples were everywhere. For example, the three Shaos were responsible for delivering children. For example, the kitchen god and the god of wealth. Taoist temples in various places were worshipped and incense was flourishing. The Taoists living in them had all kinds of magical methods. Villagers in various places had to offer these Taoists food and drink and cultivation resources. And the Taoist temples also appeared from time to bless the people. In just a few decades, the people went from hating the gods to worshipping them. Because the mortals in the whole world could not cultivate, various martial arts and chivalrous knights appeared. It seemed to have become a low-level martial arts world. In recent years, mountain spirits and monsters occasionally appear, attacking villages and people, stealing people's luck, practicing, and transforming. In order to survive, people worship the golden statues in the Taoist temples, and ask the Taoists to descend to the world to subdue demons and demons. And the major local sects often send disciples down the mountain to experience, and the legends of various Taoists subduing demons, catching ghosts, and controlling corpses continue to spread on this land. Even when there is a plague, there are Taoists who take action to refine talismans and expel the plague. The whole era quickly became an era of joy. In addition, there are all kinds of stories about gods, ghosts, and strange things. For example, there is a knight named Yin Qixia in a certain place. He encountered a love story between a poor scholar and a female ghost, which was widely circulated. It can only be said that each era has its own myths. Looking back, it was still the legend of kissing the sleeping beauty princess awake, but now the story of the river and lake knights exorcising demons with the love of human and ghost is popular among the people. The next morning, Ningzheng just got up and took a look at the destiny world next door. She was completely stunned. Their methods are amazing. After all, how can they be brainless if they can do that? The people are grateful again, just like the happy times when they were grateful to the Night Emperor before. This time, it is obviously an extreme exploitation of them. Ningzheng sighed in her heart, as if she had thousands of feelings, and suddenly felt that it was not worth it. The people are so easy to fool. Why should I be so good to you? Crazy exploitation of you, giving you 2 sweet dates, will make you extremely grateful. Obviously being exploited, but crazy defense for capitalists. This Taoist civilization seems to be deliberately developed, but it is actually a kind of inevitability. Ningzheng even feels that even if it is a different world, as long as you practice the game rules of monopoly, it will become this kind of social form of life money circulation, selling your own luck of materialized data, and happiness as currency, because it seems accidental, it is actually a kind of inevitability of system development. Chapter 819. However, the seemingly perfect prosperous age, where people live and work in peace and contentment, is actually the era of academic explosion, which has begun to stagnate. Because of the monopoly and dictatorship of capital, there is no competitiveness, and all kinds of dirty things continue. Some second-generation capitalists are hunting for beauties, drinking and eating and updating all kinds of corrupt ways of playing. Those monks began to decay, rot, and stop striving for progress. The reason is obvious. I was born with all kinds of powerful fates, born sacred, and blessed by all kinds of great powers. Why should I work hard? The children of people are people. The immortal chables monopolized the circulation of currency, and wealth was concentrated in the hands of 1%. The Son of God is still God. Even if he was in a bad state, no one would seize power. So there was no competitive thought, and the era of rapid progress began to stop. On the throne, a majestic and domineering emperor, with a cold look. What if the world has stagnated and progressed? This world, after all, belongs to me, the outer demon, not you, the ridiculous and kind local native knight emperor. I took back the kingship, I defeated you. And I will continue to win. However, the stagnation of this era is indeed a trouble. The Emperor Chang'an was majestic, and his strong momentum directly shook the palace. He looked down at the ministers below. My dear ministers, what can we do if the era has stopped? At this time, the Prime Minister Fumian Emperor stood up. Your Majesty, we only have the gods practicing. There are too few practitioners. The population base is insufficient, exploitation, no competitiveness, class solidification, resulting in the inability to progress in the era. How could the Emperor Chang'an not know this? But he was still angry. I want you to find a way. The terrifying aura suppressed the entire hall, and the violent and manic aura made others breathless. The terrifying karma, the entanglement of cause and effect, seemed to make this lofty mythical emperor very irritable. He was actually also a 50% golden god, and his combat power was half that of others. In order to consolidate his rule, and have a unique combat power, he even absorbed the luck of other people at all costs. Now his luck bar is very long. Just like the health bar of the game boss, it is outrageously long. And because he absorbed too much luck from other people, he was the most entangled in cause and effect in the whole world. -2 again and again, he roughly absorbed part of the upper limit of other people's luck and blessed himself. Only 10% is his own huge luck value, and the remaining 90% is the luck value from various people, with mixed colors and chaos. Below, Yi Di mixed into a minister, replaced a courtier with his masking spirit root, and quietly observed the great emperor who ruled the world above his head. Emperor Chang'an, you can use the masking spirit root to replace one of my ministers and sneak into the court. Why can't I return the favor? You don't know at all that my real magical power is also masking, and I can sneak in. This is the darkest place under the lamp. You didn't know from the beginning that I was a stranger like you, and you didn't know that I was also a clone. Yi Di looked indifferent and quietly observed. He deliberately let the times run wild, and the karma of cause and effect continued to accumulate and bless, just to see if there were other flaws. If he just killed the debtor, killed people to cancel the debt, and continued to steal the lives of others, nothing would happen. But obviously, there is a second side effect. Side effect 1. Karma. A person's luck value is 10, and you keep stripping it of 2, which may actually make him permanently lose 0.002 of the upper limit each time. When he becomes stronger and grows, he will come to you to collect his debt and take back his upper limit of origin. When you cultivate luck, you will naturally feel the karma owed by the other party. He must get it back to settle this karma and get rid of his inner demons. This is the saying of the old enemy. Side effect 2. Karma. You absorb a large amount of other people's luck value. Of the 1,000 luck bars on your body, 900 may come from different creatures. It is not the power you have cultivated yourself, but the power you have robbed. It is a mess. Did the Night Emperor have already guessed it in his heart? The 3 major systems are parallel, and they are actually similar. What will happen if flesh and blood merge without restraint? The chaotic era is an example. Crazy fusion of other creatures' flesh and blood, deformed flesh and blood, genetic rejection, turned into a chaotic flesh monster, a disgusting sticky meat life that only knows how to kill. What about the uncontrolled fusion of souls, and the devil monks who crazily absorb other people's souls? The soul is mixed, and will become a terrible huge turbid chaotic soul demon life. And a large amount of luck value is mixed, when only 1% of the luck value is your own, and 99% is the mixed luck absorbed from all parties, and the karma is entangled. What will it become? It must be no longer a human. Gods, what kind of monsters will you become? Yi Di smiled in his heart. The great calamity of cause and effect is coming. These greedy capital gods, I am afraid there is no escape, if they really transform. I have already thought of the names of the gods that will become terrifying monsters. The chaotic fate demon burning with karmic fire. Karma demon. The Night Emperor kept observing and summed up an experience of cultivation. When a low-level Taoist priest accumulates capital in its original form, it is inevitable that it will exploit other people's fortunes and be contaminated by karma. In this monopoly game, the original accumulation of capital is often bloody. But after becoming strong, It is best to exploit less and give up this path. After the capital grows up, it must be washed ashore. Be a kind entrepreneur. Don't absorb other people's money. Don't cultivate external karma, cultivate yourself, and increase your own luck. Then slowly refine the mixed luck values of other creatures in your body, and finally not be contaminated by karma. Not be contaminated by karma. Only then can you be self-sufficient, become a saint, be detached from the world, and overlook the great disasters of karma. This is the way of a Taoist priest. Yi smiled heartily, and all the doubts in his heart were solved. In an instant, he felt like he had been enlightened, and there was a kind of refreshing feeling. So far, the way of luck is basically clear. Yeti looked at Chongjin Emperor above him quietly. Chongjin Emperor has always been difficult to kill. He can run away with his mask-covering ability. But now, it is very interesting that he committed suicide himself. This is the charm of calculation. Killing without taking action is locked by the cause and effect of the whole world. How can you escape this time? Just as Yeti was constantly calculating in his mind, this meeting of the heavenly court had ended. I am tired, please leave. After sending away Chongjin Emperor, yes. Yeti clasped his fists and left. Your Majesty, we will take our leave. Among the more than 100 ministers, 37 masked emperors, who had changed their masks, also took off their masks. Suddenly, on the empty throne, the Chongjin Emperor, with his mixed and turbid aura, was surrounded by karma and entangled in karmic fire, but his expression was still cold. Yeti, where are you hiding? No matter how stagnant the times are in the outside world, I will completely forge the book of life and death and gain real power. With the world in my hands, I can develop as I want. Chapter 820. 3,721 years in the world of destiny. In the Taoist era, a stable and mature ecological advancement system has been completely formed. The times have gradually become peaceful in recent years, but some legends have gradually spread among the people that the hometown of the netherworld, the Ghost Messenger, is taking souls. The Ghost Messenger is a mysterious netherworld life that ordinary people can't see at all. They will jump in the heart of life and walk on the soul level. Secretly, the Taoists who are entangled in various karmas will take away their souls in their dreams and pull them into the hometown of the netherworld. The underworld, karma, and retribution. Those who are entangled in karma will not die well. The hometown of the netherworld cancels karma, cuts off karma but not people, retains the true spirit of that person, and reincarnates again. Various sayings have gradually spread everywhere. And gradually, this force of the hometown of the netherworld seems to be growing in Jojo, causing the gods to personally go down to the world to investigate. Where is the underworld messenger? There are only two situations. The suffering people are putting their spiritual trust in a fictional savior, or the remnants of the rebellion are secretly organizing resistance, hoping that their Night Emperor will return. Haha, it's rare to come to the lower world, so I should take a good look. The gods didn't care. Until they traced all the way and heard some strange and terrifying stories, they were immediately horrified. They saw that some places enshrine the Jinwu Netherworld Emperor. The Xinjian Emperor had a simple face and majestic aura. He wore a black imperial robe, a long beard, a square crown on his head, and held a sword in front of his chest with both hands. That sword was the Jinwu sword that made a big fuss in the heavenly palace. This? Who dares to enshrine Jian Xian? You're looking for death. They decisively destroyed the Taoist temple. That night, they suddenly saw a mysterious creature in the dark, breaking into their minds. I am the underworld messenger. You are entangled in karma, and have many karmas. I have come to cancel your karma. It was a tall and majestic man with curly hair and a shawl, a ferocious face, leopard eyes, and a lion nose, and a glaring eye. His magic weapon was a giant chain. The two monks in Xinjiang suddenly widened their eyes. You? You are Manping. Didn't you die under the Jinwu sword that year? Impossible. You are dead. With a cry of surprise, the two people were hooked into a certain heart and questioned. The disappearance of the two chasing monks was reported to Xinjiang, and even the current Taoist emperor knew about it. Such a strange killing method secretly hooked away the soul, and the mysterious spiritual life jumping in the heart. Is Jian Xian still alive? He has forged a spiritual life force, jumping in the heart of life, killing people invisibly. My lords, we will retreat to the capital, and the life and death testament will be completed soon. Those rebels will definitely take advantage of the last chance to act. Emperor Lingyuan is very smart. However, on this day, people were horrified to see that Jian Xian was resurrected. He stepped on the invisible stairs, and stepped into the capital step by step. He raised his hand, and swung a sword. The void shook and burst into a roaring sound. This sword seemed to evolve the spiritual world in the heart of one side, as if countless underworld messengers lived in it. It was the Jinwu sword of the year. Looking for death, line up. Emperor Lingyuan took action personally. In an instant, the second war broke out again. The havoc in the heavenly palace started again. Even the rebel forces of the Night Emperor, who were dormant in the dark, were extremely happy, and their hearts were like thunder. It's him. He's back. In this battle, Jian Xian destroyed Xinjing. He fought tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals alone. In the end, he was still outnumbered by the enemy, and fell down exhausted. Puff! His head was chopped off again. Xinjing also suffered heavy losses. A large number of strong men died under the Jinwu sword. It seemed that there was a mysterious power that took away their true spirits. Another month passed. Jian Xian attacked Xinjing again, and swept the heavenly soldiers and generals with one sword. The gods in the sky were completely horrified. Impossible. Isn't he dead? Why is he still alive? His head has been hung twice. I'm afraid his body is invisible, and he is the god in his heart. Before he dies, he will jump and escape in the heart of his life. If his original true spirit is not intercepted, he will never die. Attack after attack, everyone in Xinjing was exhausted and terrified. How can they win? The opponent's endless attacks, every time they make trouble in the heavenly palace, they kill a large number of heavenly soldiers. Sooner or later they will be killed. In despair, Emperor Lingyuan completely lost his mind. I want more luck. As long as my luck is strong enough, I will be the protagonist of destiny. I am blessed with great fortune. No one in this world can kill me. He led a group of core gods and began to absorb the luck of the common people crazily and unrestrainedly mixed, chaotic, and distorted. They were completely deformed and turned into deformed demons in the dark. Crack! Their flesh was rotten and twisted, and their eyeballs were full of pus. They also turned into some powerful and chaotic invisible luck energy life, and turned into karma demons in the dark. So that's it. This is the real power. What body? It's all a burden. Emperor Lingyuan suddenly let out a long roar, and said Jian Xian's famous saying, "This trip is just to remove the shackles. Only after death can I know who I am." He transformed into the violent Emperor of Luck, an invisible energy life, and then began to attack the luck chaos demon gathered by other subordinates. A day later, the great demon appeared, as if it had become some kind of conceptual creature of luck, as if the chaotic way of heaven in the dark, with countless mixed consciousnesses and mania. It has become like a storm and earthquake in nature, like a celestial phenomenon. In addition, he finally saw the invisible spiritual world, and the hometown of the netherworld after losing his form. The mysterious place where the creature lives in his heart is Jian Xian's base camp. There are countless lives killed by him that have become embers, called true spirits, and become ghost messengers in the hometown of the netherworld. Jian Xian, you deserve to die. With a loud shout, the two sides finally ushered in a decisive battle. Kill! Jian Xian's expression was cold and fierce. My sword should cut off the cause and effect, and cut off you, the biggest cause and effect demon of the catastrophe between heaven and earth. A terrifying sword intent quickly broke out. Boom! An invisible war broke out. This was not a war on the physical level, but a war on the level of destiny, invisible and formless. If a cultivator with good fortune looked at the sky, he would see two invisible and intangible huge cloud figures of destiny, expanding in the world. What is that? It's Jian Xian. Jian Xian. Is that your majesty? Emperor Lingyuan, how can his true appearance be so ugly and evil, hideous and twisted, chaotic and evil? Is he a big devil? The world is going to be destroyed. Countless Taoists were observing the changes in destiny in the dark, terrified. That battle of destiny affected the future of the entire world. Ningzheng also opened the ripples of the world, and an incarnation fell into the Bronze Emperor to watch the battle. If I hadn't urged them, they would have waited a little longer. Ningzheng watched them fight quietly. It's better to fight. The sooner the fight starts, the sooner it ends. After all, every day is a huge loss of money. Ningzheng urged them several times, and they did things in advance. Jian Xian directly took action several times, making a riot in the heavenly palace, killing and resurrecting, forcing Emperor Lingyuan to devour luck crazily and accelerate his transformation into a demon. All they wanted was to see what kind of life this demon was born from, and to see the principle behind it. However, this kind of strange celestial fortune life, they may not be able to beat it. Ningzheng sat in the distance and watched quietly, pondering for a while. But this piece of super luck value cloud life walking, I'm afraid there are hundreds of billions? It's better if they can't beat it. Ning Zheng smiled gently, with other ideas in mind. Boom boom boom. It was like hot plasma and the rising sun, fighting each other at the level of luck, and both sides had reached a critical moment. Ah! An invisible cry emanated from the heart of the Chongjin Emperor, and his eyes were even gray and turbid. I feel it. I feel that I am the real ultimate life. What a perfect life form it is. Jian Xian frowned slightly. It's a bit troublesome. If it weren't for that person urging us, we should have been more prepared. The Hidden Knight Emperor also looked solemn. In fact, preparing more time will not have much impact, because the Chongjin Emperor is speeding up the forging of the artifact and forcing us to fight him. Zanwu Emperor, my luck holy martial arts suit can't withstand even the attack of average luck. He is no longer a human, he is disaster. It is a karma disaster life gathered by all living things. At this time, Jian Xian and the Knight Emperor were groping to see if the karma demon could be killed, how to kill it, and what form of life would eventually turn into the legendary selfless heaven. But the results of how it will develop are obviously coming out. Chapter 821. The terrifying aura of the Chongjin Emperor was like mist, splitting the clouds, penetrating everything and piercing the sky. Even in the Taoist temples throughout the earth, countless Taoists walked out and could see the red light piercing the sky through the eyes of luck. Under the shining of the evil and insidious red light, it seemed that the whole world was stained with a layer of blood. What a terrible catastrophe! The world is red, such a bad luck. Many Taoists with low cultivation are trembling, fearing the coming of the end of the world. Above the sky. I see it, I see it. The energy body of the Chongjin Emperor was spreading and expanding. Like a rapidly inflated balloon, his eyes flashed rapidly, becoming pale and turbid, and there were thousands of pupils on his pale face. Each pupil seemed to reflect a reflection of a life. He suddenly felt that the world was so clear, and saw the other side of the real world. He felt a trace of the history between heaven and earth, and the fate left in the air by the common people from generation to generation from ancient times to the present was floating between heaven and earth. Is this a long river of incomplete fate? The cause and effect of the world are all in it? Yes, I should have thought of it earlier. People have three origins, and they will naturally leave three corpses after death. After people die, they will leave their flesh on the earth to bury the grave. After people die, they will leave the turbid air in the air floating. After people die, how can they not leave a third kind of residual destiny? It also floats between heaven and earth. His brain is constantly flowing, swallowing, and spitting out the residual destiny between heaven and earth unscrupulously, which is extremely sweet and delicious. His destiny is rapidly expanding with his body size. He opened his mouth and swallowed, and the cause and effect of Wu Huang's dying era was swallowed up. He swallowed again, and swallowed the brilliant myth of the Wiling era. Countless people's luck that was floating between heaven and earth in that era was swept away. An era. A civilization. Countless pasts. He chewed with big mouthfuls, as if he was eating a third type of corpse. He saw the change of sun and moon, morning and night, countless roars, struggles, resentments, and bravery. Whether it was the flow of energy or the history of the world, he could see through it at a glance, all in his hands, as if he had entered the realm of omnipotence, knowing everything and being omnipotent. He was the sky. All the emotions in his eyes gradually became cold and silent, with a kind of incomparable chaos and mania. His expression seemed as if countless sentient beings were roaring, but there was an indifference and ruthlessness that hung for eternity, and there was a huge contradiction between mania and indifference. From Ning Jing's perspective, as he swallowed a lot, his personal luck had been squeezed to less than 1%, and the various miscellaneous 99% of the people's luck was turning him into a kind of superaggregated life. The terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if the supreme gods and demons of ancient mythology had descended to the world, and a huge wind pressure of fate was pressing on his head. Life is a slave to fate, and no one can resist it. What is that? What is that? This kind of life, whether it is Ning Zheng or all the cultivators, at this moment, they all felt that something terrible was coming. Looking at the chaotic superaggregated life, a word came into their minds. Robbery. This is an unprecedented feeling. The moment you see him, this information will instantly emerge. Because any life is a slave to fate, instinctively, knowing the information of the slave owner and knowing who your master is, isn't it normal? And fate itself is a part of endless life. We are formed by the convergence of destiny, and we are slaves of destiny. This terrible catastrophe is invisible and intangible. Any outsider who does not master the system of destiny will never be able to see it. At most, he can use reasoning and guessing to roughly evaluate the existence of such things. But when you practice destiny and can peek into destiny, you can see it, and you will know what it is, and then you can see the great catastrophe materialize. Interesting. Ningzheng looked into the distance, and was slightly amazed at this unprecedented scene. Although I know that some incredible ghost things may occur, this thing is really amazing. Although shocked in his heart, Ningzheng did not stop recording. While filming the huge cloud life in the sky, he also filmed the Taoist priests, who were amazed and terrified below, and gave close-ups of Yi Di, Zhang Wu Di, and Jian Xian with solemn expressions. There is no way. He is now a mature game planner. You can't always leave game update announcements and plot animations to others to help. Now, he is shooting a plot animation. Doesn't it feel like the public beta is coming soon? He thinks that when he logs into the game, this shocking opening animation of the game, and then creates a character, it will be perfect. Moreover, he is so busy with this matter, not just for those stupid blacksmiths, but to introduce natives. He has a big plan for the future. Why must his little blacksmith be from his hometown? Natives from other worlds are also okay. For example, Jian Xian is the first one. His goal is to place the adventure team, hang up one by one, and form a superpower in the heavens and the worlds, and his own sword-forging villa is the core of the heavens and the worlds. This must be the path he will take in the future, and it is also the only path that seems to have the most potential at present. After becoming an immortal, he can still provide himself with help, collect resources, and peek into the realm of immortals. So he chose to be a war correspondent and record a wave by the way, which is the most cost-effective. In the distance, Yi Di frowned slightly. Provoked Chong Jindi, this monster really appeared, and it is as expected, with a lot of cause and effect entanglement, which is itself poisonous. My individual combat power is not good. I didn't get the life and death testament, and I am essentially just a 50% golden god in the ordinary self-realm. He knew his combat power, and had no intention of taking action. He stood in the distance. His eyes fell on the Bronze Emperor, with his hands behind his back and cold eyes. With this person as a backup, there should be no problem. Yi Di thought in his heart. The Bronze Emperor looked calm, and suddenly noticed the Night Emperor's gaze, and nodded. The war correspondent thought to himself, this angle and expression for shooting him are good. Swish, swish, swish. A monster? No, it's Jia. Jian Xian frowned slightly, and finally started to act. Mixed and chaotic voices came from the sky, as if countless people were shouting, "We Taoists explore destiny, and try to control fate, but now, I have transcended fate. I have entered the ultimate realm, and will soon transcend." Jian Xian said, "Are you still alive?" "No, both Emperor Ling Yuan and Emperor Chan Jin are dead, but I am still alive. Or in other words, only life has the meaning of life and death, but I don't. Don't you understand? The moment I broke through, I was already a natural phenomenon, a manifestation of the world's logic, and a simple material structure. Of course, as time goes by, I will gradually assimilate, and I will completely lose myself, lose consciousness, logic, and thinking ability, and completely become everything in this world." The voice was extremely plain, as if it was explaining a world truth that was extremely simple. Chapter 822. Emperor Changjin put his hands together, his eyes suddenly burst out with endless evil, coldness, compassion, kindness, information of countless sentient beings, and destiny mixed together. Of course, as a natural phenomenon, the last thing to do before transcending is to kill you. Transcendence? Jian Xian showed a hint of sarcasm. How could he not know that Emperor Changjin had completely fallen? Eternally sinking in the beauty of transcendence, sinking under that omnipotent power. But is this kind of transcendence really transcendence? Isn't it death, if you cultivate personal cause and effect, without being stained by karma, and can have such a pure and clean personal luck, then you are indeed an extremely terrifying and powerful immortal. But yours is a huge mixed fortune. This great power does not belong to you. How can you be considered transcendent? You are confused by karma, and your wisdom is polluted. Jian Xian felt before that Chongjin Emperor was gradually becoming stupider, confused, and easily angry, so he made such impulsive actions, inexplicably wanting more karma, madly absorbing. Degenerated into this kind of great karma demon. Karma confuses people's hearts. Chongjin Emperor is responding to the disaster, and is blinded by obstacles, so he will do all kinds of stupid things. He swallowed the irreversible causal poison, and was transforming into some inhuman, incredible, and terrifying celestial phenomenon. At this time, Jian Xian, who felt the burning fighting spirit, was surprised by the huge disaster. Why would you try to kill me? Will you try to kill electromagnetism? Will you try to kill water, fire, and wind? I hold the cause in my left hand, and the result in my right hand. A blow with both hands is infinite destiny. I am already a truly invincible celestial phenomenon. The sound of freezing to the bone resounded in the minds of all living beings on earth, causing countless lives to despair from the bottom of their hearts. They dared not resist, nor could they raise the will to resist, because they all instinctively felt that this victory or defeat was destined by nature, an established result that could not be resisted, and we were all slaves of fate. You are the sky, the fate, then, it is just another disturbance in the heavenly palace. The wind whistled in his ears, and Jian Xian stood on the top of the world, in Xinjing, looking at the afterimages of the long river of history in the sky, hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals. Kill! Kill! In an instant, the wind was swift, and the clouds dispersed, and there was a bleak killing between heaven and earth. This is a fate formed by the gathering of countless people scattered between heaven and earth. And at the highest point, on the throne of countless afterimages of the long river of history, there was a phantom emperor named Jie. The Great Tribulation brought with it 480,000 natural disasters, 360,000 earthly evil spirits, and 28 evil stars, which were divided into 4 major military units: destruction, residence, and emptiness, and 3 disasters, 7 difficulties, and 10 great terrors. That huge cloud of destiny and disaster mist in the heavenly palace burned the sky and destroyed the earth, and turned the sky. To be an enemy of him is to be an enemy of the fate of the world. That's it, that's it. Jian Xian's eyes were full of excitement. Looking at the huge heavenly palace, with a great sense of oppression, he attacked again. The long sword came out of the body. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Countless swords soared and exploded in an instant, emitting a brilliant and murderous light. In the past few decades, Jian Xian has not grown up. His previous riots in the heavenly palace were only a small part of his combat power. His real combat power is the Jinwu sword. Using those souls, empty shells of souls, that were hooked away, he cast a number of swords of the true spirit steel. Their ashes naturally contain all their magical powers, and all their magic power in their lifetime. Before, he made a big fuss in the heavenly palace, killing nearly 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals in total, so he now had 100,000 true spirit swords. How many heavenly soldiers he killed, how many swords he mastered. Swish, 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 he made a sword gesture with his hand. Boom! The whole sky seemed to be filled with the swords of destiny flying up, and those swords of the common people kept manifesting, and turned into his supreme netherworld army. Each sword seemed to have turned into a huge translucent heart monkey, riding on a wool horse, turning into a mighty netherworld army. The heart monkey and wool horse, jumping in his heart, this is the essence of his magical power. Hua la la. The armies of both sides suddenly expanded together. Countless sword beams covered, constantly pierced, attacked, and wrapped up this huge super destiny energy life. Boom, 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 each sword cooperated with each other. 100,000 swords, just like the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals before, and even the top masters of the aristocratic families, who died under his hands. Each sword set off a huge wave of water. Each sword released an extremely high temperature like the sun. Each sword was sharp and sharp. Boom! Jian Xian's veins bulged, his eyes were red, and he used the strongest killing move as soon as he made a move. He used all his magic power, and all his magical powers to make the strongest move of his life. This is a swordsman, who is unstoppable and wins and loses with one move. The next moment, Chong Jindi's subordinates were blown up, and his entire emperor's phantom disappeared completely. This huge life of luck suddenly dissipated, expanded and exploded, turning into luck all over the sky, and was blown up by terrible shock waves. Exploded? One? Almost everyone couldn't help but cheer. Jian Xian was so terrifying. Every person he killed would have his karma, turbid air, killed, and the remaining would become a true spirit, empty shell of the soul, and become an ember body, hidden in a sea of consciousness somewhere. His previous riots in the heavenly palace were actually foreshadowing. He killed almost all of the living forces in the heavenly palace, and turned them into his power. Now he controls the power of the entire divine dynasty. He fights the legendary great demon of karma alone, and absorbs the convergence of the entire historical residual cause and effect. It is like a myth. This step-by-step exquisite calculation and Jedi counterattack are simply textbook. Woo woo woo, I survived. Jian Xian. Jian Xian. Someone roared, with great enthusiasm. It's over, it's over. The remnants of the evil exploitation trembled and felt that their death was approaching. Just when everyone thought they had survived the catastrophe, a terrible thing happened. The huge clouds that were scattered gathered together again. Woo woo woo. The strange wind gathered again, forming an even larger catastrophe cloud. It seemed that he could not be killed at all. And after being dispersed, his misty body seemed to be so huge that it covered every corner of the entire Destiny world, absorbing all the scattered, ownerless remnant luck left over from history. Now, at the moment of recovery, his body size has expanded dozens of times again, from millions of luck to hundreds of billions of super luck energy life. And his whole body is clear and organized, as if it has completely turned into a unique natural phenomenon. And this time, Jia no longer made any sound. It seems that Chang Jindi's logic was also dispersed with a huge luck, turning into a huge, chaotic energy disaster tide. He completely lost himself, and became the origin of some kind of catastrophe. Not good. This kind of thing can't be killed at all. The only thing that can fight against luck is luck. Only people with stronger luck can win by forcibly suppressing him. But how can there be such a strong luck in the world? That is the gathering of most of the world's people. The catastrophe seemed to be born completely, and covered the whole world. Countless people began to have bad luck, fall, scream, and their bodies quickly dried up and lacked vitality. This pure catastrophe seemed to represent the ultimate death and silence. The whole world seemed to have begun to respond to the catastrophe, and was heading towards extinction. That group of shadows seemed to instinctively devour the luck value of all lives. In the infinite chaos, it seemed that there were terrifying creatures appearing, and in the catastrophe, it seemed that a figure was being born. It was a mysterious shadow energy phenomenon life that was being nurtured. Not good. Ning Zheng took a sudden step, controlled the Bronze Emperor to enter, grabbed the life generated by the core, and isolated it from the outside world, so that outsiders could not see it. Because if this thing was seen by others, it would be a big trouble, because the thing generated by this huge calamity was a hazy, endlessly dark shadow Taoist. But the breath was very familiar, very much like Shadow Crocodile. Chapter 823. What is this? A new life is being nurtured. Is it a catastrophe? A completely structured life? Could that catastrophe cloud be an invisible giant egg, nurturing some real phenomenal life? The spectators in the distance all showed horrified expressions. The outbreak of this incident was too weird and too scary. The horror of this catastrophe was far beyond everyone's expectations. The catastrophe, invisible and intangible, is simply unkillable. This is not something that can be killed by individual power, but a special concept, just like someone wants to kill time and kill fate. But Yi Di looked solemnly. That person has made a move. Jian Xi inside, his magic power was almost exhausted. I didn't solve it completely. He no longer had the strength to fight. Even all the true spirit swords in his body were damaged. But fortunately, the essence of the true spirit sword is embers, which has been rooted in his hometown of the Netherworld, and the true spirit will soon be resurrected. Amidst the horrified, desperate, and expectant eyes of everyone, Ning Zheng stepped into the center of the catastrophe and held the heart of the catastrophe tightly. Ning Zheng dared not let anyone find out. Never let anyone see the shape of this thing. What's going on? What's going on? How can the catastrophe generate such a thing? Both sides seemed to be. Ning Zheng's thoughts were in chaos, and in an instant, he felt terrible information coming out. The ancestor of the Shadow Crocodile is the catastrophe, the descendant of some special type of destiny creature? No matter what, suppress it first. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, knowing that there was no time to lose, and now was not the time for him to think. Wah-la-la, he only felt that the Shadow Taoist who had not yet been generated, this inexplicable and strange life form generated by the catastrophe, quickly poured into his skin and into the depths of his body. Boom, the blood is boiling, the soul is trembling, and Ning Zheng's fate is being hit madly. The deepest Shadow Crocodile's spiritual root bloodline in the body seems to be hit and soaked by something, and is returning to its ancestor. The Shadow Crocodile from the unknown outer space seems to have inherited only 1/10,000th of the blood of this world's great demon. The original Shadow Crocodile seems to be just a sparse blood branch. Now, a real catastrophe is born, causing the Shadow Crocodile to absorb the origin madly. And this is not an opportunity, but a terrible misfortune. A terrible karma in the dark is devouring Ning Zheng, and the dark, chaotic, and complex power is eroding the whole body. Ning Zheng is turning into another Changjin Emperor, falling into self, being assimilated, and becoming part of the catastrophe. In his ears came the shouts of millions of people, sorrow, pain, roar, joy, and the image of the entire history impacting him. But Ning Zheng still barely managed to bear it. 1% of Changjin Emperor's luck is his own, and 99% of his luck is chaotic and external, so he can't resist at all. Because his own luck accounts for too little of it, And Ning Jing's daily luck is a terrifying 1 billion. So at this moment, he was not killed instantly by the crazy external luck like Chongjin Emperor. In addition, Ning Jing's body and soul are perfect, and his 7-color spiritual roots are even theoretically no weaker than a weak immortal. So he didn't fall. Ning Zheng hurriedly mobilized all his luck to suppress this strange creature to prevent it from disturbing his mind. Minus 2 billion per day, but Ning Zheng was still entangled by the calamity. At this moment, even if the new core of this calamity cloud itself has low luck, Ning Zheng still can't suppress it with 2 billion. Only 20% is his own, and 80% of the luck is external, which makes him upset and his inner demons frequently appear. I picked up a big trouble. Ning Zheng's crazy thoughts turned in his mind, and he kept thinking, the core of this calamity is nearly 10 billion. I can't suppress it for a long time. I need money, a lot of money to suppress this big guy and not be bewitched by him. At this moment, Ning Zheng took away the calm of calamity, and saw that the concentration of the entire cloud seemed to have dissipated a lot, and the source of the calamity seemed to have disappeared, turning into rootless duckweed, scattered. Floating, hundreds of billions of turbid luck values were wandering. At this moment, everyone had an instinctive thought in their hearts, knowing what was happening now. The big calamity was gone. The small calamity has not disappeared. The huge black and red evil clouds in the sky were still surging, but the core of the catastrophe had been taken away, and could no longer cause any big waves. Solved? Emperor Zongwu did not react for a moment, his mind went blank. An ancient bronze emperor, with black light raging all over his body, stood in the void, with a calm face, as if thinking about something. In the eyes of outsiders, Ning Zheng actually used her own strength to walk directly to the core, stretched out her hand and grabbed it, resisted the vast catastrophe, and absorbed it into her body to suppress it. The simplest process, the most shocking way to win. The catastrophe that could not be killed was just lightly grabbed and directly defeated. Is this man a monster? The faces of Emperor Yi and Emperor Zongwu were extremely shocked, and they swallowed hard. You know, if they were in front of outsiders, they would never make such a shocked expression. Because as emperors, they must manage their expressions properly. Most emperors, no matter how funny, cold, insidious, or cruel they are in private, have to show the cold attitude that an emperor should have on the surface in order to better rule the world. But now, this mysterious great demon that is close to rules, order, and origin, the world-destroying calamity of a world, is absorbed into the body and forcibly suppressed. They really can't help but be shocked. Are all immortals who focus on luck so powerful? Their luck bars are so long. Can they rely on their own luck to compete with the calamity of heaven and earth in a world? If this number is converted, he is now born with billions of daily luck points, right? Is this a human? Emperor Yi feels that even immortals may not be able to do this. After all, according to the performance of the immortals in this world before, it is similar to the top Jojo immortal spiritual root cultivators. Of course, it is not to say that the immortals are weak. After all, the immortals who have just broken through, preaching in this world, have not yet gone out. It is equivalent to a baby born, and it is normal to be weak in the early stage. But he thinks that no matter how strong the grown-up immortals are, they should not be so exaggerated, right? This is already so handsome that it explodes. What is fighting? This calamity can be beaten with fists and feet? Look at Jian Xian. No matter how strong his combat power is, he can't be killed. This is destiny, invisible and intangible, neither flesh and blood, nor soul. But now, Tianning Yeti's heart is full of longing, revealing a trace of fiery. This is the powerful power I have dreamed of. You are worthy of being the mysterious owner of the manor. You are indeed the main cultivator of destiny. What about the calamity of a world? I absorb the calamity into my body, and suppress it with my own tremendous destiny. Chapter 824. The whole world is surrounded by a natural disaster-like calamity. Trees are withered, fish are floating on the sea, countless people are lying on the ground, and almost all living lives have disappeared. They have no wounds on their bodies, but they have lost their luck. But luck is one of the 3 elements of life, and losing luck means that they have completely gone to death. Swish! Ning Jing's brain is muddled, his thoughts are confused, and his nerves are stirred by the terrible impact, and the world begins to turn upside down. 2 billion daily luck points are obviously far from enough to calm Ning Jing's consciousness, causing him to continue to fall, assimilating him into another Chongjin Emperor. It's like standing in a swamp and watching yourself sinking, falling into the endless abyss of chaotic thoughts. We have not won this battle, but are still fighting fiercely. The essence of the battle of luck is the confrontation of luck. It depends on who has stronger luck, and who can suppress the other party more. This is not a competition of fists and feet, martial arts, and magical powers. Are you comparing big and small? I need more luck points, huge luck points to suppress. I have used up my inventory now. Ningjum glanced at the sky around him. The heavy clouds were full of turbidity, dirtiness, and deathly air stained with cause and effect. He opened the luck gambling table and began to absorb the thick fog body with huge luck energy life that had its luck core removed. Add 10 million. Add 10 million. Add 10 million. The terrible numbers were jumping rapidly, and the luck inventory of the luck gambling table was skyrocketing wildly. Add 698.1 billion. Finally, a terrible number suddenly jumped out. This is a huge calamity energy gathered by the endless people of a whole world. And this is what Ningjum can absorb. The rest are dregs that are difficult to absorb. They are stained with a lot of cause and effect, and even the luck gambling table has a hard time absorbing them. Otherwise, all the people in the world will die and be drained into luck value. The life harvest of a world can reach more than 1 trillion. I probably only took less than 50%, but it's enough, clatter. Add it to me. Ningjum began to add weights to himself. Today's luck value, 3 billion. Today's luck value, 7 billion. Today's luck value, 10 billion. Ningjang's body was surging, as if it contained endless golden light. The huge amount of luck made his body undergo a qualitative change, forming a kind of mysterious golden luck life, as if the world had set off huge circles of ripples. And with such a qualitative change, he also suppressed the calamity heart that was like a shadow crocodile. It suppressed temporarily. It's time to leave. With a crash, the Bronze Emperor fell, returned to the depths of Xinjing, and this mysterious owner of the manor had left this world after putting down the bronze statue body used for descent. The Night Emperor stared at the clear sky without a single cloud, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Because in his stunned state, from the perspective of the outside world, the mysterious owner of the manor was almost like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing the huge red and black calamity clouds between heaven and earth, making the world clear, clean, and tidy. With just a few moves, he truly restarted this world. Is this the end? Is it really over? Everyone was filled with disbelief. Because it was too fast and too easy. The immortal who could absorb a calamity into his body, and suppress it with a wave of his hand, was beyond their comprehension. Can immortals really be that strong? Can an immortal who mainly cultivates destiny easily be infected and suppress the huge karma of all living beings in the world without being backfired? One day, we will also reach such a level. Yi Di and Jian Xian looked at each other, feeling deeply moved. Is it really possible for us to reach that level? The words of Zhang Wudi echoed in everyone's ears. Why not? Yi Di smiled, with lofty ambitions in his heart. Everyone, don't be discouraged. The pace of pursuing truth should not stop. We have passed the most difficult level. Karma, we have thoroughly explored the system in this battle, and we are about to take shape. We are trapped in the dragon and ascended to heaven, and the calamity is no longer a thorn in our hearts. We have figured it out and mastered it. The life and death will, the research of offerings, the establishment of the underworld, the 3 elements, and the world system have been completely perfected by us. I believe we will soon be able to step into the immortal way and become another immortal. Yes, our group of transformed me will soon step into the fairyland. Then, we will be able to stand at the same height as this one, believe me. We will soon catch up with him. Yi Di's eyes were red, and he obviously knew where his future was. Even if you become an immortal, are you really that strong? At this time, the Prime Minister Fumian Emperor slowly said, I think that immortals should be more afraid of being contaminated by cause and effect and karma. After we become immortals, can we really reach this height? As soon as these words fell, everyone was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the clean and clear sky, and looked down at the pure earth without a trace of cause and effect, and was speechless for a long time. The earth was dead silent, without any vitality. All the continents, countries, and even the monks of the major forces in Xinjing began to wake up again after being unconscious for 3 or 4 days. The mortals with low luck were sucked dry by the overwhelming calamity in an instant. No luck means you are dead. There were living dead without wounds everywhere. But some Taoists who were struggling to support were still struggling. The huge luck allowed them to persist until the end when Ningjung won. Now they have woken up again after being unconscious for a few days. We survived? What happened? How did we survive? Countless people got up, fell into confusion, and looked at the clean sky and thought. It seemed like a dream. In the dream, I saw the red and black calamity clouds, the end of the world, the ferocious and roaring demon god, the peerless sword god with hundreds of thousands of Zhenwu swords, and the mysterious and majestic figure who gently stretched out his hand and grasped it at the end. It turned out to be a dream. It must be fake, right? Yes, any Taoist who has practiced the way of luck knows that it is impossible to suppress the incredible thing with one's own luck. Many people began to doubt their memories, and some no longer believed in that super war, a desperate and shocking battle. And within a few days, everyone was in a daze on the lonely earth, looking at the endless living dead on the ground who had lost their luck. Family, friends, and relatives could not accept the reality. Less than 1% of the lives were still alive, and the world fell into a strange silence. At this moment, a huge golden scroll suddenly fell into the sky, the tribulation. Crash. The scroll in the sky burst into colorful light, reprojecting the battle in the scroll into reality. The scroll was full of red and black colors, with a sense of oppression and despair in the storm, roaring Jian Xian, overwhelming flying swords, terrifying tribulation, and the mysterious figure of a god and demon holding the tribulation. The man held the core in the endless red and black tribulation, and in an instant a golden energy like sunlight bloomed in the red and black filth, as if lighting up the dawn of the night, emitting a bright golden light. The arrogant and domineering bronze emperor, like a real golden god, was rendered by gold, appearing extremely majestic and sacred. Under the dazzling golden light, it seemed as if this golden god was forever cast into history. This huge and vast painting that covers the sky? All the survivors looked up with extremely shocked eyes. The dream was not a dream, but real. This painting recorded the history when they were unconscious, and one hand really eliminated the cause and effect. Which painter is this historian? He is so powerful. He has the ability to record history in that battle, and paint history into eternity at this moment, engraved on the wall of history, and become an eternal legend? Could it be the chief painter of the Tianming dynasty hidden in the dark? Your Majesty the Night Emperor is worthy of such a historian. Lifelike. Soon everyone ran to the valley where the painting fell. Someone squatted down, picked up the painting that recorded the myth and legend, and carefully collected it. Although I don't know who it is, thank you. I give it to you. A gentle and smiling voice sounded in people's ears. History should not be forgotten. Heroes should be remembered forever by future generations, and he is the golden god whose height you and I have never known. Hua la la, in a valley in the Kyushu world. The painter whispered softly, his eyes deep, as if thinking. It's a pity that I can't draw the true meaning. It turns out that it's not the problem of the world. The scroll can't be injected with soul, even if it is placed in this world. It was the first time he came into contact with a deep fortune system. He didn't expect that the final outbreak of cause and effect entanglement would be so terrifying. The calamity, swept the world, and all things dried up. But he couldn't draw the two terrible figures on the battlefield. He couldn't draw the calamity, nor the ancient bronze emperor, and he always lacked the charm. This painting looks lifelike, but it is actually a defective work. Since the other party knows his existence, why should he hide? Why not give them this painting? Leave it in their history, as a memorial. His paintings are meaningful only when people collect and appreciate them. It's really magical. The painter showed a hint of interest, and there seemed to be deep meaning in his eyes. I always feel that he is hiding something, so he acted so quickly. The mysterious core that was generated has an indescribable and inexplicable power that has never been seen before. Even after tens of millions of years, there will always be a civilization system that I don't know about in the endless world, which is fascinating and makes people want to paint and collect. The survivors carefully put away the scrolls, and looked at each other in the ruins in groups of 3 or 2, with hopeful looks. No matter what, the historical scrolls left by the painter in this world contain all kinds of faces of gods. The sword fairy who waved the 10,000 swords returning to the origin in anger. The Zongwu emperor who tried to block the robbery cloud with the holy martial armor. The vast red and black calamity clouds. And the mysterious figure that destroyed the great calamity, even after countless years, are still passed down by word of mouth among the people, eternal and immortal. History has never buried everything. There are still great mysterious historians, who are always secretly painting eternal historical legends. Chapter 825. Painter, you are really lacking in virtue. You deserve to die. Ningzheng returned to the villa and saw the painter, who was too lazy to hide in the world of destiny, openly giving the common people the scroll. For a moment, his eyelids twitched wildly. This man actually wants to murder me. How could Ningzheng not know what he wanted to do? He realized that Ningzheng wanted to cover up this history, and the shape of the mysterious core that he had covered up. The painter himself could not see the shape of the core from a distance, and did not know what Ningzheng was hiding, and did not know why. So, he decisively painted this history, which became an eternal history book and remained in the hearts of the people. As long as the Taoist fortune system continues to develop, People will one day know what Ning Zheng is hiding by holding the secret of the core as they explore the truth. Very good, very good. Ning Zheng laughed in anger and did not think of killing people to silence them, and went back to the world of destiny to take back the painting. Because it is meaningless. The more history is covered up, the more curious the painters will be. They will release more divine paintings into the world of destiny to let the people remember history. They can't be killed. That mythical historical legend that eliminated Jie will stay there. You want to reveal my existence, so how can I not reveal your existence? You are a painter, I am a reporter, we can both tell the truth of history. Ning Zheng took a deep breath, his eyes burning. He is not a pushover, he has actually been recording the whole process, and has also recorded the plot of the painter sending the painting just now. Go back and edit it. The whole process of this battle will be used as the plot opening animation of the future Sword Forging Villa game public beta. And the painter who appeared last, a scroll floated down from the sky, painting this piece of mythical history, which is also in line with the tradition of the mysterious boss appearing at the end of the game opening animation. Calling everyone to fight this hidden final boss together. This old bastard is good at disgusting people. I will remember this grudge. Don't blame me for letting a group of blacksmiths continue to disgust you. Ning Zheng was angry with the painter for a long time before he retracted his gaze. Sure enough, the mastermind behind the scenes was dirty. Now that he was facing it head-on, he completely realized it. And his expression became solemn, and he began to study the business. Name, Ning Zheng. Race, Gui Wang Jie. Spiritual roots. 7 colors, human god flower, shadow crocodile grass, all saints. Current total luck value, 688.1 billion. Daily income luck value, 2.44 million, Bone Demon King City, Shirong Academy. Daily solidified luck value, 20.1 billion, 10.1 billion luck value plus 10 billion Jie luck value. Note, fate is unpredictable, daily initial luck value is 0, daily consumption luck blessing can be performed. The black Jie core that was sucked away inexplicably became Ning Zheng's daily luck value. It was actually 10 billion. Most people have 1 luck blood bar. And Ning Zheng now has 2 blood bars, which is outrageous. And Ning Zheng is now using 10.1 billion daily luck value to barely suppress this thing. I don't know what this thing is for, my fixed daily luck value was 0 before, but now I have my own fixed luck value. I can be considered a super destiny person with 10 billion luck every day. But the color of this 10 billion is a bit dark. Maybe it's not the kind of good luck. But thinking on the bright side, I now have 20.1 billion luck points. 10 billion for free. Is the second cup half price? Ning Zheng didn't understand it very well, so she could only slowly ponder the principle. But the consumption has increased. Spending 10.1 billion every day is simply scary. Although I made a lot of money from this wave of harvest, a full few 100 billion, but at this daily consumption rate, I guess I can't bear it. Ning Zheng couldn't understand what this kind of black luck was for, but it was obvious that my shadow crocodile magic was transforming and returning to its ancestors, becoming unfathomable, revealing an eternal black despair of the ancient times. This seems to be good news. At this point, Ning Zheng is more and more certain that the origins of the two are similar. The ancient ancestor of the shadow crocodile may be an initial catastrophe, or may come from an extinct world destroyed by the catastrophe. And the shadow crocodile is life. The catastrophe is a celestial phenomenon, a natural phenomenon rather than life. The two are different types. It seems that the calamity has undergone some kind of evolution, or some creatures have inhaled the calamity gas, and a mysterious mutant life similar to the shadow crocodile has appeared. So now this shadow crocodile is reverting to its ancestor. The calamity in my heart seems unable to completely merge with me, and can only be suppressed. But it seems to be able to act as a fermentation agent to stimulate the changes of the shadow crocodile? It may not only have this effect. Anyway, the embryo of this calamity that has just been born is very rare, and it should be a good thing. After all, ordinary people are born with fixed luck and cannot suppress this terrifying calamity. Only my fate is unpredictable, fixed at 0, and I can spend a huge amount of luck to bless it without limit, forcibly adding it to 10 billion. With this earth-shaking luck, I can suppress it and take it in my pocket. Perhaps, only someone like me, whose fate is unpredictable, can get this thing. Ning Zheng originally thought that his fate was unpredictable, and that it was fixed at 0 every day was a rip-off. It was a super bottomless pit. The top powers probably have a fixed luck bar of tens of millions, or hundreds of millions. Like the mana bar, it is long and easy to replenish. As for me, I have to spend money every day. I can't not buy it, and I am a big spender, But now it is obvious that this unpredictable fate also has certain benefits. Other people's fate is fixed and cannot be changed, but I can change it however I want. Just spend money. Today's battle is also strange. I didn't fight, but I got beaten and picked up a bad thing. He pondered this strange thing called robbery overnight, and had 7 or 8 guesses and ideas. The next morning, the sun rose, and the blacksmith started to work again. Some wrote letters, and some forged iron. They belatedly communicated with the neighbors, and when the letter was sent back, the entire blacksmith player group was blown up. Our owner is so awesome, he pinched out the calamity core with one hand. He sucked up all the remaining disasters with one mouth. He was so awesome. The process looked very cool. A majestic golden figure held the core of the endless calamity. This mythical scene was the best performance as the opening plot animation of the game. In fact, only Ning Zheng knew the pain. After absorbing the black calamity, he had to suppress it every day. At this time, 1 night had passed. When the letter was sent back, 100 years had passed over there. The world of destiny was recuperating again, and another vibrant scene was born. The neighbors actually reincarnated all the common people who died in the catastrophe and resurrected them? And they actually asked for the phoenix flame in the letter? Ning Zheng got the news and pondered. Rebirth from the ashes, spreading the phoenix flame throughout the world, and living a second life is the necessary order of the world for them to build reincarnation, regenerate their true spirits, and reincarnate? Chapter 826. The World of Destiny. After the mysterious scroll fell, a few days passed, and the ground was full of ruins. In every continent, country, village, and city, there were living dead people who had been drained. They kept the movements they had in life, some lying at the desk, some eating with their family, some chatting with friends, and some working. All fell to the ground in an instant. Because these mortals could not see the battle of destiny, they died in an instant without knowing it, and their destiny was drained alive by the calamity. After seeing the scroll fall, on the morning of the 3rd day, Jian Xian, who had recovered from rest, stood up and said, "It's time for me to let these people be reborn. After all, their flesh is the living dead. If they die too long, there is really no salvation. Their karma has disappeared. After dying once, it is indeed time for them to come back again." Yi said calmly. Jian Xian had made plans early on. These people were infected with the first generation of embers, and various means were used to make them produce 100% embers after death. The more mortals, the easier it is to produce embers, not to mention that there is still a 50% base. So Jian Xian made plans in advance before the battle, and now the hometown of the Netherworld is probably filled with embers everywhere. Clatter. Jian Xian, in the spiritual world between the hearts, released these ember souls, and the people of the whole world stood up everywhere. I fell asleep? The family of 3 lying on the dining table got up, confused, and looked at each other, not knowing what happened. On the street, pedestrians stood up one after another. What happened? A vendor selling candied haws scratched his head, and got up as well. I just seemed to be waiting in line, and I met some ghost messenger who said that my lifespan has not yet ended. Me too. How strange. Countless mortals were amazed. The less cultivated mortals are, the higher the probability of embers appearing after using various treasures that improve the birth of embers. And most wild monks in various states are not so lucky, they only have a 50% explosion rate, and Jian Xian has not spent resources to increase the probability for them. These exploitative capitalists, it is better not to be resurrected. Jian Xian looked at the people everywhere resurrecting and said calmly, "This is already the best result. We deliberately spent some time to make most of them mortals, so that it would be easier to turn into ashes and resurrect together. Because of the crazy exploitation of those capitalist gods, the cause and effect are too involved, and the world is a mess. Only when everyone dies can we completely settle the account. This way, we can better transition to the next period. The only problem now is that the resurrected people are ghosts. The whole world of destiny is already a super large tomb. This tomb is even larger than the Kyushu world next door." Yi looked at this scene and sighed in his heart. This is indeed the route they planned. They need to calculate and lay out a lot, otherwise the slightest mistake will make a big mistake and cause a disaster. The people now are indeed ghosts, but they don't think they are dead like normal ghosts. Next, let them return to their own bodies, and as embers, they will be resurrected and awakened, but the traditional route of awakening to the Ghost King is difficult to popularize. Therefore, they have to complete the last closed loop of saving the world. Phoenix Flame. Burn the embers of the entire world, and completely revive from the embers. In the neighboring Jiuzhou, the Xinhua Emperor set Jiuzhou on the ground vein network barbecue net and burned it. How can the Emperor Shinhua not burn the people of the entire world? Live for generations? So, they set their sights on the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix can be reborn from the ashes unconditionally and directly become the Ghost King. Of course, they have to study a weakened version of the Phoenix flame that can be widely popularized and can help others revive. It doesn't matter how strong the awakened Ghost King is, nor does it ask for the foundation of the immortal way to be rebuilt. Just ask for a basic resurrection function. And the principle is very simple. Let the ember empty shell revive, and the turbid air will be produced in the shell again. It's like the empty shell tree stump called the true spirit, and the dead wood will be reborn again, and new life buds will be pulled out again. In every life, the turbid air dies. The next life in which the empty soul shell is reborn with consciousness, whether you are the real you or not, this is up to you to judge. After all, resurrection always has a price. Unless it is the resurrection of a perfect ghost king like Ningzheng, there is turbid air in the soul, and an empty soul shell. The others are only resurrected with an empty soul shell, and each resurrection always loses 50% of the self-origin. This is the fate reincarnation system they have thought of. When a person dies, the cause and effect are eliminated. And, as the next door said, the ancestor of the embers is the best to harvest the cause and effect. They put some sinful embers, called it punishment, and sent them to the 18th level of the netherworld. The leek rice fields are harvested regularly, resurrected, harvested, and resurrected. Isn't this more productive than the traditional method? It doesn't take up much space, and the lucky chives that don't eat food have less karma. This intensive ember planting, when accumulated to a sufficient amount, will be full of hell. Conservatively estimated, it can achieve more than 10 times the previous income. Yi Di said calmly, this is the progress of the times. From 100 gene per mu in ancient times to 1000 gene per mu in modern times, this is the progress of civilized agriculture. Jian Xian also said coldly, luck is indeed a monopoly game. Its essence is exploitation. Even we can't change it, but compared with those capital gods, we are already very gentle. We only exploit the guilty people in each life, so that they can't reincarnate and are caught in the netherworld for harvest. Yi Di smiled and nodded. He had already thought of a better future. We have to contact the villa next door. Write to them, and ask them to find a way to get the Phoenix Flame. We are very lucky. We can always make a weakened version of the Phoenix Flame, which can be used for other people to resurrect. The empty soul shell will then force the turbid consciousness to establish reincarnation. Yi Di's idea is very perfect. Reincarnation, coupled with the causal line regulation of the life and death will, this world is completely mature. And this only took less than 4,000 years. Ningzheng frowned and pondered with the letter. The order next door was rebuilt, and after the cause and effect were resolved, it took off directly. Ningzheng would not be surprised if a group of immortals appeared in a week. And starting tomorrow, the 12 bronze men in various places can restart and collect luck points again. In addition, the system next door is optimized, and the output may be higher. It is this Phoenix Flame. Ningzheng felt that it was a bit troublesome, but he couldn't delay it. Every day of delay next door would greatly delay the progress. Now, I have to go to the Phoenix clan. Ningzheng planned to go there as the owner of Shirong Manor, very decisively. With a crash, Ningzheng rose up in the Dharma image and went straight into the Phoenix clan's residence. Chapter 827. South China Sea. The habitat of the Phoenix. Now the ember disaster is getting more and more terrible, and a large amount of embers are constantly attacking the city. In the South China Sea, a super city similar to the East China Sea Bone Demon King City has been built. However, this city is not on the seabed, but in the Phoenix City, a huge island forged by moving mountains and filling the sea. Not living in the sea. This is probably the last stubbornness of the Sea Phoenix. Ningzheng fell into the city and looked at this prosperous downtown. There were actually 100 circles, with hundreds of billions of people living in it. It seemed that all the major tribes and races in the vast South China Sea gathered here, preparing to take refuge and welcome the destruction and rebirth of the era. It is very similar to our East China Sea King City. There are also appraisal eyes, and there are also tasks. The bosses along the way also recruit temporary workers with question marks on their heads. It's interesting. Ningzheng walked on the street and looked around for a while. The various social systems perfected by the blacksmiths were completely replicated here. After a quick look around and a few leisurely streets, Ningzheng came directly to the Phoenix Palace. Welcome, Master Shirong. You have come from afar. A delicate little phoenix lowly in a bright red dress was waiting at the door respectfully. Apparently, the entire shelter city was fortified with extremely sophisticated formations. As soon as Ning Zheng came in, people knew she was coming. I came here to discuss something. Ning Zheng nodded, followed the Phoenix girl into the palace gate, and suddenly asked, "Which Phoenix Emperor are you, reborn from Nirvana?" "No, I'm a newborn." The Phoenix girl smiled. Ning Zheng showed a bit of surprise. This Phoenix clan is indeed profound, and it is estimated that some kind of fused fairy roots have solved the problem of fertility difficulties. There are more people in the tribe now. That's right, these top giants should not be underestimated. The only one who has been in the Phoenix clan is Feng Wangyi. The Phoenix Palace behind the scenes must have many trump cards and new era research. The same is true for the disaster. Ning Zheng has never been to the back of his nursery, and he doesn't know what research and trump cards are behind the scenes. But he is not interested in these. Only despicable people like painters like to peek into privacy. Ning Zheng is not that kind of person. Walking into the palace, I saw a dozen Phoenix children playing along the way. Obviously, the race has begun to expand. The Phoenix clan did not hide from Ning Zheng. Walking all the way, I finally came to the palace and saw Feng Wangyi sitting in the courtyard eating pink fruits. This is the main body. Her Dharma image is always in the Bone Demon King City, or wandering in other places. Ning Zheng sat down with her, drank a few cups, talked about the recent situation, various information from the outside world, and even flattered each other, and then the two talked about business. Your Excellency has actually broken through to the level of Wawa. As soon as Feng Wangyi opened her mouth, she saw some clues in Ning Zheng, which was a change in temperament. It was just luck. Ning Zheng was not panicked at all, and said lightly, "After being in the state of one mind for many years, breaking through to Wawa is just a natural result." Feng Wangyi was not surprised. After all, this manor owner has always been in the state of one mind to the outside world. It's just that after this person's breakthrough, the outside world will stir up a certain degree of turmoil. In fact, she can see the situation more clearly than anyone else. Now is the mythical era of one super and many strong. And this super, it can be said to be the Shirong force. Yes, that's right. A non-combat blacksmith force strangely reached the top of the world's strongest. This is why the whole Jiuzhou was crazy about it before. It's true that the other party is a non-combat force. But as long as the other party wants, they can support someone to get 6-7 color fairy weapons at any time, win, reach the top, and defeat others. Although these top bosses are very reluctant to admit it. Shirong is the key to the current victory or defeat. Whoever gets Shirong gets the world. Moreover, it seems that the other party is a non-combat force, but who knows whether there are powerful combat-type fairy root cultivators behind the scenes? Finally, Shirong secretly created a super cultivator with 6 fairy clothes and fooled everyone. So, it's not just Xian Shichen who is constantly wary of himself, a human saint. Xiao Zai, Feng Wangyi, Jiu Tu Longdi and others are also like this. If they knew the other party Shirong Villa, they would join forces to capture it in the next second. Why would they have to look at the other party's face? Feng Wangyi picked up the tea, and a smile appeared in her beautiful phoenix eyes. Suddenly she said, "Your Excellency is casting weapons for the world's cultivators, accepting orders publicly, and recruiting hundreds or thousands of disciples. It is indeed a good idea." "Why?" Ning Zheng said. Feng Wangyi smiled. "Do you think I can't see through this situation? Only by accepting the order to cast the 7-color fairy weapons, and treating everyone equally, you, Shirong, will not be targeted." She was full of confidence and talked freely. "After all, human energy is limited. You cast the 7-color fairy weapons for us, so you don't have time to cast them for yourself. If you don't hide the fairy weapons, no one will think you are competing for the position. If you don't forge for us, it's obvious that you are hoarding immortal weapons privately. You have great ambitions. We will join forces to kick you out first. Even the Night Emperor of the ancestral demon god will join forces with us to find your true body, like scraping the ground." Ning Zheng understood. It is indeed a crime to possess a treasure. The other party's analysis is reasonable. Ning Zheng suddenly said, "When Shirong forged immortal weapons for you, why couldn't we take the time to forge some for private use?" Feng Wangyi smiled even more brightly. "How can you be so fast? The speed of casting immortal weapons cannot be fast at all. Everyone's think tank estimates that there are a few immortal weapons produced in this period of time. Either you sold them to us, or you kept them for yourself." Ning Zheng thought about it, and it was true. Generally speaking, it cannot be fast. Unless you hand it over to the next door Tianming World OEM factory. 100 years a day, 10 immortal weapons a day is more than enough, as long as the ember spirits in the villa can keep up. However, it is indeed a good thing to accept orders publicly. Not only can you make money, But it also shows that you don't hide weapons, which is indeed the most friendly to Ningzheng. Feng Wangyi finally talked about business. Is this visit related to weapons? Ningzheng got straight to the point. I want the magical power of the Phoenix Flame to forge immortal weapons. Feng Wangyi frowned immediately. You should know that this is the capital for us to settle down and make a living, and it is not good to leak it out. Only Jiusui is generous and willing to give his life magical power. Like firewood, disaster, and even others will not take it out easily. You can make a request, Ningzheng said. How about marrying me? Feng Wangyi suddenly smiled. Ningzheng frowned. Even this person wants to marry, coveting Shirong's power. Feng Wangyi smiled. Her figure was perfect. Her attitude was full of charm and gentleness. You have already reached the level of transformation, and you are at the same level as me. Let's join hands and forge peerless immortal weapons for me, and the world will naturally belong to us. Forget about the marriage. I can forge more immortal weapons for you. Ningzheng said lightly. You can make some reasonable requests. Seeing that the other party did not agree, Feng Wangyi was not surprised, but smiled gently. Could it be that you like men? The major forces in this world are all men in charge. Only my side is women, and our marriage is the best solution. I can't think of why you don't agree. If you marry a few more, it's okay. Ningzheng's face was dark. If he is really the owner of Shirong Manor, and there is no power behind him, this is indeed the best way. After all, he is a non-combat cultivator. Now he looks proud, and everyone asks you to forge immortal weapons and dominate the era. But who will not settle accounts with you afterwards? Non-combat monks can only dominate for a while. Now it is the right way to find a good employer. In addition, the Phoenix clan has the best reputation among the four sacred beasts and has a gentle temper. It is indeed a good place to go. If you agree, one will be responsible for the outside and the other for the inside. Who in the world can stop them? But unfortunately, Ningzheng has too many secrets and is not convenient to contact outsiders. The power of Shirong is not as simple as it seems. If you don't even agree to this, it seems that you Shirong are not as simple as they seem. You are ambitious and have great ambitions. What you want is probably more than what I give you. You don't even want to rule the world under the Empress? Seeing Ningzheng's firm attitude of refusal, Feng Wangyi also smiled and said, You don't really want to secretly cultivate some direct descendants to compete for this era? Or that direct descendant is you yourself? You suddenly broke through to the level of Hua, and you broke through in the way of one heart and 7 orifices? The strongest 7 spiritual root immortal cultivator, and secretly equipped with a few immortal weapons. Ningzheng sighed in his heart. These people are too smart, and it's too troublesome to chat with them. The Phoenix clan is testing and on guard, and other forces will definitely be on guard. This world is very realistic. People don't look at whether you have the intention to rebel, but whether you have the strength to rebel. We really have no intention of this, but you won't believe it even if I tell you. Let's not talk about this. Ningzheng said, How many magic weapons do you have to forge to obtain the Phoenix magic power? If the Phoenix clan is not small, and does not go out, all the Dharma images go out. Ningzheng would have sneak attacked one long ago. He is now unwilling to expose his powerful Hua realm combat power. First, his action means entering the competition. He didn't want to spend his energy on these people. Once he entered the scene, he really wanted to play hide and seek. These people would definitely go crazy and join forces to find people. Second, what should the painter do after he made a move? His own method has not been practiced yet. He is a blank slate, and has no time to learn all kinds of hidden and 72 magical powers. If Ningzheng's magical powers were not concealed, the painter would definitely guess immediately that the identity of the Bronze Emperor, who really appeared next door, was the owner of Shirong Manor. Feng Wangyi pondered for a moment and changed the subject. Do you really want to create a Phoenix Fire, a resurrection type of immortal weapon? Why do you create such a thing? Feng Wangyi felt more and more wrong in her heart. Although her magical powers are powerful, they are far inferior to others in the eyes of outsiders. This thing, reborn from the ashes, has no direct combat power help for the current battle situation. And the other party is willing to spend such a big price? She could clearly feel that the other party seemed to be planning something deeper. Her sixth sense has always been very sharp, especially now that she has become a fortune fairy beast, and she has secretly learned some fortune skills from Tianming Yitian battle. Now she has a certain ability to divination, but the biggest problem is that she can't predict anything wrong. She feels that Shirong is like an ordinary-looking iceberg, with only 1/10 or 2/10 exposed. Under the sea is their true foundation, and this foundation must hide many terrible secrets. Feng Wangyi saw it very early. Shirong, there is something wrong with coming here this time. They seem to have no ambitions, and have always been law-abiding, but it seems that they are hiding greater ambitions. Chapter 828. She was silent for a long time, looked at Ningzheng deeply, and seemed to have made up her mind. Suddenly she said, "I don't want any reward. As long as you don't reveal our magical powers, I will give them to you for free. When something happens in the future, if we lose, help our Phoenix clan once, so that our clan will not be extinct." Ningzheng was stunned, and then replied, "Okay. However, please don't leak the magical powers of the Phoenix clan to the outside world when Shirong took them away. After all, the appearance of similar resurrection magical powers in the neighboring world of destiny can be said to be accidental and lucky. After all, in a system that cultivates luck, good luck is understandable. But if Feng Wangyi reveals her magical powers to Shirong here, and a similar resurrection magical power happens to appear next door, then the painter will definitely discover his identity. Ningzheng is not afraid of being discovered, because he will be discovered sooner or later as he continues to develop, and he cannot live in the shadow forever. He just wants to postpone the time of exposure." The matter ended quickly, and Ningzheng quickly took the magical powers and left. Feng Wangyi remained silent, and finally sighed softly. It can be regarded as leaving a way out. Although I don't know what they are doing, they have always been good at calculating, but they have a bottom line and credibility, and they will not break their promises. In her opinion, Shirong saved the world and died for the world, which was enough to prove his character. It was precisely because of her belief in the other party's character that Shirong's lineage had always had a good reputation, so she chose him as her husband. Otherwise she would not be able to marry anyone. Ningzheng returned to Zhujian Villa and handed the true blood of the Phoenix clan to the blacksmith. "Don't worry. I guarantee to complete the task. Hurry up, the time-limited task is here." The blacksmiths were experienced and worked very fast this time. They borrowed the computing power analysis data of Jiuzhong, used the yin-yang forging furnace, and used the Lux Spirit Farmer to make a rough embryo. Finally, Ningzheng also helped to add a wave. Mortal Nirvana can bless the empty shell of the soul of other creatures, so that it can regain a trace of vitality and grow turbid air again. 2 billion. Ningzheng can get this money in minutes. The next day, Ningzheng sent the results back, and the other party also re-established the luck channel and began to restore the previous luck. At 2.3 billion. Ningzheng was very satisfied with this. "I'm back again. Although I didn't make money for a few days, overall, I still made a small profit these days. And, after the construction of the next-door nether hometown is completed, my luck will soar. 2.3 billion is all in the past tense. 1 day for 100 years, 100 million per year, isn't it reasonable? With a daily profit of 10 billion, he can barely maintain the suppression, and he needs to continue to make money, more than 10 billion. There must be a huge world, and 10 billion insurance premiums. The road ahead is long and arduous." Ningzheng thought about it, and began to multitask. While practicing the various sword techniques developed by Jian Xi and next door, the 10,000 swords returned to the sect technique. While logging onto the forum to check the situation, he edited the video and highlighted the scene where the painter dropped the scroll, which occupied the C position of the animation. Sword Casting Villa Game Forum. Recently, everyone has been posting everywhere, and the discussion is still about the practice of the Taoist system. But unfortunately, in the past month, more Sanyuan realm cultivators have appeared among the blacksmiths, but there is still no Erxiang realm cultivator. After all, reaching Erxiang realm in 1 month, this is as fast as Ningzheng's speed back then. How is it possible? With the cover copy, no matter how fast the speed is, it can't be this fast. And Erxiang realm is the threshold for the top cultivators in Jiuzhou, and I don't know how many people have never been able to break through in their lifetime. The Sanyuan realm families in Pingchong City have accumulated for generations, just to produce a Erxiang realm cultivator, walk out of the local city, and have the qualifications to open a sect. They are discussing it enthusiastically. Ningzheng glanced at the Taoist system. They have also started to deal with the overwhelming ghost tide recently. Let those guys enter the villa, and their ability to fight monsters is not bad. His eyes fell on another post. Su Yunyang, strong, strong, strong. The super beautiful Zulong is about to be born. Sailor Moon Super Fusion. Ningzheng immediately became interested. He has been very busy these days, and almost didn't bother to pay attention to Su Yunyang and others. Who would have thought that they have come up with some research results? Hello everyone, I am Su Yunyang, my baby during this period of time, bah. My master, Sun Moon Su Yunyang, has been crazy about me fighting monsters and upgrading, teaching me to practice, and even persuaded me to do good, and installed a combined spiritual root for myself, which entered my body to lead my practice. I feel that with the help of this golden thigh, I will soon become the first super boss in the villa to break through the second phase realm. A certain My Lingyu who took over another body does not count. And our beautiful girl trio, me, Sun Moon, Ning Jiao Jiao, have been constantly researching recently, and finally have roughly fixed the spiritual root of Zulong. The details are kept secret, so wait and see. The only thing we have to reveal is the super combination. In the future, Sun and Moon Su Yunyang will form a battle team with Ning Jiao Jiao Jiao, with a sun as a Dragon Ball, and the dragon will come to the world with a Dragon Ball to pacify the world. Ha ha ha, I know that the plot of this game is to let us Shirong chase the final decisive battle in the future and snatch the throne. I will definitely not let you down. Beating up will bring disaster, kicking the firewood, and punching the nine-headed dragon. The following are the replies from everyone. Jio Sirong, I guess there must be a golden god root, a human god flower root, a shadow crocodile root, and a face-covering root. Well, there are 4 brothers, leave it to you to fill in. Yi Guangxiu 6 body. Recently, Su Yunyang and the neighbor secretly took the holy martial armor root, obviously to be a meat shield. This is the 5th one. Xiao Chai Kuan. Let me add, there are 2 more. That's hard to guess. I guess there must be a firewood. If you can get it, the remaining one may be the one of Jiu Sui? Everyone discussed, and Su Yunyang, who had just logged off and sat in front of the computer forum after taking a shower, had a dark face. Since playing this game and fighting wits and courage with those old cunning NPCs, none of these blacksmiths are simple, all trained. Damn it. Su Yunyang scratched her head and muttered to herself in silence. I must help Sister Sun and Moon become stronger, and then travel back and take my baby, the Ember, to ascend. The Sun and Moon Dragon Clan, plus a Goddess Dragon, will definitely be able to sweep all enemies and snatch the throne. After becoming an immortal, they will be qualified to cross the border. Maybe they can come back? In fact, she was not sure whether it was true or not. If it was just a game, it would be fine, and she would not lose anything. If it was true, she could travel through time, holding the thigh. Wouldn't it be like taking off? She was obviously still a little smart. But this unique way of playing is quite different. It is to fatten up the embers, recognize her as a stepmother, and ascend to heaven. Thinking of this, she secretly opened the private chat group. Su Yunyang, Yin Hua, haven't you finished your side yet? Yin Hua, I will definitely help your Sun and Moon Su Yunyang to compete for the world. We are all time travelers. What we have left are the empty shells of embers. We are all dead on Earth, but we just think we are not dead. Funny. Medical Fairy, I will also help secretly. This group of awakened ghost kings and Jojo seems to want to compete for the era in secret. Outrageous. Ning Zheng's mouth twitched wildly. These 3 people are going to make trouble. Feng Wangyi didn't slander him before. It was indeed other cultivators in Shirong who were competing for the hegemony of the era. Chapter 829. Forget it, let's see what they want to do later. Ning Zheng looked at the forum a few times, and was too lazy to pay attention. Now Ning Jiao Jiao and Sun Yu Su Yunyang are out all day and night. They have been seen less recently. They are probably busy with their dragon body combination. He didn't think much about it. This is already a mature sister. He doesn't want to control her. Everyone has their own way of growth. He continued to edit the video. Painter, give another close-up here. The world of destiny. In the hometown of the Netherworld, Jian Xian drives the ghost messengers one by one, constantly jumping in the hearts of the people. Some souls are captured, and some are sent back to reincarnate. It is already a complete reincarnation system. After the death of Emperor Changjin, the world carried out a super purge. The prisons were overcrowded. His rebel subordinates, aristocratic families, and even the top monks in the mortal world were sentenced. The main criminals were sentenced to serve 30,000 years in the Netherworld Hell, and were punished by the Sword Hell. Each time they were cut to death, and then resurrected as bound spirits, and then they were brutally killed again. This cycle is the Netherworld Hell. And there are many classic styles, such as the Steamer Hell and the Copper Pillar Hell, which allow guests to die in new ways every time, and can also deter those who commit crimes. The sentences of other traitors range from 1,000 to 20,000 years. The prisoners in the prison also complained about this. How can we not see that this is a fishing game now? The prisoners were disheveled, their faces were crazy, and they held the railings and cursed crazily. Yeti, Yeti. You are so cruel. You are madly calculating us, fishing for law enforcement, tricking us into making a big mistake in treason. I am afraid you have long thought of imprisoning us. For treason, as this fortune rise field. Ha ha ha. We prisoners have amazing cultivation and great luck. 80% of the world's top cultivators are here, most of whom are the founding ministers who followed you. How dare you abandon us like this? Treat us as the first batch of rice fields with the best quality and harvest us regularly. Embers, no, true spirits, are the best economic currency in the world to harvest. Compared to you, Emperor Ling Yuan is simply a fool. We harvest the people, and you harvest the rich businessmen. You are a good emperor. You fattened us treacherous ministers, and then killed us, and got both benefits and fame. A group of people laughed crazily. Laughing, good emperor? Good emperor. The whole world is in your hands. Ha ha ha, you raised Jian Xian, the emperor of heart, and you too are the lord of hell and the emperor of heaven. It seems that you are in charge of your own duties, but won't you really quarrel? You will go to jail sooner or later. I wait here for you to be sent in by that one. Emperor, you said lightly. He won't, and neither will I. Our goal is not to fight for this world, but to become immortals together and conquer higher dimensions. And you, fearing each other and greedy faces, are so ugly. Emperor, you look cold, quietly looked at these losers, and then turned away. In fact, this is a beautiful statement, but he doesn't trust Jian Xian. But the reason why he firmly believes that Jian Xian will not betray is because there is a manor owner above them. This is not a situation where two tigers fight, so they definitely can't fight. However, I'm still too weak. If we, the players of the sword forging villa, who are conquering the other world, can gather a group of new blacksmiths and work like crazy, the situation will be completely different. Fighting alone is very difficult. Yi Ji's expression was cold, and a bright golden light burst out. The pioneers of every era are exploring for the later generations. Their skills and magical powers are crude and have many hidden flaws. They are definitely not as good as the geniuses standing on the shoulders of giants. It's the same for me. Although I have opened up a system, my foundation is insufficient, and I can't rule the world alone. Therefore, I am coveted by these noble families and they rebelled. I can only defeat them with tricks. But life and death testament is coming soon. Yi Ji's expression was cold. The immortal weapon is about to be completed. After all the hardships, there will be happiness. This is one of them. Second, Xian's research will soon produce results. After I become an immortal, I will have a chance to complete the foundation of the great Tao, and there will be no problem. Third, the phoenix blood is also obtained. I, Yeti, can become an immortal within 1,000 years. Perhaps I will join hands with Jian Xian to bury my emperor and leave this world together. He looked cold, and looked at his eldest and second sons, revealing a thoughtful look. The country has been completely conquered, obstacles have been cleared, and more than half of the founding heroes have been killed. The way has been paved for my family. It's time to prepare for them to take power after I leave. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. In these 500 years, Life and Death Testament has completed the final trial adjustment, controlling the fate of the people in the dark. The immortal weapon was finally built, and every citizen has a dark thread above his head, monitoring the world. In addition, the fate of a certain citizen can be changed at any time, making people become the protagonist of destiny, or making them lose their luck and unlucky. But the Night Emperor generally does not make changes, does not get involved in cause and effect, and lets the world develop naturally. An emperor sits on the dragon throne, and attends court every day. The pressure is like a prison, which makes them breathless. With the book of life and death in his hands, no one knows how powerful the Night Emperor is now. He is the best in the world. I am afraid that even the Heart Emperor and Wan Jian Guizong are not his opponents. Indeed, that one relies on his own individual combat power, while this one controls the national treasure, and they are not on the same level. I am afraid that if the catastrophe comes again, they may be able to fight. No one dares to offend the Night Emperor's majesty. Those ministers who want to rebel dare only to take action before the treasure is built. On the other side, the reincarnation of the heart is also completely built. Jump into the phoenix pond to revive and reincarnate. Then put the ashes into the baby to reincarnate. So far, this world also has a reincarnation system of life and death that is not available in JoJo. This Taoist world is getting closer and closer to Chinese myths and legends. And Jian Xian is in charge. As the Heart Emperor, various underworld Taoist temples have gradually appeared in recent years, and the incense is flourishing. The whole world was thriving and quickly returned to its original heyday. And the Emperor of Heaven's Mandate Knight also gave birth to his third child with the blessing of the world, and he was still rapidly expanding his family. After all, in an imperial dynasty, the royal population must not be sparse, and the more people there are, the higher the tolerance rate. The whole world was extremely prosperous. After another 300 years, there were already 10 billion prisoners in the Hades prison. They committed crimes of burning, killing and looting during their lifetime, and suffered torture after death. As for why they knew that they would be convicted after death, but still went crazy and did evil, some people enjoy this life and do not believe in the afterlife. You know, even if you know that you will be sentenced for committing a crime, no matter what era, there will still be people who choose to break the law. The number of prisoners in the underworld is increasing rapidly. In addition, the Night Emperor has called on the world to have more children in recent years. In the short 800 years after the war, the population has increased exponentially, from 13.7 billion at the beginning to more than 370 billion, which is close to saturation. With more people, there are also 10 billion prisoners. During the 8 days when the Destiny world was recovering madly, Ningzheng had nothing to do in the sword-casting villa, adapting to the state of the whole body, practicing, and drinking tea. In just 8 days, for Ningzheng, it was just to adapt to the state, allowing the Destiny world to rise madly and civilization to explode. This is Ningzheng's expectation for them. After all, he suppressed a disaster and solved the disaster, and they should show themselves. And Ningzheng's luck value has also reached an exaggerated number. Daily income, 12.1 billion. After deducting the 10.1 billion reduction every day, he finally suppressed the disaster in his heart and made a barely profitable profit. Just then, the research project next door finally came out. One day, in the research institute, Auntie Xian shouted frantically, "It's done! It's done! We have cracked some of the secrets of the immortals, and we can now make people immortal." The Night Emperor who received the news showed a hint of surprise and a hint of expectation. "I can finally become an immortal. After I become an immortal, I can break through the realm and return to Jiuzhou." Chapter 830. To be honest, the project that was offered can now produce results, which is a combination of the right time, the right place, and the right people. If Emperor Zongwu really became an immortal at that time, he would not have left this immortal fate. I am afraid that Emperor Yi would have to wait for a long time, like the traditional civilized dynasties, and quietly develop his Taoist system. At least, he would have to wait for millions of years before the arrival of the next sacrificial period cycle. At that time, the emperors of the future eras will rise in the long river of hundreds of thousands of years. There will be legendary Taoist masters, Taoist gods, and Taoist saints, and all kinds of fierce people will appear in the underworld. Even Emperor Yi's own children will compete with him for a place in the immortal world. Emperor Yi can beat Emperor Chongjin once or twice, but he can't win all the time. But what about now? It has been less than 5,000 years since the creation of the world, which is the beginning of a Taoist era. But he took the immortal achievements of the previous sacrificial period. The sacrifice of an Emperor Zongwu, who did not become an immortal, brought greater possibilities to future generations. As Emperor Yi said, such a coincidence means that this is the man of destiny. Did it really work? When he got the news, Emperor Zongwu also rushed to the door of the laboratory and said in surprise, "I really made the right bet. The Taoist system has extraordinary potential. I just waited a few thousand years to become an immortal, but I didn't lose anything. I can also complete the foundation of the immortal way and become an immortal in the Taoist system. Compared to the martial arts immortals, this Taoist immortal has infinite potential. Chance, it must be chance." Emperor Zongwu was very happy and felt a hearty pleasure. There is nothing more exciting than being a gambler who loses everything and wins the bet successfully. Prime Minister Fumiandi said, however, although it is possible to copy more offerings, it requires a lot of resources. It is necessary to repeatedly recharge the body of the offering to condense the immortal fate. This is already very good. And the fanboy Yi Shenyan next to him couldn't help but praise, "This is all the great system opened up by my father. Taoist priests." He paused, looked at Zhang Guodi with admiration. "Father, and you are both earth-shaking and peerless figures from ancient times to the present, and each opened up a great era." Yi Shenyan was very excited. He became an immortal. Wouldn't he have a place in the future, you know? The sacrifice period of this world has been reincarnated many times. Many immortals who ascended to heaven left various information. In the past, there were geniuses who got immortal fate to study, but they could not find any results. Now this is luck. Good luck, really omnipotent. Zhang Guodi couldn't stop thinking of this thought in his mind, waiting back and forth outside the door, and many scholars gathered beside him, and they also came here after hearing the news. Click. Soon, the door of the laboratory opened. The project leaders, including Aunt Xian and Ouch, brought a group of researchers and announced the good news. The experiment has basically been completed, and we can proceed to become immortals. Senior Zhang Wudi can try first and enter the body of Xian. You are more experienced. You walk half of the way back then. Let's see what is different from before. Zhang Wudi took the lead and entered the laboratory directly. The origin of Xian is actually a combination of multiple magical powers to charge. Among them, there are even the 9 spikes, the face covering, and the saints that were secretly taken from next door. All kinds of ever-changing magical powers, after careful links, can charge the body of Xian. 3 days later, Emperor Zongwu brought good news. This immortal fate is no different from the previous one. Both can make people evolve and improve the essence of life. This news made all the Taoists cheer. We have witnessed great history. From today on, we don't need the cycle of sacrifice era. No longer one era and one immortal fate. We have broken the ethics of heaven and earth. Ah, we are really destined people. We have found a channel for immortals to ascend. Everyone was extremely excited. They would make becoming immortal a routine. At this time, Jian Xian, as the Emperor of Heart, possessed a heavenly soldier and descended. Our era has just begun. Are we going to become immortals? We don't have enough foundation yet. Aren't we too anxious? Emperor Yi also ignored his silly son, who had grown crooked, and walked slowly with his wife Yi Tianai, smiling faintly. Indeed, this is a happy trouble. He was still very polite to Jian Xian. Every other prehistoric civilization has pushed its civilization to the peak, but we haven't reached the peak yet, and we are ready to ascend from the beginning. Having said that, Emperor Yi was not afraid at all. He didn't really want to wait. The temptation of becoming an immortal was too great for him, and he also wanted to become an immortal with the qualifications to cross the border and kill back to Jiuzhou. The Jiuzhou next door is about to compete for the throne. His eyes were bright and full of expectation. We should be able to catch up and compete for the huge immortal position over there, which is another opportunity. He looked at his silly son, who was chattering around Master Zhang Wudi, and just left him here. Bring your wife back home in glory. Ning Zheng suppressed the catastrophe and came out of seclusion to check the various intelligence outside. When he saw this scene, he frowned slightly. The neighbor is going to become an immortal. This speed is quite fast. It's only been 800 years. Ning Zheng's side is just over a week. But is he serious? He wants to take his wife back to Jiuzhou? Ning Zheng had a bold idea in his mind, and his expression suddenly became strange. This guy doesn't want to take his beautiful childhood sweetheart back to Zhujian Mountain Villa to show off with those little Taoist priests and little Taoist nuns? He can't be so naive, right? He can't be so. He is already the Night Emperor, a supreme mythical emperor who opened up an era. But think about it from another angle. The real Night Emperor. What about the fake Night Emperor who brought his wife back here? What should this painter do when he draws the traveled Night Emperor, looking at him with a shocked face? Who are you? How did you bring my wife back from the world of destiny? Return my wife quickly. 2 Night Emperors, fighting for a wife. Interesting. Very interesting. Ning Zheng thought about it, and put away this idea of wanting to have fun, and cursed. What a painter, he actually did such a shameless thing, such a bad taste, probably waiting for the Night Emperor to snatch his wife and fight. But speaking of it, the next door has just dealt with the cause and effect catastrophe, and the civilization has exploded in 800 years. As expected, I can't underestimate the speed of other people's internal circulation, and I can't underestimate the ability of the blacksmiths who leave the adventure team idle. They are not the traditional sand sculpture fish blacksmiths. They are capable of fighting, and they have grown for thousands of years. Super blacksmiths. This made Ning Zheng a little nervous. Now that I have been recuperating for nearly 10 days, my foundation is solid. It seems that I have to hurry up and retreat to break through the first realm. He has 3 disasters and 7 calamities, a total of 10 realms. The first 3 realms of transformation are body, soul, and life. Ning Zheng built a protective shield to isolate the outside world. -1 billion. The body suddenly exploded, and the body collapsed like a flood, breaking and collapsing, and the flesh and blood exuded a dead breath. A strong rotten corpse odor filled the body. Then his skin quickly rotted and melted, revealing the black and red smelly muscles and internal organs, and then the internal organs also melted, leaving only the white bones. He died. The flesh died completely. This is the transformation realm. The essence of transformation is transformation into a butterfly, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Every previous body cycle is like a silkworm perfecting its bones and skin, and finally breaking out of the cocoon. Those who cannot break out of the cocoon are doomed to be stillborn. Every time you shed your skin and change your bones, you will experience a hardship. If you succeed, you will transcend life. If you fail, you will die. This step is very dangerous. They will choose to spend a lot of time and work hard to polish their bodies for thousands of years before trying to break the first body self-calamity. And every cultivator in the self-transformation realm is a super genius. As long as there are enough resources and enough time, the realm that seems to be a life or death situation is actually not risky. Therefore, the essence of the self-transformation realm is to accumulate and perfect before transforming into a butterfly. Unless you are like Ning Zheng, who is too lazy to waste time and rushes directly, you will survive a life or death situation. But Ning Zheng doesn't care. He has a rich foundation, a perfect body, and good luck. At this time, Ning Zheng was only a skeleton, still decaying. Crack! Crack! The bones were broken, like rotten and fragile drywood, breaking into pieces. This was a struggle for life from death. This was the first of the 3 disasters. This was the last realm before becoming an immortal. Others may only cultivate one system, so they only survived one of the 3 disasters. They only cultivated one magical power, so they only survived one of the 7 disasters. There were only 2 realms in their transformation of self, and before becoming an immortal, they only had to survive 1 disaster and 1 disaster. But Ning Zheng was different, and only after 3 disasters and 7 disasters could he be perfect. Just when Ning Zheng was about to slowly survive this disaster, the 100 billion tribulation core in his body suddenly emitted a strange mysterious power, which quickly absorbed the broken physical disaster that Ning Zheng was going through. The disaster in my body is absorbing the physical disaster that I am going through? Ning Zheng had no time to be surprised. A new, huge, qualitative change force, like a rebirth from a cocoon, slowly awakened from deep within the body. Hoo-hoo-hoo, with breathing, contraction and expansion, his body quickly began to reorganize. The vast life force began to emerge, and the flesh, bones, and internal organs continued to regenerate. His bones were as crystal clear as jade, his blood was as bright as liquid gold, and his veins were filled with explosive power. What a strong body! This is the real butterfly emerging from the cocoon. No wonder. The cultivators and divine beasts in the transformation realm will turn into treasures of the mountains, various jades, divine gold, and immortal grass after their death. No wonder their bodies can be used to create extremely terrifying immortal weapons and artifacts. All the top immortal artifacts in this world are cast with various materials at the transformation realm level, because their bodies at the transformation realm level are transcendent, and have already formed various top treasures. At this moment, Ning Zheng felt that her body could also create various divine weapons, and was an excellent forging material. Chapter 831. His thoughts raced, and he felt his physical condition. He sat cross-legged quietly without moving. Ning Zheng knew it clearly. If he stood up now, the power that he could not control might make him crush the entire sword-forging villa with 1 foot, until 3 days later. Ning Zheng opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, tentatively stretched out a foot slowly, and stepped slowly on the floor of the room. Nothing happened, and the energy was all restrained. He walked out of the door, looking at the sun above his head, and the ocean outside the villa's protective cover, where strange fish swam back and forth. He began to think about the strange events in the previous breakthrough process. The tribulation core seems to be able to help me avoid disasters? Avoid bad luck? He pondered, his thoughts flowing, but it is true. No matter how big the disaster is, how can it be as heavy as the tribulation core of 10 billion? What kind of disaster or difficulty is it? It is just absorbed. The daily subsidy of 10 billion. After all, Ning Zheng now has 10.1 billion of his own blessings every day, and 10 billion of his fortune is added to him for free. Isn't this a free 10 billion subsidy? Isn't this half price for the second cup? This calamity core has such a wonderful use, and I subsidize so much luck value every day, which can be regarded as a return on some of my investment. He showed a hint of enlightenment. This is the cause and effect that will not be added to the body. Because I suppress the greatest disaster, a small disaster is just a drop of water in the sea. Ning Zheng can feel his own state. It seems that the 3 disasters and 7 difficulties of his transformation realm will be passed in a mediocre way. It seems to be another very boring realm. I thought it was a little different from the previous realm. I can make it a little difficult for myself, but I didn't expect it to be so unchallenging. The cultivation of Huawa realm is still not difficult. He came back to his senses, and looked at the information from the outside world. During the few days of seclusion, Zhujian Villa was frantically recruiting disciples through letters, and then communicating with the neighboring Tianning world, playing the email dating system in full swing, and they also studied and created various immortal weapons, and studied the Taoist system. Obviously, they couldn't rest at all. And in the neighboring Tianming world, after the appearance of the immortal fate, during this period of time, Yi Di, Zhang Wu Di, and Jian Xian had completely delegated power. They spent a lot of money, exhausted most of the vast national power, and used 100 years to get 3 Xian positions, and began to enter the bodies of Xian and become immortals together. And the general process of becoming an immortal. It is evolution, metamorphosis, repairing defects, and forming the foundation of the immortal way, which takes about 5,000 to 20,000 years. Therefore, Yi Di handed the task of managing the world to his 2 sons. The eldest son Yi Shenyan manages Xinjing. The second son, Yi Shenming, manages the underworld. However, the eldest son is a simpleton, a fanboy of Zhang Wudi. The second son is a lazy king, who likes music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and is full of kindness and morality. He governs the world with benevolence and righteousness, and influences the people. I don't know where he came up with the great ambition of I will not become an immortal until the underworld is empty, which already has the talent of the saint. Ningzheng didn't know which sand sculpture blacksmith in the laboratory taught him this famous saying, which he always said. Ningzheng shook his head. He doesn't know how to teach his son. People often say that emperors have been ruthless since ancient times. This is not absolutely ruthless, but more rational than emotional. If they don't kill people, more people will die. If they don't sacrifice a small part of the people, they will sacrifice the whole world. Kindness does not command the army, and righteousness does not command wealth. Look at Yi Di, who is a very good template. Kill all the followers who have rebellious intentions. Can Yi Di lead them to conquer the world without brotherhood? These 2 children are not smart, but they have not been beaten by society, have not risen from the bottom, and have experienced 9 deaths. It is estimated that after the departure of the group of elders of Yi Di, this world of destiny will be turbulent. Yi Di probably knows it, but he has to go. He can't always escort the children. The road must be walked by themselves. If he keeps protecting them, the younger generation will never be tempered. Ningzheng calculated the time again. Now, Yi Di and others have begun to become immortals and retreat. It is estimated that they will retreat for more than 5,000 years, like the buried emperor. In just over a month, they will return after becoming immortals. After a month here, his own sword-casting villa should also be busy with various orders for 7-color immortal weapons. Basically, every big boss is equipped with a 7-color immortal weapon. It is estimated that the war is coming and the sacrificial era will begin. The immortals from outer space have descended on Kyushu. It is estimated that the future will be a chaotic dance of demons. Current total luck value, 708.6 billion. Speaking of luck value, in recent days, the income of the neighbor has increased a bit, basically hovering between 12 billion and 13 billion. After deducting the daily expenditure of 10.1 billion, there are still 20 to 30 billion surplus. In fact, it is mainly because the world of destiny needs to develop and practice, and it is impossible to give it all to Ningzheng. And it also takes a lot of luck resources for the 3 of them to get the immortal position. Swordcasting Villa. After Ningzheng roughly sorted out the subsequent events, he had a plan in his mind and walked into the villa square. Bright sunshine sprinkled on the bluestone slabs. A group of young and handsome Taoist priests and nuns, who were no longer the money boys, were taking on tasks in front of the task bar. All they said was upgrade, identify the equipment, start fighting monsters again in the afternoon, save some money to make a pair of boots. Obviously. The abyss is also full of ghosts. The nearest sword forging villa will open a wave of monsters to attack the city every day. When Ningzheng was in seclusion these days, the streets of the ghost village at the foot of the mountain were full of wandering souls released by the blacksmiths to attack the city. His room was mixed in the strange tide, which was very disturbing to his practice. Old steward, you are finally here again. Seeing this, Jiuzai Rong hurriedly ran out of the steward's room. How are you recently? Ningzheng said. Alas, you haven't been to the Bone Demon King City to work recently. The Bone Demon Emperor rarely shows up, which is a bit annoying. Jiuzai Rong scratched his head. Other players only need to complete tasks, fight monsters, and forge equipment, but as a planner, he has to consider a lot when playing the tasks and main lines of each area. Especially recently, with Jiuzhang's assistance, he is still quite busy as a planner of a farming game. Ningzheng raised her eyebrows. Is the Bone Demon King City busy recently? It is quite busy. Jiuzai Rong said, in the past week or so, there have been more embers attacking the city next door, and some well-known ancient masters of the Huawa tomb have become demon kings and attacked secretly. The fight was so intense that some relatively young Huawa cultivators took action personally. There were constant sonic booms every day, which scared people to death. I originally wanted you to go out and give a speech to boost morale in the city, but later I let Yan Shuangyin go. Ningzheng felt a little guilty when she heard his answer. Both the Bone Demon King City and Shirong City were very busy. After all, Shirong Academy was taking orders like crazy and had taught a group of apprentices. Both camps were changing with each passing day, so they were practicing in seclusion and didn't care about external things. But it was good this way. These players played online games by themselves, had fun by themselves, and didn't interfere with their crazy farming. This was what they called the freedom of the game. Ningzheng still felt a little guilty, and couldn't help but accompany the enthusiastic Jiosai Rong to inspect the sword forging villa according to the old rules. Now the blacksmith shop has updated a version, which is already a large room 30 meters high, and the furnace is 20 meters high. It is said that in the future, a small Dharma giant can be opened to be responsible for iron making. Other areas are also constantly changing. Especially the Hairpin Mother Tower, which is very ancient and beautiful. Recently, various Taoist robes, and boots are being produced. The Golden God is a spiritual root, an advanced version of the Golden Mud. It is very expensive, and not everyone can afford it, but Sister Lin raised funds to make one. Use the Midas touch to turn stones into gold, and the Taoist robes and other equipment for Taoist priests to use. Ningzheng picked up a piece of clothing hanging in the clothing workshop on the first floor of the Zanyang Tower. It is their treasure. Name: Zilai Yunshang. Realm: San Yuan Realm. Magic power: weak energy storage shell, storage energy, counterattack, weak holy martial arms. Share the damage suffered within 60 seconds. Additional: Midas touch. This magic weapon can store a part of luck, as a luck magic weapon, for the owner to use. Casters: Sister Lin, Rong Mama, Jiozhang Robot Arm. Chapter 832. Sir, our clothes look good, don't they? Sister Lin smiled. With beautiful clothes hanging on the hangers behind her, we not only sell the equipment in our shop to blacksmiths, but also prepare some to sell to blacksmiths in the public beta. As soon as they come in, they will have all kinds of novice equipment to use, and then go out to fight monsters, and so on. They are obviously preparing to take advantage of new players. After all, how can a player city not have an NPC equipment shop? We are the NPC mentors and shop owners. Ningzheng took a look at the equipment introduction, and seeing Sister Lin's eyes that were about to praise me, she couldn't help but praise. This Yin-Yang fairy weapon of the 3 Yuan realm is well made. That's right. Sister Lin said proudly. Our low-level equipment assembly line will be built soon, and new blacksmiths will not be afraid of having no clothes to wear when they go up the mountain in the future. Recently, these players have learned the true teachings of the adventure team next door, and their skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, there is also the auxiliary plug-in Jiozhong, which helps with sewing, ironwork, and farming, allowing the villa to enter the semi-nomadic era, which directly reduces the difficulty of each profession by 50%. Old steward, come and play often when you are free. Farewell to the enthusiastic Lin Daiyu, and the 6 pieces of equipment she sent: boots, wrist guards, robes, pants, hats, belts. A glance at the identification eye. The kindness of the novice village chief, 6/6. Let's not talk about various data attributes. What makes Ningzheng speechless is a certain attribute. Weak my Lingyu. The village chief wearing this clothes will shine brightly, make people feel kind, and double the favorability. Ningzheng exclaimed, good guys, recently everyone has worn new clothes, and they didn't forgive me, it's so loving. But he didn't put on the clothes. Instead, he said to Jiozhai, who was looking forward to it, well, the clothes are nice. They are thoughtful, and are the styles I like. You can wear them when you recruit new blacksmiths to go up the mountain next time. The blacksmith shop next door also started selling weapons, and put them on the shelves. Sir, look at our weapons, cool dragon-slaying swords. Dao Jiuzhou also greeted in the store. Ningzheng identified them, and found that the attributes of each weapon were very good. There was also a series of the best swords in the village on the shelf. Before leaving, Dao Jiuzhou also enthusiastically gave a storage bag of village good swords, saying that when the tasks were issued, they could be given to the new blacksmiths as rewards. Ningzheng left with the gift again. In the Lingnong district, a shop was also opened. Millions of magical powers preferred shop Yu Mudsmith was also waiting in the shop. This is our magic power. All kinds of talents and skills can be bought here. No cheating. Walking into the shop, they specialize in selling spiritual roots, planted in pots, isolated in glass covers. Apparently, there is also a specialty store here. Ningzheng also got a gift. As for the alchemy room, Pet shop. Various synthetic pet eggs are placed on the shelves, and the eggs are labeled. On the label, it is the race synthesized by who, and you have to pay a patent fee. If you buy the egg, you can transfer to this character, or you can keep it as a pet. After walking around for a long time, Ningzheng found that it has become an extremely complete game city, and most of the novice and advanced equipment and elixirs can be purchased in various shops. You can also open the attributes to identify these equipment and elixirs, no cheating. Even Ningzheng wanted to come in and play. It was really like an online game. You can imagine. These 1,000 internal test players will become big bosses and mentor NPCs after the public beta, leading the leaks to shine. Not bad, very well done. Ningzheng looked at the Ember babies coming and going on the street and gave high praise. Jiuzai Rong was very happy to hear the praise. There are now more than 10,000 NPCs in the whole villa. We have solidified our own Ember clone logic, some to watch the store, some to clean the sanitation, some to take tasks. We are the 1,000 source codes of the ancestors, incarnated into countless NPC clones, spread all over the city, and maintain the operation of this city. Ningzheng was more and more pleased to hear this. This city is good, and we will recruit native blacksmiths and earth players to log in here together in the future. Ningzheng had already imagined how shocked they were. After a round of inspection, looking at the surrounding system, and encouraging the heads of various regions, Ningzheng came to the steward's room. The next door is going to become an immortal. They should have sent back the information of Xian's research project, right? Ningzheng asked while sitting on a chair. Ah, you are well informed. The next door has already brought back the research results of Xian's project. And there is also the Reborn Phoenix Fire magical instrument. The manufacturing drawings have also been given to us. We can build an Ember resurrection point at any time. Jiuzai Rong took a stack of game information from the bookshelf and handed it over. Ningzheng took it and scanned it quickly. Jiuzai Rong, as a qualified lackey, introduced beside him. Xian's batch immortalization technology requires strong luck blessing. Our Jojo's luck system is not popularized, and there is no way to use it at present. We need to have Xian in hand, and we need to popularize the fortune system of Jojo. Once we defeat competitors such as Xi and Shichen and snatch Xian, we can use this technology to mass-produce immortals, and our whole villa will be full of immortals. Obviously, Jiuzai Rong has a very good idea. Our main research is this Phoenix Rebirth instrument. Are you going to revive the embers in the villa? For example, street lamps? Ningzheng asked calmly without looking up while browsing the information. No, no, no. Of course not. Jiuzai Rong said, embers don't get tired, they work quickly, and they become waste if they are resurrected and become living people. After all, humans have limits, but Gui is unlimited. Our idea is to make one when we have resources and time, but not for Gui. After all, this thing can be used by natives. For example, if we like a certain Gui NPC, we can bring it back to the villa to revive it. Ningzheng is not very interested in this. On the contrary, he cares a lot about the technology of Xian. There are many research results about Xian, various analysis and speculations, which benefited him greatly. Okay, the adventure team next door has made great contributions. With this information, I can go to Xian, the body I possessed before, to complete my foundation. Ningzheng smiled. Ningzheng's 7-colored spiritual roots and the 5-element cycle are artificial cycles that were forcibly implanted. They have defects and have not been completely integrated and transformed into the first part of himself. Now that he has this information, he should go to Xian to complete his foundation. With a clatter, Ningzheng left the sword-casting villa, his body quietly disappeared, came to Xian, and quietly entered it. He sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed in Xian's brain. This retreat should take 10 days, and half a month. The blacksmiths outside should be able to run on their own. I believe they are already a group of mature game farming players. When he came out of retreat, ED and others next door would probably come out soon, and the great outbreak of the sacrifice era was coming. Chapter 833. Xian's body, in the brain. Countless pseudo-human 3 flowers, disguised as Xian's brain, took over Xian's body and controlled Xian's body to fall asleep. These pseudo-human brain flowers. It was the hidden hand left by Ningzheng in the previous battle with Xian. During this period of time, he did not come to control Xian, because every time he controlled Xian, the brain nerve flowers that took over his body would disappear. The time he controlled Xian was limited. But now, he came here to complete the foundation and also to study what kind of biological structure Xian is. It just so happens that the neighbor got the method, so let's study this Xian. Before controlling, I only knew the surface, not the principle. Now Ning Zhang's vision has long been different from the past, and the neighbor provides various research materials and information on Xian. He understands more and more what kind of life Xian is. First of all, Jiuzhou's Xian is indeed an empty shell of soul, an ember. The Xian next door is a metal stone. Obviously, according to the different tomb systems in each world, the shape of the corpse after Xian's death is also different. And Xian did not have any traces of cultivation before his death. He was immortal. But he was born very powerful. In terms of various structures and levels of his body, he was born to be a powerful immortal, even more extreme. There were no immortals in the world. People referred to the structure of Xian and studied the method of becoming an immortal. Moreover, even this final breakthrough method of becoming an immortal is to enter Xian and use his origin to break through to become an immortal. There is a cycle of sacrifice eras, and the alternation of biological destruction and great restart of civilization. So, in every world, someone has lost a natural immortal. Is it a conspiracy, or is it the rule of the world? It could even be some kind of ancient powerful cross-border being, similar to the god of creation like Nuwa, who has the power to create thousands of clones, and has projections in every world. Ning Zhang had all kinds of speculations. He didn't believe it. The painter didn't speculate on this. He must have discovered many Xian a long time ago. It's even possible that the painter knows the true origin of these Xian. Ning Zhang thought about it, and felt that there was a great terror and conspiracy in it. This water is too deep. This offering, opening up the origin of civilization, is the cornerstone of every world and the step for them to ascend to immortality. Maybe it will be involved in some great cause and effect. But perhaps, I can study the principle of offering, and then I can become an immortal myself in the future without offering. Although this is slower and more difficult, the potential is higher and stronger. Start to do my own thing. Ning Zhang thought about it, and stopped thinking about it. Thinking more would only add to his troubles. He began to sense the immortal fate of offering according to the technology studied next door. When he looked at the stock, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so full!" The immortal fate vase of offering is so full that it has been filled to the mouth of the bottle, and is about to overflow. This world has never completed the cycle of the first sacrifice era. It has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. There are too many immortal fates. And the offerings of the destiny world are that every time they just accumulate to the threshold, there is only a thin layer of immortal fate in the vase. More than 1,000,000 years is considered an era cycle. Just when they can barely break through, those people begin to break through. The two are not at the same level at all. No wonder the Night Emperor next door, after getting the technical information, his first reaction was to come to Jiuzhou after becoming an immortal. It is estimated that he has taken a fancy to this place, and has accumulated great opportunities for countless tens of thousands of years. However, I have only reached the first level of the 10 realms, and I am still far from becoming an immortal. Now, with the help of Xian's evolutionary power, the right way is to complete the cycle. His eyes were slightly closed. He began to use Xian's embers to evolve the virus power, that kind of pure and gentle life force to improve his foundation. Sword Casting Villa. Sun and Moon Su Yunyang took Ning Jiao and strode into the square, and took a look at the little Taoist priests, who were taking tasks everywhere. Their names were floating above their heads. 9-year-old does not wet the bed. Sanyuan Realm Qi Realm. Shao Chai Kuan. Sanyuan Realm Shen Realm. Now that the data identification function has been fully implemented, Su Yunyang couldn't help but nod her head. The name is floating above the head. It has a bit of NPC flavor. Recently, I took Jiao out for training, hunting in the surrounding seas, practicing combat skills, and I haven't come back for more than 10 days. These animals have been updated. After all, the cultivation of monks is not divided by time, and a mere 10 days is nothing. You have also opened a bunch of stores, preparing to welcome the new year? She came to the village sword at the door of the weapon shop, and couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. Hey, do you want to buy one for your collection? In the store, the coder couldn't help but promote. The village sword is our latest out-of-print series. There are only 10,000, and 8,000 of them are in the hands of the old steward. Only the top novice players, who complete the most difficult novice tasks in the hands of the old steward, can get the reward of that person. But now, you don't need to go through difficult tasks from the old steward. You only need to spend 5,000 magic coins to get a limited edition weapon. Sun Moon Su Yunyang was shocked. In an instant, she understood their ill intentions. Sending a batch of weapons to the old steward was actually to let him be a free advertisement to get some wool from the rich players in the future public beta. They are not capable of completing the tasks of the novice village chief, but want to get a best sword in the village as a souvenir, so they must come here to bleed a lot. These people are too insidious. The calculations are all on the old steward. Sun Moon Suyunyang sneered, TSK. I don't collect. I am the sun and moon in the sky. When the public beta is online, I will launch a weather system. The rich people in the villa can find me to customize how many clouds there are today, the temperature of the sun, and how hot it is. Coder, ? He was shocked. When exploiting novice players, and being an NPC background board, this one still stands out. Weather system? So cruel. Ryu Suyunyang enjoyed someone's shocked look, walked straight into the housekeeping room, and looked at Jiotsirong sitting in the office. Do you have any quota for the reincarnation of the mother and child without birth? Ryu Suyunyang sat down carelessly. I want to get one for my Ning Jiao Jiao, and give birth to a dragon girl, super cool. Jiotsirong was stunned. This experiment is managed by the fairy ant and the medical fairy. I will ask them. He took out the drawing card, asked a few questions from the laboratory next door, and then said, these 10 fetus quotas are 10 top quality landing numbers. But several fetuses have been wasted in the past few months. Before, a blacksmith was allowed to land and raise the fetus inside. He punched his mother's belly every day, and his belly was thumping, and he ended up breaking his belly. It was so miserable. And the second one learned the lesson and was born, but the baby's appearance was not good. A lot of resources were spent, and only the top-grade spiritual roots were generated. Sun and Moon Suyunyang pondered it carefully, and in the blink of an eye, she figured it out. That thing reincarnated in an illusion, and it reincarnated in the mother's belly, and finally gave birth to a holy fetus. You blacksmiths are all unlearned, and have a frivolous foundation. Even if you are given a top-grade account, it will be useless. Only natives who have made steady progress can use those top-grade accounts, and reincarnate into top-grade babies. Jiotsirong nodded, that's indeed the truth, so we are still studying how to use this account. Give me one. Ning Jiao Jiao has a very stable foundation and can be used. Suyunyang smiled. Have you started taking the last step? Jiotsirong suddenly laughed. You have to understand that once you start to transform into a dragon, you can't turn back, and your foundation is completely fixed. Then you must be ready. Why do you think I've been missing for so long and not participating in your main activities? Sun and Moon Suyunyang said, we are super combined, and we will be strong competitors in the Battle of Offerings, and beat Xi and Shichen and others. Jiotsirong said, I heard that the Night Emperor next door is also preparing to become an immortal, and then cross over to come back. The competitor is quite powerful. He is a fairy who came back, bullying the weak? Stealing the fairy fate of mortals? Sun Moon Suyunyang was stunned and cursed. Who cares about him? He is just a yin and yang spiritual root. We have double 7-color spiritual roots. Mortal bodies fight against fairies. Then I wish you good luck. Jiotsirong smiled and said, but you have to pay for the top-grade account yourself. Okay, keep a record for me. Sun Moon Suyunyang was full of fighting spirit. When I trap the dragon and ascend to heaven, I will blow up the world's pride and rule the world for eternity. Chapter 834. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since Ning Jiao Jiao entered the holy fetus of Wusheng Inbi Gui, she began to nurture a powerful life, and her heart was beating. Her yin-yang spiritual root was chosen from Jiao Sui next door, Dragon Flower Emperor seat, 10 times the power of flesh and blood, 10 times the power of soul, and it circulates back and forth. This is the yin-yang spiritual root chosen by Jiao Sui himself, so it must be good. Although, he used this thing on his 9-5 Supreme Sword to provide energy for himself. And Ning Jiao Jiao used it on herself. After all, if a strong man does not have a huge basic value and his physical body is not strong enough, then your 7 kinds of magical powers are just fancy. And what is the use of 3 seconds of withering? Generally speaking. When matching the 7-color spiritual roots, it is best to have 1 or 2 magical powers that store energy and increase the basic energy level. This soul and physical body have a 10-fold increase in circulation, which is very powerful, and they can also flow to each other. Blood bar for soul bar for blood bar. The 5 elements of spiritual roots are holy martial armor, earth, energy storage shell, water, golden god, gold, Dao Sui Shanghua, wood, shadow crocodile, fire. This combination is obviously well thought out. Neither the mask nor the human god flower is taken, because it does not follow the path of puppets and transformation. It takes a pure melee frontal fighting style, gathering thousands of martial arts in one. The holy martial armor provides a super strong invincible golden body and energy storage shell, which can store energy and counterattack during the battle. Dao Sui Shenghua, which gives birth to 9 with spiritual roots, provides recovery and energy storage. The Golden God follows the Taoist system, which is actually mainly to practice the luck of the number of lines. While the 3 paths are combined into one, it also blesses itself with various buffs. With a meat shield and buff, it's just like a paladin, so tanky, but the only output point of this system is Shadow Crocodile. The Shadow Crocodile is one of the strongest output players. Similar to the White Tiger's magical power next door, it is the kind that gets stronger the more it hits. The White Tiger attacks repeatedly. And the Shadow Crocodile is a soul attack, which makes you drop soul bubbles, and the soul bubbles that drop become small clones that attack you, weakening you and strengthening me. Originally, the goal of Sun and Moon Su Yunyang is to use the pure physical damage White Tiger to replace the soul damage Shadow Crocodile. In this way, she will completely take the pure physical attack route. After all, the energy shell accumulates physical impact, which is very suitable for physical damage. But the magic power of the White Tiger clan is obviously not available. In addition, it is also planned to use the stronger Black Tortoise, the spikes to counterinjure, to replace the weaker energy shell of the Giant Shell clan. It's a pity that it can't be obtained. But if you think about it carefully, it's not a defect. The soul-injured Shadow Crocodile can increase the attack surface of the attribute, with a wide attack range and a high fault tolerance rate. The Xuanwu spikes cannot be obtained, but the defense of the energy shell is actually higher than that of the Xuanwu, but the rebound damage is much lower. And this pure crazy dragon, coupled with her ever-changing Super Sun and Moon Dragon Ball, has a wider attack surface, of course. There are too many resources to eat. Now the villa has become rich, but with 7 heavenly spirit roots and various cultivation resources, it is estimated that all the recent gains must be squeezed out to raise such a monster. After all, the stronger the cultivator, the more there is a super team behind him, and it is also a gold-absorbing beast. No matter what, the first 7-color holy dragon guarding the mountain in our villa is about to be born. With my mountain-protecting sun and moon artifact, the future is promising. Our villa must go all out. The Lingnong district, the blacksmith shop, and the hairpin mother tower will help her improve her combat power and fight for us in the world. Fight for the immortal fate. Just as Sun and Moon Su Yunyang expected, a young dragon was born from the body of a demon king of the unborn mother. Roar! The roars echoed through the villa. Ningzheng, who was far away next door, saw the scene and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. They really know how to make trouble. Since the two of them have been preparing for so long, how could I not help them? It's just a little bit of luck value. Minus 30 million the moment the number was deducted. Ning Jiao completely went from semi-awakening to awakening and became a real ghost king. At this moment, a new ancestor dragon was born. Li Youju's family of 3 completely became a ghost king family, and 2 of them were ancestor dragons, who could open up a branch of the clan. How do you feel? Sun Moon Su Yunyang looked at the colorful little dragon that had just walked out of the mother's body. It was only the size of an arm, and its scales reflected a strange brilliance. Very good. After Ning Jiao awakened, she no longer kept the memory of her death forever. She began to grow and her life began to flow again. Now she has become much more stable and said, I have broken through to the state of one mind. Every life that transforms into a ghost king will often improve a large realm. That's good. Sun Moon Su Yunyang hurriedly said, according to the next plan, you will start to major in the Taoist system of the Golden God. Hurry up and use your luck to bless yourself. Speed up your enlightenment, study the application of the skills, and go through the 7 realms of the state of one mind to form a 7-orifice exquisite heart. Soon, under the envious gaze of countless blacksmiths, Sun Moon Su Yunyang led people to the training square and used various magic tools to bless. Today, the villa has reached hundreds of millions of luck points every day, which is very terrifying. It is used for training and blessing at a very fast speed. Go, go, go! Jiao Tsirong looked expectant. Our hundreds of millions of luck points every day are all on this mountain-protecting dragon. Let her represent us and fight for the hegemony of the era for us in the future. Ha ha ha, get him a few more 7-color fairy weapons. Xiao Chai Kuan couldn't help saying, beat the Night Emperor next door to tears. Let him experience the beating of society. The god of food said, we raised a mortal dragon in the sword-casting villa to beat the fairy. The carrier of Sun Moon Su Yunyang's artifact has become a gem. It was commissioned to be forged next door. Now the Sun Moon Divine Weapon can really exert its power. But it's not enough. They also want to get a 6-god suit. Forge. Start working on this person's 6-god suit. The main storyline of this game has always been farming. If we forge iron and make clothes, we can dominate the era. That's right, Sister Lin, you guys should also pay attention and contact the Destiny World over there to get the Dragon Girl robe and Dragon Girl boots. Go! 6 God suit. Get the set attributes. In the Hegemony era, follow the main quest, it depends on her. The blacksmiths are busy again. Obviously they are preparing to make a big wave. How can we not participate in the Hegemony era? Players who don't participate in the main line of the Immortal Hegemony tournament are soulless. However, what Ningzheng cares about is that they use huge luck to bless, and Ningjiaju is just an auxiliary to the realm of cultivation. It is not like Ningzheng, who can directly use the luck value to break through the realms one by one. The luck value is like a gun. In the hands of these low-level cultivators, it will not be used to fire bullets, but can only be used as a stick to swing. In the hands of the Fate Gambling Table, the gun can be used as a Gatling gun, which is not on the same level. However, even so, with the assistance of a huge amount of luck, the speed of cultivation is also very fast, and Ningjiaju also frantically took out a soul summoning banner, and 8 ghosts one bite at a time. This is the unique upgrade mode of the Ghost King. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. This seems to be the calm before the storm. Nothing big happened. All forces are busy with their own affairs in a targeted manner. Whether it is the next door Tianming world or the Jojo world here, all parties are busy. On the Shirong Academy side, the orders of the 7-color fairy soldiers have basically been completed. In fact, there are not many immortal weapons, mainly Zhao Zai, Feng Wangyi, Baihu, Jiu Tu Long Di, Xuanwu Yi Di. Even so, this forging speed shocked everyone. It's just too fast. This made them start to suspect one thing. Zhujian Villa may have an immortal weapon similar to Hongming, which can extend hundreds of mechanical arms to assist in iron forging in various processes. Or, they have cultivated the ability of clones, and one blacksmith can be used as dozens of blacksmiths. For this point, Wu Xingjing, who secretly changed his appearance and joined Shirong Academy to study, also thought to himself, I'm afraid it's the ability of clones. I didn't expect that I haven't realized the real Shadow Crocodile iron forging technique yet. They must be using the Shadow Crocodile clones to forge iron. Come on, Wu Xingjing, continue to develop new Shadow Crocodile technology. She kept encouraging herself. Chapter 835. Destiny World. In this month of Jojo, 3,000 years have passed next door. As early as the first 1,000 years of obtaining the immortal fate, Emperor Zongwu completed the final breakthrough and became an immortal. After all, he had walked halfway to the immortal road before, and then went out to fight with Emperor Yi. It is natural to complete the last part now. And the tribulations he went through to become an immortal are 3 disasters and 1 tribulation. The 3 disasters of flesh, soul, and life, and 1 gold attribute. He went through 4 of the 10 disasters. He was already very satisfied. If it was before, he would have only gone through 2 disasters and 1 tribulation, and his potential to become an immortal was even lower. As for the multi-attribute cycle, this road is obviously more difficult to walk. He did not practice the Jojo system, there was no circulation in his body, and he was born unable to walk the yin and yang cycle and the 5 elements cycle. Moreover, he had already vaguely felt that if he was really given the upper limit of 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, he would not be able to walk to perfection. The further he went, the more terrifying the disasters he had to go through, and each time was a great extinction and great destruction. The next few, if not careful, will die, even if Emperor Zongwu really has 7-color spiritual roots. With a limit of 10 realms, he can reach the 5th and 6th realms, but he dare not continue, and can only turn around to become an immortal. In this way, 1 more potential or 1 less potential will not be a problem for him. In this world, if there are really people with 7-color spiritual roots, the upper limit is 3 disasters and 7 tribulations. I guess he can't finish them. He can't stand it after reaching more than half. This is not the upper limit that human power can reach. 3 disasters and 1 tribulation, and walking through 4 tribulations realms, is enough for me. Emperor Zongwu was very happy. In our history, the top immortals only have 2 disasters and 1 tribulation, and most of them even have the minimum standard of 1 disaster and 1 tribulation to become immortals. I have already crushed them. And the Taoist system itself is extremely outstanding and almighty. After becoming an immortal, the road will be wider. He felt the powerful strength of his body, but he did not get carried away, because he had just become an immortal, and the gap between him and mortals was not that big. Yi could gather the fate of the whole world through life and death testament and kill himself. He had no idea of betrayal, but instead thought, I am not in a hurry to go out and help them. Someone teaching and leading them to condense the foundation of the immortal way is 2 speeds faster than no one teaching them. And in the next 2,000 years, Zhang Wudi taught Jian Xian and Yi Di, constantly helping them to improve their foundation and improve their racial structure without any selfishness. It must be said, Zhang Wudi and Jian Xian are both relatively pure seekers of the way. And one is an extreme shield, and the other is an extreme sword. These 2 people hit it off at first sight, and became close friends over the years. Among the 3, only Emperor Yi has a strange mind, and likes to set up schemes, but this also makes him successful. I help you, Emperor Zongwu said with a smile. Emperor Yi nodded and sighed in his heart. I originally thought that Yin and Yang spiritual roots were very weak, and wanted to find an opportunity to walk the 7-color spiritual roots. In fact, it was my fantasy. My talent is there. 3 disasters and 2 dilemmas, flesh, soul, life, Yin, Yang. After completing the 5 stages of transformation, I can't bear it anymore. This is a problem of talent and understanding. His understanding was not high to begin with. It was only by relying on the blessing of the understanding buff of luck that he could barely reach this step. He has walked 5 of the 10 stages of transformation, which is very satisfactory to him. The protagonist in the storybook, who has to walk all 13 levels of chi refining, probably only appears in the storybook. Even the overlords of their time found it difficult to complete the 10 great calamities. After all, Jian Xian had only experienced 3 calamities and 1 tribulation. He only restored 1 spiritual root, but did not dare to join the yin-yang cycle, because he mainly copied the god in his heart. Once he joined other cycles, the god in his heart would no longer be a pure spiritual body, and could not jump in his heart. After careful calculation, among the 3 people, the others had 4 calamities, and he had completed 5 calamities, which was still the highest. 3,000 years passed in a flash. The outside world. In the capital, the emperor of the divine banquet, who was sitting on the throne, left the court meeting, dealt with many things, and went to see his mother, the queen mother Yi Tianai. Yi Tianai had not completed the 3 calamities, and 1 tribulation over the years, so she could not become an immortal. Moreover, her aptitude was only above average, and it was already very difficult for her to complete these realms, which was a far cry from the Emperor of the Night. After all, the Emperor of the Night was the reincarnation of the Gui King. As the Gui King, his aptitude was greatly improved after living a second life. Mother, Yi Shenyan said, why hasn't father come out of retreat yet? I guess he will soon. Yi Tianai showed a kind look. His eldest son was a promising talent, with the same talent as his father, but he was also relatively immature in his mind. After all, he was born in a wealthy family, and grew up with a silver spoon, so it was natural that he was not ruthless. When your father and I ascend to heaven and leave, this world will be yours to rule, Yi Tianai said softly. Don't worry, Yi Shenyan said confidently, haven't I managed it well in the past 3,000 years? I will also ascend to heaven next and catch up with you. Yi Tianai could not deny it. That's because your father and several uncles, who were in retreat to become immortals, killed a group of people before, so they dared not act rashly. After your father and his friends left, they might have evil intentions. There are countless new strong men in the world, and they will always have all kinds of thoughts. But she couldn't say anything. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. The resources that should be given have been given. If it really can't be done, there is no need to force the dynasty to be in the Yi family. This can't control the world, it's good to give it to others. At this moment, the whole Shenjing suddenly shook, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. A huge and vast crushing aura emerged from the depths of Shenjing. It's my father and Uncle Zhang Wudi. They have become immortals. Yi Shenyan showed a look of horror, and then showed great excitement. With a crash, the 3 flew in the sky. The luck on his body was surrounded, and his eyes were like stars, with a kind of ethereal majesty that transcended the world. The Night Emperor only glanced at Yi Tianai and Yi Shenyan below, and said, in the past, after becoming an immortal, it was the beginning of the new world. Now the new world has been open for more than 7,000 years, and it is still considered to be the beginning. The 3 of us should follow the example of our predecessors, and preach in this world, during the creation of the world. On this day, the 3 immortals were born and were called the 3 great Taoist masters by the world. They were passed down forever and worshipped by people. Taoist temples everywhere were full of incense. The people of the world of destiny also witnessed history. They are really the people of destiny, and there will be an endless stream of immortals in the future. Even the immortals who are high above have to be wary and respectful of their world and dare not come easily, After preaching for 3 months, the three of them dispersed, dealt with things, consolidated their foundation, and prepared to ascend. The Night Emperor also sorted out the dynasty, and called the 2 children to come. When you encounter difficulties, listen to your uncle, the Prime Minister, the Emperor. But the 36 subordinates of Fumian Emperor are now the 36 Tian gang. When your uncle Fumian Emperor is here, you can trust them. They were the core of my conquest of the world. Each of them is in the ever-changing Hua realm. But your uncle Fumian Emperor will ascend sooner or later. The next wave of immortal fate is about to be accumulated. He should be the next batch of retreat. It's okay for your uncle Fumian Emperor to retreat. After he ascends, you must be careful of the 36 Tian gang. You can't always rely on them. If they have any other intentions, you should directly cut the grass and root them out and strangle them in the cradle. Yi Shenyan nodded in agreement. In his heart, he secretly sighed that his father was too murderous. The 37 people followed him, and only believed in the Prime Minister Fumian Emperor. Yi Di didn't care that he couldn't listen, and sighed, I ascended this time. I don't know the situation in the outside world. I don't know if I can easily return. Maybe it's a farewell forever. Father. The 2 sons cried. Yi Di ignored him, and directly put his wife Yi Tianai into the Xiaodonshan magic weapon, and took her away. He, Jian Xian and Zhang Wudi broke through the boundary and left. 2 fools. Yi Di said in his heart, I took your mother out for a trip, and I went back to Jiuzhou. I have already thought about the shock of those guys in Jujin Villa. He was full of expectations. When the 3 of them crossed the boundary, they saw a piece of terrifying space turbulence vortex, and the world was in chaos. Calculate the time, you are finally here. In the void outside the world of destiny, a strong man in a white robe said lightly, I came here to extradite my fellow Taoists from my hometown. It took 7,000 years to absorb the immortal fate and perfect the footing, which is quite standard. The man put his hands behind his back and spoke lightly. After the erupting space vortex subsided, he looked at the 3 people in front of him and was immediately shocked. Why are there 3 of you? Chapter 836. The old man was kind and looked at the 3 of them in amazement. Why the 3 of us became immortals? We will talk about this later. As a true native of this world, Emperor Zongwu said directly, we must be on guard against others. You still need to prove that you are an immortal from our hometown. The old man smiled and nodded. Indeed, I saw that you were too surprised and forgot to reveal my identity first. After that, the old man showed his magical power and revealed his origin. He became an immortal in the same system as the metal magical stone. He is indeed an immortal from their system. Emperor Zongwu nodded to Emperor Yi. There is indeed no problem. Emperor Yi has always been cautious, fearing that it was a disguise. He used the Yunshu Tianyin to observe again, and confirmed that there was no abnormality. Then he calmed down slightly. May I ask your name, senior? Mu Qianxuan. The old man had a fairy-like appearance and smiled slightly. You have changed your times, so you should not remember me. I was also the Thousand Eyes Emperor of an era, but my life is long, and can be traced back to the most distant period of the sacrificial period. After that, the old man took out an ark and invited several people to enter it, isolating the turbulent air of the outside world. After several people sat down, Mu Qianxuan poured tea for them and said, there are a total of 7 people who are still alive after ascending in our world. I am the eldest among them, and have the longest lifespan. Next, I will lead you to the Xianjia, or the fairyland. Xianjia? May I ask where this Xianjia, the fairyland, is? Emperor Yi couldn't help asking. Mu Qianxuan said, the so-called fairyland is essentially just a bigger world, no different from the world you live in. It is said that the first few great immortals found that their world was too small after they became immortals, and fighting could easily destroy the world and destroy all living things. It was like a giant living in a small house was uncomfortable, and they had to curl up and squat to live, so they pushed several worlds with their bare hands and merged them together, and then over time, they developed into the immortal world. The Night Emperor seemed to have realized something. In essence, there is no dimensional difference from our current destiny world. The so-called sacrifice world is essentially the largest world among countless worlds. Then can we not ascend and live in the previous destiny world? Said the Night Emperor. Mu Qianxuan nodded. Of course, if you are not afraid of your hometown being broken, a random fight or a breath can easily destroy the continent. After a long time, you will know how uncomfortable it is. And there are 2 side effects. 1. If you stay in your own world, it is difficult for you to make progress and your realm cannot be improved. Because the world you were born in is too small. Unless you also have the ability to turn your world into another sacrifice world. This is not impossible. Some powerful groups have built some small fairy worlds. Although they are not as large as the fairy world, they also have infinite potential. 2. If you stay in your homeland and interfere with civilization, it will not be conducive to the development of future generations into fairy. You will not have helpers to become fairy. Therefore, their best process is to preach after becoming a fairy, and then leave. Every once in a while, they will come back to pick up the fairies killed by their homeland. Let nature fight and become fairy, and they will be the strongest ones. So that's it. Yi Di understood. Since I have told you some information, can you also tell me why there are 3 of you? Mu Qianxuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Is it accidental, or some kind of means? If so, our faction will be prosperous. Of course, I will not hide this from my predecessor. Yi Di picked and chose, and told a story. First of all, he could not tell him that he was a foreigner, occupying the magpie's nest. His version of the story is as follows. There was an invasion from outer space, and a strange, sticky, corpse-stinking life appeared, which was a disaster to the world, and was called Chongjin Emperor. Chongjin Emperor defeated everyone in the world, puppet all living beings, and the common people entered the Dark Era. And he was a little native, growing up all the way, understanding the destiny, and finally opened up his destiny, and overthrew the evil invaders from another world. At this point, Yi Di's face showed some grief and anger. Those foreign demons who want to attack our hometown should be killed. Zhang Wu Di, Jian Xian, They have roughly guessed Yi Di's true identity now. He is the real despicable foreigner. He mixed into the natives in this way, overthrew the evil, and still fooled this native immortal. Mu Qianxuan heard it, with a look of relief on his face, and exclaimed, "Great! There are such people. You have such powerful power. God wants to strengthen our lineage." He was full of joy, and he couldn't believe it in his heart. I tell you straight. Only after becoming an immortal will you be involved in the fate, and you have not become an immortal, but you have started practicing? He looked at the bodies of the 3 people, with luck and auspicious clouds, as if they were the world's rare treasures, and was very excited. Incredible. It's really incredible. If it gets out, others will be jealous. Yi Di couldn't help asking, before becoming an immortal, couldn't other people cultivate destiny? Mu Qianxuan nodded solemnly. That's right. After becoming an immortal, you can feel the opportunity and cause and effect in the dark, and then cultivate destiny as a supplement, but it's just a superficial practice. But definitely not as powerful as you who cultivate destiny as a main part. You may be the first case in the world to cultivate destiny before becoming an immortal, which may mean the outbreak node of a civilization. Of course, this is just because I am an old man with shallow knowledge. There may be some secret worlds with similar systems. Anyway, it is rare. The old man became more and more excited. He didn't expect that this time, they would guide the younger generation and give birth to such a powerful civilization system in this era. Just your technology of mass breeding of immortal fate is comparable to those big forces. We have completely risen. Yi Di heard that other people could also produce artificial immortal fate, and he was no exception. I was lucky to achieve this result quickly. But he is unlucky, but he has been an immortal for a long time, and he has spent a lot of time and research step by step. There must be some big forces that can come up with this technology. But according to the old man's description, this artificial immortal fate technology is a confidential technology of big forces. After all, you can understand it if you think about it. They produce immortals in batches. How can you fight them with your wild ways? You can't even compare with them in quantity. From this, it can be inferred that this old man belongs to the bottom force of the Xianjia, and can only survive in the world. Mu Qianxuan can't wait any longer, you guys. You can follow me to the Xianjia now, and I will take you to meet the other brothers. No hurry. At this time, Yi Di said, "Senior, please tell us the location of the sacrifice world first, and we will find you later. I want to go to Jiuzhou for revenge." When he said this, he showed an extremely angry look. The Chongjin Emperor is the heretic who came from the Jiuzhou world. He harmed our hometown, brought the stench of corpses, and polluted our land. I want to take revenge. Jiuzhou? Mu Qianxuan showed a trace of horror and waved his hand quickly. You can't go to that world. There are great horrors. Yi Di couldn't help asking, could it be that there are immortals in the Jiuzhou world? Mu Qianxuan showed a trace of solemnity. Of course not, but the immortals went to the Jiuzhou world and many of them died. It is a taboo in the surrounding world. There are great horrors. Yi Di was shocked. Even the immortals can't be defeated. A group of mortals? Mu Qianxuan explained, we will be suppressed if we go to other worlds with different systems. And this suppression comes from the tombs everywhere in the world. Only in our hometown, in the world of the same system, will our immortals' combat power not be suppressed? For example, the Chongjin Emperor you mentioned came to our world, and was madly suppressed by our metal tombs everywhere, and his soul power was sucked away. And if we go to the Jojo world, we will also be madly suppressed by their ember tombs. Immortals will also be suppressed by the overwhelming Jojo ancestral tombs, which pollute the spiritual energy, suppress their combat power, and filthy their immortal bodies. It is a disgusting and sticky poison that ruins our Taoism. Mu Qianquan said that the Jojo world is next to them. How could they not have explored it? But at that time, the three immortals went to explore and travel, and were stunned by the great horror of that world. Fake people embers. The whole world was tainted by a kind of filthy and incomprehensible terror. Even the sun and moon were the evil moon and the evil sun, which were the Dharma images of the terrifying evil emperor of that world, with their eyes focused. Even the stars were the Dharma images of their evil souls. And their immortal cultivation was suppressed. At that time, they were ambushed by a terrifying existence, and that person killed immortals with a mortal body. Of the three immortals, only he came back alive. After that, he no longer dared to go to the neighboring Jojo turbid realm, and slowly led the people of his hometown to develop, and then slowly formed a new group of 7. I will never forget those fake people, their stiff and wooden smiles. Mu Qianquan showed a look of horror, as if recalling some inner demon. They were lurking around us at that time, and we couldn't tell the real from the fake. So that's it. Yi suddenly realized, the tomb is suppressed, the turbid air tomb is full of turbid air, and the immortals who enter may be surrounded and killed by mortals. Not to mention that Jojo's combat power is already strong, and there is also a Super 6 class painter. Thinking of this, Yi couldn't help but look at this old senior. Then I will listen to you, not go to Jojo world, go to Xinjia to have a look. Okay, it's best not to go. Mu Qianquan showed a relieved smile. It's good not to go, there is great terror and great evil in that place, and it's impossible to see through it. Swoosh! The entire immortal boat set sail, and headed for Xinjia. And Yi looked at Mu Qianquan, who was frightened, and his heart was cold. How could I not go? There can't suppress me, a native immortal, over there, and going back to Jojo is as comfortable as going home. Of course I lied to you. Wait for me to accompany you to the offering world, and then secretly return to Jojo. Of course he lied to you. In the dark of the space turbulence, another old man, with the kind face of Mu Qianquan, hid in the dark with a look of fear and despair. He hid in the dark, and watched another Mu Qianquan as a guide, taking the 3 newly ascended immortals away. He is fake, he is a fake person. This kind immortal, watching the 3 immortals from his hometown being taken away, suddenly knelt on the ground, full of despair and sadness. Younger generations, I am sorry for you. Our batch of ascended immortals have long been taken away by that terrifying figure, long been taken away by him. How can I save my hometown? How can I save the immortals who ascended in every era from being led into the devil's cave? Chapter 837. The old man was in tears, and almost collapsed. At this moment, he felt like he was living a life worse than death, watching another self replace him to smile, practice, grow, and guide the immortals in his world to ascend. That should have been his job. That fake person was replacing his connections, and harming the new buds and young generations of their world. And he could only hide in the dark, hide in a secret room and watch, gritting his teeth, watching the disaster of fake people. This feeling is something that ordinary people cannot understand. He comes once every million years, silently watching that self take away the descendants of the newly ascended hometown world. His expression becomes more and more painful and numb. Alas, alas! With a long sigh of despair, the flying boat in the distance has already left. In the turbulent space, the old man opened his new fake person observation diary, and reviewed the beginning. 1,000 Eyes Calendar 1.08 million years. I, the 1,000 Eyes Emperor, have ascended to heaven. I will dominate the world. The future will wait for me. I will let the world witness my greatness and extraordinariness. The future can't wait for me. I am so mediocre. The world of sacrifice is beautiful, but also cruel. They caught me to mine. It seems that every immortal without background is a miner. The flow rate of time in this world of sacrifice is very special. One day in heaven is 100 years underground. I heard from the big guys, who are supervising the mining, that only some special worlds that absorb the origin of other worlds have such great power. The special nature of the flow rate of time. It takes more than 1 million years to become an immortal in my hometown. How long is it when it is converted into 1 day in the immortal world? In any case, I believe that at this flow rate, I will soon be able to return to my hometown regularly and receive my descendants. We came back to mine together, and then we got resources to practice. 1.99 million years in the Qianmu calendar. A mine disaster broke out in my area, and those miners took the opportunity to rebel, and I was innocently implicated. I was forced to go to the pioneer camp to atone my sins as a guilty person, and participated in the Pingbai River battle to fight for territory for the boss above. I heard that it was another mineral vein. Hatch died, John also died, and I was the only one left. The cursed disease and despair made them die painfully. 2.31 million years in the Qianmu calendar. I, the Qianmu Emperor, am still alive. I have completed my service in the death squad and became one of the only 3 survivors left. I was reassigned to be a miner. It turns out that mining is the happiest thing in the world. I applied for a vacation and returned to my hometown world. I received the Queen of Clear Sky, who is a gentle and kind person. She opened up a kind and beautiful era, but it was shattered quickly. Died of fairness and died of kindness, which is my evaluation of her opening up the world. But she and I had a heated discussion about the reproduction and development of civilization. She said that it was true that she died of fairness, but it was precisely because of the fair era that her civilization exploded, and all kinds of brilliant possibilities appeared, giving everyone motivation. I think her point of view is hard to refute. If it is fair, the era will explode, allowing them to overthrow us who are high above, and compete internally. If it is unfair, the era will be silent, and the lower-level monks who cannot resist their fate will not see the hope of being promoted to a higher class, and civilization will stagnate. The sacrifice world is an example. The dead atmosphere is a huge injustice. The existence above is afraid of being overthrown, so it strictly restricts the promotion channel and makes us minors. Although the dead atmosphere of unfairness suppressed possible riots, it was also unpleasant. Perhaps, we should find a middle choice between unfairness and fairness in the era of development. I comforted her who was disheartened and told her that we still have a future, and we can go mining together. The Thousand Eyes calendar is 3.87 million years old. I said goodbye to the Queen of the Sky, who had become skilled in mining and turned into a bronze-skinned heroic miner, and returned to my homeland. I waited outside the world and took away a new descendant of the immortal, the Crazy Shark Emperor. I didn't like this descendant very much. Killing, mania, and extreme, but we must stick together. I believe I can guide them well. The 3 of us mine together. The Thousand Eyes calendar is 3.89 million years old. I saw an immortal who ascended to heaven, and was taken away directly without mining. He is very qualified, 2 disasters and 1 disaster. In the envious eyes of everyone, he walked away proudly, and with his head held high. I recalled that I came here proudly, and with my head held high. We were both full of expectations for the future, but he was not caught to mine. Why? This was the first time I heard about the classification of immortals. People like us who only survived 1 disaster and 1 tribulation to become immortals have the lowest potential, so they are only qualified to mine. It is said that in theory, there are 3 disasters and 7 tribulations, but it is said that no one in the entire immortal world can complete the legendary perfect tribulation to become an immortal. The drunk mine owner said to me, "Who among us does not have the qualifications to cultivate 2 disasters and 1 tribulation? Knowledge is a barrier that makes us go the wrong way, and geniuses become mediocre. Before becoming immortals, we should survive more tribulations and lay a solid foundation. This is simply too important." The 3 of us discussed it, and made up our minds to go back to our hometown to hint at the development of civilization, so that they can cultivate the 2 systems of flesh and soul at the same time, and cultivate another magical power. Every extra catastrophe is a qualitative change. 2 disasters and 1 disaster, you are already a genius in the immortal way, no need to mine. We think we have amazing qualifications, and it is possible to become immortals after surviving a few more disasters. Unfortunately, our era was too simple, and we didn't know how to improve the system. We can't let our hometown go on the wrong path we have already taken. Please let our civilization burst out with a more profound civilization heritage. I firmly believe that a powerful immortal will come out of my hometown and lead us miners to glory. The Qianmu calendar is 3.91 million years. We welcome the holiday. The Crazy Shark Emperor said he wanted to travel to other worlds, and the 3 of us agreed. The Baiyun world seems to be a good world. The offering in their world is an immortal cloud, which is very strange. Sure enough, the offering is the ladder of every world. It is said to be the embodiment of the laws of the world, and some people say it is a certain god who opened up the world, and it appears in the world. Some people even say that the offering is the highest mysterious existence in the opening of the immortal world. He opened up the world and transformed into thousands of people, giving hope to every world. We played for 3 years, and had a lot of fun. But I always felt something was staring at me. I looked back and saw a gentle and virtuous girl. But her smile was creepy and extremely uncomfortable. It was like there was some kind of terrifying creature simulating under the skin of the mask, which made people feel sick instinctively. 3.92 million years of the Chinmu calendar. During our trip, we came to a nearby world called Jeojo. I felt something bad again, and my uneasy premonition became stronger. This world called Jeojo was very strange and terrifying, sticky, disgusting, and full of tombs. Their corpses would be resurrected. We found a unique creature in this world, pseudo-humans. Their smiles were creepy, and their forced anthropomorphic smiles made my heart beat wildly like a drum. Because this feeling reminded me of the creepy smile of the girl in the Bayun world next door, exactly the same. It should be an illusion. Fake people are the specialty of this Kyushu world. How can I encounter them in the Bayun world next door? How can Bayun world also have fake people unique to Kyushu? But I have to say, this thing is too disgusting. I can never imagine how scary it is when several of my fellow Taoists suddenly show me such a creepy smile. Ha ha ha, the world is really interesting. However, I think since I have come to Kyushu, I should follow the local customs and record the calendar according to the year number of this world. In the year 2913 of the Renzu era, spring, heavy snow. Chapter 838. This is the era of Renzu, and it snows heavily in spring. It's a pity that we witnessed a historical legend. The human race and various tribes had been possessed a long time ago. Renzu was just a test product, a toy for the human god to have nothing to do. That guy was called Renshin. The pseudo-human ancestor had already seized power over the human race, which was terrible. Renzu era 2919 summer. We secretly saw Renzu and his rebels in hiding. He was a pitiful hero. He resisted the 3 flowers with admirable willpower, and made the soul flower come out of his neck, but he began to have a migraine. Renzu era 2920 winter. The Queen of Clear Sky smiled at me. Her smile was so creepy. We shouldn't help Renzu. I always feel that we are beginning to be targeted by something. My intuition has always been very sharp, because I am the Thousand Eyes Emperor. I am naturally sensitive, and have developed powerful magical powers in mining. No mineral can escape my eyes. Well, this should be my illusion. This horror world, like a horror movie, has caused a huge shock to the hearts of us travelers. Even the crazy shark emperor said that he has been having nightmares recently. This is a thrilling haunted house adventure. We have studied the iron wire 3-flowered insects, such as pseudo-humans. They are simply unable to take over the level of immortals. We are absolutely safe. Afterwards, the Queen of the Clear Sky also said to me with a normal face, "Hey, that was a funny joke, wasn't it?" I pretended to be a pseudo-human very well. In the spring of the 2925th year of the Ancestor era, absolutely incredible things happened in this world. I once again confirmed that the Queen of the Clear Sky is no longer the original her. How did they do it? We are immortals, and they are just a bunch of mortals, just a bunch of disgusting, slimy mortals. It is impossible for pseudo-humans to possess our bodies. I went to find the Crazy Shark Emperor, but the Crazy Shark Emperor also smiled meaningfully at me. We are falling, a new type of pseudo-human. The Crazy Shark Emperor, the Clear Sky Emperor, and some other unknown immortals joined forces to secretly attack me. We are finished. In the winter of the 2999th year of the human ancestor era, I escaped with my special magical power, but I had completely lost them. They were replaced by embers. I finally knew how they were replaced. It was not the pseudo-human 3 flowers that possessed the body, but the painting. Embers are sketches that have lost the color of life. Without life, only lines remain. He created the embers and pseudo-humans of this world. And he drew the original embers, so he drew the empty shell of our souls. He can even draw immortals, but it costs a greater price. 3.93 million years. That creepy guy is looking for me. He is throwing sticky things, embers, and graves into my hometown world, testing me and trying to catch me. I shouldn't take the 2 of them to that weird world. That terrifying existence did not choose to become an immortal, but controlled the immortals, surrounded the immortals outside Jeojo, and plotted against the immortals who came to Jeojo one by one, painting them, and expanding his painting team. We were doomed to die as soon as we were exposed. Because before us, other immortals who traveled had already been ambushed and became part of his power. For 0.87 million years. A young immortal walked out of my hometown, outside the world, and Mu Qianchuan smiled as always, waiting for him and leading him. I could only hide in the dark, watching my pseudo-man lead the young immortals in my hometown and expand my power. 10.75 million years. They already have 7. Not only our world, but also the world camps around Jiuzhou, forming immortal groups, are all secretly controlled by him. He, immortal, has already mastered several minors in the lofty immortal world. Who would have thought? A mortal who has not become an immortal actually secretly started from a sneak attack on an immortal who traveled to their world at a certain period. Then he used crazy snowballing, used immortal sneak attacks to defeat immortals, replaced, painted, plotted, and finally controlled a group of immortals? But he still did not become an immortal. I seem to feel some kind of far-reaching calculation, layout, some ancient, indescribable plan of his. I can feel that he does not want to be a minor. And I can only rely on a substitute to escape death and hide in the dark. Whether you believe it or not, I will record everything in the form of a diary. My heart is covered with dust called despair and pain. I am almost certain. We are facing the greatest and most terrifying and sinister disaster in history, which is older, more terrifying, and beyond human cognition. The disaster of false people and the disaster of embers are restricted by him in Jiuzhou, but sooner or later they will spread to the whole world and even take over the miners in the sky. He is not satisfied with mining, he is making plans. I must observe secretly and collect more data. I want to avenge them, I want to avenge them. Thousand eyes 11.87 million years. There are actually 3 people who have become immortals this time. The young people in my hometown have finally walked out of the system that I dreamed of back then, and they are not geniuses with 2 disasters and 1 difficulty, but 3 disasters and 2 difficulties. 3 major systems of fellow practitioners. This is an unprecedented genius. Even in the limited history of the fairy world that I know of, there has never been a super genius. Our cultivation has finally blossomed. And that weird genius called He actually opened up an unprecedented Taoist system. But that genius no longer belongs to us. And according to their words, that guy has sent another Chong Jin D to my world, trying to test me and find my position. It's over, everything is over. I have already thought that the 3 new immortals will be led, fooled, calculated, served, worked for, and painted by Mu Qianquan. He has already formed a process of scams, using painted people to replace us and guide the young immortals who ascended in the surrounding worlds. I don't even dare to go to Xinjie to ask for help from the powerful. Because he controls the immortal groups in each world, there are 7 in our world alone. I am afraid that he has a certain status and height in the fairy world, slandering me, and wanted me. He is going against the flow to attack the immortals in the body of a mortal. I call this strange and mysterious guy who never shows up and does not ascend, Earth Immortal. He is staring at me and looking for me. I have no ability to contact higher beings above the miners, and I can't tell them at all. Jiuzhou, this terrible world, is sticky, evil, filthy, and disgusting. It is beyond the understanding and cognition of the entire long history of mankind. I can only try my best to live. I remembered 3.92 million years ago, when the 3 of us were on the immortal boat and moored in the Jiuzhou world. We laughed and pointed at the ember tombs of the dead and sighed, "Look, the ancestors in those tombs will crawl out." Ha! Did you see those people? It seems that they were possessed by some parasites. Their faces are so stiff and creepy. I still regret it every moment. How good it would be if we turned back at that time. Chapter 839. Mu Qianquan slowly finished writing his diary, constantly reminiscing about the past. Sometimes, for the growth of a strong man, choice is more important than hard work. Alas! The old man sighed. If the 3 of us had not traveled to Jiuzhou at that time, nothing would have happened. Fate led him to the end. Now a Mu Qianquan has replaced him as a miner in the fairy world, and he himself has become a complete black household. He can only hide and observe the other party, waiting for one day to expose him with this diary. He is bearing humiliation. The other party is immortal, but he actually tried to interfere with the fairy world. He has been hiding in the lower world without becoming a fairy. There must be a huge plan. On the other side, the huge fairy boat is anchored outside the fairy world. In the distance, the mist is hazy, emitting a sacred golden light, which is in line with Yi Di's stereotype of the fairy world. Yi Di looked around curiously, extremely curious, new world, new territory. Next to him, the old man Mu Qianquan looked at Yi Di and couldn't help showing nostalgia. "Your eyes remind me of when I first came to the fairyland. At that time, I was as ambitious as you, and I wanted the world to know how powerful I was. Until I was asked to apply for a job as a miner." Yi Di discovered that this old man was a bit humorous and had a natural funny actor temperament. Then, I experienced the miners' rebellion, was suppressed, sent to the front line as a death squad, and then luckily came back alive, and I realized that being a miner is not bad. Yi Di was silent for a moment. "So you are still a miner now, And you are afraid that you still want to pull me to mine together? Mu Qianquan coughed twice. Don't worry, as long as your qualifications are revealed, you can be accepted by various major sects and religions. But I suggest you hide your power, and only show the power of 2 disasters and 2 dilemmas. The number is too amazing, and it is easy to attract attention. If you can hide it, it is best to hide it. Yi Di seemed to have realized something in his heart. It is indeed necessary to hide it, and be an old shaman, and then take a long-term view and see the situation. Thinking back then, he was able to rise in the world of destiny with nothing, and now he can also rise again by groping. Can you talk about this mining? Yi Di couldn't help but ask. Mining, we dig immortal stones, which are the cultivation resources of us immortals. In fact, mining can only be done if we sign a contract to sell ourselves. Yi Di couldn't help but ask, voluntarily serve as a slave? Mu Qianquan showed a bit of reluctance, but still answered, yes, otherwise it would be difficult to improve the realm without immortal stones for cultivation. Yi Di said again, serving as a slave for free, and mining still needs to be handed in? Is it 30% to 70%, and we only get 30% by kneeling? Mu Qianquan showed a bit of surprise. You know a lot. Not bad. Yi Di nodded. There is nothing new in the world. Mu Qianquan said, it's just 91%, we get 10%. And after signing the miner's contract, if you rebel, steal, violate various regulations, people have the right to deal with you, such as sending us to the front line. Yi Di realized. Immortal stones are hard to earn. Earned by kneeling, 91%. Mu Qianquan was quite rational and said, we take 10%, which is not a small amount. The mine belongs to others, and the profit margins should be shared by all the interest groups. I think miners are a very stable starting point. Otherwise, without immortal stones, you can only practice on your own, and the speed will be very slow. For example, if you serve dishes to people, and they give you 10% of the restaurant's profits, it's already very good. How can you ask for a 30 to 70% split of the restaurant's profits? You can't be so arrogant when serving dishes. Yi Di thought about it, and it seemed to be right. I went to the factory and dug coal for others. I got a salary of 10,000 yuan a month. What does it have to do with me that the mine owner earns 100,000 yuan? I am just a coal miner. The mine owner does not need to manage all parties. The mine owner probably only gets 2 or 3 layers of profit. This is the law of economics and the way of the world. So these immortal miners understand that no one is stupid. They mine for others as a relatively guaranteed job. If you really have skills, you can make immortal weapons, make immortal medicine, and make money with a skill. From this perspective, mining does not seem to be a problem. On the contrary, it is a good place. Yi Di is not an angry young man. Thinking about the whole thing from a neutral and emotionless perspective is the most rational and objective. Immortal stone, why can immortals practice? What is its essence? Yi Di couldn't help but said, Immortal stone is a very special tomb. Mu Qianquan said directly. What do you mean? Even the Zongwu emperor next door showed curiosity. Mu Qianquan smiled. Didn't I say before that the so-called fairyland is essentially no different from other worlds? It's just that the fairyland, under the cooperation of the first few powerful beings, annex the land of other surrounding worlds, and continue to nurture and build. The upper limit of the power that the world can withstand is stronger, allowing the immortals to fight in it, and the world will not be overly damaged. And since it is the same in nature as other worlds, then this world also has its own specialty tombs. Yi Di suddenly reacted in his heart. So the tombs here are fairy stones? Yes. The specialty of our Jiuzhou world is the ember tomb. The specialty of others is the metal tomb. Is it strange that the specialty here is the immortal stone tomb? It's normal. It's just that the tombs in this world are very strange. They can help with cultivation when they are dug out, so they were noticed by some big guys and expanded into the immortal world. It seems that the so-called immortal world is no longer mysterious. It's just that it has been transformed into a larger one. The local specialty tombs can help immortals cultivate. And the immortals come here, and the idea of ascending is beautified. Coming here is more like going to work in Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou, working in an electronics factory, washing dishes in a restaurant, mining, and providing productivity. But this immortal world is indeed a huge trading gathering place. Everyone who travels to the heavens will come here to communicate and learn. Work in the city. This is the essence of the immortal world. During the chat, Yi Di walked into this prosperous immortal world. As soon as he came in, he felt a kind of mysterious suppression, which was the attribute suppression brought by the tombs everywhere in this world. If you are not a native of this civilization system, you will be suppressed by the ancestral tombs accumulated by their system. However, This kind of suppression is not terrible. Instead, it gives people a warm sunshine-like feeling, slowly nourishing and improving the body. This is the immortal energy. Mu Qianxuan said lightly. The tombs in each world will form a unique suppression, such as the filthy and turbid corpse odor in the Jiuzhou world, which makes us outsiders suffer from the 5 decays of heaven and man, and wither our hair. But the breath emitted by the tombs here is an extremely rare type of nourishing blessing. This kind of suppression is actually very beneficial to us outsiders. Yi showed a look of surprise. The ancestral tombs in this place can really help people practice. Soon, Mu Qianxuan came to a registration point, discussed with a man in armor, and then let him go. The man just said casually, "Remember to check your qualifications." Of course, your low-level world level doesn't need to be checked. The foundation of the world system is insufficient. They are all miners who became immortals after one disaster and one tribulation. They don't have much potential. Yes, that's what you said. Mu Qianxuan nodded quickly. The foundation of each world is the tomb. Even if Mu Qianxuan got the top skills in other worlds, he couldn't take them back to his hometown to practice. Their metal and stone-based system must be developed by themselves, and cannot be borrowed from others. Their metal and stone system used to be the lowest world with one disaster and one tribulation. That's the limit. Now it has developed for many years, and it has reached the stage of Zongwu Emperor, and it has reached the medium civilized world with 2 disasters and 1 tribulation. Originally, if Yi Guangxiu and others hadn't crossed over, Zongwu Emperor would have become an immortal according to the normal process, and the system of their world would have been improved in this generation, and advanced to a medium civilized system world. Zongwu Emperor's generation no longer needs to be a miner, and has enough potential to find another job. From this point of view, Emperor Zongwu is indeed a rare genius. With the holy martial armor he developed, he beat the previous Emperor Yi and made him howl. When they entered the gate of a marginal city, they were surrounded by drinks and vendors, which seemed to be no different from ordinary cities. However, there were all kinds of strange creatures and races, as well as local specialties from various worlds, and all kinds of imported goods with wonderful functions, which were amazing. After walking for a whole morning, they got familiar with the environment and took a break for a while. Mu Qianxuan took them to meet the other 6 immortals in their hometown. Only 2 people were at home, and the other 4 were mining in the mine. It was not easy to ask for leave, so they talked for a while, drank and ate meat, and were very happy. Then Mu Qianxuan and his friends took the 3 of them into their circle of miners. Our circle is the immortals in the world around us, such as the Baiyun world next door, etc. Everyone mines in various areas and exchanges information. We call this hometown association the Eternalization Association. Chapter 840. Eternalization Society. We are the fellows from several worlds around us, who have come together to form an alliance. Although we are not strong, the strongest one is only the leader of the miners. But we keep each other warm, and are not bullied by others. Yi Di and his companions had a great conversation, and got a lot of information and knowledge, which broadened their horizons, and made them know what the structure of this fairy world is. In addition, they hid their background from these fellows, saying that they were not from the same world but were partners, who met by chance, when they ascended from the nearby world. They revealed that they became immortals after 2 disasters, and 1 disaster, but this shocked everyone. Every level is a huge gap. After all, think about it, they only cultivate the soul, while you cultivate the soul and the flesh. Isn't your potential greater and stronger than others? Yi Di also felt a sense of vicissitudes and numbness in these miners. Those old predecessors spoke the truth after drinking. An old man got drunk and let himself go. His voice was miserable. We ascended here and realized the disparity of the world. It's not that we are not strong or that we don't work hard, but the foundation. Who among us here is not a genius who suppresses a world? Whose qualifications are worse than theirs? We are not bad. What is weak is not our qualifications, but the foundation of our own civilization system. And the foundation of the world needs to be developed step by step. The limit of the low-level civilization system is 1 disaster and 1 difficulty, which is the lowest 2 disasters to become an immortal. We became immortal in more than 3,000 years, which is very fast. The middle-level civilization system has 3 or 4 difficulties to become an immortal. The upper limit of their world system is high. It generally takes more than 6,000 years for them to become immortal. Everyone who comes out is a genius, and everyone is terrifying to the extreme. I accidentally provoked the other party before, and I was almost beaten to death in a few moves. Ha ha, then I realized how useless I was. The old man cried and laughed, same talent but different fate. The strongest thing in this world is not your talent, or ability, but your fate. Your birthplace is the most important factor in determining your future potential. The civilization system of your hometown determines your height. Yi Di was silent. We are destined to be together, and we don't believe in fate. And they all believe in fate, or rather, succumb to fate. He began to fully realize how magical and rare his luck was, because good luck could allow them to quickly pass through low-level and intermediate civilizations. They even developed artificial immortal fate, which can cross the cycle of the world. No wonder the old man Mu Qianxuan was so shocked before. This requires a lot of civilization accumulation to mass-produce the immortal fate of his own world. The 4 difficulties to become immortals are the legendary advanced civilization system. The powerful people who rule the fairy world are all of this kind. We don't want others to follow our path. We look forward to the growth of our hometown. Generation after generation of our hometown will overcome difficulties and promote the development of our hometown civilization system to enter the middle system or even the advanced system. You have realized our dream. Middle civilization, how long have we waited for generations? 2 disasters and 1 hardship, no need to be minors. These immortal stones are my investment in you. I hope you grow up. The drunken men expressed their true feelings. I hope you can help us when you grow up. We will be satisfied if you don't become minors, but the gatekeepers of your immortal palace. Yeti and others got thousands of immortal stones, which seemed to be their savings for a long time. After leaving the banquet and walking on the night road, Yi Guangxiu looked at the pedestrians on the bustling street, and then compared them with the non-miners. No matter which world, the gap between the rich and the poor is huge. The extraordinary world with great personal power is always a pyramid class, and there are only a small group of people at the top. He was very proud of being the Night Emperor before, enjoying the spotlight and praise of the world. People all said that he was unique in the ages, and he was inevitably a little slack. But now looking at his colleagues, which of them was not invincible in the world like himself? Proud, strong, domineering, but what are they like now? No. I am even a little worse than them, whether in comprehension, talent, or cultivation qualifications. Yi Guangxiu knew clearly that the reason why he could get to this point was a lot of water. Becoming the Ghost King, and living a second life, to reshape the foundation made his ordinary mortal qualifications comparable to the first class. Behind him is the foundation, knowledge, and cultivation accumulated from playing games before the villa. He was beaten many times in the game. When he really practiced, he traveled through himself and had enough experience to deal with these insidious old six, and he could overcome dangers again and defeat competitors. In the final analysis, he was able to succeed because he had a big backer, a mysterious villa owner, and a group of sand sculpture blacksmiths. Sword casting villa. This internal test game really changed his life. Immortal stone? He weighed the bag in his hand and said indifferently, "Send it back to the villa for research to see what it is." He also knew that he had a way out. He could return to his destiny world at any time, master the life and death testament, and sit in the world. Immortals from different systems will be suppressed by the overwhelming metal and stone, and their combat power will be weakened. It is not easy to defeat me, but I at least have a way out. In the following time, Yi Di was not in a hurry. He traveled everywhere, observed, and collected some interesting specialties from various places. When I prepare to return to Jiuzhou, I will take it as a gift. In his eyes, the owner of the manor can cross the border to the world of destiny, and he must have crossed the border to the fairyland. Whether it is fairy stones or various local specialties, they are not valuable in that person's eyes. But gifts still have to be brought. With my wife, carrying local specialties, and taking more than 300 fairy stones that I took away, I returned to Jujin Mountain Villa to see the sand sculpture blacksmiths. This meeting gift is still very important. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Returning home in glory, I have been looking forward to it for thousands of years. No, according to the blacksmiths, I was AFK to place the adventure team, and the Ember Baby came back, and I also brought back a lot of materials during the adventure. Half a month later, Yi Di, who had visited all the outer city areas on the bottom floor, quietly called Jian Xian and Zhang Wudi. "I'm going to return to the Jiuzhou world." "What are you going to do?" Jian Xian shook his head. "I'm going to go mining." Zhang Wudi, "I'm also interested. Mining is not afraid of being restricted there. As long as we reveal our qualifications for becoming immortals, we can be upgraded to minor leaders and enter the management level. People will not reject potential geniuses like us." Xianshi, this new tomb made them feel novel and ready to experience it for themselves. Yi Di saw that the two people had no interest in returning to Jiuzhou, and he didn't care. After all, not everyone was like him, missing their hometown so much. These two guys were obviously pure people who were devoted to seeking the Tao. They had no external desires. Wherever they could practice was their new hometown. Yi Di prepared and planned to go back quietly to Jiuzhou. And over the years, he had seen a lot of the world outside, and felt that Jiuzhou was very special, and had a lot of problems, especially that painter. Although he didn't know that the painter was so outrageous, and had a group of immortals under his command. But he looked at it from a traditional perspective, and felt that the painter's transformation realm was still very powerful. He promoted the development of Jiuzhou, and was the top advanced civilization system in the fairy world. And he also wanted to go back to Zhujian Mountain Villa to take a look. The owner of the villa was also very mysterious, and must have an extraordinary origin. With a crash. In short, every place in Jiuzhou is extraordinary and mysterious. He quietly left the world and entered the endless white void. After determining the approximate direction, he went to the Jiuzhou world. Soon, he passed through the vast space turbulence, passed by the Destiny world when he went out, and came to the Jiuzhou world. Just now, I seemed to hear someone crying. He recalled carefully, the voice seemed to be looking for Qian Sun in a trance, and a sentence seemed to float in the air. If we turned back at that time, how good it would be. Is it an illusion? He plunged into the Jiuzhou world.